Hello there. Tonight we journey deep into the heart of the Scottish Highlands, to a place where mist clings to the water and a gentle mystery stirs. Picture the dark water stretching before you, the long, deep expanse of Loch Ness, cradled by ancient hills. Stories have risen from its depths for centuries, strange ripples that cross the surface when no wind blows, dark humps breaking the glassy water, a creature that has captured imaginations around the world and become one of the most enduring legends of our time. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to settle into the quiet comfort of where you are right now. Feel the softness beneath you, the gentle weight of the blanket, the slow and steady rhythm of your breathing. Here in this moment, there is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to be. The night wraps around you like a warm cloak, and the world outside grows distant and still. Picture, if you will, a hillside in the highlands as evening falls. The heather blooms purple and soft across the slopes, and the air carries the clean, faintly peaty scent of the land. Below you, a great lake stretches northward, its surface dark as polished slate, holding the last light of the sky in its quiet keeping. Mist begins to gather in pale ribbons just above the water, moving slowly, as if the loch itself is breathing. If you listen closely, you might hear the soft distant call of a curlew drifting down from the higher slopes, and the tiny rhythmic lap of water against stones far below. The air is cool and clean, with that particular freshness of the highlands in the evening, and the last of the day's warmth lingers only faintly on your skin. It is the kind of place where time seems to slow, where the ordinary busyness of the world feels very far away, and where the mind naturally turns toward longer, deeper thoughts. This is Loch Ness, a place where the boundary between what we see and what we imagine has always been blurred, where the deep cold water has held secrets for centuries, and where, even now, some people glance toward the waves with a small, quiet hope in their hearts. Let that image settle in your mind as we begin. Let the stillness of the loch and the hush of the evening hills carry you gently forward, into the story of the creature that may or may not dwell beneath those dark, silent waters. Loch Ness is a long lake that stretches through the Great Glen, a deep straight rift that cuts across the Scottish Highlands from coast to coast, a body of water that feels as old as the land around it. And if you were to stand on the western shore and look north, the surface would seem to narrow into a dark ribbon vanishing between steep, heather-draped slopes. The loch is not especially wide, scarcely more than a mile in most places, but it is startlingly deep. It plunges far below the level of the sea, and the great volume of water it holds is vast, far greater than most other lakes. The shape of the loch was not made by the slow patience of a river, but by the immense, grinding weight of the last great ice age, when a glacier moved through the Great Glen and carved the valley into its long, steep-sided form. When the ice finally withdrew, it left behind a trough that is astonishingly deep for its width, and the melting water that filled it created a body of fresh water so massive that by some estimates it holds more water than all the other lakes in the country put together. That depth, combined with the cold, stable temperature of the lower water, means the loch is known for its cold, deep water that stays chill year-round. The water itself is the color of strong tea, a rich amber brown that comes from the peat soils of the surrounding hills. Rain falls on the moors, soaks through layers of soft, spongy moss and decaying heather, and carries tiny particles that stain the loch, turning it into something like a vast, dark mirror that absorbs light rather than reflecting it. A stone dropped into the shallows vanishes from sight within just a few feet, and a swimmer feels the gloom close around them. It is a strange and humbling feeling to stand at the edge of such water, knowing that the eye cannot penetrate even a few feet of its depth, and that everything below that thin amber veil is a world of pure silent darkness. If you let your fingers trail in that amber water, it would feel like touching something half-remembered, a cold, whispered secret that clings to the skin. The peat that stains the water is the same soft, fragrant material that gives the highland rivers their familiar, comforting scent of earth and old growth. And to the people who have always lived here, the colour of the water is not alarming, but simply natural, as much a part of the landscape as the heather. And yet there is something about looking into it for a long moment that settles in the mind, like a quiet question. The hills that cradle Loch Ness rise sharply from the water's edge, their lower slopes thick with ancient Caledonian pine woods. Walking among them, you might hear the soft rustle of a red squirrel or the distant cry of a buzzard, and the breeze carries the clean, resinous scent of pine needles. Higher up, the trees give way to open moorland, where the heather blooms a deep purple in late summer, and the wind is a constant, low companion. The mist is never far away. On calm mornings, it gathers in the valleys, spilling down over the hillsides like a slow, silent waterfall of cloud, pooling on the loch's surface until the water and sky seem to merge. These conditions make the loch a place of constant transformation, where the landscape shifts and reshapes itself, and where the eye is so easily persuaded that it has glimpsed something moving where nothing was. The entire length of Loch Ness lies within the Great Glen Fault, a crack in the earth's crust that is still slowly settling. The loch is not a quiet bowl of still water, but a living, shifting body, stirred by deep currents and sudden temperature changes, its surface glassy one moment and flecked with whitecaps the next. Seiches, invisible standing waves, can rock the water gently from end to end, creating faint oscillations that disturb the surface in ways that no casual observer might understand. Birds are drawn to the loch. Ospreys circle and dive, grebes and mergansers paddle near the reedy shores, and at dusk, bats skim the surface. Human settlement has threaded itself around the shores for thousands of years, but never densely. Small villages cluster at intervals, and the occasional castle ruin stands on a rocky promontory. Yet the loch feels remote, a place that belongs more to the wild than to any settled world. At night, when the last lights of the houses have winked out, the darkness over the water is absolute, and the silence is broken only by the occasional splash of a fish or the distant hoot of an owl. It is this combination of depth and darkness, mist and isolation, that has always made Loch Ness fertile ground for the imagination. Long before anyone spoke of a monster, the loch was already a place where the borders between certainty and dream grew gentle and blurred, where a wind ripple could be mistaken for a living thing, and where the simplest natural event, a log breaching the surface, a bird diving, a seal venturing inland, could, in that heavy highland air, become the seed of something far stranger. And long before the modern world gave the creature a name, the people who lived among these hills were already carving images of water beasts into the stones they left behind. Long before any written word recorded a monster in Loch Ness, the Picts, the early inhabitants of northern Scotland, were pressing their chisels into standing stones and carving images of creatures that seemed to belong to the water. The stones are grey and lichen-crusted now, worn by centuries of rain and wind, but the symbols carved into them remain clear enough to trace with a fingertip. Among the most curious and frequently repeated of these symbols is a creature that scholars have long referred to as the Pictish beast. It is a strange and graceful shape, part mammal and part something else, with a long rounded snout, a curling tendril or rolled tail, and what appear to be pairs of flippers that spread like the fins of a seal or a whale. Sometimes the creature is shown with a kind of backward curving horn or crest rising from its head, and in many of the carvings the whole body has a sinuous, flowing quality, as though it was swimming through the stone itself. Pictish beast carvings have been found in some locations across a wide territory. Yet around the Great Glen, and especially in the area that looks out over Loch Ness, a few stones bear images that feel particularly local, particularly watery in their suggestion. A stone near the loch has a similar carving on its face, is faint now, almost ghostly, but a careful eye can still make out the outline of an aquatic-looking beast, its flippers extended as though gliding through a liquid medium. Another stone stands near the loch, a shape that seems to belong as much to the water as to the land. It takes a little patience to see the beast clearly, especially on stone that has weathered for more than 1,000 winters. In certain lights, at certain angles, the carving seems to reappear from the surface of the rock, as if it had been waiting for the right conditions to be seen again. And there is a particular quality to that moment of recognition that is difficult to put into words. You are quite alone with it, and the distance between you and the hand that made it feels, for a second, almost negligible. What did the Picts mean by these images? The honest answer is that nobody knows. They left us no written explanations, and the meanings that were once passed from carver to apprentice have long since faded from living memory. The beast could be a mythological guardian, a clan emblem, a representation of a river or lake spirit, or even a kind of map of the watery underworld. Some archaeologists have suggested that the Pictish beast resembles a swimming dolphin or a porpoise, and it is not impossible that early seafaring people had carried that image inland. Others have pointed out that the creature's flippers and rounded profile resemble nothing so much as a seal, an animal that the Picts, who lived close to both sea and fresh water, would surely have known well. There is no way to resolve the question, and the stones remain, as they have always been, a quiet enigma set into the fabric of the land. But none of this is certain. What matters for our story is the quiet, tantalizing proximity of these carvings to the loch. They show us, at the very least, that the notion that a sizable water creature could exist was present in the Pictish imagination many centuries before any modern newspaper printed the word monster. The stones near the loch, standing within sight of the grey-blue surface, feel like a whisper from a time before history, a hint that the people who lived here were already thinking about something that moved beneath the dark surface. The carvings remain as a kind of open question, set into the earth by hands that have been gone for more than 1,000 years, asking without words whether there was, or is, something unusual in these waters. Long before the modern legend took shape, the first written account of a water beast in the region of Loch Ness appears in the pages of a saint's biography, the idea already deeply rooted in the landscape. The man who would become known as Saint Columba had left his native island some years before, crossing the narrow sea with 12 companions in a small coracle made of wicker and hide, and he had established a monastery on the island of Iona. The island itself was a place of extraordinary beauty and solitude, a small emerald jewel set in the grey expanse of the Atlantic, its white beaches of crushed shell and its low, wind-bent trees standing at the very edge of the known world. From this remote base, Columba and his companions would set out in their small boats, carrying their faith through the scattered settlements and kingdoms of the northern Picts. And it was during one of these journeys, the biographer tells us, that he came to the banks of the River Ness. The river was not wide, but it ran dark and fast through the great glen, connecting the great loch to the sea, and it was known to the people of the area as a place of danger, alive with currents and with the presence of something that they did not care to name aloud. Adamnan, writing his account in the next century, tells us simply that the beast was known to attack anyone who entered the water, and that its bite was fatal. And the Pictish people who gathered on the bank that day to greet the holy man were a people on edge, still shaken by what had happened to one of their own. The day of the miracle, Columba approached the River Ness and found a small group of Picts gathered on the bank, agitated and distressed. They told him that a swimmer had recently been attacked by the water beast, and that the beast was still nearby, still lurking. Columba listened to their report with, as Adamnan tells it, the calm of a man who trusted in a power greater than any earthly danger. He did not fear the beast, nor did he question the truth of what the Picts were saying. Instead, according to the account, he immediately called a companion of Columba and instructed him to swim across the river and fetch back the small boat that was lying on the opposite bank. The monk did not hesitate. He stripped off his outer garment and plunged into the cold, peat-dark water, making for the far side. The river at that point was not wide, perhaps no more than a stone's throw, but it was swift, and the current pushed against him as he swam. The Picts on the bank would have watched with a mixture of awe and dread, knowing what had just befallen a member of their community in that same stretch of water. And then, Adomnan writes, the water beast rose. It came from the depths, suddenly and silently, its shape breaking the surface as it lunged toward the swimming monk. The Picts would have cried out, perhaps, or drawn back from the bank in fear, for they had seen this creature kill before and knew what it could do. The monk, in the middle of the river, would have felt the disturbance of the water around him, the sudden cold shadow that fell across his body. Columba, standing on the bank, made the sign of the cross in the air and spoke to the beast in a voice that Adamnan records as calm and commanding. The words he used have been passed down through the centuries. Go no further. Do not touch the man. Go back at once. What happened next, Adamnan tells us, was a miracle that every person on that riverbank witnessed with their own eyes. The water beast, which had been rushing toward the monk with what was plainly a deadly intent, stopped as though it had struck an invisible wall. It fled, Adamnan says, with a great thrashing and splashing, retreating backward through the water as if it were being pulled by a rope from the far side of the river. The speed of its retreat was so great and the noise so loud that the Picts on the bank fell to their knees in terror and wonder. Adamnan tells us that the water beast fled with such violence that the river seemed to boil around it, and that the onlookers, seeing this, were filled with awe. They had seen the spirit of their river. The creature that had held them in fear for as long as memory reached, turn and flee at a word from this stranger. The moment must have felt, to the people who watched it, like a door opening in a wall that had always seemed solid, and Adomnan records that they gave witness to the power of the god that Columba served with an earnestness that changed the course of their lives. The beast disappeared back into the dark current, and the monk completed his swim unharmed, reaching the far bank and bringing the boat back to his master. The Picts, Adomnan writes, were deeply moved by what they had seen. They understood, in that moment, that the god Columba served was more powerful than the spirit of the river, and they offered their reverence. What are we to make of this account today? It is important to understand that Adamnan's story belongs to a genre of writing that was common in the early medieval church, the Vita, or saint's life. Such books were composed not as journalism or natural history, but as testimony to the holiness of their subjects, and the miracles they record were meant to show divine power working through a chosen person. The water beast in the River Ness is not, in this context, a cryptid waiting to be photographed by a modern naturalist. It is a manifestation of the dangerous, untamed forces that Christianity sought to subdue, a creature that embodies the old, frightening spirits of the water, and its defeat by Columba is a sign that the new faith had authority even over the deepest terrors of the landscape. Was there a real animal at the root of the story? The River Ness, like many highland rivers, was known for sudden floods, strong currents, and perhaps the occasional appearance of seals or large salmon making their way upstream. A seal surfacing unexpectedly in a narrow channel, its head and neck rising from the dark water, could easily be mistaken by frightened observers for a monster. But to reduce Adomnan's account to nothing more than a misidentified seal is to miss its purpose. The saint's biographer was not concerned with zoological classification. He was concerned with showing that Columba, through his faith, could face the most frightening thing his listeners could imagine and render it harmless. That said, the episode does establish something significant for the later development of the Loch Ness legend. It places a water monster in the very same river system that feeds and drains the loch, and it does so at a time when the Pictish people were already carving aquatic-looking beasts onto their standing stones. The two traditions coexist in the same geography, and they show us that the idea of a large and dangerous water creature had been present in the Highland imagination long before the modern world arrived with cameras and newspaper headlines. For many centuries after Columba, the waters of Loch Ness and the River Ness slipped back into a deep quiet, their monster no longer troubling the pages of any surviving book. The legend did not vanish entirely. It remained, faintly, in the local memory, a story that parents might tell to children on winter evenings, a shiver in the dark that kept people from swimming too far from the shore. It was the kind of story that lived in the cadence of a grandmother's voice, in the half-light of a peat fire, in the warning glance that a mother would give a child who lingered too long at the water's edge. There was no need to write it down. It was carried, like so much of Highland memory, in the blood and breath of the people, and it surfaced now and again in the matter-of-fact way that such things do, in a quiet remark repeated in a cottage, in a sighting mentioned to a neighbour without any great fuss. The creature, whatever it was not a matter for debate. It was simply part of the world they lived in, as real as the rain and the heather and the cold, dark water itself. But no chronicler wrote it down again, and no artist drew its picture, and the wider world knew nothing of it. The loch simply lay in its great glacial valley, holding its secrets, while the centuries passed one after another in their slow, silent procession. The centuries after Columba are mostly quiet in our records, not because the people who lived along the loch had forgotten the creature, but because their stories lived in a different medium, passed from voice to ear round peat fires and kitchen tables, not written in manuscripts or printed in broadsheets. What we have instead are scattered fragments, glimpses that surface in travellers' journals, in local parish records, and in the memories of old families. An old poem, passed down through generations, describes a great beast in Loch Ness, a creature that frightened the local people and was said to be dangerous. The poem is terse, more of a warning than a description. It simply records, in the compressed language of verse, that there was something in the water that was dangerous, and that the community around the loch knew about it. A later report tells of a man who reported seeing a terrible creature emerge from the loch and come ashore near the village of Kilcuaman. The details are almost certainly embellished by the generations that repeated them, but it places the creature on the shore as well as in the water, crossing that boundary between the world of the loch and the world of human habitation. In the quiet records of the parish, ministers noted a belief among their parishioners that the loch was home to kelpies, those malevolent water spirits of Highland folklore that appeared as horses and lured unwary travellers to a watery death. The kelpie is a shape-shifting creature, and its connection to Loch Ness is not direct, but it shows us the mental furniture of the region, a world in which bodies of water were inhabited by beings that were not always friendly. When the military roads opened the Highlands to easier travel, more people began to pass along the loch's edge, and more eyes fell upon its dark surface. A report described a dark object that moved against the current, creating a wake too large for any known fish or bird. The report caused a small stir in Inverness, a few letters to the editor, a few conversations in public houses, and then it faded. There was a famous report, one that is still shared with a fond, knowing smile, when a respected local farmer spotted something extraordinary in the loch, a strange, undulating creature, all humps and mystery. For a brief, breathless time, there was talk of a sea serpent that had somehow found its way into the freshwater loch. The truth, when it emerged, was as gentle as a Highland chuckle. It turned out that the fearsome beast was nothing more than a local pony who had decided to take a refreshing swim. The pony's owner recognized his animal from the description, and the farmer, you can imagine, accepted the explanation with a warm flush of good-natured embarrassment. The story became a beloved local joke, a gentle reminder that even the most sincere witnesses could be deceived by the play of light on water, and that the loch, with its quiet mischief, could turn an ordinary swim into a moment of wide-eyed wonder. For many years after that, the creature slumbered in the collective mind of the Highlands. There were a few more scattered reports. A fisherman who said he saw a large, dark shape pass beneath his boat. A traveller who thought he glimpsed a serpentine neck rising from the water near Urquhart Castle. But none of these accounts achieved any lasting fame. The loch remained, as it had always been, a place of slow, quiet rhythms, where the water lapped against the rocky shore and the mist rose at dusk. When the railways pushed north, the journey that had once taken days over rough tracks now took hours in a comfortable carriage. Hotels began to appear along the loch, and the first tourists came with sketchbooks and curiosity. Some of them came back with stories they had not expected to bring home. One traveller, a gentleman from London, wrote a letter to a newspaper describing an experience he had while rowing on Loch Ness. He had been drifting near the shore when the surface ahead of him began to stir in a way he could not account for. A long, low swell rose up from nowhere, he said, as though something very large had passed just beneath the keel of his boat. For a moment he felt the little craft lift and settle in a way that had nothing to do with wind or current. The letter was published with a mild editorial comment about the picturesque imagination of tourists, and no great fuss was made of it. But it was one of the first times that a sighting of something unusual on Loch Ness had appeared in a newspaper with a national readership. Through those years, small accounts accumulated like pebbles on a shore. A fisherman near Foyers described a dark shape that had followed his boat for nearly a quarter of a mile. A gamekeeper on the eastern shore swore he had seen an animal with a long, serpentine neck rise up from the loch early one morning. This gamekeeper was a man who knew the habits of every creature that moved through his hills, a man who could read the tracks of deer and the flight of grouse the way a sailor reads the sky, and he was not easily shaken. Yet when he spoke of the loch, his voice would drop a little, and he would explain, with the quiet certainty of a man describing a familiar landmark, that there were things in the water that he could not account for, and that he had seen them often enough to trust the evidence of his own eyes. His account was passed from mouth to mouth through the small community, carried with the same respectful seriousness that the local people reserved for weather warnings and the movements of deer. A clergyman from Drumnadrochit told his parishioners that he had glimpsed two dark humps moving against the flow of the current. None of these accounts made headlines. They appeared in small local newspapers or in the anecdotal sections of travel books. But what is striking about these glimpses, when you read them together, is their consistency. The witnesses spoke, again and again, of dark humps, of long necks, of something large and living that moved through the water with a purposeful grace. It was as though the community around the loch had silently accepted that something unusual shared their landscape, and they had stopped being surprised by it. They simply noted it when they saw it, and then got on with the day. As cameras became more common, the idea of capturing a monster on film shifted from fantasy to tantalizing possibility. A bank manager in Inverness, John MacLeod, told a remarkable story to a friend. He had been walking along the loch's shore one evening when he heard a tremendous splash, far louder than any fish could have made. He looked out over the water and saw a great commotion of white foam and dark shapes churning the surface. The disturbance lasted for nearly a minute, and then it subsided as suddenly as it had begun. MacLeod was not a man given to exaggeration, and his account was noted with some respect locally. A schoolteacher from Fort Augustus, Mrs. Margaret Cameron, was picnicking on a grassy slope above the loch when she saw what she could only describe as a great dark log rise up from the water, pause for a moment, and then sink down again. The log, she said, had a distinct head at one end, a head that turned slightly as though surveying the shore. She had the unsettling impression that it was looking directly at her before it submerged. Her friend also witnessed the event, and they both sat frozen for a long moment before the spell broke. Her letter about the incident survives, preserved in a family archive, a small piece of testimony from a time when the legend was still a local secret. After the Great War passed, the loch slipped back into obscurity. But by the time the tourists returned, with motorcars now winding along the water's edge, more eyes were on the loch than at any previous point. The years were a time of economic uncertainty, and the public appetite for tales of wonder and escape was strong. The Loch Ness Monster was a story waiting to happen, a perfect conjunction of ancient legend, modern technology, and a public that was eager to believe that the world still held mysteries worth discovering. All that was needed was a spark, and on a soft spring afternoon, that spark arrived, igniting a fire that would burn for decades and transform a quiet Highland legend into a global phenomenon. A woman named Oldie Mackay was travelling with her husband along the new road that traced the loch's northern shore, a short distance from the village of Invermorriston, when something in the water caught her eye. The loch was calm, its surface a smooth sheet of grey under the pale sky. The road was nearly empty, as it so often was in those days, and the Mackays had been enjoying the quiet drive through the spring landscape, the fresh green showing on the slopes, and the birds busy along the verges. The new road itself was still something of a novelty to the people who lived along the loch, a smooth band of tarmac that had opened up the water's edge to motorcars, and on a fine afternoon it was a pleasant route to travel. But all of that pleasantness fell away in the single second when the disturbance caught Mrs. Mackay's eye. At first she thought the disturbance she saw might be a pair of ducks fighting, the way the water boiled and churned with a sudden, startling energy. But as the car slowed and she looked more closely, the scale of what she was seeing began to shift. This was not the small, busy commotion of birds. This was something larger, something that was moving across the surface with a rolling, powerful motion, a hump of darkness that rose and fell and sent out widening circles that lapped against the shore. Mrs. Mackay, by all accounts a sensible and level-headed woman, told her husband to stop the car. The two of them sat there on the verge of the new road, watching as the shape in the water drew away from them, heading toward the centre of the loch. She described it later as a great black body, rounded and glistening, that seemed to roll through the water rather than swim in the manner of any fish or bird she knew. A second hump appeared behind the first, and then both of them sank, and the loch was still again, as though nothing had happened. The whole event lasted only a few seconds, and yet the impression it left was deep and unshakable. The Mackays drove on, shaken and wondering, and when they reached their destination, Mrs. Mackay told the story to a friend who worked as a water bailiff. The friend, in turn, mentioned it to a young reporter named Alec Campbell, who worked for the Inverness Courier, and the chain of events that would transform Loch Ness forever was set quietly into motion. Alec Campbell was a careful man who valued accuracy. He listened to the account of the strange sighting with a mixture of curiosity and professional skepticism, and he decided that the matter was worth a short, factual paragraph, no more, tucked into the local news columns where such curiosities often appeared and were forgotten. He wrote his piece in a straightforward style, describing what Mrs. Mackay had seen as an enormous creature rolling and plunging in the water, and noting that the loch was known locally for its depth and its occasional mysterious appearances. He did not use the word monster. That word was supplied by the paper's editor, Evan Barron, who read the draft before it went to press, and who, with the instinct of a seasoned newsman, understood that a creature was a curiosity, but a monster was a story. If it's as big as they say, Barron is said to have told Campbell, then it's a monster. And so when the courier appeared, the brief notice carried a headline that none of its readers had seen before. The phrase, Loch Ness Monster, entered the world for the first time in print, and the modern legend was born. The effect of that small newspaper article was immediate and entirely surprising. Within days, letters began to arrive at the courier's office from people all around the loch, people who had seen strange things on the water over the years, and who had kept quiet about them for fear of being laughed at. A farmer from Foyers wrote that he had long believed there was a large creature in the loch, that he had seen it twice himself. A retired naval officer from Drumnadrochit offered his own detailed sighting from 2 summers before. A woman from Fort Augustus sent a note about a peculiar disturbance she had witnessed as a child. The courier published these letters, and as it did, the trickle of reports became a stream, and the stream became a flood. The national press took notice. Reporters from London, from Glasgow, from Edinburgh made their way north to the Highlands, checking into the little hotels along the loch and hiring boats to venture out onto the water. Camera crews arrived, and photographers set up tripods on the shore, waiting through long, cold hours. The inns and guest houses along the shore were suddenly bustling with visitors, and their dining rooms hummed with the talk of men who had come from the great cities of the south, with notebooks and long-lens cameras, and the expectant air of hunters closing in on their quarry. The locals watched all of this with a mixture of amusement and bemusement. They had known about the creature, or at least about the strange appearances on the water, for as long as anyone could remember, and they could not quite understand why the world had suddenly decided that this old familiar thing was worth such a commotion. But they were, on the whole, obliging hosts. They served the reporters their meals, pointed them toward the places where sightings had been reported, and listened with patient smiles to the theories that the visitors brought with them from the cities. Some of the local people secretly thought the whole affair was rather good for trade. The story spread overseas, picked up by newspapers in America, in Europe, in the far corners of the British Empire, and the creature that had been a local whisper for centuries became, almost overnight, an international sensation. It was in this atmosphere of heightened expectation that the second great sighting of that remarkable year took place. A London businessman named George Spicer was driving with his wife along the southern shore of the loch, a little way from the village of Dorés, when the road ahead of them seemed to be crossed by something that belonged to no known animal. Spicer later told reporters that what he saw was a tremendous, long-bodied creature that lurched out of the trees on one side of the road, crossed the tarmac directly in front of their car, and disappeared into the undergrowth on the other side, heading toward the water. The creature's body, he said, was nearly 4 feet high, grey and rough-skinned, and it moved with a clumsy jerking motion that reminded him, absurdly, of a caterpillar. But what stayed with him most vividly was the creature's long, thin neck, which swayed as it moved, and the dark shape it held in its mouth. It was a lamb, Spicer was sure of it, a small, limp body that the beast had apparently taken from the hillside and was carrying down to the loch. Mrs. Spicer beheld the same sight, and they both sat in their car for a long, stunned moment before George Spicer got out to examine the scene. The road was empty, the grass by the verge was flattened, and there was a trail of broken bracken leading down toward the water. But the creature itself had vanished, and there was nothing to see except the silent loch. The Spicer sighting electrified the public in a way that even the Mackay account had not. This was not a distant dark shape on the water. This was a creature that had come onto land, that had crossed a public road, that had been seen in broad daylight by 2 respectable witnesses. The story was printed in newspapers across the country and around the world, often with dramatic illustrations that owed more to the artist's imagination than to any faithful description. The drawing that accompanied the first London account showed a great serpentine body with a small dragon-like head, and it bore almost no resemblance to the creature that Spicer had described. But that hardly mattered. The image was what people took away, the vivid, impossible shape that lodged itself in the imagination and would not be dislodged. It was not the last time that the legend would be shaped more by the artists who never saw the loch than by the witnesses who did. And the image of a long-necked beast carrying a lamb in its jaws became, for a time, the definitive picture of the Loch Ness monster in the popular mind. The name Nessie crept into common use, an affectionate, almost domestic name that seemed to tame the creature and turn it from a frightening beast into a local character, a shy resident of the deep who might, if you were very patient and fortunate, show herself to you on a still afternoon. In the months that followed the Spicer sighting, cameras became as common along the loch as fishing rods had once been. The first photograph that would enter the record as a serious piece of evidence came in the cool grey light of late autumn, on a Sunday when a local resident of the small village of Foyers, a man named Hugh Gray, took a walk along the loch's edge after church. Gray worked at the British aluminium factory and knew the loch as a local knows a familiar landscape. He carried a simple camera with him because he liked to photograph the loch in its various lights. The air was cold and clear, and the loch was ruffled by a light breeze. Gray walked along a path that climbed slightly above the water, and he had been walking for some time when a disturbance on the water below him caught his attention. It was a sudden, violent upheaval of the surface, a great splashing that seemed to come from a single point and spread outward in a churning circle of white foam. Gray raised his camera. What he saw through the viewfinder was confusing, a shape that seemed to be both above and below the water simultaneously, a dark body that was throwing up spray as it moved, and a long sinuous shape that might have been a tail or a neck, curving up from the surface before slapping down again with a force that sent water flying in all directions. He pressed the shutter release just as the commotion reached what seemed to be its peak. By the time he had readied the camera for a second shot, the loch was already settling back into its familiar calm. The photograph that resulted was deeply ambiguous. It seemed to show something and nothing at the same time, a dark, blurry shape emerging from a field of grey water and white foam, and the longer you look at it, the more it seems to shift and change. The central subject is a long, dark, humped form. At one end there is a suggestion of a head, or perhaps a flipper, a protrusion that has a certain solidity. Below the main shape, the water is violently disturbed. The overall impression is of a substantial creature caught in the act of diving or rolling, but the photograph also allowed for other interpretations. Some who looked at the image saw not a monster but a swan, its long neck extended and its wings beating the water as it took flight. Others saw a Labrador retriever swimming toward the shore with a stick in its mouth. Still others suggested that the dark shape might be nothing more than a waterlogged log, thrown up from the depths by a release of trapped gases. The photographer himself, when he was pressed on the question, would simply shake his head and say that he knew the loch too well to mistake a swan or a dog for something unusual. He had spent years watching the water from the shore at Foyers, he would say, and he knew the way birds moved and the way the light played on the surface, and what he had seen and photographed that Sunday morning had been none of those ordinary things. He did not claim to know what it was. He only knew, with a quiet, stubborn certainty, that it was something real, and he was content to let the photograph stand as his testimony. The photograph was not clear enough to settle any of these questions, and Gray himself, though he remained convinced that he had photographed something real and unusual, could not offer a definitive explanation. When the photograph was published in the Scottish Daily Record, it caused an immediate stir. Here, at last, was something more than a written account, something that could be examined and debated and pointed to as evidence. The British press seized on the image with enthusiasm, and within weeks it had been printed in newspapers across the globe. The Kodak company was so impressed that it offered a reward to anyone who could produce a clearer image of the monster, a reward that went unclaimed for years. The photograph was examined by experts, by zoologists who pointed out the difficulty of identifying any animal from a single blurry frame, and by darkroom technicians who could confirm only that the negative showed no obvious signs of tampering. It was not a hoax, as far as anyone could tell. It was simply an image that raised more questions than it answered. For Hugh Gray himself, the photograph became the defining moment of a quiet life. He never wavered in his conviction that he had seen something extraordinary. He had lived beside the loch for years, he said, and he knew what a bird looked like on the water, what a log looked like when it surfaced, what a wave looked like when the wind caught it. What he had photographed was none of those things. What it was exactly, he could not say, but he knew it was not ordinary, and he was willing to allow the image to make its own quiet argument, however incomplete. The grey photograph occupies a special place in the story of the loch. It was the first modern image of the creature, the first time that the monster had been captured on film by a credible witness with a camera, and it established a pattern that would repeat itself many times in the years to come. The photograph was provocative but not conclusive, suggestive but not definitive. It was enough to keep the hope alive, to give the believers something to point to, but it was not enough to persuade the skeptics. And yet, it had turned a verbal legend into a visual one, and it set the stage for the next great photograph, the one that would, for a time, convince the world that the creature was a certainty, not just a vague hope. The grey photograph had been, for all its ambiguity, a quiet moment in a growing storm of attention. The photograph that would eclipse it completely, and that would come to define the Loch Ness monster in the public imagination for more than half a century, arrived a few months later in the spring of that same year. It would become known as the surgeon's photograph, and for decades it was the single most famous piece of visual evidence in the whole Nessie dossier. The picture that appeared in encyclopedias and documentaries and on the covers of books, the silhouette that shaped every artist's conception of what the creature might look like. And then, long after it had done its work in cementing the legend, it was revealed to be a small, clever lie. The photographer was a London surgeon named Robert Kenneth Wilson, a man of respectable standing and sober reputation who happened to be travelling in the Highlands in April of that year. Wilson described himself as a man who had been driving along the loch's northern shore with a friend when he noticed a disturbance in the water. He stopped the car, got out, and saw, rising from the surface of the loch, perhaps 200 or 300 yards away, a long, slender neck with a small head perched atop it, like a serpent or a prehistoric reptile, swaying gently in the breeze. The creature did not seem agitated or aggressive. It simply held its head above the water for a moment, as though surveying the landscape, and then it sank back down, and the loch was smooth again. Wilson, as the story went, had his camera with him. He managed to take 2 photographs before the creature vanished. One of them showed nothing but a blur of water. The other captured, in sharp enough detail to be examined and debated for decades, the classic silhouette that would become the face of the Loch Ness monster. A long, dark neck rising from the water, a small head, and the faint suggestion of a body beneath the surface. The image was, by the standards of the time, remarkably clear. The creature was there, visible, its shape defined against the grey surface of the loch. There was something about that image that invited belief. The neck rose from the water with a slight, elegant curve. The head was small and well-shaped, and the body beneath the surface could be inferred but not clearly seen, exactly as a real animal would appear if it were holding itself still in the water, while a curious observer watched from a distance. The photograph had none of the frantic quality of so many other attempts. It was calm, composed, almost posed, and that very composure lent it an air of documentary truth. People looked at it and felt, in a single glance, that they were seeing the real thing. Wilson, however, was reluctant to attach his name to the image. He was a professional man with a professional standing to protect, and he had no desire to be known as the doctor who chased monsters. When he brought the photograph to the attention of the Daily Mail, he did so on the condition that his identity not be revealed. The paper agreed, and the photograph was published under the anonymous, slightly mysterious credit of a London surgeon, a phrase that gave the image an air of clinical authority without exposing its creator to ridicule. The picture appeared in the Daily Mail in April of that year, and the effect was instantaneous. Here at last was a clear image of the Loch Ness monster, not a blurred suggestion, not a distant dark shape, but a creature with a recognizable form, a neck that curved gracefully from the water, a head that seemed to look toward the opposite shore. The photograph appeared in newspapers around the world, and it convinced a great many people who had been sitting on the fence that the monster was real. Zoologists were consulted, and while some pointed out that the silhouette resembled a diving bird or an otter's tail, many admitted that the photograph was difficult to explain in ordinary terms. The surgeon's photograph was enough. It was the proof that people had been hoping for, and it fixed the look of the Loch Ness monster in the cultural memory in a way that no written account or verbal testimony could ever have done. For 60 years, the surgeon's photograph held its place as the most compelling visual evidence in the Nessie file. It was the image that believers pointed to first, the one that skeptics had to explain away, the one that shaped every subsequent drawing and model and film depiction of the creature. The long neck, the small head, the humped back. This was what Nessie looked like, and anyone who doubted it could simply look at the photograph and see for themselves. Wilson himself eventually allowed his name to become known, though he never sought publicity, and he went to his grave decades later without ever publicly retracting his story. The truth about the surgeon's photograph began to surface, slowly and then all at once, after many years had passed. By that time, the photograph had taken on the quality of an icon, an image that people accepted without thinking very hard about where it had come from. But a small number of researchers had begun to notice inconsistencies. The angle of the neck, the scale of the waves, the absence of any wake around the creature's supposed body. These details, when examined closely, did not quite add up. The definitive exposure came when an elderly man named Christian Sperling, who was nearing the end of his life, made a confession that rewrote the history of the legend. Sperling had been involved, more than half a century earlier, in a small conspiracy that had fooled the world, and he had carried the secret with him into old age. The story he told was simple, and in its simplicity, it was devastating. The creature in the photograph was not a living animal. It was a small model. Sperling had made it himself. He was the stepson of a man named Marmaduke Wetherell, a big game hunter and filmmaker who had been hired by the Daily Mail to search for evidence of the monster. Wetherell's expedition had ended in humiliation. He decided to take revenge on the newspaper that had embarrassed him by creating a photograph so convincing that the paper would publish it unquestioningly, a photograph that would later be exposed as a fake, embarrassing the Daily Mail in turn. The plan required a model, and Sperling, a skilled craftsman, was enlisted to build one. He carved the body, fitted a neck, and attached a small head. The whole thing was painted a dark grey and mounted on a toy submarine, the kind that could be wound up and sent chugging across the surface of a pond. The little craft was taken to a quiet bay on the loch, launched, and photographed from a low angle that made the tiny model look large and distant. The waves around it were simply the ripples created by the submarine's propeller. It was a clever scheme in its small, intricate way. The submarine could be set to run in a gentle circle so that the model would drift across the field of view of the waiting camera at just the right distance and in just the right light, and the low vantage point ensured that the surrounding water would fill the frame, hiding the small scale of the subject. The entire setup could be removed from the water in a few minutes, leaving nothing behind but a few fading ripples. It was, in its own quiet way, a work of art, an illusion constructed with the same patience and care that a stage magician might bring to a trick designed to be performed on the world. Robert Kenneth Wilson, the London surgeon, was not the mastermind of the hoax. He was a friend of Wetherell's who had been recruited to lend his professional name and reputation to the photograph, providing a credible front that would deflect suspicion. Wilson agreed to the role, and he played it so well that the hoax remained undetected for 6 decades. By the time Sperling told his story, Wetherell, Wilson, and the other conspirators were all dead. Sperling was the last living witness, and his confession closed the book on the most famous piece of evidence in the Loch Ness story. The revelation was a shock to many, but it did not kill the legend. In a strange way, it deepened the story, adding a layer of human intrigue to the natural mystery of the loch. The surgeon's photograph was a hoax, but the loch itself remained as deep and dark and unexplored as it had always been. And the older sightings, the Mackay and Spicer reports, the grey photograph, the centuries of local tradition, were not erased by the confession of an old man in his 90s. What the exposure of the hoax did was to remind the world, gently but firmly, that the legend of Loch Ness had always been shaped by human hands and human hopes, as much as by anything that might actually live in the water. The revelation of the surgeon's photograph as a hoax might have been expected to wound the legend, to cause the public to turn away with a weary shrug and consign the whole affair to the category of childish nonsense. But that is not what happened. What happened was that the legend simply absorbed the hoax, folded it into its own long story, and continued forward, as though the photograph had been only one chapter in a much older and deeper book. The reason for this resilience lay, at least in part, in the loch itself. Loch Ness, with its peat-stained opacity and its sudden changeable moods, had always been a place that made it easy to see what you wished to see. A breeze ruffling the surface could create the illusion of a long, undulating back. A diving bird, its wake spreading behind it, could become, to a hopeful eye, a serpentine neck. A seal, which can and does occasionally travel up the River Ness from the sea and into the freshwater loch, could surface with its round, dog-like head and then slip under again, leaving only a slowly expanding circle of ripples. Each of these ordinary events, on its own, would never have been mistaken for anything remarkable by a careful observer. But Loch Ness was rarely seen by careful observers in the full, unhurried light of a scientific examination. It was seen, most often, in glimpses and fragments, by a driver glancing sideways from a moving car, by a walker pausing between breaths on a hillside, by a holidaymaker watching from the deck of a boat that was itself in motion. The conditions of the loch robbed the witness of the very things that would have settled the question at once: a clear sense of scale, a fixed point of reference, the time to watch a shape for long enough to see what it truly was. The loch gave only a second, and in a second, almost anything could be believed. The loch was and remains a master of illusion, a collaborator in the gentle deceptions that the human mind is so willing to perform upon itself. Even before the famous surge of sightings, the pattern of misidentification was well established. The story of the pony taking a bath was only the most memorable of many such episodes. A drifting log, waterlogged and buoyant, could rise from the depths after a storm and bob at the surface in a way that suggested life, its dark, knotted end lifting like a head before it rolled and sank again. A sudden disturbance of the water, caused by a release of gas trapped in the muddy sediments below, could throw up a froth of bubbles and a brief, dark shape that was nothing more than a clump of vegetable matter, yet looked, in that fleeting moment, like the humped back of a large animal. A line of cormorants swimming in single file, their long necks held low to the water, could merge in the eye of a distant observer into a single undulating shape, and an otter, diving and resurfacing with its sleek, dark body, could produce the look of several humps rolling through the water. The loch had always held the raw materials for wonder, and the human mind had always been eager to assemble them into a story. What changed in the years after that time was that the wonder began to attract people who were not content to wait for a glimpse. They came to the loch determined to find proof, and when the loch declined to cooperate, some of them took matters into their own hands. The most prolific of these hopeful fabricators in later years was a man who set up a small camp on the southern shore and devoted years to watching the loch and taking photographs. His photographs were unlike the ambiguous blurs of earlier witnesses. They showed a long, humped creature with a distinct neck and a small head, often rising out of the water against a backdrop of the familiar Highland hills. He became a minor celebrity, giving interviews to newspapers and appearing on television programs. But as the years passed, a quiet skepticism gathered around him. The creature in his pictures looked, to the trained eye, remarkably consistent in its posture and proportions. It looked, some observers began to notice, suspiciously like a small model photographed against the water from a low angle, the same trick that had been used, decades earlier, with a toy submarine and a wooden neck. The exposure of his photographs came not through a dramatic confession, but through the steady work of journalists and researchers who examined his negatives and visited his camp. They found that he had been using a series of small, hand-carved models, which he would position in the water and photograph from a distance, creating the illusion of a full-sized creature. The models, crude but effective, were the product of a man who had, it seemed, started as a genuine believer and allowed his hope to carry him into a long and lonely deception. When the evidence of his fabrication became too strong to deny, he retreated from public view, and his photographs joined the surgeon's photograph in the category of exposures that did not, in the end, destroy the legend, but simply became part of its texture. At the very time that this was happening, a more sophisticated search was taking place farther up the loch, one that would generate its own set of ambiguous images. An inventor with a deep fascination for the Loch Ness mystery assembled a team of scientists and engineers, equipped them with state-of-the-art underwater cameras and sonar equipment, and brought them to the loch on a series of summer expeditions. The resulting images seemed to show a large, diamond-shaped flipper, and later a rough, reptilian face, and they were seized upon by the media as the closest thing to proof that had yet been produced. Skeptics, however, were not silent. Over the years, the flipper and the face were subjected to intensive analysis. The flipper, some experts argued, was not a flipper at all, but a submerged log, its shape distorted by the refraction of light through the water and the movement of the camera. Others suggested it might be a piece of sunken debris or a large clump of algae. The face, when examined without the lens of optimism, looked less like a head and more like a formation of silt and pebbles on the loch floor, a natural pattern that the camera had captured at a moment of turbulence. The strobe light had frozen a single instant of confusion, and the human eye had filled in the rest. The inventor himself never abandoned his belief that the loch held something unusual, and he continued his expeditions into the next century with unflagging dedication. But the photographs from those years, like so many pieces of evidence before them, slowly drifted from the center of the debate. They remained as tantalizing suggestions, whispers from the depths that might have been something, or might have been nothing at all. Across the decades, as the sightings accumulated and the photographs multiplied, a quiet, parallel conversation was taking place among those whose business was the patient work of separating what could be known from what was merely hoped for. Zoologists, marine biologists, and geologists looked at the body of testimony and asked, with varying degrees of sympathy, what living thing could actually account for a dark hump in the water, a long neck cutting the surface, a sudden violent disturbance in a place where no disturbance should have been? The most famous and most romantic of the ideas they examined was the suggestion that the Loch Ness monster might be a surviving plesiosaur, a marine reptile from the age of the dinosaurs that had somehow persisted into the modern world. The image was irresistible. A long, flexible neck, a bulky body propelled by 4 powerful flippers, a small head held above the water like a periscope. This was the silhouette that the surgeon's photograph had burned into the public imagination, and it matched, with an almost eerie precision, the fossil skeletons that museums had been displaying for a century. The difficulty, as the scientists who examined the idea were quick to point out, was that the plesiosaur theory collapsed under the weight of its own implausibility. Plesiosaurs were marine animals that lived in warm, shallow seas, not in cold freshwater lakes, and the last of them vanished from the fossil record 66 million years ago. There is no fossil evidence of any plesiosaur surviving into the age of mammals, let alone into a Scottish loch that did not exist in its present form until the glaciers retreated a mere 10,000 years ago. There was also the quiet, devastating matter of the loch itself being far too young to have served as a refuge for any ancient reptile. The basin that holds Loch Ness was scoured clean by ice within the last few tens of thousands of years, and the water that fills it now is no older than the ending of the last glaciation. If a population of plesiosaurs had somehow survived the catastrophe that removed all of their kin 66 million years ago, they would have had to find their way into a lake that did not exist until long after their time, a journey that defies every known fact of their biology. A population of large air-breathing reptiles would need to surface frequently to breathe, and over the centuries of recorded observation, those surfacings would have been witnessed as a regular, unmissable feature of the loch's daily rhythm. A breeding population would require dozens, perhaps hundreds, of creatures to maintain a viable genetic line, and a group of air-breathing reptiles that size would have left behind an ecological footprint that no sonar sweep or environmental survey could possibly miss. The loch, for all its depth and darkness, is not an ocean, and the food supply available within it could not sustain a colony of large predators. The romantic image of a prehistoric survivor sliding through the peaty depths was lovely and enduring, but it belonged to the realm of dreams rather than the world of living things. The plesiosaur theory, for all its charm, was a dream, and the cold, patient measurements of science could not make it anything more. A more grounded, but equally persistent idea was that the creature seen by so many witnesses might be nothing more than an extraordinarily large eel. This theory had the advantage of biological plausibility. Eels are common in Loch Ness, as they are in many European freshwater systems, and they are known to grow to lengths that can surprise even those who study them. The common eel, Anguilla anguilla, can reach more than a metre in length, and exceptionally large individuals have been recorded at 1.5 meters or more. Their long, sinuous bodies sliding through the dark water with the same rolling, humped motion that so many witnesses had described. A very large eel, surfacing briefly before diving again, could give the appearance of several dark humps breaking the surface in sequence. When a team of scientists conducted an environmental DNA survey of the loch in the early 21st century, they found abundant genetic material from eels, so much that the lead researcher was willing to entertain the possibility that the loch might harbour eels of unusual size. The DNA survey found no trace of any unknown large animal, no reptile, no mammal, no giant fish of an unrecognized species, but it did confirm that eels were everywhere in the loch, their genetic signature woven through the water like a quiet, persistent hum. The leap from an abundance of normal eels to the existence of a giant, undiscovered specimen, however, was one that skeptics were reluctant to make. The largest reliably recorded European eel is just over 1.5 meters, and while anglers and fishermen have occasionally reported eels of 2 meters or more, no specimen of that size has ever been scientifically verified. A creature the size of the Loch Ness monster, which witnesses often describe as being as large as a small boat, would require an eel of truly phenomenal proportions, a size unknown in any freshwater eel species anywhere in the world. Moreover, eels spend most of their time near the bottom of the water, and while they do occasionally surface, they are not known for the kind of sustained, visible swimming that the classic sightings describe. The eel theory, like the plesiosaur theory, explained some of the evidence but refused to stretch far enough to cover it all. There was something appealing about the idea nonetheless. It kept the mystery within the bounds of the natural world, requiring no impossible survivals and no unknown species. It was the kind of theory that a quiet, sensible person could hold without feeling foolish. And the eels themselves, the great, silent, sinuous fish that threaded through the black water in their countless thousands, remained a comfort to those who cherished a small hope. The loch was full of them, long and dark and strange, and no one could say with complete certainty how large the oldest and deepest of them might have grown. Other candidates from the animal kingdom were proposed and, after a season of hopeful examination, largely set aside. The sturgeon, a great armor-plated fish that can grow to lengths of 3 meters or more, was one of the earliest suggestions put forward by naturalists. Sturgeon are great sea fish that wander upriver to spawn, and an individual of unusual size, finding its way up the River Ness and into the loch, could certainly create a startling impression. The trouble was that sturgeon do not have long necks, and their bodies, when they surface, present a distinctive bony ridge that looks nothing like the smooth, rounded humps that witnesses so often reported. Seals, by contrast, were known to enter Loch Ness with some regularity. Both grey seals and common seals live along the Scottish coast, and both species occasionally travel up rivers and into freshwater lochs in search of fish. A seal surfacing in the middle of a dark, misty lake, its round, dog-like head rising out of the water on a long, thick neck, could look, at a distance, startlingly like the classic monster of the reports. A seal swimming beneath the surface could also create a rolling hump of water, and its sudden dives would leave behind the kind of swirling disturbance that witnesses described. Seals had been seen in the loch on multiple occasions, photographed and filmed, and when they appeared, they were often mistaken, at first glance, for something far stranger. The difficulty was that the seal theory, like the others, could not account for the reports of a long undulating back with multiple humps, or for the sheer size that many witnesses attributed to what they saw. In the end, many of the most sober investigators concluded that the most plausible explanation for the vast majority of Loch Ness sightings was not a single animal at all, but a shifting, unpredictable combination of natural phenomena and ordinary creatures seen under conditions that made them appear extraordinary. Floating debris, in particular, played a larger role in the story than most enthusiasts were willing to admit. The loch is surrounded by trees, and over the centuries countless branches and trunks have fallen into the water, become waterlogged, sunk to the bottom, and lain there in the cold, dark stillness until the slow process of decay released gases that brought them surging back to the surface. A large log, rising unexpectedly from the depths and rolling in the disturbance of its own emergence, could look for all the world like a living creature breaking the surface. Its dark, glistening bark could resemble wet skin, and its knotted, tapering end could seem to be a head or a tail. A sudden burp of gas from the loch bed could send up a plume of bubbles and a swirl of disturbed sediment that, to a person whose mind was already full of stories about monsters, could easily become the wake of a large animal slipping silently away. The known behavior of waterbirds, otters and deer swimming across the loch added further layers to the catalogue of possible misidentifications. A red deer, swimming strongly across a narrow part of the loch with only its head and antlers visible, could seem, in the right light, like a creature that belonged to no known species. All of these things, the scientists pointed out, were known to occur regularly on Loch Ness, and all of them had, at one time or another, been responsible for reports that were initially taken as evidence of something far stranger. The skeptical explanation was not that the witnesses were dishonest. It was that the loch, with its peculiar combination of darkness, scale, and atmospheric unpredictability, was a natural engine of illusion, a place that had perfected the art of showing people what they most wanted to see. No single theory, then, could gather up the whole sprawling, contradictory body of testimony and hold it in a neat, satisfying package. The plesiosaur was a beautiful impossibility. The giant eel, a more plausible shadow that never resolved into clear, measurable shape. The sturgeon and the seal and the floating log each explained a portion of the sightings, but none of them could explain them all. The Loch Ness monster, if it existed at all, was not one thing. It was 1,000 things, a mosaic of ordinary events that had been assembled, over time, into a single extraordinary picture. And yet, even among the most rigorous skeptics, there was often a small, unspoken reservation, a hesitation that crept in when the conversation turned from the laboratory to the loch itself. The water was so deep, so dark, so full of cold, hidden currents. The bottom had never been fully mapped, and the sheer volume of the loch meant that a creature could, in theory, evade detection for a very long time. The eDNA survey had found no unknown species, but it had sampled only the water, not the mud, not the deep, anoxic pockets where something might lie dormant or hidden. The loch, for all the decades of scrutiny, had not yet surrendered all of its secrets, and so long as a single dark corner remained unexplored, there would always be those who looked at the water and felt, with a gentle, wistful tug, that the real answer to the mystery had not yet been written. The first concerted efforts to bring the full weight of modern science into the quiet, patient water of Loch Ness began in the middle of the last century, when the legend was already a generation old and the world outside the Highlands had grown accustomed to the idea that something large and unknown might be living in the deep. By then, the Loch Ness Investigation Bureau had been formed by a small, dedicated band of volunteers, and they had set up a permanent observation post on the northern shore. They were joined, in the summers that followed, by scientists from the University of Birmingham and other institutions, men and women who brought with them a new kind of tool, a machine that could send pulses of sound down into the dark water and listen for the returning echoes. In the summer of one of those years, a team conducted a particularly ambitious sonar survey, crisscrossing the loch in a careful grid. Their equipment was, for its time, sophisticated, and as the days accumulated, the researchers began to notice large, moving echoes appearing at depths of several hundred feet. The objects seemed to be alive, swimming with a slow, deliberate purpose, and their estimated size was startling. The team kept their findings quiet while they worked, and when their final report was released, it was written in the careful, guarded language of scientists who had seen something remarkable but could not name it. The loch, they concluded, did indeed contain large moving objects that defied immediate identification, but the report stopped well short of calling those objects a monster. The echoes might be caused by dense, tightly packed schools of fish, by thermal layers in the water that reflected sonar in unpredictable ways, or by something else that the instruments could not distinguish. While the sonar operators were listening to the echoes from the surface, a different kind of explorer was preparing to slip into the loch itself. An American inventor and marine engineer who had followed the Loch Ness story from across the Atlantic with a fascination that would not let him rest, designed and built a small submersible, and on a series of careful dives, he slipped beneath the surface and entered a world that few human eyes had ever seen. The light from the surface faded quickly as the craft descended, turning from a pale greenish glow to a deep twilight, and then to an absolute blackness that pressed against the dome with a silence so complete it seemed almost solid. His lights cut a narrow tunnel through the murk, revealing suspended particles of peat and silt that drifted past like a slow, dark snow. He saw the rocky slopes of the loch's bottom, the pale, silt-covered ledges, the sudden plunging cliffs where the floor fell away into depths his little craft could not reach. He saw shadows that moved at the edge of his vision, shapes that dissolved before he could turn the dome toward them. He never saw a monster. The visibility, he later admitted, was so limited, so claustrophobically narrow, that a creature could have passed within a few feet of the submersible and remained entirely unseen. He emerged from his dives with a deep, sobering appreciation for the darkness that had kept the loch's secrets so well. The most ambitious sonar search ever mounted on the loch came one autumn, a massive operation that swept the loch with a fleet of boats. The operation was conceived and led by a naturalist who had spent years studying the ecology of the Great Glen. He assembled 24 craft, each one fitted with echo-sounding equipment, and on a calm October morning, he sent them out onto the loch in a line that stretched from shore to shore, like the teeth of a great, slow-moving comb being drawn through the water. The boats advanced in perfect formation, their sonar beams overlapping to create a continuous acoustic scan of the depths. For the first hours of the scan, the screens showed nothing that the researchers did not expect. But in the afternoon, the sonar operators began to register 3 large, distinct contacts that were moving through the water at a depth of more than 600 feet. The contacts were solid, persistent, and they were moving horizontally with a speed and steadiness that suggested something with its own propulsion. A ripple of excitement passed through the fleet, carried on the crackling radios that linked the boats together. The boats tightened their formation, trying to keep the contacts within the overlapping beams of the sonar, and the screens glowed with the steady, pulsing returns of something that was undeniably there, moving through the dark water in the deep, silent heart of the loch. The objects continued to advance for several minutes, and then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they faded from the screens. In the days that followed, the researchers worked through the data with painstaking care. The large contacts, when analyzed without the distorting lens of wishful thinking, proved to be a familiar phenomenon. The echoes could be explained by a dense concentration of fish, by a sudden upwelling of colder water from the deep, or by the complex thermal structure of the loch itself. The great sonar sweep, for all its scale and sophistication, found no monster. It produced a wealth of new information about the underwater cliffs and the deep, silt-choked basins, about the hidden currents and the temperature gradients that shape the loch's hidden world, but it left the central question precisely where it had been before, unanswered, suspended in the dark water, waiting. Other sonar sweeps followed in later years, each one bringing a refinement of technology and a new round of carefully worded conclusions. The loch had been swept with sonar, probed with cameras, descended into by the tiny, fragile submersibles of the brave and the hopeful, and yet no single piece of unambiguous proof had ever been produced. If something large and unusual did dwell in the depths of Loch Ness, it was a creature of extraordinary elusiveness. In the quiet years after that great sonar operation, the search for the Loch Ness monster entered a new phase, one that was less visible to the cameras and the journalists, but no less thorough. The scientists who had spent their careers studying the loch had come to understand something that the early monster hunters, in their eagerness, had not fully appreciated. The question of whether a large unknown creature lived in Loch Ness was not, at its heart, a puzzle that could be solved by chasing shadows on the surface or by interpreting ambiguous sonar returns. It was a matter that could be settled by looking at the water itself, at the invisible traces that every living thing leaves behind in the medium through which it moves. Every creature that swims, every fish that glides through the dark, peaty depths, sheds a constant, silent rain of genetic material into the water around it. A single liter of loch water, if you knew how to read it, could tell you a great deal about the creatures that had passed through it. This technique, which scientists call environmental DNA analysis, or eDNA, had been developed and refined in rivers and lakes and oceans around the world, and by the early part of this century it had become a powerful and respected tool. The man who brought this technique to Loch Ness was a geneticist from New Zealand, a professor who set out, as a scientist, to take a careful census of the life in Loch Ness, to identify as many species as possible using the new tools of genetic analysis, and to let the data speak for itself. If the loch contained a plesiosaur, the DNA would show it. If it contained a giant catfish, a sturgeon, a Greenland shark that had wandered into fresh water and grown to an immense size in the cold, dark depths, the DNA would show that too. And if it contained nothing but the ordinary fish and amphibians and birds that were known to live in every other large Scottish loch, then that answer, however quiet and unremarkable, would be the truth that the water was waiting to tell. One spring, the geneticist and his team arrived at Loch Ness, carrying with them a collection of bottles and filters and sampling equipment. The work itself was quiet and methodical, conducted from a small boat that moved slowly across the loch, stopping at predetermined points to lower a tube into the water and draw up sample after sample. The team collected water from the surface and from the depths, from the shallow bays at the loch's southern end, and from the deep dark basins in the centre, where the water was cold and still and had not seen sunlight for centuries. They sampled near the shore and in the open water, filling their bottles, labelling them carefully, and storing them in coolers. The work took weeks, and the weather, as it always does on Loch Ness, varied from calm, glassy stillness to sudden, lashing rain. But the sampling continued, patient and undramatic, until hundreds of litres of loch water had been gathered. Then began the long, silent labour of analysis. The water samples were shipped to laboratories in several countries, where the filters were processed, and the DNA was extracted, amplified, and sequenced. The machines that read the genetic code worked for months, turning the invisible traces in the water into vast, scrolling lists of nucleotide sequences, the letters of the biological alphabet that spelled out the names of every creature that had contributed to the loch's hidden life. The work of genetic analysis is among the most patient of all scientific undertakings. There are no dramatic moments in this kind of work, no sudden flashes of discovery. There is only the steady accumulation of information, a great wearing away of the unknown in tiny increments, until at last a pattern emerges from the noise. The team that worked on the Loch Ness samples approached the task with the same quiet discipline that any team of geneticists would bring to any body of water, and they were careful, above all, not to let expectations shape their reading of the data. The survey identified various fish species, the genetic signatures of all the species they had expected to find. There were traces of the birds that fed on the loch, the mergansers and grebes and cormorants. There were traces of the mammals that came to the shore to drink, the red deer and the roe deer, and, in a few samples, the distinctive signature of an otter. And running through nearly every sample like a quiet, persistent thread, there was the DNA of eels. The survey found DNA from various aquatic life, abundant and unmistakable, a sign that the loch harbored a large and thriving population of these long, sinuous fish. What the eDNA survey did not find was, in its own way, as important as what it did. The team searched the data carefully for any genetic signature that did not match a known species, any sequence that might indicate the presence of an unknown animal in the loch. They scanned for the genetic traces of reptiles, for the faintest hint of a plesiosaur lineage. They looked for the DNA of large marine fish, for sharks and catfish and sturgeon, for any creature that might, if it grew large enough, be mistaken for a monster. And they found nothing. The water held no unknown sequences, no mysterious genetic signatures that could not be matched to a documented species. No evidence was found for the existence of a large unknown creature. The eDNA survey, the most comprehensive biological census ever conducted on the loch, had found a rich and complex ecosystem, a thriving community of fish and birds and amphibians, but it had found no monster. The findings were released later, and they were handled with a gentleness that reflected the researchers' genuine affection for the legend. They did not declare the monster dead. They did not mock the believers or dismiss the centuries of testimony. They presented the data calmly, explained its limitations, and left the door open, just a crack, for the chance that the loch might still hold surprises. The eDNA survey, they pointed out, had sampled the water, but it had not sampled the sediment at the bottom of the loch, the deep, organic mud that might hold the remains of creatures long dead. It could not detect an animal that shed no DNA into the water, or one whose DNA degraded too quickly to be captured, or one that occupied a part of the loch that the sampling had somehow missed. These were small caveats, quiet notes of scientific caution, but they were sufficient to sustain the hope. The impact of the eDNA study on the broader culture of the Nessie legend was complex and, in some ways, surprising. For those who had always been skeptical, the results were a quiet confirmation of what they had long believed. For the believers, the study was absorbed into the long history of failed searches and ambiguous results, another chapter in a story that had always been defined by its refusal to be neatly concluded. The finding of abundant eel DNA gave the giant eel theory a new lease on life, and for a time the conversation shifted, with articles and documentaries speculating about the possibility of enormous eels gliding unseen through the peaty water. But the larger effect, the one that mattered most to the quiet, patient watchers who still sat on the shore with their binoculars and their thermoses of tea, was that the loch itself remained unchanged. The water was still dark. The mist still gathered at dusk. The surface still held the sky in its still, reflective keeping. And the question of what lay beneath it was still, in the deepest sense, unanswered. The eDNA study had not killed the legend. It had simply added a new layer of knowledge to a mystery that had always been larger than any single piece of evidence. And so, in the quiet years that followed the great eDNA survey, the vigil over Loch Ness did not end. It simply returned, as it always returned, to the quiet, steady rhythm that had sustained it through the decades, the patient watching of people who loved the loch and who understood that a mystery of this kind was not something to be solved and set aside like a puzzle completed, but something to be lived with gently, a companion to the slow turning of the seasons. At the center of this ongoing watch, in more ways than one, stood a modest building on the shore of the loch at Drumnadrochit, a place that had grown over the years from a small tourist information office into the Loch Ness Centre, a hub of education and quiet enthusiasm that welcomed visitors from every corner of the world. The centre was not a temple of wild-eyed belief, nor was it a stern citadel of skepticism. It was something gentler, a place where the whole long story of the loch was laid out for anyone who wished to wander through it, from the geological forces that had carved the Great Glen, to the Pictish stones and the saint's miracle, from the newspaper frenzy of that early spring to the sonar sweeps and the DNA surveys of the present day. The exhibitions were calm and thoughtful, presenting the evidence as it was, without insisting on a single conclusion. A visitor could walk through the rooms and emerge with their childhood wonder intact, or with a quiet, informed skepticism, or with a simple appreciation for the beauty of the landscape and the depth of the human need to believe in something more. The center did not tell people what to think. It simply gave them the story, with all its twists and turns and human frailties. And then it directed their gaze, gently, toward the wide window that looked out over the dark water, where the real question lay. Part of the center's quiet contribution to the ongoing vigil was the network of webcams that had been placed at strategic points along the shore, their lenses aimed out over the loch, and their feeds streaming continuously to the internet, where anyone, anywhere in the world, could sit at a desk or in a bed and watch the grey water rippling in the Highland light. Most of the time, they showed nothing but the loch doing what it had always done, the breeze chasing small waves across the surface, the mist gathering and dissipating. But every so often, someone watching from a living room in Tokyo or a kitchen in Toronto would see a disturbance, a wake that seemed to come from nowhere, a dark shape that rose and fell, and they would send a message or post an image to the community of watchers who had grown up around the loch in the digital age, a scattered, gentle fellowship of people whose eyes were turned toward the same dark water with the same small, patient hope. It was a fellowship that had no fixed membership and no rules. Anyone could join simply by opening a browser window, and many did, returning day after day to the quiet image of the loch with a loyalty that would have puzzled anyone who did not share it. The watchers learned the moods of the water in a way that the day-tripping visitors never could, and they could tell at a glance when a change in the light or the wind signaled the possibility of something interesting. When a genuine report came in, the news would pass through the scattered community with a speed that no official network could match, and for a few hours the cameras would be watched with a special, heightened attention. Then the loch would settle back to its ordinary calm, and the watchers would return to their patient routines. That community was a curious and lovely thing. It was not a frantic, noisy crowd demanding proof. It was, for the most part, a collection of people who simply enjoyed watching, who found a kind of peace in the steady image of the loch on their screens, and who had come to know one another over the years in the way that people who share a long, quiet interest come to know each other. They exchanged photographs of unusual ripples, debated the latest sonar reading from a private expedition, shared the news of a seal that had been spotted in the shallows and which, in the right light, had looked for a moment like something far stranger. They were not, by and large, people who insisted that the creature was real. They were people who liked the idea that it might be, and who had found, in the simple act of watching, a small, calming ritual in a busy world. Every few years, the community would organize a more concerted watch, a weekend or a week when volunteers gathered along the shore with binoculars and cameras and notebooks, maintaining a continuous observation of a particular stretch of the loch. These events were not searches in the frantic sense. They were patient vigils, conducted with a quiet, almost meditative attention, and the people who took part in them spoke of the experience not as a quest for proof, but as a way of connecting with the loch, with its moods and its weather, with the light that changed minute by minute. The true reward of such a watch, they would say, was not the photograph that might or might not be captured. It was the hours spent in the company of the loch, the sense of being present in a place where something wonderful had been, for a very long time, considered possible. The Loch Ness Centre, in its quiet way, supported these efforts, providing a space where the watchers could gather and share their findings, and maintaining an archive of reports that stretched back, in an unbroken line, to the first brief paragraph that Alec Campbell had written for the Courier in that remarkable spring. Someone, somewhere, was still logging every credible sighting, still noting the date and the weather and the description, still adding one more small stone to the cairn of testimony that had been built up, year after year, by people who simply wanted to keep the question alive. And so the vigil continued. In the early mornings, when the first light touched the hills and turned the water to a pale, luminous grey, and in the late evenings, when the last tourists had gone back to their guest houses and the loch remained in solitude beneath the canopy of stars, with only the gentle lapping of waves against the stony shore. The watchers came and went, and the cameras hummed quietly on their mounts, and the deep, dark water held its peace, as it had always done, giving nothing and taking nothing, simply lying there in its great glacial valley, while the world above it whispered and wondered. With all the instruments and analyses that had been brought to bear on the loch, with the sonar sweeps and the DNA surveys and the long, careful catalogues of every fish and bird and drifting log, there remained a dimension of the mystery that no machine could measure. It was the dimension that lived not in the water, but in the mind, in the quiet space behind the eyes, where a glimpse of a ripple became the curve of a neck and a shadow on the surface became a living, breathing thing. The Loch Ness monster, whatever else it might or might not be, had always been a creature of perception, shaped as much by the human mind as by any biology that might or might not lurk in the depths. The scientists who studied the psychology of perception had a word for one of the most powerful forces at work on the loch. They called it pareidolia, the tendency of the human brain to find meaningful patterns, faces, animals, whole landscapes of significance in what is actually random and formless. It was the same impulse that made a child see a dragon in a cloud or a face in the knots of a wooden fence, and it was not a flaw in the mind's design, but a feature of it, a deep and ancient wiring that had helped our ancestors spot the shape of a predator hidden in the dappled shadows of a forest. The brain, faced with incomplete information, would rather see a pattern that was not there than miss one that was. Loch Ness, with its dark, opaque water and its constantly shifting surface, was a landscape built for pareidolia. The loch almost never gave a clear view of anything. It offered glimpses, fragments, a disturbance that lasted only a second or two before the water closed over it again. Into that brief, impoverished visual moment, the mind poured everything it had: expectation, memory, the stories it had heard since childhood, the deep, wordless hope that the world was larger and stranger than the textbooks said. A tourist who arrived at the loch, knowing nothing about the monster, might see a wave and think only of wind. A tourist who arrived with the picture of a long-necked creature, already vivid in their imagination, might perceive, in the single second of its existence, a small, dark head rising from the water, a curve of neck, a glistening back rolling through the grey light. Neither tourist was lying. Both were simply seeing, and the difference between what was seen and what was there was as thin and shifting as the surface of the loch itself. The particular conditions of Loch Ness made this perceptual dance more intricate still. The water, stained with peat, was a curtain, a dark liquid opacity that concealed everything below the first few feet and forced the observer to construct a complete picture from the merest hints. A dark patch that appeared on the surface could be a submerged object rising from the deep, or it could be a cloud shadow moving across the water at the exact pace of a swimming animal. A sudden splash could be a fish jumping, or a bird diving, or a clump of earth falling from an overhanging bank. The loch, by its very nature, withheld the clues that would have put the mystery to rest, and into that withholding the imagination stepped with an eagerness that had been refined by millions of years of evolution. It is the same mechanism that makes us see a face in the shadowed hollows of a tree trunk or read a whole landscape of meaning into the shifting shapes of a fire. The mind was not designed for passive observation. It was designed to make sense of the world quickly, to draw conclusions from the smallest fragments of evidence, and to fill any gap with its best guess. On a loch as dark and changeful as Ness, the gaps were everywhere, and the guesses that filled them were shaped by every story the witness had ever heard, every picture ever seen, every dream of mystery that they carried with them. The wonder is not that so many people have seen the monster over the years. The wonder is that the sightings are not far more numerous than they are. The wave patterns of the loch were themselves a constant source of visual illusion. A boat passing far out on the water could leave a wake that, long after the boat itself had disappeared around a headland, continued to roll across the surface in a series of low, dark humps that looked, from a distance, exactly like the classic descriptions of a creature swimming. The wind, too, could draw patterns on the water that mimicked the motion of a large animal. A gust sweeping down one of the steep side valleys would strike the loch at an angle, producing a line of dark, ruffled water that travelled across the surface in a long, undulating curve. Even when the surface was glassy and still, the loch could produce illusions that fooled the most careful observer. A sachet, a standing wave that set the entire body of water rocking gently from end to end, might reveal itself in strange, fleeting upwellings. A temperature inversion, where a layer of cold water slid beneath a warmer layer, could produce a visible line on the surface, a narrow band of smooth, glossy water that looked like the wake of something very large moving just beneath. The loch was never truly still. It was a living, breathing system of invisible currents and hidden forces, and at any given moment, some small part of that system was likely to produce a visual effect that did not immediately explain itself. What made the whole phenomenon so powerful, so enduring across all the decades of debunkings and exposures, was that the act of seeing a monster on Loch Ness was not, in the usual sense, an error. It was a collaboration, a dance between the water and the mind, between the real, physical loch with its dark, shifting surface and the vast, invisible loch that existed in the memory and the imagination of everyone who had ever heard the name. The witnesses who reported seeing a long, dark neck rise from the water were not, in most cases, fabricating a story. They were reporting, as accurately as they could, what their minds had made of the small, ambiguous data that their eyes had received. Their testimony was real testimony. It was simply testimony about an event that had happened, in part, inside their own heads, in that mysterious space where perception and imagination meet, and where the boundary between them becomes, in the end, impossible to draw with any certainty. And so, alongside the sonar traces that could be explained by thermal layers, and the photographs that turned out to be logs or otters or deliberate hoaxes, the psychological dimension of the mystery stood as a quiet, persistent reminder that the Loch Ness monster was not merely a question about zoology. It was a question about the human mind, about the way that hope and expectation could reshape the raw material of a grey Scottish afternoon into a moment of genuine wonder. The loch, with its dark water and its shifting mists and its long, empty reaches where the eye could lose itself for hours, was a mirror of a different kind. It reflected the sky, the hills, and the deep and ancient need to believe that the world was still, in some small corner, a place of mystery. And so long as that need existed, so long as people looked at dark water and felt a small, quiet stirring in their hearts, the monster would continue to be seen, rising and falling in the minds of those who watched, a shape that was real and not real at the same time, a shadow that belonged as much to the eye of the beholder as to the deep, silent water that held, and would always hold, its secrets close. As the decades passed, and the initial shock of those early sightings settled into a gentler, more familiar rhythm. The creature of Loch Ness began a slow and remarkable transformation. It was a change that took place in the minds and hearts of the folk who lived in the scattered villages around the loch, and of the millions who came to visit. A change that turned a frightening, unknown beast into something softer, something almost domestic, a creature that belonged not to the realm of nightmares, but to the warm, affectionate world of bedtime stories and picture postcards and stuffed toys placed on the pillows of sleeping children. The shift began in the small, practical decisions of people who needed to make a living. Soon, the loch had become a destination, and the villagers along its shores had discovered, with a mixture of bemusement and gratitude, that the monster that had once been a source of local unease was now a source of local income. The hotels filled up, new guest houses sprang up, and the little shops that had once sold only the necessities of Highland life began to display a new kind of merchandise in their windows. There were postcards bearing fanciful illustrations of the monster, the long neck rising gracefully from a stylized blue lock, the small head turned to look at the viewer with an expression that was, depending on the artist, curious or shy or gently comical. There were tea towels and spoons and ashtrays, each one stamped with a green, humped silhouette that was becoming, year by year, as recognizable a symbol of Scotland as the thistle or the stag. It was somewhere in this gentle commercial hum that the creature acquired its name, the affectionate diminutive that would come to define its public personality for the rest of the century and beyond. The exact origin of the name Nessie is lost in the soft blur of oral history, but soon it was already appearing in newspaper articles and in the casual conversation of locals who had grown tired of saying the full, ponderous phrase, the Loch Ness Monster, every time the subject arose. Nessie was a name that tamed the beast, that shrank it down to a manageable size, that turned it from a frightening unknown into a kind of mascot, a shy, elusive neighbor who might, if you were very patient and fortunate, make an appearance on a still summer afternoon. The name carried with it a whole attitude, a fond, protective warmth that was entirely absent from the breathless reports of earlier years. Nessie was not a monster. Nessie was a friend. The image of Nessie that emerged from this cultural alchemy was remarkably consistent, a silhouette that had been burnished by decades of artists and illustrators and souvenir manufacturers until it had acquired the smooth, simplified grace of an icon. The creature was always green, a soft, mossy green that blended with the hills and the water, even though the actual witnesses, over the decades, had described a range of colours from grey to brown to a dark, glistening black. The green had no basis in any testimony. It was the colour of the Scottish landscape, the colour of the heather and the pine and the deep, peaty water, and it just felt right. The neck was always long and graceful, the head was always small and friendly, and the humps, which had been a source of such confusion and debate in the early reports, were now depicted with a cheerful consistency, 2 or 3 smooth, rounded curves that rose from the water like the coils of a friendly sea serpent. No one was frightened by this Nessie. Children drew her in school art projects and asked their parents, with wide, hopeful eyes, whether they might see her on the family holiday. This was the creature that travelled across the world in the minds of children who had never seen Scotland, who perhaps could not have pointed to it on a map, but who knew with complete certainty that Nessie lived in a loch and that she was kind. The nickname had done something extraordinary. It had taken a legend that might have frightened them and turned it into a companion, a secret friend, a creature that could be loved without fear and that could be believed in without ever having to be seen. The commercial embrace of Nessie reached its fullest expression as the century progressed, when the creature became one of the most valuable assets in the Scottish tourism industry. Visitors came from every continent, and while many of them arrived with a genuine curiosity about the mystery, Many more came simply because the idea of Nessie had been part of their imaginative landscape since childhood. They bought the stuffed toys and the tea towels and the little plastic models that floated in a bathtub with a cheerful, improbable buoyancy. They posed for photographs beside the fiberglass Nessie statues that appeared in village squares and car parks, grinning beside a bright green neck and head that rose from a concrete plinth. They took the boat cruises that departed from the piers, and they listened to the guides who pointed out the deepest parts of the loch and told the old stories with a practiced, gentle humour that neither confirmed nor denied the creature's existence. What was remarkable about this cultural evolution, when you stepped back and looked at it with a clear eye, was how thoroughly the friendly, green, toy-like Nessie had replaced the darker, more ambiguous creature of the early reports. The animal that Oldie Mackay had seen rolling in the water had been strange and unsettling. The creature that George Spicer had described crossing the road with a lamb in its mouth had been, by his own account, a nightmarish thing. But those earlier, more troubling images had been gradually smoothed away by time and repetition, replaced by a creature that was as comforting as a bedtime story, a gentle giant who lived in a deep, dark lake and who never, in any of the modern depictions, did anything more threatening than lift her head to look at the passing boats with a mild, incurious gaze. The friendly Nessie became, in later years, a global citizen, a creature whose fame extended far beyond the shores of the loch that had given her a home. She appeared in cartoons and comic strips, in advertising campaigns for products wholly unrelated to Scotland, in the names of cocktails and the logos of sports teams. A quest for the Loch Ness monster became a shorthand, in the language of popular culture, for any hunt that was charmingly hopeless, any pursuit of a dream that was probably impossible but worth undertaking anyway for the pleasure of the search itself. And yet, beneath all the commercial cheerfulness and the soft souvenirs and the fiberglass statues, the loch itself remained what it had always been, deep and dark and full of silence, a body of water that had yielded none of its secrets and that continued, in its quiet, indifferent way, to draw people to its shores with the same small, stubborn hope that had brought the first newspaper reporters north in that remarkable spring. And yet, for all the gentle commercial warmth that had gathered around the name, for all the mementos and the cheerful fiberglass statues, the deepest reason that the story of Nessie endured had very little to do with economics. It had to do with something quieter and older, something that stirred in the human heart long before the first souvenir shop opened its doors, and long after the last tourist had gone home and the loch was left alone with the night. But the mystery remained, as patient as the water itself. There is, in most of us, a small private ache for mystery, a hope that the world has not yet been fully mapped and catalogued and explained, that somewhere beyond the reach of the satellites and the databases, there remains a corner where the old questions can still be asked. The modern age has given us many gifts, but it has taken away a great deal of the dark, and by dark I do not mean the absence of light, but the absence of certainty, the shadowy space in which the imagination could once roam freely, and where the border between the real and the imagined was soft and permeable and full of possibility. Every year another species is discovered, another deep-sea trench is charted, another distant planet is photographed by a passing probe, and the circle of the unknown grows smaller and tighter around us. The stories that once peopled the forests and the lakes and the high, lonely hills with beings we could not name have been, one by one, brought into the hard light of examination and set aside. But the Loch Ness monster has not gone. It has survived the cameras and the sonar sweeps and the DNA surveys, survived the hoaxes and the debunkings, and the long, patient dismantling of its most cherished pieces of evidence. And it has survived not because the evidence for it is strong, but because the need for it is deep. The creature in the loch is one of the last great mysteries of the natural world that is still, in some small way, accessible to the ordinary person. Anyone can stand on the shore and watch the water. Anyone can feel, for a moment, the quiet thrill of not knowing, the small, shivering hope that the dark surface might break and reveal something that does not fit into the careful categories of the textbooks. The whale songs that echo through the deep oceans are heard only by researchers with hydrophones, and the bizarre creatures that cluster around the thermal vents of the mid-Atlantic ridge are glimpsed only through the cameras of submersibles that cost millions of pounds to operate. But Loch Ness is a place where you can buy a ticket, take a seat on a bench, and look out over the water with your own unaided eyes. And the monster, if it exists, is there, somewhere beneath the grey surface, a mystery that belongs to everyone and to no one, a secret that the loch has kept for centuries, and that the loch could, on some quiet, unexpected afternoon, choose to share with you. And then there is the landscape itself, the deep, enduring beauty of the place that holds the mystery. The Highlands of Scotland are among the oldest landscapes in the world, worn down by time and weather into a shape of quiet, aching loveliness. And Loch Ness lies at their heart like a dark mirror laid along the floor of the great glen. The hills that rise from the water are old hills, smoothed and rounded by the weight of the ice that once covered them. Their slopes are patchwork of heather and pine, and the pale green of new bracken in the spring. The light on these hills is always changing, and a single afternoon can pass through a dozen moods, from a clear pale gold that makes the water glitter like a sheet of beaten metal, to a soft, diffuse grey that blurs the line between the loch and the sky and turns the whole world into a watercolour of mist and shadow. To stand beside Loch Ness on a quiet evening, when the last of the day's boats have returned to their moorings and the voices of the tourists have faded from the car parks and the gift shops have pulled down their shutters, is to stand in a place that feels unchanged since the first people made their homes along its shores thousands of years ago. The water laps against the stones with the same soft, rhythmic sound that it has made for millennia, and the hills hold their ancient silence, and the sky, if you are lucky, fills with a slow, spreading wash of stars that the city dwellers among the visitors have never seen and cannot quite believe. The loch does not need the monster to be beautiful. It was beautiful before the first stories of a creature in its depths were told, and it will be beautiful long after the last newspaper article has been written and the last webcam has been switched off. But the monster adds something to the beauty, a layer of depth and meaning that turns a lovely view into a place of genuine enchantment. The knowledge that something might be living in the dark water, something that no one has ever quite managed to prove or disprove, changes the quality of the looking. It makes the surface of the loch into a question as well as a reflection, a mystery that waits, patient and silent, beneath the shifting patterns of the light. That question, once posed, opens a door in the mind that is hard to close again. We live our lives, most of us, in a world of answers, of maps and schedules and explanations, and the presence of a genuine, undisturbed question can feel almost like a luxury. To stand on the shore of Loch Ness and not know, truly not know, whether something ancient and unclassified is moving in the depths below, is to experience a rare and precious humility. It is the same humility that our distant ancestors must have felt when they looked out at the wild dark beyond the fire. And there is a strange comfort in it, a reminder that our knowledge of the world is not, and perhaps never will be, complete. What the loch offers, in the end, is not a puzzle to be solved, but an experience to be lived, a small, quiet invitation to sit still and watch and wonder. The people who come to Loch Ness year after year, the ones who know the loch not as a day trip, but as a place of personal pilgrimage, tend to speak less about proof and more about feeling, less about what they have seen and more about what they have sensed. They talk about the peace that settles over them when they find a quiet spot on the shore and let their gaze rest on the water, the way that the endless small motions of the loch seem to slow the mind and draw it into a gentler rhythm. They talk about the companionship of other watchers, the quiet nod exchanged with a stranger who has also risen early and walked down to the water's edge with a pair of binoculars and a thermos of coffee. And they talk sometimes about the moments when they have been sure, absolutely and completely sure, that they have seen something, a dark shape that moved against the current, a wake that had no boat to explain it, a head that lifted from the water and looked at them for a single breathless second before it sank back into the deep. Whether those moments were real or imagined, whether they were glimpses of a living creature or only the loch playing its old familiar tricks on a willing mind, is a question that the watchers tend to leave unanswered. The feeling of the moment was real, they will say, and that, in the quiet logic of the loch, is enough. The hope that some wonder remains, that the world is not yet fully stripped of its mysteries, is a hope that needs no justification. It is a human hope, as old as the first stories told around the first fires, and it has found in Loch Ness a home that feels almost perfectly suited to its needs. The loch is deep enough to hold a secret, dark enough to hide it, and beautiful enough to make the waiting itself feel like a gift. The creature, whether it exists or not, has given the world a reason to look at the water with a fresh and patient eye, to pause in the busy rush of modern life and spend a quiet hour watching the surface of a lake for something that might never come. And in that watching, in that small, hopeful, meditative attention, there is a kind of grace, a reminder that the world is still full of things that we do not fully understand, and that the proper response to a mystery is not always to solve it, but to sit beside it, quietly, and let it be. As dusk settles over the loch, the mist gathers, as it always has, and the last light fades from the hills, and the water turns from grey to black to a deep, shimmering darkness that holds the faint reflection of the first stars. Somewhere in that darkness, the eels are swimming their slow, ancient paths through the cold water, and the salmon are resting in the deep channels, and the seals, if they have come up from the sea, are surfacing with their round, dark heads and their curious, intelligent eyes. And perhaps, in some hidden corner of the loch, in a trench that no sonar has ever fully mapped, something else is moving, something that has been moving for centuries, patient and silent and utterly indifferent to the hopes and fears of the people who watch from the shore. The loch does not say, it simply holds its peace and waits for the morning when the watchers will return. As the dawn light touches the hills above the great glen and the mist begins to stir on the dark surface of the loch, our journey together draws gently to its close. The stories we have shared tonight have carried us from the ancient Pictish stones to the quiet shores where watchers still gather, from the echoes of St. Columba's voice across the River Ness to the patient, deep-water silence that holds its secrets beneath the peat-stained surface. The loch remains, as it has always remained, a place of quiet wonder, a dark mirror that gathers the sky, the rolling hills, and the quiet, enduring hope that the world still holds a small, gentle mystery. And you, wherever you are resting, have travelled with me through these Scottish mists and these ancient waters. The loch is still there, in the soft, quiet place behind your closed eyes, and the creature, whether real or imagined, is still swimming in the darkness, patient and silent, waiting for another day when the watchers will gather again. Let your thoughts drift out across that dark water now, as the ripples spread and soften and become the slow, steady rhythm of your breath. The highland hills are settling into the night behind you, and the mist is gathering in the valleys, and the world, for this one quiet hour, is exactly as it should be. For now, let the loch fade into the softness of your own breathing. Let the hills grow distant and the water grow still, and let the last image in your mind be simply the calm, dark surface of the water, holding the light of a pale Scottish sky, and the knowledge that some things, the gentlest things, are allowed to remain a mystery. I hope this sleep story has helped you drift into a peaceful, restful sleep. Come back and let me guide you into another tale tomorrow evening. For now, may your rest be deep and your dreams be kind. Hello there. Welcome back to our podcast. Long before anyone wrote the word vampire down on a page, people were already afraid of the dead coming back. Tonight, I want to take you somewhere much older than the stories most of us first think of when that word comes up. Somewhere older than the mountain passes of Transylvania and the pale aristocrats of Victorian fiction. Older than the medieval chronicles in which educated monks recorded things they couldn't explain. Older still than the written traditions we tend to point to when we want to say a belief is ancient. The fear I want to trace tonight doesn't belong to any single civilization or any single century. That is perhaps the first thing worth noting about it. This was because it appears, with a consistency that becomes more striking the longer you look at it, in cultures that have no meaningful contact with each other, separated by vast distances of ocean and steppe and forest, speaking languages with no shared roots, disagreeing on almost every other matter of belief. You find traces of it in the clay tablets of ancient Mesopotamia. You find it in the burial practices of early Slavic communities scattered across the forests of Eastern Europe. You find it in the mythology of the ancient Greeks and in the writings of Roman authors and in the church records of rural New England communities barely 200 years ago. The particular shape the fear takes is different in each of these places. The creature is given a different name in nearly every tradition that describes it. The rituals devised to stop it vary from one village to the next, sometimes dramatically, but the fear underneath all of that variety is remarkably, almost eerily, consistent. Certain dead don't rest. They return, and what they return to do is feed on the warmth and the life of those they left behind. I find that consistency genuinely worth sitting with. I hope that as the night settles around you, you will too, because it opens up something real about what it has meant. In every era, in every corner of the world, to lose someone and then lie awake wondering if the loss is truly complete. What gives this particular fear such staying power, I think, is the internal logic it follows. A logic that isn't difficult to understand once you encounter it. Across most of the traditions in which the restless dead appear, it isn't simply every person who has died that is thought to return. The dead who were mourned properly, buried in the right ground with the right words spoken over them, who died in old age after a life that reached some natural conclusion. Those dead were generally trusted to remain where they were placed. The ones who troubled the living were the ones whose deaths felt unresolved. A young person taken far too soon, whose life had most of its shape still left to find. Someone killed by violence, whose departure from the world had been abrupt and full of unspent force. A person who died far from home with no one to perform the necessary rites, or who was buried hastily, or in unconsecrated ground, or whose last hours had gone unwitnessed by anyone who knew the proper forms. These were deaths with something left over in them. A remainder that the normal ceremonies of burial and grief weren't quite enough to close off, and the belief, across traditions as different as Sumerian temple culture and 18th century Serbian village life, was that what is left over doesn't simply fade. It clings. It returns to the places and the people it knew, the house, the family, the bed it slept in for 30 years, and the returning isn't a comfort but a drain. The living who are near it grow pale and tired in ways that feel, to those watching, like something being taken from them. You can feel the weight of real grief in that image just as clearly as you can feel the fear, the word vampire itself, for all the centuries of belief it has come to represent, is surprisingly recent in English, arriving only in the early 18th century, borrowed from German, that had it from Serbian, with roots that trace back further still into territory that etymologists handle with some care. The creature the word eventually named, however, is ancient in a way that makes the word feel almost secondary, a label attached late in the day to something that had been quietly present for thousands of years. Long before anyone agreed on what to call it, people were already watching the grave carefully, placing things in coffins, performing rituals at the burial site to make sure the boundary between the living and the dead held firm. That seriousness, that care, runs through everything we'll explore together tonight. From the river valleys of the ancient Near East to the quiet churchyards of New England, the creature they feared had no single name yet, but it was already very much alive in the imagination. About 5,000 years ago, in the river valleys between the Tigris and Euphrates, people who worked by lamplight and buried their dead carefully were already thinking about what happened when a burial went wrong. The cities of ancient Sumer rose from flat, fertile ground between two great rivers. The people who built them understood the world as a place governed by invisible forces that required careful tending. The fields needed water, the gods needed prayers. The dead needed to be put to rest in the right way, with the right words spoken over them and the right offerings placed beside them in the earth. When all of that was done correctly, the dead descended into what the Sumerians called the Kur, a dim underworld beneath the surface of things where the spirits of the departed lived, out a pale, quiet reflection of their former lives, drinking dark water and eating dust, troubling the living no further. This was not superstition, but theology. The Sumerians understood that the structure of existence depended on proper transitions, on ceremonies that moved a person safely from one state to another. A dead person who remained unaccounted for was not simply a tragedy in human terms. It was a break in the order of things, a failure in the cosmic machinery that kept the living and the dead in their proper spheres. I want you to hold that image for a moment. The care involved, the attention, the sense that the dead were owed something and that the living had a real obligation to provide it. When those rites went wrong, when a body was left unburied in the open air, or when someone died violently and far from home, or when no one remained in the family to tend to the necessary ceremonies, the dead could not make that descent. They remained caught between the world of the living and the place that was supposed to receive them. Neither fully one thing nor the other. In that in-between state, they became something that the ancient Mesopotamians called the Edimu. You might expect the Edimu to be something dramatic, a spectre rattling through the dark, but the clay tablets that preserve these beliefs describe something quieter than that, and perhaps more unsettling. A presence that attached itself to the living, the way low fever attaches to a person over a long night. Not violent in any obvious way, but persistent, pulling warmth and energy from whoever it had fixed itself upon. Them gradually weaker, their vitality draining in a way that no visible wound could account for. The symptoms could appear gradually or suddenly. A person afflicted by an Edimu might grow pale and listless, their appetite vanishing even as they felt strangely unsatisfied. Multiple members of a household could be affected in sequence, each one weakening as the Edimu moved among them. mind of a Sumerian physician or priest, this pattern was diagnostic, evidence of a wandering dead that had fixed itself to the family. These tablets, some of them dating to around 3,000 years before the Common Era, were pressed into soft clay with reed styluses by scribes who took the matter seriously enough to record it. What they recorded was not folklore at the fringes of daily life, but belief that sat right at the center of how their world worked. What made the Adimu so troubling to the people who believed in it was how easily one could be made, how little suffering was required to transform an ordinary person into something that could not rest and would not leave. Dying by violence was enough. Dying young, before a full life had been lived, was enough. Dying far from home in a foreign land where no family could stand over the body and speak the words, that was enough too. Being left unburied, exposed on open ground rather than placed carefully beneath the earth, sealed the matter. You can sense the logic underneath all of this. It's a kind of logic that your own instincts can still recognize, even now, even this many centuries removed from it. The idea that a death that goes unwitnessed, unacknowledged, untended, is a death that leaves something unresolved. The ancient Sumerians and Babylonians were describing a cosmic injustice. The person who had already suffered in life, who had been denied a peaceful death or a proper burial, punished a second time by being denied the peace of the underworld, sentenced to wander the earth among the living they had left behind. This was understood as more than mere cruelty. In the Mesopotamian view, the universe operated on principles of reciprocity and order, debts incurred and paid, violations acknowledged and corrected. A person denied proper death rights had a legitimate grievance that resonated through reality itself. The Adimu's persistence was not malice, but desperate need, a wound in the world, seeking to be healed. And in their wandering, the Adimu did what the unquiet dead have done in nearly every tradition that imagines them. They came back to the living world and they took from it, not with fangs or dramatic hunger, but in a way that the people around them could feel accumulating, a slow heaviness entering a household, a wasting illness that moved from one person to the next without a visible cause, energy seeping out of a family the way warmth seeps from a house when the walls have gone thin. The priests and ritual specialists who dealt with these cases had remedies designed not to destroy the Adimu, but to release it, to give the wandering dead what they had been denied in life: proper burial, proper prayers, the offerings and the acknowledgement that they had once been a person worth mourning. When those things were provided, the belief held. The Adimu could finally descend to the Kur and leave the living in peace. There is something almost gentle in that logic, a recognition that the dangerous dead were not wicked so much as they were incomplete, that the remedy for their danger was not exorcism but compassion, the belated gift of the dignity they had been owed all along. The dead were not enemies to be vanquished, but people to be finished mourning, restored to the peace that death itself should have provided. This distinction shaped everything the ancient Mesopotamians believed about dealing with the supernatural. The Adimu did not drink blood the way later vampires would, but it fed on the living all the same. The people of ancient Mesopotamia knew exactly how to make on. In the old incantation texts of Babylonia, carved into clay tablets found in the ruins of temples, there is a figure who appears again and again at the edges of sleep. She does not announce herself the way a god might, with thunder or a procession of lesser beings trailing behind her. She simply appears, as she always has, in the hours when the household has gone quiet and the lamp has burned down to its last small glow. A figure with wings folded against her back and feet that do not quite touch the ground in the way that living feet do. The scholars who have studied these tablets carefully, the cuneiform pressed into wet clay thousands of years before anyone thought to write in ink on paper, have found her name in variations that shift and blur across centuries and languages, a name that sounds in some of its oldest forms. Something like Lilitu, a word connected in the Akkadian language to the word for wind or for air, for the thing that moves through a place and leaves a chill behind it. She belongs, in this earliest form, to a class of demons that the Mesopotamian world recognized as dangerous, precisely because they moved at night and because they targeted the most vulnerable people they could find: sleeping men, pregnant women, very young children, the ones whose hold on life was understood to be more fragile and more precious than anyone else's. What made her remarkable, even in those oldest accounts, was not simply that she was dangerous, but that she was selective in her cruelty, that her cruelty had a texture to it that later traditions would find impossible to leave alone. The Babylonian world understood her as something that pressed down on sleeping men and drained them in ways that felt, upon waking, like a kind of theft, of warmth, of vitality, of something that had been present the night before and was now conspicuously gone. Against her, and against the related spirits of her class, Mesopotamian households kept amulets and burned incantations and pressed protective tablets into the mud walls of rooms where infants slept. The care people took against her tells you something about how real the fear was and how old. By the time those protective practices were being inscribed and passed down, they already had the quality of inherited custom rather than fresh invention, the feeling of something being done because it had always been done. This was because the generations before you had understood that this particular darkness required this particular answer. She moved, over the long centuries, from the incantation texts of Babylon into the religious imagination of ancient Israel. There she became something considerably more complicated. In the Jewish tradition, particularly in the medieval text known as the alphabet of Ben Sira, she acquired a story that gave her an origin and a motive and a kind of defiant dignity that the earlier demon texts had not bothered to supply. According to that account, Lilith was created alongside Adam, formed from the same earth and at the same moment, that she understood to mean that she was his equal rather than his subordinate. When Adam disagreed with this reading of their shared creation, when he insisted on a hierarchy that she refused to accept, Lilith did not argue the point for very long. She spoke a name, the ineffable name of God, that she knew and was not supposed to use in this way, and she rose into the air and departed, flying out over the Red Sea and into the wilderness beyond, where she remained. The angels sent to bring her back found her there and delivered God's ultimatum: return, or watch 100 of your children die each day. She refused, and the terms were accepted, and she has been in that wilderness, in one form or another, ever since. She is understood in Jewish folklore to visit sleeping men in the night and to menace newborn children. That is why, in many communities across centuries, parents hung amulets inscribed with the names of the protective angels above the beds of new babies. Why certain prayers were said at particular hours of the night with Lilith's possible presence in mind. She is still a figure in Jewish mystical and folkloric tradition today. She is treated, even now, with a seriousness that reflects how long she has been understood as something genuinely present rather than merely historical. As Lilith's story spread through the Islamic world, Christian medieval texts, and Kabbalistic writings, she underwent further transformations that expanded and complicated her mythology. In some traditions, she became associated with succubi and incubi, those night demons of medieval Christian belief who visited sleepers in the darkness. In others, she was reimagined as a queen of demons, a figure of power and independence rather than mere predation. The flexibility of her legend across cultures and centuries speaks to something fundamental in how human societies process fear and make sense of the dangers that lurk in the hours of sleep and vulnerability. Different traditions emphasize different aspects of her nature depending on what their own particular anxieties required. What remained consistent across all these variations was the core understanding of her presence as real and consequential, as something that demanded both respect and protection. She became a figure around whom entire ritual practices organized themselves, and she retained the power to inspire both fascination and dread among those who encountered her story. What connects Lilith to the vampire? What separates her from it are both worth holding in mind at the same time. This was because the relationship is illuminating without being simple. She drinks no blood in the oldest texts, or at least that is not the emphasis. What she takes is harder to name than blood, more like the life force that the Mesopotamian Edimu was also thought to drain, the invisible warmth that distinguishes the living from the dead. She is not a corpse, not a revenant, not a human being who has died badly and risen again. She is something that has always been what she is, a being from before the category of vampire existed. She seems to have donated certain of her qualities to that category over the long passage of time and translation and accumulated fear. The nocturne, ality, the predation during sleep, the targeting of the young and the undefended, the association with blood and with the deaths of children. These are characteristics that would, across the centuries that followed, come to feel entirely natural in a vampire. Lilith seems to have been carrying them long before anyone knew what a vampire was. The amulets against her became, in various traditions, the amulets against the undead. The prayers said at the bedside became the prayers over the grave. The logic of the protection shifted and adapted, but the shape of the fear remained recognizable across all of it. Whether she is truly the mother of vampires or simply a very old cousin to them, Lilith has been haunting the edges of human imagination for longer than most monsters can claim. Revised section. The vampire that most people picture when they hear the word, the thing that lies in a grave by day and walks at night, is a Slavic invention. Or at least it was the Slavic peoples who gave it its most enduring shape. The creatures we have been following through older traditions, the Lamia, the Impusa, the Strix of the Roman Knight, were spirits and demons, forces that had perhaps never worn a human body at all. What makes the Slavic vampire something genuinely different, something that sits at the center of everything that came after it, is precisely this. It was, before anything else, a person. It had been born into a family. It had worked the same soil for decades, spoken the same language, slept under the same roof as people who loved it. Eventually it had died. That should have been in the end of the story. In the Slavic tradition, it often was not. The word used for this creature, recorded in its oldest surviving written form as upir, appears in a Russian manuscript from 1047 AD, where it is applied as a kind of epithet to a Novgorodian prince, calling him something close to the wicked vampire or the evil one. The word itself almost certainly predates that document by a long stretch. Carried in the spoken language of people across a wide belt of Eastern Europe, long before any of it was set down on parchment. As you move across the Slavic-speaking world, you find the creature named in slightly different ways. Vampir in Serbian, wampir in Polish, up here further to the east. But the being that all of these words described was recognizably the same in every telling, was a revenant, a corpse that had, for reasons the community would spend considerable energy trying to understand and prevent, refused to remain in the earth. The etymology of up here itself remains contested among scholars, though several theories have gained traction over the years. Some have suggested connections to Turkic or Sanskrit roots, pointing to the vast web of contact that existed across the regions where the belief took hold. Others have proposed that it derives from older Slavic words related to drinking or eating, which would align with the vampire's characterization as a creature that consumed the life force of the living. What seems most likely is that the word emerged organically from the communities that believed in it, born from repeated tellings and regional variations that gradually solidified around a shared concept. The consistency with which the term appeared across different Slavic languages suggests that the belief itself was ancient, that it had roots extending back into a pre-Christian past, and then adapted and persisted even as Christianity spread across Eastern Europe. The Church would eventually take notice of these beliefs, and ecclesiastical records from the medieval period onward contain numerous references to vampire reports and investigations. Yet the tradition continued largely unchanged, parallel to official doctrine rather than erased by it. The Slavic vampire became embedded so deeply in the culture that it seemed less like a foreign superstition and more like a necessary explanation for observable suffering. What the Slavic peoples worked out, over generations of living with this belief, was a careful account of who was at risk of becoming such a creature. If you died by your own hand, you were considered especially vulnerable to this kind of unrest. So was a person who had lived in ways their neighbors found troubling, someone who had broken important obligations, kept bad faith with those around them, or carried a reputation for cruelty or dishonesty that outlasted them. Those who died without having been baptized were thought susceptible. This included infants who had not survived long enough to receive the rite. If a person had been visited by a suspected vampire in the weeks before their own death, if they had sickened gradually and without clear cause, fading in the particular way that made people exchange glances over their heads, then that person was believed likely to rise in turn, carrying the condition forward through the family the way a fever passes from one sleeper to the next. And then there were the failures of ceremony itself, the small and sometimes unavoidable errors in the handling of the dead. If an animal passed over the body before it was buried, if the prayers were spoken incorrectly, if the corpse was left unattended for too long, or if the grave was dug in the wrong place or in the wrong manner, any of these could be enough. In this understanding, the grave was not simply a resting place, but a threshold. What happened at that threshold mattered enormously. Treating your dead with care was not sentiment alone, it was protection. The Slavic peoples also developed practical methods for protecting themselves and their communities, protocols that reflected their understanding of the vampire as a knowable and manageable phenomenon. Families would watch over the dead throughout the night before burial, a practice that served both spiritual and practical purposes. The corpse might be positioned face down in the grave, weighted with stones, or pinned through the heart with a stake before burial, measures designed to prevent it from rising. Some communities would sever the connections between the body and the world of the living by cutting the tendons in the legs, or placing the body in a state that made movement impossible. These actions were not carried out in hysteria, but with deliberate ceremony, as though conducting a medical procedure to prevent infection. The stake through the heart, which would later become the iconic image of vampire slaying in Western culture, emerged from this practical framework. It was a solution born from the conviction that the vampire could be stopped if the community understood what it was and acted decisively before the problem took hold. This sense of human agency, of the possibility of prevention and cure, distinguished the Slavic vampire tradition from many other supernatural beliefs. The vampire was not an inevitable doom, but a problem that careful people could forestall. When the uppy eye rose, it did not travel far. This is perhaps the detail that makes the Slavic vampire tradition sit differently in the mind than what came before it. The Adimu wandered roads and afflicted strangers. The Lamia preyed on children it had never known. But the Uppii walked a short path, the path it had always walked. At the end of it was a house it recognized, a door it had opened 10,000 times, faces it had looked at across a table every morning of its life. It came for its family first. Across the stories gathered from Serbian and Bulgarian and Polish and Russian villages, the pattern was consistent enough to feel like testimony rather than invention. A man dies. Within weeks, his wife begins to lose her strength. His children pale. A heaviness settles over the household that the neighbors can name, even when the family cannot yet bring themselves to say it aloud. The dead man has not gone. The Uppii was said to move through the night without violence or urgency. It arrived in the manner of someone who still belonged. The effect of its presence was felt not in sudden injury, but in slow diminishment. A person who had been visited by an Uppii woke each morning feeling as though sleep had given them nothing, their color dimming by degrees too gradual to point at directly, their appetite fading, their warmth going somewhere they could not follow. In some accounts, the creature called out the names of those it wanted, in a voice that still sounded like the voice that had once called them to supper. In others, it pressed down on a sleeping person with a weight they felt in their chest upon waking. The details shifted from one region to another, and from one telling to the next. But what held steady underneath all of them was this: the dead had returned for the living. The living it chose were the ones who had loved it, the ones who were least able to refuse it. The Uppii was not a stranger who crept in through a window. It was a husband, a mother, a neighbor, the person who had slept in the bed next to yours for 30 years. That was what made it truly frightening. When Christianity moved east across the Balkans and into Russia, it did not arrive in empty territory. The people it found there already had detailed, long-practiced beliefs about the dead, about what happened to bodies when they were buried incorrectly, about what a man who had lived badly might become after death, about the particular danger posed by those who had died by violence or by their own hand. These were not vague superstitions, but working systems of knowledge, passed from grandmother to grandchild, embedded in the rituals surrounding every death in every village. The missionaries who came east bringing the cross and the scripture encountered these beliefs almost immediately, and the encounter was not a simple one. Christianity did not sweep the old fears away. Instead, the two systems of thought moved toward each other over the course of generations, borrowing and lending, until what emerged was something neither purely pagan nor purely Christian, but woven through with both. The new faith brought with it a set of teachings about the body and the grave that turned out to be remarkably easy to reconcile with the old fears. The Church held that the body buried in consecrated ground would one day be raised at the Last Judgment, that the physical form of a person, however returned to dust, retained a sacred significance. It required proper burial rites. It required the sacraments. It required interment in blessed earth, within a community of the faithful. These were not small administrative matters. They were the conditions under which a person's soul could rest and await that final resurrection. And if you already believed, as the Slavic peoples did, that an improper burial could turn the dead dangerous, then the Church's emphasis on correct burial did not contradict your fears. It confirmed them and gave them a new layer of theological seriousness. A body buried without the rites was now not only a danger to its family, but a soul in genuine spiritual peril, caught between worlds, belonging fully to neither. This convergence of fear and doctrine spread rapidly across the Orthodox lands. From village to village, the message reinforced itself. Burial was not merely a practical matter of disposing of the body, but a spiritual necessity with consequences both temporal and eternal. The Church had given the old anxieties the weight of divine law. Sin and damnation folded into the existing framework with a similar ease. The old pagan beliefs had always held that certain kinds of lives, or certain kinds of deaths, made a person more likely to rise again. A violent man, a man who had wronged his neighbors, someone who had lived outside the moral order of the community. These were people whose deaths warranted extra care. Christianity arrived with its own detailed accounting of sin, its own catalogue of the soul's failures, and it mapped almost perfectly onto what the villagers already feared. A person who had died without receiving last rites was now doubly suspect. The excommunicated were in a particularly strange position in folk belief. The Church used excommunication as its most serious spiritual sanction, cutting a person off from the sacraments and from the community of the faithful. In the folk imagination, this separation had physical consequences. An excommunicated person, it was believed in many regions of the Orthodox world, could not properly decompose after death. The body would remain intact in the grave, neither fully decaying nor fully at rest, because the soul could not depart a body that had been cast out of the Church's care. This belief was specific enough to have a name in Greek tradition, where the body of the excommunicated dead was called a vrikolakas, a creature we will come to in time. But the underlying logic appeared in Slavic traditions as well, in various forms, across a wide geography. The mechanism was understood differently in different places, but the essential fear remained constant, that death without proper spiritual standing could trap a person between worlds, neither alive nor at peace. What this meant in practice was that the priest became a figure of tremendous importance in the drama surrounding death and the dangerous dead. If your neighbor had died strangely, if cattle had sickened, if people in the household had begun wasting away in the weeks after a burial, the person you summoned was not only the village elder or the cunning woman, it was the priest. He could pray over a grave. He could perform additional rites over a body suspected of restlessness. He could, in some traditions, formally release a person from excommunication after death, if the original sentence had been unjust, or if the community appealed on the dead person's behalf. The sacred and the folkloric had grown so close together that they were nearly indistinguishable in the practical life of a village. The priest carried holy water and prayers. The villagers carried garlic and iron. Both understood themselves to be engaged in the same project, keeping the dead where they belonged. This partnership between institutional religion and village custom meant that the priest's authority was bound up with the community's existing fears, neither fully replacing them nor entirely validating them, but moving alongside them in a complex dance that had evolved over generations. There was something quietly powerful in the way these two traditions reinforced each other. Christianity, with its careful theology of the body's resurrection, made the physical remains of a person matter enormously. The grave was not simply a place where something ended. It was a place where something waited. That waiting required the right conditions. And if those conditions were not met, if the person had been wicked, or the burial hasty, or the sacraments absent, then what waited in the grave might not wait quietly. The old Slavic fear of the umpire had always been grounded in this same logic, only in different language. Now it had the weight of the Church behind it, the vocabulary of sin and salvation, the authority of Scripture and priest. The creature that had once been explained in terms of a community's obligation to its dead was now also explained in terms of a soul's obligation to God, and a God who might withhold rest from those who had failed him. This gave the vampire, such as it was becoming, a moral dimension it had not quite had before. It was not only dangerous, it was damned. And that, to a medieval Christian village in the Balkans or along the Dnieper River, was perhaps the most frightening thing of all. The priest and the strigoi were bound together in the folk imagination in ways that neither the church nor the village elder could entirely undo. If you lived in a Serbian village in the 16th century and your neighbor died under suspicious circumstances, you did not simply bury him and grieve. Grief was allowed, of course. It was expected. But grief alone was not enough. This was because grief did not protect you from what might come next. The people of Eastern Europe and the broader Slavic world had developed, over many generations, an extraordinarily detailed body of knowledge about how the dead could become dangerous. More importantly, what you could do to prevent it. This knowledge lived not in books, but in the hands of the people who prepared bodies for burial, in the memories of village elders, in the quiet conversations held at the graveside when the priest had said his words and walked away. It was practical knowledge, the kind you passed to your children, the way you passed along how to salt meat for winter or which mushrooms to leave alone in the forest. And it covered everything, from the moment a person drew their last breath to the months afterward when the community remained watchful. The first and most important window of intervention was the burial itself. Many of the protective practices were applied before the body ever went into the ground. This was because it was far easier to prevent a vampire than to deal with one after it had already risen. One of the most widely recorded measures found across Serbian, Bulgarian, Romanian traditions alike was the scattering of millet or poppy seeds into the grave, or sometimes across the path between the grave and the village. The reasoning was rooted in a belief that a vampire, upon waking in its grave, would feel a compulsion so powerful it almost resembled hunger, the need to count every seed it encountered before it could move on. With thousands of tiny seeds scattered around it, the vampire would spend the hours of darkness counting and never finish. By dawn, it would have to return beneath the earth. Some traditions extended this logic even further, placing fishing nets in the coffin, since the creature would be obliged to count every knot before it could leave. There is something almost tender in this idea, that the creature could be outwitted not by strength, but by giving it a task it could not complete. Other precautions addressed the body more directly. Burying the deceased face down was a common measure in several Slavic regions, the logic being that if the dead person did manage to claw upward through the earth, they would be digging in the wrong direction entirely, moving deeper rather than surfacing. The shoes of the corpse were sometimes placed on the wrong feet or turned backward, so that if the dead person walked, it would follow its own footsteps back toward the grave rather than finding its way toward the living. Iron was placed in the coffin or laid across the body. This was because iron was understood in many of these traditions to repel malevolent spirits, a belief old enough to predate Christianity by a considerable distance. Thorns, particularly from hawthorn or blackthorn, were tucked around the body so that any attempt to move would catch and hold. Garlic, which appears in vampire prevention practices across an impressive range of Eastern European cultures, was placed in the mouth, in the pockets of the burial clothes, around the neck, sometimes rubbed directly onto the skin. The smell was thought to be deeply repellent to the returning dead. Garlic's reputation in this regard was so firmly established that it persisted in vampire folklore all the way through to the literary tradition of the 19th century. Stones or coins were placed in the mouth to prevent the corpse from chewing. Since some traditions held that a vampire could begin its predations from inside the grave by gnawing on its own burial shroud, that this chewing produced a kind of plague that spread through the village above. Sewing the mouth shut or pinning the lips closed with thorns addressed the same concern in a more physical way. The coffin lid might be nailed shut with unusual care, or a wooden block positioned beneath the chin to prevent the jaw from moving at all. For those who were considered especially likely to return, the suicide, the excommunicate, the person who had lived in open violation of the community's moral expectations, or the person who had died after a long, wasting illness. More serious measures were taken at the time of burial. The body might be staked through the heart before it was placed in the ground, using a stake of hawthorn wood, or in some regional traditions, iron, or in others the wood had to come from a specific tree depending on local custom. This was not considered an act of violence against the deceased, but an act of protection for the community and, in some ways, for the dead person as well, since the stake was understood to pin the soul in place and prevent it from being used by darker forces. In certain Bulgarian and Serbian traditions, the body was buried with a sharp object placed at its side, a sickle, sometimes positioned so that it would cut the throat if the corpse attempted to sit up. Decapitation, in some communities, was performed before burial when the circumstances of death were troubling enough to warrant it, with the head sometimes placed between the legs or beside the body rather than at the neck. If these preventative steps had not been taken, or if they had been taken and had failed, the community faced the harder task of dealing with a vampire already at work. The signs were recognizable to people who knew what to look for: a pattern of sudden illness moving through a household, dreams of a recently deceased family member who seemed to ask for something, the death of livestock, a general feeling of unease that the village traced back to a particular grave. When suspicion gathered around a specific burial, the community would arrange an exhumation, typically with the involvement of both civil and religious authority, though in practice it was often carried out by the family and neighbors working together. What they looked for in the grave was a body that seemed wrong, too well preserved for the time that had passed, bloated in an unusual way, with color still in the cheeks, or what appeared to be fresh blood around the mouth. They looked for signs that the body had shifted inside the coffin, or that the burial clothes had been disturbed. If these signs were present, the determination was made, and the destruction followed. Staking was performed if it had not already been done. The heart was sometimes removed and burned separately. In the most serious cases, the entire body was burned, with the ashes scattered so that nothing remained to coalesce again. Salt might be spread over the gravesite. Prayers were said, though the prayers in these situations often blended Christian liturgy with older spoken formulas in ways that the more rigorous clergy found uncomfortable but could not entirely suppress. The variety of these practices across different regions and centuries tells you something important. This was not superstition on the fringes of daily life, but a whole system of knowledge that communities took as seriously as medicine. Greece had its own version of the creature, and the Greeks called it the vrikolakas. The word itself is thought to have traveled into the Greek language from Slavic roots, the same linguistic family that gave Serbian and Bulgarian their own names for the restless dead. And this is fitting, because the vrikolakas shares much of its nature with the upir and the strigoi, those northern cousins who haunt the same dark edge of human imagination. And yet the vrikolakas is not simply a borrowed belief with a borrowed name. It took on its own character in the mountains and islands of Greece, shaped by the particular anxieties of Greek village life, by the theology of the Greek Orthodox Church, and by the specific texture of how death was understood in that part of the world. What emerged was something recognizable as a vampire in the broad sense, a dead person who should have stayed dead and did not, but with its own logic, its own rules, and its own way of making itself known to the living. The vrikolakas was a corpse, specifically the body of a person whose soul had not been properly released at death, a person who had been excommunicated from the church, or who had died violently and without the last rites, or who had been buried on unconsecrated ground. In the understanding of the Greek Orthodox tradition, excommunication carried a particular and terrible weight. The Church taught that the body of an excommunicated person could not decompose in the earth, that the ground itself would not receive such a person fully, and that the soul, unable to move on, remained trapped inside the undecaying flesh. This was not a punishment in the folklore sense so much as a consequence, a spiritual condition that left both body and soul in a state of suspension, caught between the living world and whatever lay beyond it. The body would lie in its grave, whole and bloated and wrong, while the thing animating it was neither fully alive nor entirely at rest. And eventually, according to the stories, it would rise. What the Vrykalakas did when it rose was distinctive and deeply unsettling in its quietness. It did not always tear at the living or drink blood in the way that later vampire stories would describe. Instead, it came to doors, it knocked, it called out the names of people it had known in life, a husband's name, a child's name, the name of a neighbor it had spoken to every morning for 20 years. And anyone who answered that knock, anyone who opened the door or called back through the darkness, would fall sick and die. This is one of the details that makes the Vrykalakas feel genuinely ancient, because it captures something about grief that is almost too true to look at directly. The dead do call to us, in a sense, and the desire to answer is not always possible to resist. The Vrykalakas also appeared to sleeping people, settling its weight on their chests so that they woke gasping, unable to breathe, a phenomenon familiar across many cultures and now understood as sleep paralysis, but experienced at the time as something pressing down from the outside, something that had come in through a door that should have been locked, and it spread plague. Villages that were already suffering from disease understood the Vrykalakas as both the cause and the explanation. The creature that moved through the streets invisibly, touching people as it passed, leaving sickness in its wake. There is an interesting reversal here from the Slavic tradition, and it is worth sitting with for a moment. In Serbian and Bulgarian belief, the body of a vampire is alarming precisely because it looks too good, too fresh, too full of color, the flesh still supple when it should have turned to dust. The preservation of the body is the sign that something has gone wrong. In Greek belief, it is also the preservation of the body that signals the problem, but the framing is different. The body has not decayed because the earth and the church have both refused it, because the soul is still inside it and will not let it go. The horror is the same, a corpse that will not do what corpses are supposed to do, but the theology wrapped around it is its own. Western European travelers who passed through Greece in the 17th and 18th centuries encountered accounts of the Vrykalakas and found them strange enough to write down, which is part of how those accounts survived. Some of these travelers were skeptical. Others were not quite sure what to make of what they were being told. But the consistency of what they heard across different islands and different regions of the mainland suggests that this was not a story confined to one village or one generation. It was woven into Greek life in a way that made it feel like common knowledge, the kind of thing people passed on, not because it was particularly exciting, but because it was simply true, the way you might pass on information about which plants were poisonous, or which roads flooded in the spring. The remedy, when a Vrykalakas was suspected, involved the church. A priest performing specific prayers could sometimes release the soul and allow the body to decompose at last. In more urgent cases, exhumation and destruction of the body were considered necessary. These were not decisions made lightly, because they involved disturbing the dead and acknowledging that something had gone deeply, unusually wrong. But they were made, in village after village, across centuries, by people who had no other framework for what they were experiencing and who acted, as people generally do, with whatever tools they had. The Vrykalakas moved through Greek villages like a rumor. You rarely saw it, but you always heard it had been somewhere nearby. In Yorkshire, toward the end of the 12th century, a monk named William of Newburgh sat down to write a history of England and found himself recording something he could not quite explain. William was an Augustinian canon at the Priory of Newburgh, a careful and methodical man, someone accustomed to weighing evidence and separating reliable accounts from hearsay. His Historia Rerum Anglicarum was a serious chronicle, the kind that educated men passed between themselves and trusted. The chronicle survives in multiple manuscripts, indicating it circulated widely among the educated, which suggests that whatever William wrote, his contemporaries found it credible enough to copy and preserve. Writing in the 12th century meant writing in a world where the boundaries between the seen and unseen were considered permeable, where divine intervention was expected and documented as a matter of routine. Yet even within that context, William's approach to these particular cases demonstrates a distinctive restraint and precision. He was not describing miracles in the traditional sense, not recording visions of saints or manifestations of divine will. He was instead documenting what might be called a community problem, the ordinary dead behaving in ways that caused measurable harm to the living. Yet in its pages, nestled among the records of kings and sieges and the ordinary business of medieval England, William included several accounts of the dead leaving their graves and moving among the living, and he was not apologetic about including them. He introduced these cases with deliberate gravity, explaining that he had gathered them from witnesses whose testimony he found credible, people, O's word. He weighed the same way he'd weigh any other word. One case he described took place in Buckinghamshire, where a man had died and been buried with what seemed like appropriate care, and shortly afterward his wife began waking in the night with the sensation of a weight pressing down upon her, as though her husband had returned to lie beside her in the dark. Neighbours reported the same visitations. The dead man seemed to pass through the village after nightfall, settling over sleeping people, filling the hours before dawn with a heaviness that didn't lift with morning. The local bishop, Hugh of Lincoln, was consulted, and he wrote a letter of absolution, a kind of formal spiritual pardon, to be placed in the grave with the body. William recorded that after this was done, the disturbances ceased. He offered the account without fully explaining how or why the letter had worked, which is itself a kind of honesty. He wasn't inventing a tidy resolution. He was simply recording what he'd been told. A second case, set near Berwick in the north, followed a man of reportedly poor reputation who had died and been buried, but who seemed, according to townspeople, to be walking again after dark. A plague came over the town, or at least the people of Berwick drew that connection, believing that the wandering dead man and the sickness were part of the same problem. The men of the town eventually dug the body up, cut it apart, and burned the remains, and William recorded that after this was done, the plague passed and the town returned to its ordinary life. These two cases, separated geographically, represented for William different versions of the same underlying crisis. The people involved were not university-trained theologians or educated clerics engaged in abstract doctrinal debate. They were parish priests, neighbours, and farmers, ordinary people whose understanding of death derived from lived experience and community memory rather than from any textual authority. Yet their responses to these disturbances were neither panicked nor chaotic. They were deliberate, structured responses that suggested the threat felt serious enough to warrant coordinated action and intelligible enough that concrete practical intervention might resolve it. There is a plainness to the way he set all of this down that is worth noticing. He didn't frame these accounts as the confused impressions of frightened villagers. He treated the problem as a real problem, and the solution, exhumation, dismemberment, fire, as a real solution, the kind a reasonable community might undertake when the threat was serious enough. What strikes you if you sit with these accounts for a while, is how closely they follow a pattern that was emerging at exactly the same time in communities across Eastern Europe, in Slavic villages that have no documented connection to Yorkshire or Buckinghamshire or Berwick. The template is almost identical in each place. A person of morally uncertain reputation dies and is buried. The household or the neighborhood begins to suffer. Illness, disturbed sleep, a sense of invisible pressure bearing down, and then someone draws the connection between the suffering and the grave. The body is exhumed. It shows signs that seem wrong, signs that suggest something unfinished rather than something complete. And then the community acts, and the trouble stops. William wasn't drawing on Slavic tradition. He was recording what his English informants described to him, working entirely within the world he knew, and yet the shape of the belief is the same. This isn't a coincidence that requires much untangling. It suggests that these fears grew from shared human experience rather than from any one culture's invention. The experience of watching a disease move through a household, of not understanding why the living kept dying after a particular burial, of feeling at a graveside that the boundary between the living and the dead was more permeable than you'd like it to be. William himself seemed to anticipate the skeptical reader, and he addressed this possibility at the start of his accounts, saying he would rather appear ignorant than dishonest, that he'd rather record what trustworthy people told him than suppress it because it was strange. That is not the voice of someone passing along ghost stories. It's the voice of a chronicler who took his responsibility seriously and who believed these accounts belonged in a sober record of English life. He included them not because they were remarkable in a theatrical sense, but because they reflected something genuine about the fears his contemporaries carried with them. Fears that shaped how they buried their dead, how they explained their illnesses, and how they understood the distance between a living person and a grave. William of Newburgh was not a man given to credulity, and the fact that he felt compelled to include these stories in his chronicle suggests they were not simply rumours that floated past him, but things that the people around him genuinely believed and feared. In the East Riding of Yorkshire, there is a place called Warren Percy, a village that was abandoned sometime in the 15th century and left to the grass. The stone foundations of its houses are still visible if you walk out across the fields on a clear day, low ridges pressed into the earth where walls once stood, the ghost of a church rising slightly above the rest. It is a quiet place now, the kind of quiet that accumulates over centuries in an empty field. But what archaeologists found beneath that ground, buried carefully and deliberately by the people who once lived there, turned out to be one of the most striking pieces of physical evidence we have for how seriously medieval English communities took the fear of the restless dead. The bones were first excavated from the site decades ago, and for a long time researchers were uncertain what to make of them. There were around 137 bones belonging to at least 10 individuals, and those bones had been treated in ways that were difficult to explain by ordinary burial customs. They had been burned, they had been cut, they had been broken deliberately after death. Some showed marks that suggested the flesh had been removed from them with a blade, and others had been snapped in ways that seemed intentional rather than accidental, the kind of fractures that come from force applied to bone, not from the weight of soil settling over centuries. For a while, the most straightforward interpretation seemed to be that these were the remains of people who had been killed or consumed during a period of famine or violence. That reading made a grim but comprehensible kind of sense. Then, in 2017, a team of researchers published a more careful analysis of the evidence and reached a different conclusion. The pattern of the cuts and breaks, the way the burning had been applied, and the context of the burials themselves all pointed towards something else. These bones, the researchers argued, were most likely the result of deliberate post-mortem mutilation performed on the already dead, not to harm them in life, but to prevent them from returning afterward. The people of Warren Percy, it seemed, had been doing to their own dead exactly what the chronicles of William of Newburgh described happening in the towns and villages he wrote about, dismembering bodies, burning them, and breaking them apart to make sure whatever might animate them could not put them back together again. What makes the Warren Percy evidence particularly striking is the range of people who received this treatment. These were not just the bodies of individuals who had died under obviously suspicious circumstances. Criminals, suicides, those who had led visibly troubled lives. Among the remains were the bones of women, of teenagers, and of children. The community's fear, if that is the right word for what drove them, did not seem to discriminate by age, or by any characteristic that modern observers might find predictive of supernatural danger. In the folk understanding of the time, apparently, anyone who died in the wrong way, or at the wrong moment, or simply in a community where something was already going badly wrong, might become a threat to the living. The mutilation was a precaution, and it was applied broadly. This matters because it shifts the way we understand medieval vampire belief in England. It is one thing to read a chronicle written by a monk in a scriptorium, recording second-hand accounts of walking corpses and unusual illnesses. Chronicles can reflect the fears and preoccupations of educated individuals without necessarily telling us what ordinary people were doing in their daily lives. But bones are different. Bones are physical action. Someone in a medieval Yorkshire village looked at the body of a neighbour, or a child, or someone from their own household and made a decision to cut and burn and break those remains before covering them over. That decision required effort, agreement, and purpose. It was not a story told by firelight. It was work. The published research, led by archaeologist Simon Mays and his colleagues at Historic England, was careful to note that the evidence does not allow complete certainty about motivation, but the pattern they identified was consistent with what we know from written sources about revenant fears, and inconsistent with evidence for famine cannibalism or battlefield disposal of the dead. The bones had not been cracked for marrow in the way that typically indicates consumption. The cutting marks followed patterns associated with defleshing, which appears in some burial traditions as a form of secondary treatment of the dead, though here the context suggested something more urgent and more specifically protective. Standing at Warren Percy today, you would have no particular reason to feel anything unusual. The fields are peaceful, the light comes in long and even across the grass, and the ruined church sits quietly at the center of what was once a living community. But somewhere beneath the surface of that ordinary countryside, the evidence of an extraordinary communal anxiety is still present in the broken shapes of old bone. The people who lived there were not simply telling each other frightening stories. They were responding, physically and deliberately, to something they believed was genuinely possible. Something they believed could rise from the earth and come back for them. Someone in Warren Percy was afraid, and they did something about it. They picked up tools and made sure the dead would stay dead. Revised section. The Romanians had a name for it that is perhaps the most famous vampire word in any language outside of vampire itself, strigoi. It is a word that carries an old sound in the mouth, something between Latin and something older still. It has been in use in the villages of Romania for longer than anyone can precisely say. Romania occupies an unusual place in the geography of vampire belief, sitting where the influence of Slavic peoples from the north and east meets the older Latin current that runs through the region's history, the Balkan world pressing in from the south. All of these currents shaped Romanian folklore. The strigoi is the creature that came out of that meeting, not a simple import from one tradition or another. but something that grew in the particular soil of that place and carries the marks of every influence that shaped it. Some scholars have traced the word strigoi to the Latin strix, a creature from classical antiquity that could shift its form and feed on the living. Others have noted connections to Slavic terms for spirits and the restless dead. What seems clear is that the word, like the belief itself, is a layering of meanings accumulated over centuries of contact and cultural exchange. The strigoi represents a vocabulary developed to name a particular kind of danger, one that emerged from the specific anxieties and observations of Romanian village life. What makes the strigoi especially interesting? Somewhat different from the vampires of Slavic tradition already discussed, is that Romanian belief recognized two distinct kinds. There was the strigoi viu, which translates roughly as the living strigoi, the strigoi mort, the dead one. The strigoi viu was a person still walking around, still eating supper and going to market, who nonetheless possessed a dangerous quality that set them apart. During sleep, it was believed, their soul could leave their body and move through the night in ways that harmed others, draining the vitality of neighbors, spoiling cattle, causing illness to settle into a household. A strigoi viu might not know what they were. They might wake in the morning feeling tired and strange, unaware of where their spirit had been. Or they might know very well and use the knowledge with intent. Either way, their neighbors watched them carefully. This was because a strigoi viu who died would very likely become a strigoi mort. That was a much more immediate and physical problem. The strigoi mort was a reanimated corpse. Romanian tradition was quite specific about who was at risk of becoming one. Red hair was considered a mark of danger, something in the coloring that set a person apart from ordinary fate. Being born with a caul, the thin membrane that sometimes covers an infant's face at birth, was another sign, a gift that could become a curse depending on how the life that followed it was lived. Seventh sons, twins, and children who died before they could be baptized were all believed to carry an elevated risk of returning. People who had taken their own lives were considered almost certain to rise again, the circumstances of their death leaving some part of them unresolved and unwilling to depart. In all of these cases, the Romanian understanding was that something about the person's entry into life, or their exit from it, had left them incompletely finished, and incompleteness, in this tradition, was what the grave could not hold. The concept of incompleteness extended beyond mere circumstance. It was understood as a spiritual condition, a kind of tear in the natural order that could not be mended by death alone. Rituals were often performed at the time of death to ensure that all necessary transitions had occurred. If these rituals were incomplete, poorly performed, or somehow inadequate to the particular circumstances of the person's life, the dead might remain tethered to the world of the living. This was not punishment in a moral sense, but rather the natural consequence of an unfinished passage. The soul caught between states, unable to fully depart. When a strigoi mort left its grave, it came home first. That is the detail that runs through Romanian accounts of this creature most consistently. It is the same domestic orientation that appears in Slavic vampire belief. The strigoi did not travel to distant villages looking for strangers. It went back to the people it had known, to the house where it had lived, to the family it had eaten meals with. It might appear in a recognizable form, even speak, even seem for a moment like the person who had been buried. And then the people in that house would begin to sicken. One would develop a persistent cough. Another would lose weight steadily. A child would stop sleeping and grow pale. The illness moved through the family slowly, the way a strigoi was understood to move, patiently, returning, night after night, taking a little more each time. The strigoi mort was also believed capable of changing its shape. moving through the dark in the form of a dog or a cat or something smaller still. Something that could slip through a gap under a door or through a window left slightly open. In Romanian villages, the person who knew how to deal with this was not always the priest, though the priest had his role. There was often a woman, sometimes called a wise woman, sometimes understood by a regional term that varied from one part of the country to another, who held the practical knowledge of how to identify a strigoi and what to do about it. She knew which signs at a grave to watch for, that herbs and preparations might slow or stop the creature's activity, under what circumstances an exhumation was warranted. She was not a figure on the margins of the village. She was consulted, her knowledge respected, her judgment trusted in the way that a doctor's judgment might be trusted in a later era. The existence of this role in Romanian folk life tells you how seriously and how practically the threat was taken. This was not a fear that people held at arm's length as a story to tell by firelight. It was a fear they had organized community knowledge around. Transylvania, the mountainous region of northwestern Romania, is of course the landscape most associated with vampires in the wider world, partly because Bram Stoker set his famous novel there in 1897. It is worth saying gently that the Transylvania of Stoker's imagination was shaped as much by German travel writing and his own research in the British Museum as it was by any direct encounter with Romanian folklore. But strigoi belief was genuinely present in Transylvania, as it was throughout Romania. This was because Transylvania was and is a Romanian place in its underlying folk traditions, even as its history placed it under Hungarian and later Habsburg rule for many centuries. The strigoi of Transylvania was recognizable to a Romanian from Wallachia or Moldavia, the same creature, the same fears, the same accumulated knowledge of how to put it to rest. The strigoi was not simply a monster from a story. It was a shadow that could fall over any family. It came from inside that family. That is perhaps why Romanian villages took such elaborate care to make sure their dead were truly, permanently gone. The strigoi was not the only creature of this kind in Romanian tradition. It shared its world with several close relations, each one slightly different, and each one believed in just as firmly. One of the closest of these relations was the moroi, a word that carried slightly different meanings depending on where in Romania you happened to be asking about it. In some regions, the moroi was understood to be the restless spirit of a child who had died before baptism, a soul that had entered the world without being properly received into it, and so could not leave it cleanly either. In other traditions, the moroi described something closer to a vampire in its earliest stage, a recently dead person who had begun to stir but had not yet fully risen, something part-way between a ghost and a corporate eel threat. There were also accounts that used the word to describe male vampires specifically, drawing a distinction that most outsiders to the tradition would not have thought to make. What all of these uses had in common was the sense of incompleteness. The moral was a being caught between states, neither fully at rest nor fully dangerous, hovering in the uncertain space that Romanian folk belief took great care to map and name. The unbaptized child as moral was a particularly sorrowful figure in this tradition. A child who died without the rite was not damned in the way a sinful adult might be, but it was unfinished, and unfinished things in this worldview had a tendency to wander. Mothers who lost infants before baptism sometimes performed small protective rituals at the graveside, not out of cruelty toward the child, but out of a kind of grief-stricken practicality. They wanted the child to rest. They knew that without help it might not. That tenderness is worth noticing. This was because it reminds you that Romanian vampire belief was not simply a system of fear. It was also a system of care, a set of practices built around the hope that the dead could be helped toward peace, rather than simply stopped. The Prikolichi was a different kind of creature entirely. It brought with it a whole separate thread of Romanian folk imagination, where the Strigoi and the Moroi were connected to blood, to the grave, to the slow predation of family members. The Prikolichi was associated with transformation, specifically with the idea that the soul of a violent or wicked man might become a wolf after death, or that certain people possess the ability to shift between human and wolf form even while living. In some accounts, the Prikolichi was simply a werewolf, a living person with an affliction of that kind. In others, it was more specifically the spirit of someone who had died in a state of unresolved violence, a man whose anger had been so consuming in life that it could not settle even in death, who roam in animal form attacking livestock, and occasionally people, before eventually fading away. The distinction between a Prikolichi and a Strigoi was not always sharp at the edges. A person might be described as capable of becoming either, depending on which features of their death or life seemed most relevant to the teller of the story. This blurring was not a sign of confusion in the tradition, but of the way living folklore actually works, where categories are fluid and local knowledge fills in the gaps differently from one valley to the next. In the mountain villages of Transylvania, a creature might be described in terms that a villager from Wallachia would recognize only partially, each community having developed its own specific vocabulary for the same underlying anxieties. What remain, consistent across all of these regional variations, was the basic conviction that the dead were not simply gone, that certain conditions, a life badly lived, a death badly managed, a soul improperly released, could keep them present in ways that the living needed to address. The Strigoi view, the living Strigoi, reminds you that this tradition did not locate danger only in the grave. A living person suspected of being a Strigoi view might seem entirely ordinary by day, going about their work in the fields or the market, while at night, according to the belief, their soul separated from their sleeping body and went out to do harm. Neighbors who noticed that someone seemed unusually tired in the mornings, or who found their own livestock sickening without explanation, might quietly begin to wonder. The accusation did not always come with evidence that could be examined or weighed. It came with pattern, with the slow accumulation of misfortune and the need to give that misfortune a face. Taken together, these creatures represent something remarkable, a complete folk cosmology of the dead and the half-dead, built up over centuries in a landscape where the boundary between living and dying could feel very thin indeed. In 1725, in a small Serbian village called Kisilova, that now sits in modern-day Serbia near the Danube, a man named Peter Plagojewicz died, and that should have been the end of it. He was a villager, an ordinary man, and he had lived and died in the way that ordinary men did in small communities along that part of the Danube, quietly, without particular ceremony, leaving behind a wife, a son, and whatever small trace of himself he had pressed into the daily life of his neighbors. The village buried him, and the community moved forward the way communities always must. But within a matter of weeks, something began to happen in Kisilova that the people living there could not explain and could not endure. One villager fell suddenly and terribly ill, and then another still. People died in the space of a few weeks, each of them wasting away after an illness that came on with startling speed. Each of them, according to the accounts that were later written down, claiming in their final days that Peter Plagojewicz had come to them in the night. He had appeared at the edge of their sleep, they said, and pressed down on them, and when they woke they were already beginning to die. The surviving inhabitants of Kisilova reached the only conclusion that their tradition offered them. They went to the local Habsburg administrator, a man named Frombold, and they told him what they believed: that Plogojewicz had become a vampire, that he was rising from his grave and visiting the village, and that unless something was done, there would be no one left to bury. Frombold was a bureaucrat, a representative of the Habsburg imperial administration, a man who had not come to this corner of Serbia to adjudicate matters of the supernatural. He wrote afterward that he tried to calm the villagers, that he urged them to wait for the local Orthodox priest and for a proper imperial order before any action was taken. But the people of Kiselova were past the point of waiting. They were frightened in the deep and settled way of people who believe they understand exactly what is killing them, and no administrator from Vienna was going to persuade them otherwise. Frombold, finding himself genuinely unable to prevent what was about to happen, decided instead to witness it and write it down. He was present, he noted in his report, against his better judgment, because the alternative was to leave the villagers entirely unsupervised in what they were about to do. On September 13th, 1725, the people of Kiselova organized themselves with grim purpose. They brought tools to the cemetery and enlisted the help of both villagers and the local Orthodox priest, who had finally arrived. The grave was marked clearly, and the work of opening it was performed methodically, as though by unsealing the earth they might finally seal their fate. Word had spread to neighboring villages, and a gathering of curious and frightened onlookers watched as the grave was excavated. The anticipation was thick and terrible, the kind that attaches to a moment when people believe they are about to have proof of something they already know to be true. What they did was open the grave. Plogojewicz had been dead for approximately 10 weeks when they lifted him from the earth, and what the gathered villagers and the reluctant administrator found there became the detail that would travel farthest, the detail that newspapers would repeat, and scholars would argue over, and readers across Europe would carry with them into their sleep. The body showed almost no sign of decomposition. The flesh was described as supple, the features recognizable, the hair and nails appearing to have continued growing since the burial. Around the mouth there was what appeared to be fresh blood, still wet, as though the man had fed recently. Frombold, who had every reason to be skeptical and who described himself as deeply uncomfortable with everything that was happening, wrote that he could not deny what he had seen with his own eyes. The villagers took no time to deliberate. They drove a sharpened stake through the body, and those who were close enough reported hearing something, a sound from the throat, described as resembling a groan, accompanied by what appeared to be a rush of blood. Then they took the body and burned it, reducing to ash everything that had so recently appeared so disturbingly alive, and the dying in Kiselova stopped. In the days that followed, the village gradually returned to a state that might have been called normal, though the memory of what had occurred would never truly fade from the collective consciousness of those who had witnessed it. No further deaths occurred. The illness that had claimed 9 lives did not claim a 10th. Whatever had been feeding on the community of Kiselova, or whatever the community had believed was feeding on it, appeared to have been satisfied by the destruction of Peter Plogojewicz's remains. The villagers who had driven the stake and lit a pyre had acted on convictions that were rooted in centuries of folk tradition, yet the results they experienced seemed to validate those convictions in the most tangible way possible. Frombold wrote his report with the careful, slightly uncomfortable tone of a man who is documenting something he does not entirely know how to categorize. He recorded the villagers' testimony. He recorded what he himself had observed, and he sent the document up through the Habsburg administrative channels, where it passed from desk to desk until it eventually made its way into the hands of people who understood that it was not simply a local matter. The report was detailed and official, bearing the weight of imperial bureaucracy, signed by a man whose job was to observe and record accurately, and it described the exhumation of a vampire. It described a preserved body with blood at the mouth. It described a staking and a groan and a burning. And it did all of this in the dry, procedural language of a government document. The document traveled through Vienna's administrative hierarchy with the inevitability of water flowing downhill, gathering attention at each level. Officials read it with the kind of careful attention they gave to matters that might require explanation to their superiors. Copies were made and distributed. Discussion occurred in rooms where men of education and authority contemplated what meaning should be drawn from Frombold's meticulous observations. When that report reached the newspapers of Vienna, and from there moved into German-language journals and eventually into French and English publications, it created a kind of quiet alarm that was different in character from the unease produced by folklore or by rumor. A traveller's tale about vampire beliefs in a remote Serbian village was one thing. Educated European readers in the early 18th century could receive such a thing with some detachment, could place it in a comfortable category of provincial superstition and move on. But this was something else. This was an official Habsburg administrative report. This was a named imperial officer attesting to what he had personally witnessed. The body had been fresh. The blood had been real. The groan had been heard by multiple witnesses, including Frombold himself. There was no comfortable category into which this document could be slipped. Scholars who read it found themselves in the strange position of having to either dismiss the testimony of a credible imperial official or accept that something had happened in Kisilova in 1725 that their education had not prepared them to explain. Neither option was entirely comfortable, and that discomfort, spreading outward from desk to desk and reader to reader, was what made the Plogojewicz case matter beyond the village where it had begun. When Frombold's report reached the newspapers of Vienna and beyond, it was not read as folklore. It was read as news, and Europe paid attention. A few years after the Plogojewicz affair, in a village called Medvedja, not far from where that case had unfolded, a soldier named Arnold Paule came home from his years of service in the Balkans, carrying something he could not put down. He had been stationed, at some point during his service, in the region around Kosovo in Ottoman-held territory, and it was there, according to what he told people after his return, that he believed a vampire had found him. He said he had been visited at night in the way that people in those lands described, the pressing weight, the sense of something drawing the life out of him while he slept. He was specific about what he had done in response, and the specificity of it is one of the things that stayed with the people who heard him. He said he had gone to the grave of the vampire he suspected and eaten a handful of the soil from it, and that he had also rubbed himself with the blood from the corpse, which was the remedy that the local tradition recommended for someone who had been touched by one of the undead. Whether those measures worked, he could not say with certainty. But he came home and seemed, for a time, to be a perfectly ordinary young man. He was quiet about it with most people, though apparently not entirely silent. He settled in Medvedja, worked the land, and seems to have been on good terms with his neighbours. Then, sometime around 1726, he died. The circumstances were accidental. He fell from a hay wagon, according to the accounts, and the injuries killed him within a few days. His neighbours buried him and turned their attention back to their own lives, the way people have to do. Within a matter of weeks, things began to go wrong. 4 people died in quick succession, each of them complaining before death of something pressing on them in the night, a weight that left them weakened and breathless. The deaths were sudden enough and close enough together that the village began to talk, and the talk turned, as it did in that region during that era, toward Arnold Paul. People remembered what he had said about being attacked by a vampire. They began to wonder whether his remedy had actually worked, or whether the thing that had touched him in the night had followed him home in some form and was now working through him. 40 days after his burial, the villagers petitioned their local authorities and received permission to open the grave. What they found there was reported afterward in the kind of language that recurs in these accounts. The body appeared fresh. The flesh had not decomposed in the way they expected. There was blood visible in the mouth and around the lips, and when they drove a stake through the chest, a sound came from the body that those present described as a groan. They also reported that blood flowed freely from the wound. The body was then burned, along with the 4 people who had died and were now suspected of having become vampires themselves through Payol's influence. That should, by the internal logic of the tradition, have settled the matter. And for a few years it seemed to. But then, around 1731 and into 1732, more people in Medvedja began to die. 17 deaths over a relatively short period in a small community with the same cluster of symptoms: a wasting illness, complaints of being visited at night, sudden failure. The local officials reported the situation upward through the Habsburg administrative chain, and this time the response was more formal. A team was assembled that included Johann Flückinger, a military surgeon, along with several other medical officers and military personnel. They arrived in Medvedja in January of 1732 and conducted what can only be described as an investigation, working through the graves of the recent dead in a methodical way and recording what they found. The Flückinger report, which was completed and submitted in early 1732, is a document of genuine historical strangeness. It is written in the measured, bureaucratic tone of an official military report. Dates, names, observations recorded in sequence, and what it describes sits in sharp contrast to that tone. Flückinger and his colleagues exhumed 13 bodies. They noted the condition of each one, recording details about the state of the flesh, the organs, and the blood. Several of the bodies, they wrote, were in a condition that seemed inconsistent with the time that had passed since burial. One was described as having blood in the heart and lungs that appeared fresh and uncongealed. Others showed what the surgeons called new skin forming beneath the older layer having slipped away. A child of about 8 years old, who had died not long before, was noted as showing signs they found difficult to account for. For those bodies that showed these signs, the team followed protocol. They drove stakes through the hearts, decapitated the corpses, and burned the remains. The bodies judged to have decomposed normally were reburied without intervention. The report noted all of this in the same even register it used to note dates and measurements. What made the Flückinger report so significant was not simply what it described, but who had written it. The Plogojovic case had been documented by a Habsburg administrator, a civilian official. This was different. Flückinger was a medical officer, a man trained in anatomy and surgery, operating under military authority and writing for military superiors. His report carried institutional weight of a different kind. When it was submitted to Vienna and subsequently made available to a wider readership, which happened fairly quickly, as reports of this kind had a way of circulating, it was not easy to dismiss on the grounds that it came from frightened villagers or credulous local officials. These were men who opened bodies for a living and wrote about what they found in clinical language. And what they had found, they said, was this. The report circulated across Germany and Austria in printed form and was taken up in newspapers and journals. It reached France, where educated readers encountered it alongside their philosophy and their theology. The timing was significant. This was the early years of the Enlightenment, a period when educated Europeans were increasingly inclined to subject old beliefs to rational scrutiny, and yet here was a document that subjected vampire belief to exactly that scrutiny and had not come back with a simple denial. The surgeons had not written that they found nothing unusual. They had written, in the careful language of their profession, that certain bodies had exhibited characteristics they could not fully explain within their existing framework. There were those who read the report and concluded that the investigators had simply not known enough about decomposition, that what they described as signs of vampirism were in fact normal, if unfamiliar, stages of a body's return to Earth. This argument would be made more systematically in the years that followed, but at the moment of the report's first circulation, it created something genuinely unusual. A document from the Habsburg military establishment that treated the vampire not as folklore but as a subject of official inquiry, and that had reached no comfortable conclusion. The names of the people exhumed in Medvedja are recorded in the report: Milita, Joachim, Rusha, Stana, several others, adults and children both. Reading them now, across 3 centuries, they are quiet names, the names of people who died of illness in a small village in the Serbian borderlands and then found themselves at the center of an argument that swept across Europe. Arnold Powell himself was not exhumed in the 1732 investigation. His body had already been dealt with years before, but his name ran through the whole proceeding, the original cause, the soldier who had come home from the south with a story that the village had never quite finished hearing. The Flückinger report was signed, sealed, and sent to Vienna, where it sat at the intersection of military bureaucracy and the supernatural, and for a while it made both feel equally real. The vampire did something in the 1730s that no folk creature had quite managed before. It forced serious scholars to take a position. The reports coming out of Serbia and the surrounding Habsburg territories were not the kind of thing that educated Europeans could simply set aside. This was because the people who had written them were not villagers speaking through interpreters or traveling monks with an appetite for the strange. They were Austrian military officers and trained physicians, men whose professional credibility rested on careful observation. They had put their names to documents describing bodies that bled when staked, flesh that resisted decay after months in the ground, communities in genuine terror of their own dead. When those documents moved through the post and appeared in German and French journals, the learned world found itself in an uncomfortable position. You could dismiss a rumor from a distant province, but it was considerably harder to dismiss a signed report from a surgeon in the Imperial Army. The debate that followed was one of the stranger episodes in the history of European intellectual life, a moment when the questions ordinarily reserved for theology and natural philosophy converged on the body of a dead Serbian peasant. Serious men wrote serious pages trying to determine what, exactly, was happening in those village graveyards. Theologians asked whether the devil could truly animate a corpse. Physicians asked whether some condition of the soil or the climate might account for unusual preservation. Philosophers asked what it meant that the evidence, such as it was, seemed to hold together even under scrutiny. The uncertainty was genuine. You can feel it in the writing of the period, a kind of reluctant engagement, as if the scholars themselves wished the question had never been raised and yet could not quite bring themselves to walk away from it. Into this debate stepped Dom Augustin Calmet, a Benedictine monk and biblical scholar of considerable reputation in France, a man who had spent most of his life writing careful, methodical commentaries on scripture and who was not, by any ordinary measure, the kind of person you would expect to find writing about vampires. His treatise, published in 1746, was titled in the careful language of its time. It was not a sensational work. Calmet gathered the available accounts, examined the testimony, considered the theological arguments on multiple sides, wrote with the patience of someone who genuinely did not know what to conclude. He was not a credulous man, but neither was he willing to simply declare the whole matter an illusion. This was because the reports were too numerous and too consistent, and had come from too many independent sources for easy dismissal. He noted that the Church's own teachings about the body and the soul created a kind of theoretical space in which something like vampirism was at least conceivable, without committing himself to the claim that it was real. Voltaire, who had little patience for what he regarded as the superstitions of the age, took a sharper view and used the vampire controversy as a vehicle for some of his most pointed mockery of both the Church and popular credulity, suggesting that the real vampires of Europe were the tax collectors and the clergy rather than the dead men of Serbia. His wit was characteristic, and it landed. But even Voltaire's ridicule did not quite put the matter to rest. This was because the problem with dismissing the evidence was that you had to explain it rather than simply wave it away. The natural explanations available in the 1740s were not always satisfying. Calmet's book went through multiple editions and translations. That tells you that the people buying it were not just amused, they were genuinely unsure what to think. Most of what vampire hunters saw when they opened a grave was the natural business of a body returning to earth. But they did not know that. What they saw was genuinely alarming if you did not know what to expect. When a group of villagers came together in the weeks or months after a burial, carrying their tools and their fear in equal measure, they were not imagining what they found. The body in front of them looked wrong to them, wrong in ways that seemed, given everything they already believed, to confirm the very worst. A body that had been underground for several weeks, or even several months depending on the season and the soil, could appear swollen and full, its belly and face rounded in a way that suggested nourishment rather than decay. This was the work of gases produced deep inside the body as the natural processes of decomposition advanced. Those gases had nowhere to go, so they gathered and pressed outward, giving the corpse the look of something that had recently fed. In a cold winter burial, when the ground held the body at low temperatures, that swelling could take months to fully develop. So the body unearthed in early spring might seem almost freshly dead, the skin still holding color, the limbs still carrying a suggestion of softness rather than the rigid dryness people expected. If you had come to the grave believing that the man inside it had been rising at night to visit his neighbors, a body like that would have felt like proof. It would have been very difficult to stand over it and feel anything other than certainty. There was more, and each additional thing seemed to add another layer to the story the body was telling. As decomposition moves forward, a reddish fluid, sometimes described in the old accounts as fresh, liquid blood, seeps from the mouth and nose. It is not blood in the way that living blood is blood, but it carries that color. It pools in ways that must have seemed, to someone who had not witnessed this before, like evidence that the body had been drinking. The skin, meanwhile, begins to slip and separate from the layers beneath it. This process can create the appearance of new, tender skin forming underneath the old, as if something living is emerging, as though the body is renewing itself rather than dissolving. Hair and fingernails, too, seemed to the people gathered around the grave to have continued their growth after death. This was not hallucination or wishful horror, but a simple optical effect. As the skin draws back and dries and pulls away from the root, the nails and the hair appear longer than they were at the time of burial, revealed rather than grown, but indistinguishable from growth if you did not understand the mechanism. And then there was the moment when a stake was driven into the body. A sound came out, a low, hollow groan, unmistakable and deeply unsettling, which was nothing more than the gases that had accumulated inside the torso escaping rapidly upward through the throat and past the vocal cords. as they would pass any narrow opening under pressure, to the people holding the stake in a graveyard, having come there specifically because they believed this man was not entirely dead. That sound must have landed somewhere beyond fear. It confirmed everything. The soil itself played a role in all of this. The variation across different landscapes explains why some bodies seemed far more vampiric than others. A burial in sandy, well-aerated soil moved toward full decomposition relatively quickly. A body exhumed there after 3 months would look like what everyone expected death to look like. But a burial in cold, heavy clay, or in ground that stayed frozen well into the year, could hold a body in a state of apparent suspension for a very long time. The low temperature and the dense soil slowing the work of bacteria almost to a standstill. Those were the bodies that generated the most powerful and lasting stories. This was because they seemed to offer the clearest evidence. In some cases, they were not wrong, but the body looked different from what they had been led to expect. They were simply missing the explanation for why. None of this makes the people who opened those graves credulous or simple. They were working with the information they had. That was gathered from their own experience and the accumulated knowledge of their communities. That knowledge was, in nearly every other area of their lives, reliable and hard-won. They knew their soil and their seasons and their animals and their neighbors. They did not know what happened inside a sealed coffin because no tradition of systematic study had yet told them. So they read the signs in front of them the way they read every other kind of sign, carefully, serio, easily. In the context of everything else they already understood about the world. The body, left alone in the dark, told a story that made a kind of terrible sense to everyone gathered around the grave. And they were not foolish people for believing it. In rural New England, in the late years of the 18th century, and well into the 19th, tuberculosis moved through families the way a fire moves through dry timber. It did not take everyone at once. It took them one at a time, which was in some ways worse. A slow, patient destruction that could stretch across months or even years, leaving the survivors just enough time to grieve one person before the next one began to fade. The disease was called consumption then, a word that captured something true about its nature, because it did seem to consume its victims from within, hollowing them out gradually, leaving them pale and thin and translucent looking, as though the person you had known was being slowly erased. They would lose weight, they could not recover, they would sweat through their bedclothes in the night and wake exhausted. They would cough, a cough that deepened over weeks and months until it brought up blood, bright and alarming against a white handkerchief. And then, after all of that, they would die. The communities where this happened were not superstitious backwaters. New England in the 19th century was a literate, church-going, post-Enlightenment society. People who read newspapers, who had ministers and doctors, who were perfectly aware that the modern world had arrived. And yet when tuberculosis moved through a family, taking one member after another in what seemed like a purposeful sequence, the explanation that rose up from somewhere very old and very deep was not always a medical one. The folk logic was straightforward enough, and in the absence of germ theory, it was not entirely unreasonable. Something was feeding on this family. The first person died, and then the second person sickened, and then a third, and the grief and the fear were indistinguishable from each other. And someone, perhaps a neighbor, perhaps an older relative who remembered an older way of thinking about these things, would suggest that the one who had died first might not be entirely finished. The belief that circulated in parts of Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and other New England states held that a person who had died of consumption could, in certain circumstances, continue to draw sustenance from the living members of their family. They did not need to rise from the grave or walk the roads at night. They simply continued, somehow, in their cold resting place, and the family continued to sicken around them. The way to stop this was to go to the grave, open it, and examine what was inside. If the organs, and particularly the heart, still held liquid blood, that was taken as the sign. A body that had been dead for some time and still contained what looked like fresh blood was, in the understanding of the people performing this examination, still active in some terrible sense. It had not finished. It was still consuming. The heart would be removed. It would be burned, sometimes on a flat stone, sometimes in an iron pot, and the smoke from that burning was thought to carry a kind of remedy. Surviving family members who were ill might be brought to stand in the smoke and breathe it in. In some accounts, the ashes were mixed with water or some other liquid and given to the sick to drink. The logic was the same as it had always been, across centuries and across the ocean. Destroy the source, and the harm stops. Burn what is feeding, and the living might recover. What the people who performed these exhumations did not know, and what would not be understood until Robert Koch identified the tuberculosis bacterium in 1882, was that the disease was caused by a microorganism spreading between people through the air, through coughs and shared breath and close contact. The family members who sickened after the first death were not being preyed upon by a revenant. They had been infected by the same bacterium, possibly before the first person even died, and the illness was simply progressing through them on its own natural schedule. The dead had nothing to do with it, except that the dead had once been sick in the same house, breathing the same air. But the appearance of the thing, the way it moved, one by one, through people who loved each other and lived together, was almost impossible to distinguish, without that knowledge, from something deliberate. And the bodies, when they were exhumed, sometimes seemed to confirm the fear. A person buried in the cold New England winter, in ground that was nearly frozen, might be remarkably preserved when the grave was opened in early spring. The blood in the heart might not have fully congealed in the way people expected. The body might look, to grieving and frightened eyes, as though it had not really given up. Researchers who have gone back through town records, diaries, newspaper accounts, and family histories have documented at least a dozen cases in which this practice was carried out in 19th century New England. And those are only the cases that left some written trace. The actual number was almost certainly higher. Most of these events were not reported in newspapers at the time. They were quietly managed within the community, known to the neighbors who gathered, kept out of the public record by people who understood, perhaps, that the wider world might find the practice difficult to explain. In some cases, local physicians were present and recorded their unease. In others, the minister was involved or conspicuously absent. The documentation, where it exists, tends to be spare and matter of fact, as though the people writing it were not quite sure how to frame what they had witnessed and settled on simply describing it. This was happening, it is worth pausing to appreciate, in the same decades that saw the Industrial Revolution reshaping the American economy, that saw railroads crossing the continent, that saw photography and telegraphy and the beginnings of modern medicine. The vampire belief did not live in a sealed-off past. It lived alongside all of those things, in the same towns, in the same families. The vampire of New England wore no cape and slept in no castle. It lay in a churchyard in Connecticut or Rhode Island, and according to those who loved the family it was destroying, it was still hungry. George Brown of Exeter, Rhode Island, buried his wife in 1883 and kept going, the way a farmer has to keep going. Then he buried his oldest daughter, and then the sickness came for his son Edwin. The disease that moved through his family was tuberculosis, though in Exeter in the 1880s, most people still called it consumption, a word that described precisely what it felt like to watch someone die of it. They were being used up from within, hollowed out slowly, the colour leaving their face over the course of months until they were pale and thin and then gone. Mary Brown had died of it. Not long after her, Mary Olive, the oldest daughter, who had watched her mother decline and then followed the same path herself. George kept his farm and kept his other children moving forward in the particular way that grief requires when there is still work to be done. But Edwin had begun to cough. Consumption was the leading cause of death in America in the 19th century, and it moved through communities with a grim inevitability that created a kind of terror in the American imagination. The medical understanding of how it spread, through the airborne particles released when the sick coughed, through shared living spaces and close contact, was not yet widely known or accepted in rural communities. The disease was still largely a mystery, something that seemed to follow family lines, to appear without warning, to take the young and the old with an indifference that suggested forces beyond the merely biological. It would not be until Robert Koch's identification of the tubercle bacillus in 1882 that physicians would begin to understand the disease's true mechanism. Ledge travelled slowly to places like Exeter, and it competed with explanations that had deeper roots in the soil of folk belief. The neighbours in Exeter noticed. The neighbours knew what a cough meant in a family that had already lost 2 women to the same disease. What they thought they knew was not quite what a physician would have told them, but it was what generations of New England folk belief had taught them to think, that someone in that family was not resting, that someone in that ground was still drawing from the living. The way this kind of sickness had always seemed to move from one person to the next, following bloodlines the way water follows a channel. In the centuries before germ theory, such beliefs had provided a framework for understanding suffering that made a kind of intuitive sense. If someone was wasting away, if their blood was being drained by the disease, if the dead seemed to follow their living relatives into the grave, then perhaps the dead were still somehow present, still somehow feeding. The remedy, in this way of thinking, was as logical as the diagnosis. Remove the threat, stop the exchange between the living and the dead, prevent the consumption from continuing its work. George Brown was not a man given to this kind of thinking, by most accounts. The local physician, a Dr. Harold Metcalf, was skeptical as well, and attended primarily to document whatever was found, rather than because he believed in what was being proposed. But the community had been persistent. In the particular social world of a small Rhode Island town, a man did not easily refuse the people who were his only neighbours and his only support. So in March of that year, in the cold early days of the month, George Brown gave his consent and the graves were opened. Mary Brown's body, nearly a decade in the earth, had returned to the earth in the way that bodies do. There was nothing in what remained of her that anyone could have called alarming. Mary Olive had decomposed in the ordinary way as well. The people gathered at the cemetery moved from her grave to the last one. That was not precisely a grave at all, but an above-ground receiving vault of the kind used in winters too cold for digging, where a coffin could rest until the ground thawed enough to accept it. Mercy Brown had died in January of 1892, just 2 months before. Her body had spent those 2 months in the frozen vault rather than in the soil. When they opened the coffin, what they found was a body that appeared, to the people gathered there, to be in a state no body should be in after 2 months. The flesh had not darkened and collapsed the way the others had. There was colour in her face. When Dr. Metcalf examined her, he found that her heart still held liquid blood, a detail he attributed in his notes to the cold temperatures of the vault. That had slowed the ordinary processes considerably. The people around him drew a different conclusion. The same conclusion that people in a dozen New England towns had drawn in similar circumstances over the previous century. She was still consuming, still feeding on what remained of her family. In the accounts that survive from that day, what strikes the modern reader is how certain everyone seemed in their interpretation. The evidence was not ambiguous to them. The liquid blood, the preservation of the flesh, the rosy color in the cheeks, these were not signs of the vault's protective cold, but signs of an unnatural persistence. Mercy Brown, despite being dead for 2 months, despite being laid in a coffin of her own, was somehow still present in her body in a way that threatened the living. The logic was internally consistent, even if it rested on premises that were already becoming scientifically obsolete. They removed Mercy's heart and burned it on a nearby stone. They gathered the ashes into a preparation that Edwin, who was gravely ill and perhaps willing to try anything that might help, was given to drink. A reporter from the Providence Journal attended the exhumation and wrote about it. That is why we know as much as we do about that cold March morning and about what the people of Exeter believed they were doing when they opened Mercy Brown's coffin. The story ran and was read and remarked upon, and then the world moved on, the way it does. Whether Bram Stoker ever read that particular account is not known with certainty, though scholars have noted that he was familiar with the broader tradition of New England vampire belief and was gathering material in those same years for the novel he would publish in 1897, a novel that would make the word vampire mean something quite different to the world than it had ever meant in a small Rhode Island town. Edwin Brown died in May of 1892, 2 months after his sister's heart had been burned and given to him as medicine. With him, the last chapter of the American vampire story quietly closed. In the 20th century, as scholars and doctors looked back at centuries of vampire belief, a few of them asked a different question than the folklorists had been asking. The folklorists had been asking where the stories came from, which cultures carried them, how they changed as they traveled from one village to the next. The medical researchers asked something else, whether there was a disease, or more than one disease, quietly running underneath all of it, providing the raw symptoms that frightened communities then dressed in the language of the supernatural. It was a reasonable question, and some of the answers were genuinely interesting, even if none of them turned out to be the whole story. The theory that attracted the most attention, at least in popular accounts, was the one connecting vampire belief to a group of rare genetic blood disorders called the porphyrias. Porphyrias are conditions in which the body has difficulty producing a particular component of hemoglobin, and the result is a buildup of molecules called porphyrins in the tissues, the skin, and in some forms even in the teeth. The symptoms of certain porphyrias read, on the surface, like a description pulled from vampire folklore: extreme sensitivity to sunlight, sometimes to the point where brief exposure causes the skin to blister and scar, a reddish or brownish discoloration of the teeth, and in some cases neurological disturbances that can alter behavior and affect sleep. A researcher named David Dolphin presented this idea at a meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in 1985, and the popular press embraced it enthusiastically. Here, it seemed, was an explanation, a real biological explanation, for why some people through history might have appeared monstrous to their neighbors. The difficulty is that the connection, once you look at it carefully, is much weaker than those early headlines suggested. Porphyria, in its more severe forms, is genuinely rare enough that it would be difficult to account for the widespread and recurring nature of vampire belief across dozens of cultures and many centuries. There is also the problem of specificity. Most of the classic vampire characteristics, rising from the grave, draining the blood of the living, spreading death through a household, have nothing obvious to do with porphyria at all. The disease might, in theory, explain why a particular individual seemed strange or frightening to the people around them, but it does not explain the revenant, the corpse that returns, which is really the central image of vampire belief in most of the traditions we have discussed. The medical community was, on the whole, skeptical. The connection between porphyria and vampires remains a suggestive curiosity rather than an established explanation, and most researchers who study vampire folklore treat it as a partial footnote rather than a foundation. The rabies theory arrived somewhat later and was put forward in a more systematic way by the neurologist Juan Gomez Alonso in a 1998 paper published in the journal Neurology. Gomez Alonso pointed out a number of symptoms shared between advanced rabies and the behaviors attributed to vampires in Eastern European folklore. Rabies can cause hypersensitivity to strong smells, which might account for the vampire's aversion to garlic. It can cause disruption of normal sleep patterns, with infected individuals sometimes becoming agitated at night. It can produce hypersexuality, aggression, and in some cases a tendency to bite. And, perhaps most usefully for the theory, rabies spreads through bites, which means that a rabies outbreak moving through a small community would produce a pattern of illness that looked, to people without any knowledge of germ theory, very much like one sick person passing something terrible to the next. This theory is more structurally interesting than the porphyria hypothesis because it accounts for the contagion pattern that lies at the heart of so many vampire panics, including the ones in 18th century Serbia that we spent time with earlier in this story. When Arnold Pale's neighbors began dying one after another, and when Peter Plagojewicz's village watched 9 people follow him to the grave within weeks, the horror was not simply that a dead man might be walking, it was that whatever he had was spreading. Rabies, in a community that did not understand it, would have looked almost exactly like that. Even so, the rabies theory has its own limitations. Rabies does not easily explain the full set of behaviors and characteristics attributed to vampires, and like porphyria, it explains individuals, rather than the deep cultural architecture of vampire belief. The grave rituals, the theological anxieties, the family-centered nature of the haunting. What both theories get right is the instinct behind them. That people who watched their loved ones waste away, who saw illness move through a household with a terrible logic they could not name, would reach for the most coherent explanation available to them. What they perhaps underestimate is how much of vampire belief was built, not from any single disease, but from the whole ordinary experience of death, watching a body change after burial, sitting with the grief of losing person after person in the same family, needing some shape to put around a fear that had no other shape. No single disease created the vampire, but between them, tuberculosis and porphyria and rabies and the slow drama of decomposition provided all the raw material that human fear and human imagination needed. By the time Bram Stoker sat down in the 1890s to write about a Transylvanian count who slept in a coffin and could not cross running water, he was not inventing anything. The creature he shaped into a novel had already been walking through human imagination for thousands of years, accumulating its characteristics slowly, the way a river accumulates silt, a little from one tradition, a little from another, until by the time it reaches the sea, it carries the substance of an entire landscape within it. Stoker had access to a great deal of material, and he used it carefully. He drew on the 18th century Serbian vampire cases that had circulated across Europe in official reports and newspaper accounts, the same cases that had shaken Vienna and Paris and London generations before him. He was away, of the literary vampires who had come before his own, figures who had already done much of the work of assembling the creature into something recognizable. Heinrich August Ossenfelder wrote a German poem in 1748 in which a vampire's kiss was already an act of seduction and transgression, quiet and intimate and cold. Goethe's Bride of Corinth, from 1797, told of a young woman returned from the grave to find the man she had been promised to in life. She drew his warmth into herself and left him pale and fading. John Polidori's story, The Vampire, published in 1819, gave the creature its aristocratic bearing, a cold, elegant lord moving through polite society and feeding on the people around him without ever appearing to hurry. Sheridan Le Fanu's Carmilla, from 1872, brought the vampire close to its Victorian literary form nearly complete. A languid and beautiful creature of the night who attached herself to a young woman with a tenderness that was also a kind of slow consumption. Stoker's genius lay not in invention, but in synthesis. He grasped instinctively which elements would resonate most powerfully with a Victorian reading public. The sensuality Ossenfelder had introduced, the aristocratic menace Polidori had perfected, the intimate predation Le Fanu had rendered compellingly. He added the apparatus of modernity, the phonograph, the telegram, the scientific inquiry, as a frame around something ancient and mythic. This combination made his vampire feel urgent and immediate, a threat not merely from the past, but from the present moment. By the time Stoker opened his notebooks and began sketching the outline of what would become Dracula, the vampire was already a figure with centuries of literary history behind it. Behind that literary history lay the folklore of Romania and Serbia and Greece and Russia. Behind the folklore lay the half-remembered fears of medieval England and classical antiquity. Behind those lay the very oldest stories of the restless dead, carved into clay tablets in cities that no longer exist. The creature Stoker gave to the world in 1897 was, in this sense, already fully formed. He dressed it in an evening coat and set it on a ship bound for England. The world received it as something new. That is perhaps a testament to how well he assembled everything that had come before him into a shape that felt startlingly alive. What the long history of vampire belief tells us, if we sit with it quietly for a moment, is something about the way human beings have always moved through loss. In every tradition, in every century, and every country where this creature appears, it comes from the same place. A death that was not right, a grief that could not settle, a family hollowed out one member at a time by something invisible and relentless. The vampire was never simply a monster invented to frighten children. It was the shape that communities gave to their deepest uncertainties about death, about why the body changes after life has left it, about why illness moves through a household in a sequence that feels almost deliberate, about why the people we loved do not feel entirely gone, even when we have put them in the ground. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Idimu wandered because it had not been properly sent away. The living owed the dead a careful and attentive farewell. In Serbian villages, the Upir came back for its own family. The grief and fear folded together into something barely distinguishable from each other. In rural New England, the wasting sickness that took a mother and then her daughters and then her son looked so much like a feeding that the only language available to describe it was the language of the vampire. This was because that language had been waiting inside human culture for long enough to feel instinctive. The creature persisted not because people were foolish or credulous, but because it addressed something real, the terror of watching the people you love diminish, the helplessness of illness, the strangeness of the body after death, the way the dead continue to occupy the living long after the burial is finished. These are not small fears. They are among the largest ones a human being carries. The vampire was the form that fear took when it needed a shape it could confront. Somewhere tonight, in the oldest part of the human mind, The thing that was once called Edimu, and Upia, and Strigoi and Revenant, is still out there at the edge of the firelight, patient as it has always been. Greetings, and welcome to Mythology and Folklore, for Sleep Collection of Sleep Stories. Let's guide you tonight as we journey into the deep forests and wild mountains of North America to explore one of the most enduring and quietly haunting legends this land has ever known, the story of Bigfoot. We will follow this legend from its oldest and deepest roots through the traditions of indigenous peoples who have known these forests far longer than any written record, through the journals of early explorers and frontier settlers, through famous sightings and contested evidence, and the long, patient search that continues to this day. Whether you have always been curious about Bigfoot or are only now hearing the full story for the first time, tonight we will take the whole thing slowly, quietly, and together. Before we venture forward, however, let us pause for a moment to settle into the place where you are right now. Allow your body to grow heavy and still against the surface beneath you. Let your shoulders drop. Let your hands rest open and loose at your sides, and allow your jaw to soften just a little. There is nothing that needs your attention tonight. Every obligation, every unfinished thought from the day, you can set all of it down now, the way you might set down a heavy bag after a long walk. You are simply here, and that is more than enough. With your eyes closed and your breathing slow, take a long, easy breath in through your nose, feeling your chest and belly rise gently. Then let it go, slowly, all the way out, and notice how your body sinks just a little deeper into the comfort beneath you with every breath you release. You do not need to control your breathing or count anything. Just let it find its own quiet rhythm, the way a river finds its way between stones without any effort at all. If there are sounds around you, the small sounds of a house settling, or distant traffic, or the wind against the window, you can let those sounds be part of the background, like rain falling somewhere far away. They do not need to pull you anywhere. You are here, warm and safe, and the night outside is peaceful. As you rest, I want you to imagine that somewhere beyond your walls, there are forests, vast and old and dark, the kind where the canopy grows so thick that very little light ever reaches the ground, the kind where the undergrowth smells of damp earth and pine, where fallen logs are covered in soft green moss, where the only sounds are wind moving through the branches high overhead and the occasional call of something small and wild moving through the brush. These are the forests where tonight's story lives. They stretch across mountain ranges and river valleys, from the fog-wrapped coastlines of the Pacific Northwest to the ancient hollows of the Appalachian Hills. They are among the largest stretches of wilderness remaining on this continent, and they have been home to stories far older and stranger than most people realize. Tonight, we are going to move through those forests together, unhurried and at ease, and I am going to tell you everything there is to know about the creature that generations of people across many different cultures and many different centuries have believed to be walking quietly through those trees. Now that we have settled in and found our quiet center, let us begin the story. Long before anyone coined the word Bigfoot, long before newspaper headlines or grainy film footage, the forests of North America were already full of stories. These were not stories that began with a dramatic sighting, a plasticast, or a newswire running across a teletype machine. They were woven into something far older and far quieter than any of that, into the oral traditions of the indigenous nations who had lived alongside these forests for thousands of years, who understood the mountains and river valleys not as wilderness to be conquered, but as a world to be inhabited with care and attention. The large, human-like figure, the that would eventually become known to the wider world as Bigfoot, had been part of that world for a very long time. The people who told the earliest stories about it were not describing something monstrous or alien. They were describing something they knew, something they had made room for in their understanding of how the world was put together, something that carried meaning far beyond what any modern field researcher might be looking for. The word Sasquatch itself offers a small window into how ancient these traditions really are. It is an anglicized version of Sasquatch, a term that comes from the Halkomelem language spoken by the Coast Salish peoples of the Pacific Northwest, a language family that stretches across what is now southwestern British Columbia and northern Washington state. Halkomelem translates the word roughly as meaning a wild or hairy man, a being associated with the deep places of the forest where ordinary human life thinned out and something older and less familiar began. The Coast Salish did not invent this as a campfire entertainment. It was a part of how they understood the land they lived on, passed down carefully from one generation to the next in the way that all vital knowledge was passed down, through storytelling, through ceremony, through the quiet instruction of elders who had received the same stories from their own elders before them. What is worth pausing over is how many nations, spread across an enormous geographic range, held space for a being of this kind. The Coast Salish were not alone in this. From the dense cedar forests of the Pacific Northwest to the high desert plateaus further inland, from the Great Basin to the mountains of the Northeast, many different indigenous cultures carried traditions describing a large, powerful, human-like presence inhabiting the wild country beyond the edges of the village. The details shifted from place to place, as you would expect from traditions developing across such varied landscapes over such a long stretch of time. But the broad shape of the being, enormous, hair-covered, moving on two legs through country that human beings entered only cautiously, appeared in tradition after tradition, with a consistency that is difficult to set aside. Among the Stales people of British Columbia, Sasquatch held a particularly clear and considered role. In their tradition, the being was understood as a protector of the land, a figure who existed partly in the human world and partly in the spiritual world, whose presence served as a kind of reminder that the wilderness was not simply a resource waiting to be used, but a living system with its own integrity and its own rules. The Stales did not approach Sasquatch the way a researcher might approach a rare animal. They approached that presence the way you might approach something you owed a measure of respect to, carefully, with awareness of what you were doing and why. Encountering such a being was not an occasion for celebration or proof-gathering. It was an occasion for reflection on your own behavior and your own relationship to the world around you. These traditions were maintained through specific practices and contexts that gave them weight and continuity. The stories were not told casually or at random moments. They were often shared at particular times of year, or as part of specific ceremonies, or in contexts where their lessons would be most relevant to young people preparing to hunt or travel through difficult country. Elders served as keepers of these narratives, responsible for remembering the exact details and the proper way of telling them. There was a recognition that how something was said mattered as much as what was being said, that the cadence and structure of the story itself carried meaning. In some traditions, certain stories could only be told during particular seasons, or only to people who had demonstrated they were ready to hear them. This created a kind of sacred container around the knowledge, a sense that it was not meant to be treated lightly or shared indiscriminately. The specificity of these practices speaks to how central these stories were to the life of the communities that held them. The Tule River tribe, in the foothills of California's Sierra Nevada, offers another kind of evidence for how old these traditions run. on a rock face in their ancestral territory. There is a cluster of petroglyphs, images carved into stone by hands that worked there long centuries before any European presence on this continent. Among those images, researchers and tribal members have identified a figure they call hairy man, large, distinctly human in posture, covered in the lines that suggest thick hair or fur. The Tule River people themselves connect this figure to their oral traditions. Understanding it as a depiction of the same kind of being their stories have described for generations. The carving does not prove that such a creature exists in any biological sense. What it does suggest is that the concept is genuinely ancient, not a recent invention, not something borrowed from a newspaper story or a Hollywood film, but something rooted in the lived experience and the artistic expression of people who called this land home for a very long time. The teaching function of these stories is something that deserves its own moment of attention. In many indigenous traditions, stories about powerful or dangerous wilderness beings were not simply entertainment. They were not simply expressions of fear. They carried instruction. A story about a large and unpredictable being inhabiting the deep forest might carry within it a quiet lesson about the consequences of venturing too far from the community without proper preparation, or about what happened to people who took more from the land than they needed, or about the importance of moving through wild country with humility rather than aggression. These were moral and ecological teachings, delivered through narrative in the way that the most enduring lessons often are, not as rules handed down from above, but as stories that stayed with you, that you carried with you into the forest when you went. This is perhaps the most important distinction between the indigenous understanding of the wilderness being and the approach that Western cryptozoology would eventually develop. Western investigation of Bigfoot has always been organized around a single central question: does this creature exist? The entire enterprise is built around finding evidence, footprints, film, hair samples, audio recordings that would satisfy a scientific standard of proof. And that is not an unreasonable way to investigate a question, but it is a very particular way of relating to the world. One that treats the creature as a problem to be solved and a mystery to be resolved. The indigenous traditions that gave rise to these stories were organized around a different kind of question entirely. Not whether the being existed, but what your relationship to it was, what your presence in its territory meant, what obligations that presence placed on you. These traditions did not need scientific verification, because they were not making scientific claims in the Western sense. They were transmitting a way of being in the world, a way that made room for things larger and older than human understanding, that treated the forest not as a backdrop for human activity, but as a world in its own right, full of its own inhabitants and its own logic. It is worth being careful when surveying all of this, not to collapse these very different traditions into a single unified story. The Coast Salish understanding of Saskets was not identical to the Tule River understanding of hairy man. Neither of those was the same as the traditions held by nations further inland or further north. Each culture shaped its understanding of the wilderness being through its own language, its own landscape, its own spiritual framework, and its own history. Treating them as if they were all describing the same creature in the same way would be a kind of flattening, a loss of exactly the richness and specificity that makes these traditions worth knowing about in the first place. Scholars who study this material are careful to note that the diversity of the traditions is itself meaningful, that what matters is not only the similarity across cultures, but the particular texture of each one. What does connect these traditions, quietly and without force, is the understanding they share of what the wilderness being represents. In tradition after tradition, across nations and landscapes and languages, The large human-like presence in the deep forest is associated with a set of values: respect for the natural world, humility about the limits of human knowledge, awareness of what you owe to the land and to the other kinds of life that share it with you. Whether the being appears as a protector, as a warning, as a spirit that moves between worlds, or as something that simply watches from the tree line and withdraws when approached too boldly, it is always understood as something that has its own place in the order of things, that demands to be treated accordingly. For these communities, the creature was never really a mystery to be solved. It was a presence to be respected. That understanding colored everything that came after. The further you travel from the Pacific Northwest, the more the stories change, and that is one of the most telling things about them. The Sasquatch traditions of the Coast Salish and the Tsales emerged from a particular world: dense old-growth forest, rain-softened earth, rivers heavy with salmon, mountain ranges that seemed to go on without end. That specific landscape shaped specific stories. But when you move east across the continent, or south into the high desert, or north toward the boreal woodlands, you find that other nations were also holding space for a large, human-like presence in the wilderness. And yet what they described, what role that presence played, how people were meant to relate to it shifted in ways that matter enormously. These are not regional variations of a single shared legend. They are separate traditions, grown from separate soils, carrying their own meanings and their own moral weight. To flatten them all into one modern creature would be to misunderstand each of them individually. Scholars who study indigenous knowledge traditions have been careful to say so. The diversity of these accounts is not an inconvenience to be smoothed over. It is, in fact, the most important thing about them. The relationship between landscape and story runs deeper than mere backdrop. When a people inhabit a particular geography for centuries or millennia, that land becomes inscribed in their language, their ceremonial calendar, their ethical frameworks. The creatures and spirits that populate their oral traditions emerge from this intimate knowledge. They reflect not idle speculation, but careful observation translated into spiritual and moral language. A being that appears in stories is often a being that serves a purpose in the community's understanding of how to live well in that specific place. The character of the creature, whether it is protective or dangerous, central or marginal to human life, carries embedded knowledge about the actual hazards and gifts of the environment. To understand these traditions on their own terms requires recognizing that they are not failed attempts at zoology. They are sophisticated systems of meaning-making that ask different questions than modern science asks. Among the Algonquin-speaking peoples of the northeastern woodlands and the Great Lakes region, there existed a figure that is sometimes mentioned in the same breath as Bigfoot, though it belongs to an entirely different category of being. The Wendigo, sometimes spelled Windigo or Witico, depending on the specific nation and dialect, was not a shy, forest-dwelling creature glimpsed at the edge of a clearing or heard moving through the trees at night. It was something far darker and far more inward-looking in its terror. In most traditions, the Wendigo was a spirit of hunger and cold, a malevolent force that could possess human beings who had committed the act of cannibalism under desperate winter conditions, transforming them into towering, gaunt, insatiable creatures that could never be led no matter how much they consumed. The being grew taller as it ate, always staying just out of reach of satisfaction. Some accounts described it as skeletal and hollow-eyed, others as a massive and powerful figure moving through the deep snow of a northern winter. But what united them was this sense of a wrong relationship, a crossing of a boundary that nature had set, rather than simply a large and unknown animal sharing the forest with human beings. The Wendigo served as a profound cultural teaching about the dangers of prioritizing individual survival over communal bonds, about what happens when a person turns against the group in order to feed themselves alone. It is a story shaped by the brutality of northeastern winters, by the genuine and terrible threat of famine, by the value of peoples for whom interdependence was not merely preferable, but essential to survival. To place it in the same column as the Sasquatch of the Pacific Northwest is to lose what makes both of them meaningful. The Wendigo also illustrates how these traditions encode ecological knowledge and seasonal danger. The northeastern peoples understood that winter could push human communities to their breaking point, that the boundary between survival and tragedy was often thin. The Wendigo was not merely a monster to frighten children. It was a sophisticated warning embedded in narrative form, teaching about the psychological and spiritual consequences of certain actions, about the interconnected nature of survival in a harsh climate. These teachings were transmitted across generations because they carried practical wisdom about how to maintain the social bonds that literally meant the difference between life and death when temperatures dropped and food became scarce. Moving west and south into the high desert country of the Great Basin, the traditions shift again in ways that reflect a completely different world. The Shoshone people, whose territory spread across what is now Nevada, Utah, southern Idaho, knew of a being called the Siahaltik, sometimes described as a powerful and dangerous creature inhabiting the more remote and rugged parts of the landscape, a presence that inspired not just caution but genuine fear. The Great Basin is a place of extremes: scorching summers, cold winters, sparse water, long distances between places of shelter and sustenance. A large, dangerous being in that environment carries different implications than one in the lush and forgiving rainforests of the coast. There is less margin for error in the desert. The stories that emerge from desert peoples tend to reflect that. The Siahaltik was not a guardian in the protective sense, not a teacher offering ecological wisdom from a place of benevolence. It was something to be avoided, something that marked the outer edges of where a person should reasonably go. And that warning had real practical value in a landscape where wandering too far from water or familiar terrain could end a life without any mysterious creature being involved at all. Across the plateau regions, among the peoples of what is now the inland Pacific Northwest, the Columbia Plateau, and the areas around the Warm Springs Reservation, there were stories of beings sometimes called stick Indians, a name that refers not to a single creature, but to a category of entities, some of them hostile, some merely disruptive, all of them associated with the deep and less traveled places. According to these traditions, the stick Indians might steal salmon from a fishing camp, or whistle to travelers in the darkness in ways that caused them to lose their bearings and wander off the path they had known. They were tricksters in some accounts, predators in others. Their behavior carried a warning familiar across many traditions, that certain places and certain hours belonged to forces older than human settlement, that a person who moved through those spaces carelessly did so at their own risk. What all of these traditions share, despite their profound differences, is that they grew outward from the specific places their peoples inhabited, shaped by the demands and the character of each particular landscape. The Pacific Northwest coast, with its deep forest and its abundance, produced stories of a large being that moved within the natural order, deserving of respect and careful relationship. The northeastern woodlands, with their long winters and their intimate knowledge of scarcity, produced a being born of transgression and excess. The high desert produced something forbidding and marginal, a creature of the edges rather than the center of human life. Scholars who study these traditions with care have noted that the instinct to gather all of these figures together under the modern word Bigfoot, To treat them as folk descriptions of a single undiscovered animal imposes a Western framework of categorization onto knowledge systems that were organized around entirely different questions. The peoples who carried these stories were not amateur naturalists waiting for someone to arrive with a camera and settle the matter. They were communities for whom the natural world was a web of relationships, moral, spiritual, ecological, and the figures that inhabited the outer edges of that web carried meaning that a plaster footprint cast could never fully capture. Each tradition carried the mark of its own landscape, its own language, its own way of understanding what it meant to share a world with something larger and older than yourself. When European settlers began pushing into the forests and mountains of the Pacific Northwest in the early 1800s, they brought their own fears with them, and the wilderness seemed ready to answer. These were men and women accustomed to cleared fields and village roads, to landscapes that had been shaped and tamed by generations of human hands. The forests they encountered here were something else entirely. The trees were enormous, older than memory, standing so close together that the light barely reached the ground. The mountains ran on without end in every direction. There were no edges to anything, no horizon that offered reassurance. For many settlers, that open vastness pressed against the imagination in ways that were difficult to name. It is perhaps not surprising that, moving through that kind of country, they began to report things. One of the earliest written accounts comes from the journals of David Thompson, a British-Canadian fur trader and explorer who was among the first Europeans to travel extensively through what is now the Pacific Northwest. In January of 1811, near what is today the region of northern Idaho and eastern Washington, Thompson and his men discovered a set of enormous tracks in the snow. He recorded the footprints with careful attention, noting their unusual size and human-like shape. Observing that they appeared to belong to something far larger than a man, Thompson was a practical, methodical person, not given to embellishment. The tone of his journal entry is one of genuine puzzlement rather than fear. He did not claim to have seen the create, only the evidence it seemed to have left behind. But that matter-of-fact record, written in neat ink on expedition paper, placed something unmistakably large and unknown into the documented history of the region. It would not be the last such entry. A generation later, in 1840, a Protestant missionary named Elkanah Walker was living among the Spokane people in what is now eastern Washington. Walker was a careful observer of the communities he lived and worked with. He kept detailed records of the stories and beliefs he encountered. Among those accounts, he noted that the Spokane people spoke of large, hair-covered beings who lived in the mountains nearby, beings who were powerful and unpredictable, who sometimes raided camps for food, who were regarded with a mixture of caution and respect. Walker did not dismiss these accounts, though he filtered them through his own cultural expectations, describing the beings as giants in language that reflected his own frame of reference more than theirs. What is significant about his record is it shows how, by the middle of the 19th century, settler observers were beginning to encounter indigenous knowledge about these wilderness beings and attempting to make sense of it. The stories were clearly not new to the indigenous peoples Walker lived among. They had the settled quality of things long understood and carefully passed down. But for Walker and those like him, they arrived as something unfamiliar and faintly unsettling. Stories that seemed to give shape to the unease they already felt about the wild country pressing in around them. As more settlers moved westward across the continent, encounters of this kind multiplied. The stories began circulating through the loose networks of frontier communication. Trading posts, missionary letters, newspaper columns, the lone evenings around campfires, where men and women tried to make sense of the places they had come to. Reports of large, man-like figures spotted in deep timber began appearing with increasing frequency in regional newspapers through the latter half of the century, described with the same matter-of-fact language used for accounts of bear attacks or unusual weather. Perhaps the most famous of all the early settler accounts came not from a frontiersman of modest reputation, but from Theodore Roosevelt, who would eventually become the 26th President of the United States. Roosevelt wrote about the wilderness with genuine passion throughout his life. In his 1892 book of hunting stories and natural observations, The Wilderness Hunter, he included an account he had heard from an experienced trapper and woodsman named Bauman. The story Bauman told was set somewhere in the mountain country of the West, in an unnamed wilderness that Roosevelt described only in general terms: forested slopes, a narrow creek, remote and difficult country. According to Bauman, he and a companion had made camp in a valley where they almost immediately sensed that something was wrong. Their camp was disturbed, their belongings scattered. They found enormous bipedal tracks, not the prints of a bear moving on all fours, but tracks made by something moving upright, consistently, through the muddy ground around their site. The presence that left those tracks seemed to circle the camp repeatedly over the course of several nights. The men grew steadily more frightened. Roosevelt recorded the story as Bauman told it to him, treating the old man as a credible witness, while carefully leaving open the question of what the creature might actually have been. The account ends badly for Bauman's companion, who was found dead in the camp under circumstances Bauman could not explain. While Roosevelt neither confirmed nor denied the supernatural elements of the story, he clearly found it worthy of preservation. That a man of Roosevelt's reputation and intellectual seriousness chose to include the account in a published book says something about how widely these stories had spread and how difficult they were to simply dismiss, even for those who approached the natural world with scientific curiosity. The blending of settler and indigenous traditions that was quietly underway throughout this period produced something new, a distinctly American wilderness legend that carried the texture of indigenous knowledge and the particular anxieties of a culture confronting a continent it had not yet learned to fully understand. The forests were enormous, and the maps were incomplete. In that space between the known and the unknown, a figure was taking shape that belonged to no single people and no single trade: Ishan. By the end of the 19th century, stories of wild men in the woods had become woven into the fabric of American frontier life, passed around campfires and printed in newspapers with the same matter-of-fact tone used to describe weather and game. In the summer of 1924, 5 gold prospectors were camped in a remote canyon on the slopes of Mount St. Helens when, according to their account, they spent one of the longest nights of their lives. The mountain occupies a part of southwestern Washington that has always carried something of the feeling of a place slightly beyond the reach of ordinary life. Even today, if you spend any length of time moving through the forest on those slopes, the sense of being surrounded by something larger than yourself arrives almost naturally, almost without your noticing it. The trees pressing close, the light coming through in fragments, the sounds changing in ways that aren't quite explained by the wind. In 1924, that remoteness was more pronounced still. Roads into the backcountry were rough where they existed at all. Large stretches of the mountain and the terrain surrounding it remained the kind of country that men traveled on foot or on horseback, with a clear understanding that getting into difficulty out there meant being truly, completely alone. The 5 miners had staked a claim they called the Vanderwhite, about 2 miles east of the mountain, near a deep and narrow gorge where the land fell away sharply between walls of rock and standing timber. They had built a small cabin there, hand-hewn, solidly enough put together to keep the rain out and the wind down, but modest, unfortified, not the kind of structure that inspires much confidence in the dark. And they went about their days as miners did in those years, moving between the claim and the camp, working through the daylight hours, returning each evening to cook and rest and make whatever arrangements the next morning required. It was the kind of work that fills a day completely, leaving a man pleasantly tired by nightfall. I imagine they slept well enough in those first weeks, with the mountain quiet above them and nothing in particular to trouble their rest. The unease that preceded the famous night did not announce itself loudly. It came first in the form of tracks. In the days before the incident, one of the miners, a man named Hank, who was regarded by his companions as a skilled and experienced woodsman, someone who had spent enough years in the mountains to trust what he was looking at, came across a series of impressions pressed deeply into the soft earth around the edges of the camp. The largest of them measured 19 inches from one end to the other. The men gathered around them and studied them with the particular, careful attention that you give to something when you recognize it doesn't fit the familiar categories. Crouching down the way you do when you want to look more closely and aren't entirely sure what you're hoping to find. They knew the mountain well enough to identify what a bear left behind in soft ground, what an elk's track looked like pressed into damp soil near a creek, what the smaller animals of the territory made when they moved through the underbrush after rain. These were none of those things. The shape of them was arranged as a human footprint is arranged, heel and toe, bipedal, the toes spread wide across a broad, flat base, but the dimensions placed the creature making them so far outside any human scale that the comparison made things stranger rather than clearer. Hank, who was said to be a man not easily unsettled, grew noticeably quieter after the discovery. It was the kind of quiet that the people around him understood without needing to ask about it. The other miners talked around the subject, the way people tend to handle the things that worry them most. They kept working because practical men on a gold claim in the mountains generally keep working. The pressing demands of the daylight hours have a way of filling the space that doubt might otherwise occupy. But the forest around the gorge had shifted in some quality I find difficult to name. Not more threatening exactly, not louder, simply more present, as though something beyond the tree line had turned its attention quietly toward the camp and settled in to watch. What happened on the night the miners later described to the newspapers, to anyone who would listen in the weeks that followed, began suddenly and without much warning. The men had gone to sleep in the ordinary way, the mountain dark and still above them, the gorge dropping away below into deeper shadow. Then the cabin was struck, a large stone hitting the outer wall with enough force to bring all 5 men sharply awake at once. Before they had quite oriented themselves, another came, then another, arriving from different directions simultaneously, as though there were several creatures circling the structure, and each one was contributing separately to the assault. The men took up their rifles. In the dark, with the walls shuddering from the impacts and the sound of heavy movement coming from more than one point outside, they fired through gaps in the timber and through whatever openings presented themselves, directing their shots toward whatever they could hear moving in the darkness. The creatures, for that is how the miners described them, large and bipedal and covered in dark hair, did not withdraw immediately. They circled the cabin. The throwing of stones would stop for a stretch of minutes, long enough that the men inside might allow themselves to wonder if it was over. Then it would begin again from a different quarter. At some point, deep in the night, something came close enough to the wall to reach a limb through a gap in the timber and close its hand around the handle of an axe that had been left leaning just inside. One of the miners lunged for it, and another fired toward the arm, and the grip released. The men held the cabin through what remained of the darkness, listening at the walls, firing when movement came too close. watching every gap in the timber for any shape they could make out against the black outside. When the light began to return, that slow, pale lightening that precedes dawn in the mountains, when the trees start coming back out of the dark as shapes again, the sounds outside had stopped. The men waited until the morning was fully established before going out. When they did, the forest looked as it always had, quiet and unchanged, carrying on with its ordinary sounds as though nothing had interrupted it. They found some disturbance in the ground around the cabin. They found no creatures. The account reached the newspapers quickly enough for a remote location. The coverage it generated was substantial enough to draw an official response. 2 U.S. Forest Service rangers, identified as J.H. Huffman and William Welch, were dispatched to look at the site and evaluate what the miners had described. They made their way into the canyon and examined the evidence carefully. Their conclusions were not favorable to the miners' story. The gorge that had been characterized as difficult to access turned out to be navigable without much trouble. The footprints near the cabin, those 19-inch impressions that had so affected Hank in the days before the attack, the rangers examined and demonstrated, to their own satisfaction, could be produced deliberately without great difficulty. They concluded that the miners had in all likelihood manufactured the incident themselves, possibly placing the stones and fashioning the prints in order to generate the kind of attention that a dramatic wilderness story was almost certain to attract. The rangers' report did not travel nearly as far or as fast as the original account had. That is a tendency you'll notice running through the history of these stories with a certain consistency. The dramatic claim moves quickly and widely, while the quiet correction rarely catches up to it. Fred Beck, one of the 5 miners and the one most closely associated with the incident in the years that followed, eventually wrote his own account of what he said took place on that mountain. His book maintained that everything the men reported was genuine. He described the night with the kind of personal texture and emotional specificity. The feeling of the cabin wall shaking, the lunge for the axe handle, the particular character of the darkness pressing against the gaps in the timber that no newspaper summary had ever quite managed to convey. His account ensured that the Ape Canyon, an incident, remained available to every later generation of researchers and readers who came looking for the origins of the Pacific Northwest legend. It a first-person weight that kept it circulating long after the rangers' investigation had been largely forgotten. Whether the men truly encountered something in those dark Washington woods, or whether the story grew in the telling, Ape Canyon earned its name that summer and has kept it ever since. The name Bigfoot was born on a dirt logging road in the mountains of Northern California on a quiet August morning in 1958. When a man named Jerry Crew climbed down from his bulldozer and found something he could not explain. Crew was a cat skinner, the term used for operators of the large tracked machines that pushed through earth and rock, and he had been hired to help carve a timber access road through the 6 Rivers National Forest, a vast and heavily wooded stretch of land in Del Norte County, roughly 300 miles north of San Francisco. The road was being cut through a place called Bluff Creek, a remote drainage tucked so deeply into the mountains that most people in the nearest towns had never seen it firsthand. 30 or so workers were employed on that same stretch of road, rising before dawn each morning, driving into the forest, spending their days reducing ancient stands of Douglas fir to something navigable and useful. It was hard, unglamorous work in an isolated corner of the country. On most mornings, nothing happened worth remembering. But on that particular morning in late August, when Crew stepped down from his machine and looked at the soft mud of the freshly graded road surface, he found a series of footprints pressed deeply into the earth, footprints shaped unmistakably like those of a barefoot human being, yet measuring 16 inches from heel to toe and 7 inches across. The stride between them was enormous, far beyond anything a person walking normally would leave behind. Whatever had made them had moved with considerable weight. This was because the prints were sunk well below the surface of the surrounding ground, as though the creature had been dense beyond easy reckoning. Crew walked the length of the track for a while, following it as it moved around and away from his machine. He could not make it add up to anything he already knew. He mentioned it to his co-workers. Some of them had seen similar prints on earlier mornings, appearing without explanation and disappearing just as quietly. No one had said much about it, the way people sometimes stay quiet about things they cannot account for. But Crew decided to do something more deliberate. He mixed up a batch of plaster and poured casts of several of the clearest prints. When they had set and hardened, he brought them into town and showed them to a reporter at the Humboldt Times, a small regional newspaper serving the communities along the Northern California coast. The editor there, a columnist named Andrew Genzoli, recognized that he was looking at something that would interest his readers. He wrote the story up, in print, reaching for a word to describe the creature behind those enormous tracks. Genzoli settled on a simple and perfectly American compound: Bigfoot. It was direct, unpretentious, and impossible to forget. It caught on almost immediately, spreading from that small coastal newspaper outward through wire services and regional papers until it had become the word most Americans used for the thing that had been lurking at the edges of their campfire stories for generations. The story did not remain a local curiosity for long. Within days, the Humboldt Times article had been picked up by larger papers along the coast, then by national wire services that saw in it the kind of human interest story that could capture attention in an era when such mystery still had a freshness to them. Magazines began sending reporters to Northern California. Radio stations broadcast interviews with Crew and with Genzoli, the man who had given the phenomenon its name. The plaster casts themselves became minor celebrities, passed hand to hand among journalists and curious onlookers, photographed and measured and debated. The footprints at Bluff Creek represented something that transcended the merely local. They suggested that in an increasingly mapped and catalogued world, gaps still remained, places where the unknown could still exist. For someone living in 1958, this was not an abstract proposition. The world still contained vast territories that had not been thoroughly explored. The possibility of an undiscovered creature in the deepest forests of California seemed, to many people, no more implausible than it would have seemed a century earlier. It is worth pausing for a moment to consider the world into which that name was born. America in 1958 was a country still comfortable with the idea that its own geography held genuine mysteries. The interstate highway system had only just begun its slow spread across the continent. Large portions of the Pacific Northwest remained genuinely difficult to reach. The forests of Northern California were not casual weekend destinations for most people. They were remote in a way that is harder to appreciate now. When satellite imagery allows anyone to examine any patch of Earth from the comfort of a lit room, the wilderness still had the quality of the unknown about it, not in a threatening way necessarily, but in the older sense, the sense that there were places in the landscape where human understanding simply had not reached yet. Crew's plaster casts landed in that atmosphere with a kind of ease, the way a story lands when the cultural ground is already prepared to receive it. People were ready to believe that something large and unexplained might still be moving through the deep forests. This was because the forests themselves still felt deep enough to hide one. The story spread through newspapers across the country, ran in magazines, generated a wave of attention that was partly curiosity, partly amusement, partly something harder to name, a genuine, if quiet hope that the world had not yet been entirely accounted for. Researchers and adventurers began making their way to Bluff Creek, looking for additional prints. Measuring what they found, attempting to understand the scale of whatever had left those marks in the mud. The name Bigfoot had given the phenomenon a kind of coherence it had not previously had. Gathering up the scattered frontier reports and indigenous traditions and campfire stories into something with a single, recognizable identity. For a while, Bluff Creek became one of the more peculiar destinations in California, drawing visitors who had no particular connection to logging or wilderness, but who simply wanted to see the place where the modern legend had begun. In the decades that followed the initial discovery, Bluff Creek became the subject of considerable scientific and amateur scrutiny. Investigators returned to the site year after year, cataloging additional prints and attempting to reconstruct the chronology of sightings. Some researchers conducted extensive searches through the surrounding forest, hoping to find more substantial evidence: hair, scat, bones, anything that might confirm the existence of the creature. Others interviewed the original road workers repeatedly, trying to distinguish between what they had actually witnessed and what they had come to believe they had witnessed over the passage of years. The prints themselves remained at the center of the inquiry. They were photographed, measured with precision instruments, compare, ed against each other, and against anatomical models. Universities and institutes received requests to examine the original plaster casts. Experts in primatology and physical anthropology offered opinions, though these opinions varied widely depending on who was doing the examining and what theoretical framework they brought to their analysis. Then, in 2002, something complicated happened. Ray L. Wallace, a timber contractor who had been the man responsible for overseeing the very road construction project at Bluff Creek in 1958, died of heart failure at the age of 84. Shortly after his death, members of his family came forward with a disclosure. His son Michael told the Seattle Times plainly that his father had been behind the footprints all along. The family produced a pair of carved wooden feet, large, flat, shaped like an enormous human soul, that they said Wallace had used to stamp the tracks into the soft mud before the workmen arrived each morning. Ray Wallace, according to his family, had thought it was funny, had enjoyed watching people react to the prints, had apparently never imagined that a simple prank involving a pair of carved boards would one day become the founding moment of one of the most enduring legends in American popular culture. The revelation made headlines. For a day or two, there was something like a verdict. The origin story of modern Bigfoot, people said, had turned out to be a hoax. But anyone who thought that announcement would close the subject was underestimating how much had accumulated in the 44 years since that August morning. Crew's plaster casts had been only the first in a long series of similar discoveries made by different people in different locations, with no apparent connection to Wallace or his wooden feet. Other workers on that same road crew, independent of one another, had described finding prints during weeks when Wallace was not even present at the site. Researchers who had studied the casts pointed out that several of the prints showed characteristics: subtle curves, natural asymmetries, pressure ridges, that would have been extraordinarily difficult to reproduce convincingly with a carved wooden implement, that the variation between individual prints suggested something more flexible than a rigid board stamping mechanically into the mud. None of this was enough to prove anything one way or the other. The honest answer is that it never will be. What is clear is that Wallace's hoax, genuine as it probably was in some form, did not explain away everything that had happened at Bluff Creek. It certainly did not explain the hundreds of similar reports from people who had never heard of Ray Wallace and had nothing obvious to gain from inventing what they claimed to have seen. The name was out in the world now. No confession, no carved wooden feet, no newspaper correction could put it back. Of all the evidence ever gathered in the long search for Bigfoot, Nothing has held the public imagination quite like 59 seconds of shaky, sun-dappled film shot on an October afternoon in 1967. By that point, the name Bigfoot had already been circulating for nearly a decade, carried by newspaper stories and campfire conversations across the American West. But it was still a name without a face, a word attached to enormous footprints and second-hand accounts, to things seen briefly in the dark and then gone. That changed on October 20th, when two men on horseback rode along a dry creek bed in a remote corner of Northern California and came around a bend in the stream and found something standing at the water's edge that neither of them had any easy explanation for. The 9 years between Jerry Crew's 1958 discovery and the autumn of 1967 had been busy ones for those pursuing the mystery. The initial newspaper sensation had faded somewhat, but it had not disappeared entirely. Throughout the early 1960s, hunters and trappers and loggers working in the remote forests of the Pacific Northwest continued to report sightings with enough consistency that the subject had taken on a kind of stubborn permanence in regional folklore. There had been footprint discoveries in Washington and Oregon. There had been reported encounters in the Cascade Range and the Klamath region. None of these had generated the sort of public attention that the initial Patterson-Gimlin footage would later create, but they had kept the search alive for people who believed there was some effing out there worth searching for. The scientific establishment, by and large, had dismissed the entire subject as unworthy of serious attention. The mainstream media, after the initial excitement of 1958, had moved on to other stories. But in the gap between official skepticism and popular curiosity, a small community of dedicated researchers had begun to organize themselves with increasing sophistication. They shared reports with one another. They studied cast imprints of the footprints with great care. They began to theorize about what kind of animal might be leaving these traces, what it might eat, where it might be living, and what physical characteristics it might possess. Roger Patterson was among the most committed of these researchers, a man who had become convinced through years of investigation that the evidence pointed toward a real, unknown primate living in the forests of the Pacific Northwest. Roger Patterson had spent years pursuing the subject, convinced that a large, undiscovered primate was living in the deep forests of the Pacific Northwest. He had brought a 16mm camera along specifically for the possibility that he might need it. His companion, Bob Gimlin, was by most accounts a more measured man, skeptical but loyal, willing to accompany his friend into the wilderness without sharing quite the same degree of conviction. The two of them had ridden out into the Six Rivers National Forest in Humboldt County with 3 horses and several days' worth of provisions, working their way through the creek country near Bluff Creek, that you may remember as the same stretch of Northern California where Jerry Crew had found those first enormous footprints 9 years before. It was a landscape of dense Douglas fir, overturned root masses, creek gravel that held the shapes of things that walked across it. It was the kind of place that felt very large and very quiet when you were standing in the middle of it, far from any road. The horses noticed something before the men did. That detail tends to stay with people who study the film carefully. This was because animals are not easily fooled by costumes or staged events. Both horses reacted with sharp, unmistakable alarm at what was ahead of them on the creek bank. Patterson's horse threw him sideways as it shied away. He scrambled to his feet quickly, pulling the camera from his saddlebag and beginning to run toward what he had seen, a large, dark, hair-covered figure moving along the edge of the creek bed in a steady, upright stride. He was running while filming. That is why the early frames of the footage shake and tilt and are difficult to read clearly. But as he slowed and the creature continued walking, the image steadies enough to see it plainly. What you see, if you watch the film, is a figure that appears to be between 6 and 7 feet tall, covered entirely in dark reddish-brown hair, walking on 2 legs with a long rolling stride that carries it smoothly across the gravel and sand of the creek bottom. At one point, perhaps 30 or 40 feet from where Patterson was standing with the camera running, the figure turns its head and looks directly back over its left shoulder at the 2 men, a slow, deliberate glance, held for just a moment before it continues walking and eventually disappears into the trees at the edge of the creek. That single glance, that brief backward look, is perhaps the most discussed moment in all of Bigfoot research. This was because it is so calm, so unhurried, and so difficult to reconcile with either a frightened animal or a man in a costume who has just been surprised. Researchers later noted that the figure appeared to be female, based on what seemed to be visible breasts beneath the hair, a detail that struck many observers as an unlikely inclusion in a fabricated costume. Though others have argued it would not have been particularly difficult to achieve with the right materials. The analysis of the Patterson-Gimlin film, as it came to be known, has continued steadily for nearly 6 decades. I think it is worth spending a little time with what that analysis has found. This was because it reflects something genuinely interesting about the nature of the evidence. Studies of the creature's body proportions have consistently noted that the arms appear significantly longer relative to the legs than would be typical for a human being. Humans generally have arms roughly 20% shorter than their legs, while the figure in the film appears to have a much smaller difference, closer to what you might expect in a large non-human primate. The stride length and the way the knee bends during each step have also attracted careful attention from biomechanics researchers over the years, some of whom have argued that the gait shown in the film would be difficult or uncomfortable for a human to replicate convincingly, particularly at the speed and over the terrain being crossed. The question of how a costume could have been produced in 1967 is one that has generated considerable discussion among scholars of special effects history. The technique of using hair or fur glued to a substrate was well understood by costume makers of that era. Professional gorilla suits did exist by that time, having been used in various film and television productions throughout the 1950s and 1960s. However, the level of detail visible in the Patterson-Gimlin footage, the musculature beneath the hair, the apparent flexibility of the shoulders and arms, the natural-looking gait, would have required either an exceptionally skilled costume maker or a very well-funded production. Patterson was known to be a man of modest means, which raises questions about where such a costume might have come from and who might have created it. Some researchers have speculated that professional filmmakers could have been involved, though no credible evidence of such involvement has ever emerged. The debate over costume versus living creature essentially hinges on 2 different assessments of what was possible with 1960s technology and resources. One view holds that the costume-making technology of the era was entirely adequate to produce what is seen in the film, and that creative filmmakers with sufficient motivation and resources could have achieved it. The other view holds that while costumes of that quality might have been theoretically possible, the practical, logistical, and financial barriers would have made such a deception extremely difficult to carry out in a remote wilderness setting under time-pressured circumstances. Grover Krantz, an anthropologist at Washington State University who became one of the few academic researchers willing to take the subject seriously, examined the film in detail and concluded that the mass and proportions of the figure were not consistent with a man in a suit. Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy at Idaho State University, whose work you will encounter again a little later in this story, has made similar arguments. Focusing on the flexibility and mechanics of the foot as the creature steps across the uneven creek bed, suggesting that the motion is more consistent with the anatomy of a large primate than with a human foot inside a rigid costume. These are careful, measured arguments from people with genuine scientific credentials. They deserve to be considered alongside the counter-arguments, which are also substantial. There have been multiple claims, made at different times and with varying degrees of credibility, that the film shows a man in a professionally made gorilla suit. The costume industry of the late 1960s was sophisticated enough to have produced something approximating what the film shows, at least in the opinion of some special effects professionals who have reviewed the footage. A man named Bob Hieronymus came forward in 2004, claiming to have been the person inside the suit, describing in considerable detail how the filming had been arranged and what the costume felt like to wear. Though his account has never been conclusively verified and is disputed by Gimlin, who has maintained for his entire life that what he and Patterson encountered that afternoon was a real, living creature. What makes the Patterson-Gimlin film so enduring, I think, is not simply that it is ambiguous. Many pieces of photographic evidence are ambiguous, but that it is ambiguous in a way that resists easy resolution even after exhaustive examination. Most hoaxes, when studied closely enough, reveal their seams. Most genuine wildlife footage, when examined by biologists, yields to confident identification. The Patterson-Gimlin film has done neither of these things in nearly 60 years of scrutiny. That is a genuinely unusual quality for any piece of photographic evidence to possess. A documentary released in 2026, titled Capturing Bigfoot, brought the film back into wide public conversation by presenting what its makers described as new analytical evidence, challenging certain prior conclusions about its authenticity. Though the Bigfoot research community's response to those claims has been divided, as it tends to be with anything connected to this subject, the film remains, as it has always been, a kind of cultural mirror, something in which people with very different prior beliefs find very different things when they look carefully. If you have already decided that Bigfoot is impossible, you will see a man in a suit walking along a California creek bed with practiced, theatrical strides. If you have spent time in those forests and come away with a different sense of what might be living in them, you may see something else entirely. A large female primate, calm despite being watched, her way along the water on a mild October afternoon without any particular urgency. The footage itself does not settle the question for you. It simply places the question in front of you, very quietly, and waits. After nearly 60 years, it remains exactly what it was the day it was developed, a question that refuses to become an answer. The Patterson-Gimlin film may be the most famous piece of Bigfoot evidence, but it sits inside a much larger body of reports stretching across nearly every state in the continental United States. In the years immediately following 1967, the Pacific Northwest became the center of a quiet but persistent wave of sightings. What is striking about those early reports is how little they seem to borrow from one another. People living along the Cascade Range, loggers, farmers, families driving home late along dark mountain roads, began describing encounters that bore a close resemblance to what Patterson and Gimlin had filmed at Bluff Creek. Though many of these witnesses had no particular awareness of that film at the time, a dark, heavy figure moving through the tree line, a smell, thick, nimble. Difficult to describe precisely, though witnesses consistently reached for the same kinds of words. Musty, wet, deeply unpleasant, like something that had been living in the earth for a long time. The sound of something large moving through brush with a confidence and ease that no bear quite accounts for. Through the 1970s, the reports accumulated steadily, logged by researchers and newspaper editors and county sheriffs who were often unsure what to do with them. Many came from people who seemed genuinely reluctant to share what they had seen, worried about how the account would land. a logger in Washington who pulled over near dusk and watched something cross the road ahead of him, something that moved upright, that he measured later against the surrounding fir trees and estimated, at between 7 and 8 feet tall, waited years before telling anyone outside his family. A couple camping in the Olympic Peninsula who woke before dawn to the sound of something heavy moving around the perimeter of their tent found impressions in the soft ground the next morning that didn't match anything they could name. These were not people who had gone looking for something extraordinary. They were simply people who encountered something they couldn't fit into any category they already had. What made the accumulation of these early reports significant was the emergence of organized documentation. By the mid-1970s, researchers had begun compiling and cross-referencing accounts in a more systematic way. The Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization was founded in 1995, but long before that, individual researchers and local enthusiasts had been maintaining their own archives. Some of these early compilations were remarkably thorough. In counties across Washington and Oregon, researchers would visit witnesses at their homes, record detailed interviews, measure and photograph the sites where encounters had occurred. They collected soil samples from reported track locations, noted the density and type of vegetation, documented weather patterns from the date of the alleged sighting. His methodical approach sometimes revealed patterns that casual observation might have missed. Seasonal clustering of reports in certain regions. A concentration of sightings along particular river valleys or ridge systems. Temporal patterns that suggested possible migration routes or territories. Some researchers began noting that reports often clustered in areas of remaining old-growth forest, places where human development had been relatively limited, where dense canopy cover and complex understory still prevailed, where the food sources that might sustain a large primate were abundant. This was not proof of anything, but it suggested that if these accounts reflected actual encounters with an animal, that animal, if it existed, would have particular habitat requirements that could be studied and understood. By the late 1970s, it was becoming clear that Bigfoot was not a Pacific Northwest creature in any exclusive sense. Reports were reaching researchers from the Appalachian Mountains, from the river bottomlands of the Midwest, from the dense second-growth forests of Ohio and Michigan and the wooded hollows of West Virginia and Tennessee. Ohio, in particular, developed a remarkably concentrated body of sightings across several decades, centered on areas of heavy forest cover in the eastern and southeastern parts of the state. The descriptions in those Ohio accounts were recognizable to anyone familiar with the Pacific Northwest record: large, bipedal, dark-haired, accompanied by a smell that witnesses struggled to put into words, and yet many of these people had no deep familiarity with the broader Bigfoot narrative. They were hunters and rural residents, and late shift workers driving home through unlit stretches of state road. People whose lives did not otherwise intersect with cryptozoology or folklore. In the Appalachian reports, the creature was often described crossing roads in the beams of headlights, or disturbing the edges of agricultural fields at the margins of dense forest, or moving through mountain hollows at night with a quietness that struck witnesses as out of proportion to the size they were describing. What these eastern accounts added to the picture was geographic reach, a sense that whatever people were seeing, or believed they were seeing, was not a story that had simply spread outward from a single origin point, but something more diffuse and harder to account for. The expansion of reports eastward raised a question that researchers still grapple with today. If these accounts reflected a genuine animal population, how had that population gone undetected for so long by the scientific establishment? Large primates leave traces: hair, scat, bones from deceased individuals, dental remains. Yet despite numerous expeditions and searches in regions with concentrated sighting histories, no such physical evidence had surfaced in any definitive form. Some researchers proposed that an undiscovered primate species would need to be remarkably elusive, possibly nocturnal by preference, possibly with behavioral patterns that minimized the likelihood of leaving behind recoverable remains. Others suggested that a small breeding population might persist in fragmented forest habitats, moving between isolated patches of suitable terrain in patterns that rarely brought them into contact with human scientific endeavor. Still others maintained that the consistency of reports, while striking, could reflect something other than a biological reality. That cultural transmission of the Bigfoot concept might create in observers a perceptual framework that organized ambiguous experiences, a glimpse of a large animal in poor light, shadows moving across distant forest, into a recognizable pattern. This possibility did not require any deception on the part of witnesses, only the way that human perception naturally works to make sense of incomplete information by fitting it into existing templates of expectation. In September of the year 2000, a team from the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, working in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in southern Washington, made a discovery that researchers have discussed ever since. The team had placed fruit in a clearing near Skookum Meadow. When they returned the following morning, they found a large impression in the soft earth beside it, not a footprint, but something more like a body impression, as though something very heavy had reclined on its side and reached forward to gather the fruit without fully rising. The impression showed what researchers interpreted as the outline of a forearm, a heel, a thigh, spread across several feet of disturbed ground. Plaster casts were made and examined by a number of people, including the anatomist Jeff Meldrum, who found features in the heel impression consistent with a large bipedal primate. Wildlife biologists suggested elk as an alternative explanation, noting that these animals can leave complex and overlapping impressions in soft mud. Meldrum and others maintained that the specific configuration did not align with any elk anatomy they were familiar with. The cast has never been definitively explained to everyone's satisfaction. It remains one of the more carefully preserved pieces of physical material from the modern era of investigation. What draws careful attention when you move through the accumulated reports of the last several decades is the character of the people making them. There is a tendency in popular discussions of Bigfoot to picture the witness as someone already inclined toward belief, someone who went into the woods hoping to find something and found it. But a steady reading of the records suggests something different. A significant portion of the accounts in organized databases come from people who identify themselves as skeptics, from hunters who are deeply familiar with wildlife behavior and can distinguish a black bear standing upright from something else entirely, from police officers who filed incident reports and then quietly hoped no one would look too closely, from park rangers whose professional standing made them reluctant to say anything at all. A deputy sheriff in a rural Ohio county described a creature crossing a state road at 2 a.m, large enough that his headlights illuminated the full height of it against the tree line, and spent years declining to discuss it publicly. A ranger in the North Cascades noted a series of enormous tracks during a routine patrol, recorded them carefully in his duty log, submitted them through official channels before any outside researcher had made contact with him. These are not the figures of television drama or campfire exaggeration. They are ordinary professionals whose training orients them toward observable fact and away from speculation. Their discomfort with their own accounts, the hedging, the reluctance, the careful insistence that they are not claiming anything definitive, gives those reports a weight that is difficult to set aside entirely. The physical descriptions across all of these accounts remain consistent in ways that are worth sitting with quietly. From Florida to Washington, from Ohio to Oregon, witnesses describe a figure standing between 7 and 9 feet tall, covered in dark or reddish-brown hair, walking upright on 2 legs with a gait that is often called smooth, purposeful, surprisingly fluid for something of that size. The smell appears in almost every close encounter account, a heavy, layered odor that witnesses work to describe and usually compare to wet animal, decomposition, or something they do not have a word for. Many reports note the absence of sound, that despite the creature's apparent size, it moves through dense forest with very little noise. A quality that strikes witnesses as wrong in some way they find hard to articulate, as though the forest itself is accommodating it. Nighttime and the low-light hours of early morning account for the majority of sightings, consistently and across every region in the record. I read through these accounts the way you might read old letters, slowly, with attention to what the writer was not saying as much as what they were, and what they leave behind is not certainty in any direction. What stays with you, reading through the accumulated weight of these accounts, is not any single dramatic encounter, but the quiet consistency of what ordinary people describe. A dark shape, a smell, the sudden, certain feeling of being watched. Beyond eyewitness accounts, researchers have spent decades trying to gather physical evidence, something that could be measured, tested, placed under a microscope. The most abundant category of that evidence, by far, has been footprints. From the earliest days of the modern phenomenon, the prints themselves have driven the conversation. Over the years, an enormous collection of plaster casts has accumulated in the hands of researchers, universities, private collectors across the country. Grover Krantz, a physical anthropologist at Washington State University, was among the first credentialed scientists to take these casts seriously as objects worthy of careful study. Krantz spent years examining them, measuring the stride lengths, the depth of the impressions in the soil, the overall architecture of the foot itself. What he found, he argued, was a foot that did not behave quite like a human foot, certainly not like anything a carved wooden prop or a rubber shoe could convincingly replicate when pressed into soft ground under the weight of a genuinely moving body. The depth and pressure distribution of many prints suggested something heavy, something in the range of several hundred pounds, and the consistency of certain anatomical features across prints found in entirely different locations and different decades struck him as difficult to explain away as simple coincidence. Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, built on this work and has continued it with greater methodological rigor than perhaps any other researcher in the field. Meldrum's particular focus has been on what he calls the mid-tarsal break, a flexibility in the middle of the foot that differs from the rigid human arch and resembles a feature seen in non-human primates. In many of the casts he has examined, he finds evidence of this dynamic flexibility, visible in the way the foot appears to have bent and pushed off during movement. Pressure ridges in the soil that a rigid fake foot simply would not produce. He has published his analysis in academic contexts and has argued, carefully and without hyperbole, that the accumulated footprint evidence is at minimum consistent with a large, bipedal primate, unlike any currently catalogued species. The measurement of stride length itself has provided another avenue for analysis. Walking patterns contain biomechanical signatures that vary predictably with body mass, leg length, and anatomical proportions. Researchers have calculated stride lengths from sequential prints in documented trackways, then compared those measurements against known data from humans and other primates. Several studies have suggested that the implied walking speed and stride consistency evident in some trackways, would be difficult to fake deliberately while maintaining a natural gait. A person in a suit fabricating prints would need to walk at a particular pace and with particular spacing, repeatedly over long distances, in darkness, across varied terrain, without producing the irregular patterns or inconsistencies that normally appear in hoaxed evidence. The biomechanical argument is not dispositive on its own, but it represents the kind of quantifiable analysis that lends itself to scientific examination rather than mere speculation. Additionally, researchers have noted that the prints often appear in clusters or trackways that span considerable distances, sometimes several miles, documented across multiple days or seasons in the same general region, producing multiple convincing fake trackways across remote forest terrain, maintaining consistent anatomical features, and doing so repeatedly over decades in widely separated locations, would require coordination and effort that skeptics acknowledge seems improbable, though not impossible. Alongside the broader anatomical arguments, there is another layer of detail in certain casts that researchers have found particularly difficult to dismiss: dermal ridges. Jimmy Childs, a fingerprint examiner with years of professional experience, examined a number of Bigfoot casts and identified what appeared to be friction ridge skin, the same kind of fine surface detail that produces fingerprints in humans and other primates. These ridges, he concluded, followed patterns consistent with a real biological foot rather than a manufactured one. He noted features such as flow patterns, ridge endings, bifurcations that would be extraordinarily difficult and unlikely to replicate deliberately on a fake. Not all researchers accept his conclusions, and the analysis of dermal ridges in cast material remains contested, but it represents the kind of specific, testable claim that separates a portion of the footprint evidence from the simple category of obvious fakery. The challenge in assessing dermal ridge evidence lies partly in the quality and clarity of individual casts, which varies considerably depending on soil composition, moisture levels, and casting technique. Some casts preserve fine detail with remarkable clarity, while others show only broad impressions. This variability has led to disagreement among specialists about which casts merit serious forensic analysis. Researchers have also grappled with the question of whether modern casting techniques have inadvertently introduced artifacts that resemble biological detail, or conversely, whether some legitimate features have been dismissed as casting artifacts when they were actually present in the original print. Hair samples have occupied researchers almost as long as footprints have. The results there have been more uniformly sobering. Over the decades, people have collected strands of hair from fence lines, tree branches, forest undergrowth in areas associated with reported sightings. Those samples have been sent off for analysis with considerable hope. The large majority have come back identified as deer, bear, elk, coyote, or in some cases, human, ordinary wildlife moving through ordinary forest. A smaller fraction has proven harder to assign definitively, classified as unidentified, or simply inconclusive given the limitations of the available hair comparison techniques. In 2012, Brian Sykes, a geneticist at Oxford University, led what became known as the Oxford-Lausanne Collateral Hominid Project, a systematic effort to apply modern DNA analysis to a large collection of hair samples attributed to Bigfoot, Yeti, other supposed mystery hominids from around the world. Sykes requested samples from researchers and collectors globally and subjected them to rigorous mitochondrial DNA sequencing that can identify species with a precision that older comparison methods could not approach. The results, published in a peer-reviewed journal in 2014, were consistent and largely definitive for every sample that yielded usable genetic material. The hairs came from known animals. Bears, raccoons, horses, deer, and humans accounted for the samples that could be read clearly. 2 samples from the Himalayan region returned an unusual result, a match to an ancient polar bear specimen, which Sykes suggested might point toward an unknown bear hybrid, though that finding has itself been disputed and not widely replicated. For the North American Bigfoot samples specifically, there was nothing anomalous in the genetic results. Sykes did not frame this as a final verdict on Bigfoot's existence, noting that absence of evidence in a particular sample set is not the same as evidence of absence, but the study remains the most rigorous scientific examination of supposed Bigfoot biological material conducted to date. Its findings did not support the presence of an unidentified primate. The limitations of the hair sample approach deserve mention alongside its findings. Hair samples collected opportunistically from the field lack the chain of custody documentation that would be required in a legal or medical context. They may have been contaminated during collection, storage, or transport. They may have been misidentified as to location or circumstances of collection. These methodological weaknesses do not invalidate the genetic findings, but they do mean that a negative result, identification as a known animal, does not entirely foreclose the possibility that at some point hair from an unknown species was collected and either not included in Sykes's database or was mishandled before analysis. Researchers have also pointed out that an animal species might exist in very small numbers, its range restricted to remote regions, its behavior such that it leaves little biological material in accessible locations. Under such circumstances, absence of hair evidence would be unsurprising, even if the animal were real. Conversely, the fact that Sykes's comprehensive analysis found nothing anomalous is taken by many scientists as strong evidence that no such animal has yet been successfully sampled. Researchers have also turned to technology in the forest itself, deploying trail cameras, thermal imaging equipment, audio recording devices in areas of high reported activity. Thermal cameras, in particular, offer the theoretical advantage of detecting large, warm-bodied animals in low-light conditions where ordinary cameras would fail. There have been several recordings over the years that researchers have presented as evidence of something large and upright moving through the trees at night. None of these recordings have been universally accepted as proof of anything beyond an animal that could not be immediately identified at the time of filming. Most wildlife biologists who have reviewed the footage have offered mundane explanations: bears moving bipedally, elk at an unusual angle, thermal distortion produced by tree trunks warming and cooling in nighttime air. The challenge of deploying and maintaining trail cameras in remote, forested terrain should not be underestimated. Equipment fails in harsh weather, batteries deplete, animals and humans trigger false alarms thousands of times for each potentially relevant image. The volume of data produced is enormous, requiring substantial time to sort through footage for anything noteworthy. Despite these logistical challenges, the technology itself represents a significant advantage over earlier investigative methods. A trail camera operates continuously without observer bias, records objective images, and documents date and time. It cannot be fooled by peripheral vision or low-light perception errors that sometimes affect human witnesses. Yet, across hundreds of thousands of hours of accumulated trail camera footage from suspected Bigfoot habitat, no clear image of an unknown large primate has emerged. Audio recordings present a similar pattern. Sounds attributed to Bigfoot have been captured in forests across the Pacific Northwest and elsewhere. Long, low vocalizations, wood-knocking sounds, howls that researchers argue fall outside the known range of local wildlife. The Sierra Sounds recordings, made in the 1970s by Al Berry and Ron Moorhead in the mountains of California, are among the most studied. Some acoustics researchers have suggested the vocal complexity in those recordings is unusual enough to warrant attention. Others have identified characteristics consistent with human mimicry or distorted recordings of known animals. The technology has improved steadily. Dedicated researchers continue to place cameras and microphones in remote locations year after year, generating data that accumulates without yet producing the kind of clean, unambiguous result that would transform the conversation entirely. The evidence, taken as a whole, sits in a frustrating middle place, compelling enough to keep serious researchers interested, not conclusive enough to settle the question. For every sincere Bigfoot report, there has been at least one deliberate fabrication, and the history of Bigfoot hoaxes is almost as interesting as the history of genuine sightings. In some ways, the two histories are impossible to fully separate. This was because the hoaxes did not emerge in a vacuum. They grew from the same cultural soil as the genuine reports, watered by the same human appetite for mystery and the same deep pleasure that comes from making other people believe something extraordinary. The most instructive place to begin is with Ray Wallace, whose story is one of the stranger footnotes in American folklore. Wallace was a road construction contractor who worked logging sites in Northern California throughout the late 1950s. For decades, he was known among Bigfoot researchers as an enthusiastic, if somewhat unreliable figure on the fringes of the field. He died in 2002 at the age of 84. Within days of his passing, his family made a quiet announcement that sent a ripple through the Bigfoot community. They produced a pair of carved wooden feet, each 16 inches long, explained that it had been Wallace all along, that he had strapped those wooden carvings to his boots and stamped them into the soft dirt of Bluff Creek Road on a September night in 1958. The tracks that Jerry Crew would find the following morning and that would eventually give the modern phenomenon its name. His son Michael told a Seattle newspaper that Ray Wallace had been Bigfoot. He said it without particular apology or ceremony, as though it were simply a family secret that had waited long enough. The revelation was treated by some as the definitive end of the Bigfoot question, a confession that collapsed the entire modern structure of the legend. Researchers who had spent years in the field found themselves answering the same question over and over. Does this change everything? Most of them said no, and their reasoning was not without logic. The tracks Crew found were not the only tracks ever documented at Bluff Creek. They were not the only large, unidentified footprints ever cast in plaster anywhere in the Pacific Northwest. One man with carved wooden feet, however committed and however nimble, could account for only a fraction of what had been reported across a continent over many decades. Still, the Wallace revelation did real damage. This was because it demonstrated that the origin point of the modern Bigfoot name had been, at least in part, theater. It introduced a persistent doubt that no amount of subsequent fieldwork could entirely dissolve. What made the Wallace case particularly significant was not merely the revelation itself, but the temporal gap between his death and the public acknowledgement of his deception. Years passed before his family came forward, and during that interval, his footprints continued to be cited in serious discussions about Bigfoot evidence. This delay illustrated a crucial aspect of Bigfoot culture. The investment in belief often outpaces interest in verification. The Wallace story also raised uncomfortable questions about documentation practices in cryptozoology. If a prolific hoaxer could operate for decades, leaving behind artifacts that were analyzed and discussed seriously by researchers, what other evidence might contain similar flaws? The answer suggested that skepticism, when applied rigorous lie, needed to work in both directions. It was not enough to dismiss all reports as fabrication, nor was it sufficient to accept all documentation without sustained scrutiny. The middle ground was harder to occupy, requiring the kind of intellectual honesty that acknowledges uncertainty while continuing to investigate. The Georgia Bigfoot body hoax of 2008 was a different kind of spectacle, louder and considerably less subtle than anything Wallace had attempted. That summer, two men from Georgia, Matthew Whitten, a police officer, Rick Dyer, who worked in the car sales business, announced that they had recovered the body of a Bigfoot in the forests of northern Georgia and had kept it packed in a freezer. They held a press conference in California, surrounded by people claiming expertise in various fields. They presented photographs of what appeared to be a large, dark, hairy form lying in a container of ice. The story moved very quickly through the news cycle. For a few days, it occupied a remarkable amount of media attention given how little verifiable evidence had actually been offered. Researchers from a Bigfoot organization paid the two men for the opportunity to examine the body. When the freezer was thawed, the contents turned out to be a rubber gorilla costume that someone had packed with organic material to give it weight and a convincing appearance of decay. Whitten and Dyer offered shifting explanations for a short time and then largely retreated from the story. Whitten lost his position with the police department. Dyer, showing a certain consistency of character, was later involved in a second Bigfoot body hoax several years afterward, this one involving a foam figure displayed for paying visitors. What made the 2008 episode particularly frustrating for people who approached the subject carefully was not simply the fraud itself, but the media coverage that preceded and followed. Journalists who had never spent an afternoon reading through the serious scientific literature on primate anatomy or the academic debate around Jeff Meldrum's research were suddenly offering confident pronouncements about the entire field of Bigfoot study, using two men with a rubber suit as evidence that the whole enterprise was absurd. The hoax provided a convenient shortcut for dismissal, and shortcuts, once available, tend to get used. Bob Hieronymus presented a quieter but more persistent complication when he came forward in 2004 with the claim that he had been the figure inside the Patterson-Gimlin film. Hieronymus was a friend and acquaintance of Roger Patterson. He told an interviewer that Patterson had asked him to wear a costume and walk along the creek bed while the camera was running. He described the suit, the day, and his own recollection of the experience in reasonable detail. His account was taken seriously by a number of people. It remains one of the more credible first-hand challenges to the film's authenticity. Researchers on the other side noted that Hieronymus's physical measurements did not match the proportions visible in the film, that he had never come forward with the suit itself, or with any documentation that could be independently verified. The debate over his claim has not been resolved. It sits alongside the film in that same uncomfortable territory where neither side can fully prove its case. What the Hieronymus story illustrates, beyond its specific claims, is the broader difficulty that hoaxes create for anyone attempting to reason carefully about the evidence. Once it becomes clear that some people are willing to fabricate encounters, dress up in costumes, carve footprints, or pack rubber figures in freezers for attention or money or the simple pleasure of the performance, it becomes genuinely harder to evaluate any individual report on its own terms. The skepticism that hoaxes generate is reasonable, and in many cases it is healthy, but it also tends to spread in ways that are not always proportional. A single confident fraud can cast a shadow over dozens of unrelated, unconnected accounts from people who had nothing to gain and a great deal to lose by telling an unusual story. A police officer reporting a large dark figure crossing a road at 3 a.m. is not obviously in the same category as two men with a freezer and a press conference. Treating those two things identically because they both involve Bigfoot is a kind of logical imprecision that the hoaxers, perhaps inadvertently, made easier to commit. The sheer volume of sightings across the country, tens of thousands of reports collected over decades, from separate people in separate states who had no knowledge of one another, makes the idea of universal fabrication genuinely difficult to sustain. People hoax for many reasons. Some want attention, some want money. Some are simply enjoying themselves inside a tradition that has always had a theatrical streak. Some are participating in a shared cultural mythology in the only way that feels available to them. That last motivation is worth sitting with. This was because it suggests that even the hoaxes are telling us something real, not about the creature, but about what people want the creature to mean. The hoaxes have made it harder to take the subject seriously, but they have never quite managed to make it go away. The question that sits beneath all of the sightings and footprints and film analysis is a simple one. Could a large, undiscovered primate actually be living in North American forests? It sounds at first like a question with an obvious answer. Of course not. We would know by now, but a handful of serious researchers have spent significant portions of their careers arguing that the dismissal comes too quickly. Their reasoning is worth following for a while before you decide what to make of it. The most interesting scientific argument in favor of Bigfoot's possible existence begins not in the forests of the Pacific Northwest at all, but in the caves and fossil beds of southern Asia, with a creature called Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus blacki was an enormous ape that lived across parts of what is now China, Vietnam, India, and based on the fossil evidence, primarily jawbones and teeth. That are the most durable parts of any skeleton. Paleontologists believe it may have stood as tall as 9 or 10 feet and weighed somewhere between 400 and 1,000 pounds, depending on the estimate. It was, by any measure, a genuinely massive primate. It survived until somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000 years ago. That in geological time is not very ago at all. The idea that draws some researchers toward Bigfoot is the possibility that a population of Gigantopithecus, or something closely related to it, crossed into North America via the Bering Land Bridge during one of the periods when lower sea levels connected Asia and Alaska. That a remnant population may have survived in the dense forests of the continent ever since. It is a hypothesis that requires several unlikely things to be true at once. But it is not, strictly speaking, impossible, and that word, impossible, tends to make scientists careful. The evolutionary pathway proposed by advocates for this hypothesis would involve not merely survival, but adaptation over tens of thousands of years. A population founder event at the Bering Land Bridge would have been a bottleneck, selecting for individuals capable of thriving in new climates and food sources. The ancestral Gigantopithecus was adapted to warm, subtropical forests with year-round food availability. North American forests, particularly those of the Pacific Northwest, present dramatically different seasonal rhythms, temperature ranges, and nutritional resources. The hypothesis requires not just a surviving population, but a successfully adapted one, capable of shifting diet from the tropical fruits and leaves that likely dominated Gigantopithecus feeding to whatever sustenance these forests could provide. This is not impossible. Primates are behaviorally flexible, but it represents a significant adaptive challenge. The population would also need to have undergone some degree of morphological change over such a vast span of time. Size reduction might be expected, as populations adapting to resource scarcity often become smaller. Behavioral modification would be essential as well, particularly nocturnal or crepuscular activity patterns to avoid human detection. The advocates note that there is precedent in primate evolution for such flexibility. The colonization of different habitats by various ape and human populations across Africa and Asia demonstrates that primates can adapt to diverse environments. Yet the specific claim that a surviving tropical ape pop Eulacines successfully adapted to temperate North America while remaining undetected, requires accepting a concatenation of evolutionary and behavioral changes that strain credibility even for those sympathetic to the possibility. The researcher most associated with this line of thinking was Grover Krantz, a physical anthropologist at Washington State University who spent much of his professional life making the case that Bigfoot deserved serious scientific attention. Krantz was not a fringe figure operating outside academia. He held a legitimate faculty position, published in peer-reviewed journals on other topics, brought genuine anatomical expertise to his analysis of Bigfoot footprint casts. He examined the casts with the same attention he would have given to any other primate's skeletal material. He argued that certain features, the distribution of weight, the flexibility implied by the shape of the midfoot, the stride length relative to apparent body mass, were not consistent with simple human faking. He believed that the creature described in thousands of reports was a surviving descendant of Gigantopithecus, adapted over millennia to the cool, heavily forested environments of the Pacific Northwest. His colleagues were largely skeptical. His willingness to stake his reputation on the question cost him professionally in ways he acknowledged openly. But he continued his work until his death in 2002. He remains one of the few credentialed scientists to have looked carefully at the physical evidence and concluded that something genuinely unknown might be out there. A more cautious version of the same scientific curiosity belongs to Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, who has assembled one of the largest collections of Bigfoot footprint casts in existence. S.E. Meldrum does not claim certainty. He is careful to frame his work as an open scientific inquiry rather than a concluded argument, but he finds the morphological details of certain casts compelling enough to merit continued investigation, particularly the presence of a mid-tarsal break in some prints, a feature of foot flexibility seen in non-human primates but not typically in humans walking normally. His position is that the evidence is sufficient to take the question seriously, that the reflexive dismissal of the subject by mainstream science says more about institutional culture than it does about the actual data. Meldrum has also argued that footprint analysis, when conducted rigorously, can reveal biomechanical properties that distinguish authentic primate foot morphology from human footprints or hoaxes. He points to the consistency of certain features across geographically distant casts, suggesting not a coordinated continental hoaxing effort, but potentially repeated documentation of a real biological phenomenon. The variation in prints, he notes, is consistent with population-level variation in primates, not with the standardized output of human hoaxes. Additionally, he emphasizes that the sheer volume of footprint reports, spanning decades and emanating from multiple independent witnesses with no apparent coordination, constitutes a form of epidemiological evidence worthy of consideration. Distribution patterns of sightings, when mapped and analyzed, show clustering in specific geographical regions with particular forest characteristics. This geographic specificity, he argues, would be difficult for a hoaxing phenomenon to produce accidentally, yet it aligns with what we might expect from an actual population with territorial behaviors and habitat preferences. His work has influenced a small but growing cadre of academics willing to engage with Bigfoot evidence without necessarily endorsing the existence hypothesis. The counterarguments, however, are substantial, and they deserve the same honest attention. The most straightforward one is ecological. A population of large primates, large enough to sustain itself over generations, would require a great deal of food, a great deal of space, would inevitably leave behind far more physical trace than has ever been found. Large mammals die, and when they die, Their bones remain in the landscape for years or centuries, depending on conditions. No Bigfoot skeleton, no Bigfoot skull, no fragment of jaw or tooth has ever been recovered and verified, and this is a significant absence. This was because the fossil record for other large North American mammals, including many that are now extinct, is reasonably well documented. Defenders of the Bigfoot hypothesis sometimes point out that gorillas were unknown to Western science until 1847. The okapi, a large giraffe-related animal living in the forests of the Congo, was not formally described until 1901. That suggests that large animals can remain hidden from scientific knowledge for a long time. This is true, but the Congo Basin and the mountain forests of Central Africa are genuinely remote in ways that the Pacific Northwest, for all its size, is not quite. The forests of Oregon, Washington, Northern California are laced with logging roads, crossed by hikers and hunters and researchers. Observed from the air with regularity, the concept of relict hominids, ancient human relatives or related primates surviving into the present in isolated pockets, is not entirely without precedent in paleoanthropology. The discovery of Homo floresiensis on the Indonesian island of Flores in 2003. A small hominin that survived until perhaps 12,000 years ago, reminded the scientific community that surprises are still possible. Occasionally, new large species are still formally described. A new species of beaked whale, a large muntjac deer in Vietnam, though none of these are the scale of what a living North American great ape would represent. A creature the size described in Bigfoot reports, living in a landscape as mapped and monitored as North America, would be, as most biologists note with restraint, genuinely extraordinary. Science cannot prove a negative. The forests of the Pacific Northwest are large enough that a careful, solitary creature might theoretically find places to dissipate. But most biologists remain unconvinced, for reasons that are hard to dismiss. The search for Bigfoot has never really stopped. It has only grown more organized, more technologically sophisticated, in some ways more earnest. One of the most prominent institutions in this ongoing effort is the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, founded in the 1990s and now maintaining one of the largest publicly accessible databases of Bigfoot sightings anywhere in the world. The organization has catalogued thousands of reports, submitted by ordinary people from nearly every state in the continental United States. Each entry is reviewed before it is accepted into the record. Investigators associated with the group travel to reported sighting locations, photograph the surrounding terrain, interview witnesses in person whenever they are able to. What they have built over the decade, this is less a proof of anything and more a kind of vast archive of human experience, an accumulation of accounts, sketches, measurements that together form a portrait of something people keep believing they have encountered in the dark edges of the forest. The database is searchable by state, by county, by year, by the type of evidence reported, and spending time inside it is a quietly remarkable thing. This was because what you find there is not sensationalism so much as an enormous number of people trying, with some difficulty, to describe something they genuinely do not have good words for. Among the academic figures who have done the most to bring a degree of scientific rigor to this field is Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, whose research, into the biomechanics of the supposed Bigfoot footprints, has earned him both a measure of respect and no small amount of professional criticism. Meldrum has spent years collecting plaster casts and analyzing the way weight distributes across the supposed foot, arguing that certain features, particularly the flexibility of the midfoot and the depth of toe impressions, are not things that a rigid carved wooden fake would easily replicate. His book, published in 2006, laid out his reasoning in careful detail. While mainstream biology has remained skeptical, Meldrum has continued his work with the patience of someone who has decided the question is genuinely worth pursuing, regardless of where the professional consensus currently rests. Beyond the work of individual researchers, there exists a broader network of academic inquiry that approaches Bigfoot as a legitimate subject for study, even if not for belief. Primatologists have occasionally consulted on sighting reports, examining descriptions of bipedal locomotion and comparing them to what is known about ape and human movement patterns. Cryptozoology itself, the study of hidden or unknown animals, has developed increasingly rigorous methodological standards over the past few decades, moving away from purely speculative work toward investigations grounded in evolutionary biology and ecological plausibility. Some researchers have examined historical records and indigenous knowledge systems, finding that accounts of large, unrecognized primates in North America predate European settlement by centuries, preserved in oral traditions and place names. This historical dimension adds a layer of complexity to dismissals based solely on the absence of fossil evidence, since the fossil record is necessarily incomplete. Others have considered the possibility that Bigfoot sightings might represent encounters with known animals, bears standing on hind legs, for instance, misidentified in darkness or at a distance. Yet this explanation, while compelling for some reports, does not account for the consistency of certain details across sightings separated by geography and time. The question of what physical habitat could sustain a breeding population of large primates in North America without leaving more definitive skeletal remains remains genuinely unresolved. Modern researchers have moved well beyond plaster casts and eyewitness interviews, bringing into the woods an array of technology that would have seemed extraordinary to the prospectors of Ape Canyon, or even to Patterson and Gimlin in 1967. Camera traps, motion-activated cameras set up along game trails and creek beds, have become standard equipment for anyone conducting a serious Bigfoot investigation in the field. Thermal imaging devices, which detect body heat and can reveal the outline of large animals moving through dense brush at night, have added another layer to the search, though they have so far produced results that remain inconclusive. Acoustic monitoring equipment is used to record sounds in remote forests. Researchers have spent considerable time analyzing recordings of what, to some believe, are Bigfoot vocalizations. Long, low calls heard at night in isolated valleys that do not immediately match the known sound profile of any documented animal. Perhaps the most ambitious technological development in recent years has been the application of environmental DNA analysis, sometimes called eDNA. That allows scientists to collect soil and water samples from a location and identify what organisms have passed through it based on the genetic material they leave behind. Several Bigfoot researchers have expressed hope that eDNA sampling in areas with high concentrations of reported sightings might eventually either confirm or definitively rule out the presence of an unknown primate. The results so far have been inconclusive, but the methodology itself represents a meaningful shift, a move from purely anecdotal evidence towards something that could, at least in principle, produce an answer that most scientists would accept. Running alongside the more serious academic and field research has been the considerable cultural machinery that Bigfoot now supports. The Animal Planet television series Finding Bigfoot, that ran for 11 seasons between 2011 and 2018, brought the active search into American living rooms on a regular basis, following a team of investigators as they traveled to reported sighting locations and conducted nighttime expeditions in forests across the country. The show drew large audiences and introduced a new generation of viewers to the subject, While it was rarely accused of scientific rigor, it did something important simply by depicting gear. Bigfoot research as a thing that's serious. Curious adults pursued with genuine interest rather than embarrassment. The cultural weight of Bigfoot has translated, in a very tangible way, into economic value for a number of small towns in the Pacific Northwest and beyond. Places like Willow Creek in Northern California, long associated with the Bluff Creek sightings and the Jerry Crew discovery of 1958, have leaned into the legend with Bigfoot-themed shops, museums, annual festivals that draw visitors from considerable distances. The small town of North Bend in Washington, surrounded by the kind of dense, fog-softened forest that feels entirely appropriate to the legend, hosts gatherings that combine outdoor exploration with storytelling and community. These festivals are genuinely interesting places to spend time because the crowds they attract are not easily categorized. You find retired school teacher, and young couples, hunters and software engineers, people who arrived as true believers and people who arrived largely for the scenery and stayed for the conversation. The sociology of Bigfoot belief has attracted some academic attention for precisely this reason. It cuts across the usual dividing lines of education, income, regional identity in ways that few other American folk beliefs manage to do. A police officer in Ohio and a hiker in the Cascades and a farmer in rural Georgia may have almost nothing else in common. Yet all three may have filed credible-sounding sighting reports within the same calendar year. The online research community has added another dimension to all of this, with forums, podcasts, YouTube channels dedicated to the analysis of footage, the comparison of sight, reports, the slow accumulation of what enthusiasts call a body of evidence. Some of this work is careful, and some of it is not. But the community as a whole maintains a certain quality of earnestness that is, if nothing else, genuinely affecting to encounter. Whatever people are looking for when they head into the woods with their camera traps and their recording equipment, it seems to be about more than just one creature. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that Bigfoot has endured, not because of conclusive proof, but in spite of the lack of it. Decades of investigations, DNA analyses, and formal scientific inquiries have produced nothing that compels the scientific community to acknowledge the creature's existence, and yet the reports keep coming. The researchers keep heading into the forest, and the legend keeps drawing people in with a pull that feels older and quieter than any single piece of evidence could account for. That persistence is its own kind of data. It tells us something not necessarily about the forests of the Pacific Northwest, but about the people who live alongside them, and the deep, unresolved longing that the wilderness seems to awaken in the human heart. There is, in American culture particularly, a hunger for the untamed and the unknown that Bigfoot satisfies in a way that almost nothing else can. The country was built, in its settler mythology, on the idea of a vast and unconquerable frontier, wild land stretching endlessly westward, full of creatures and possibilities that no map had yet recorded. That frontier closed a long time ago, at least officially, and the forests were surveyed, and the mountains named, and the rivers measured. But something in the American imagination resisted that closure. Bigfoot lives in the space where the frontier used to be, in the dark margins of the map, where the mind still insists that something extraordinary might be hiding. To believe in Bigfoot, even loosely, even only at dusk when the trees grow tall and the shadows deepen, is to believe that the world is not yet fully known. And that is a belief many people are quietly reluctant to let go of. What is striking is how little the legend requires in the way of drama to sustain itself. It does not depend on elaborate mythology or divine intervention or the turning of cosmic wheels. It is simply a large, dark, hair-covered figure moving through the trees at the edge of the firelight, glimpsed for a moment and then gone. There are no temples built to it, no priesthoods, no sacred texts. It leaves behind a footprint in the soft earth and a feeling of unease in the chest, and somehow that has been enough to carry the story across generations and across the full breadth of a continent. The simplicity of it is almost its most powerful quality. The indigenous communities who first held space for this kind of being understood something about that simplicity. For the Coast Salish, for the Steels, for the many nations across North America who wove a large, human-like wilderness presence into their oral traditions, the question of proof was never quite the right question. The relationship mattered more than the evidence. You respected the creature because the forest deserved respect, because the wilderness held things that did not owe you an explanation, because sharing the world with something larger and older than yourself required a certain kind of humility that modern culture sometimes struggles to locate. When Western observers arrived and began asking whether Bigfoot was real in a strictly biological sense, they were, in a way, asking a question that missed the point entirely. The indigenous traditions had already worked out what Bigfoot were, and it was not for proving. These traditions operated within a framework where the natural world contained presences that functioned as teachers and reminders rather than specimens to be catalogued and verified. The creature existed in the landscape as a kind of boundary marker, a sign that human territory gave way to something wilder and more sovereign. Stories passed through generations served not as literal descriptions, but as maps of how to move through the world with appropriate caution and respect. The forest was acknowledged as a place where humans were visitors, guests in a domain whose rules and inhabitants extended far beyond human understanding or control. This was a practical wisdom, as much as a spiritual one, rooted in centuries of observation and coexistence with a landscape that demanded attention and humility. That distinction has a gentleness to it that feels worth carrying into the night. It suggests that the most honest relationship to have with the legend is not one of certainty in either direction, not confident belief and not confident dismissal, but something more like the quiet, open attention you might bring to a forest you are walking through for the first time. You notice the sounds you cannot identify. You notice the way the light moves through the branches. You notice, somewhere in the older part of your mind, that there are things here that have been here longer than you and will remain here after you have gone. That noticing, calm and unhurried, is perhaps the closest most of us will ever come to what the original storytellers meant. The forest itself has always been the truest character in this story. Not the footprints, not the film footage, not the plaster casts lined up in a researcher's office, but the forest, standing as it has stood for centuries, enormous and indifferent, and quietly full of life that moves through it without asking anyone's permission. Old-growth Douglas fir, their trunks so wide a person cannot reach around them. Vine maple threading through the understory. Creeks running cold and clear over stones worn smooth by centuries of water. At night, the sounds multiply, and the shapes become uncertain, and the mind, which has spent its entire evolutionary history learning to find patterns in darkness, begins to fill the shadows with possibility. That is where Bigfoot lives, most reliably, not in any particular canyon or creek bed, but in that space between what you can see clearly and what you cannot. It is a peaceful place to rest your attention, if you let it be. The great forest pressing close around you, cool and still, smelling of pine resin and damp earth and the faint green sweetness of growing things. The occasional crack of a branch settling somewhere back in the trees. The soft, uneven sound of wind moving through the canopy, a sound like breathing, like the forest drawing a slow and patient breath in the dark. Whatever is out there tonight, bear or owl or something older and less easily named, it is moving through a world it knows far better than you do, stepping quietly between the trees, leaving no trace beyond the faint impression in the soft ground and the feeling, gentle and vast and not entirely unwelcome, that you are not alone. Somewhere out there, in the deep quiet of the oldest forests on this continent, something is moving through the dark, and whether it is a creature, a memory, or simply the wilderness reminding us of its depth, it is enough to fill the night with wonder. On the night of November 15th, 1966, 4 young people were driving along a stretch of road near Point Pleasant, West Virginia, when they noticed 2 red lights glowing in the darkness near an old, abandoned munitions facility. The hour was close to midnight. The road that looped past the facility was the kind of road most people preferred in daylight, not because of any single thing you could name, but because of the quality of silence that settled over that particular stretch of land once the sun went fully down. A silence with a certain weight to it, the kind you feel pressing at the windows of a car even when the heater is running and the radio could be on. The facility itself was an enormous, half-forgotten complex, spreading across several thousand acres just north of town. A former World War II munitions plant that had been shut down for years. Its concrete storage domes and low administrative buildings quietly returning to the earth, the fences rusting at their joints, the paths between the bunkers filling slowly with brush and river valley timber. The area had been largely avoided by locals in recent years, though few could articulate exactly why. There was nothing overtly dangerous about it. The fences had long since fallen into disrepair, and the structures inside offered no active threat. Yet there was something about the place that discouraged lingering, some quality in the air itself that made people prefer their routes through town, however longer they might be. Roger Scarberry and Linda Millette, along with 2 companions, had no particular business on that road that November night. They were young. The evening had grown long and quiet. The aimless driving that fills a November night in a small town had carried them out along the back roads without any destination in mind. The road ran close to the old plant's perimeter. In the deep dark of that stretch, no street lamps, no other headlights, just the bare trees pressing close on both sides and the cold air sitting still over the fields. The 2 red lights appeared, burning at a height and with a steadiness that made the mind reach immediately for an explanation and find nothing ready. They were not the red of a distant road marker or the faint, momentary reflection you see when your headlights catch an animal's eyes at the roadside. They were vivid and fixed, holding their color without wavering, set roughly 8 or 9 feet above the ground near the old entrance structures of the plant, patient and bright in the surrounding dark. Roger eased the car slower. All 4 of them had gone quiet in the way that people go quiet before the conscious mind has fully caught up. When the body already understands that something nearby does not belong to the ordinary world. They were young and they were curious. They stopped the car and stepped out into the cold air to look. The shape around those lights then became visible, or rather, became undeniable. And what they saw near the old gate was nothing any of them had a name for. The form standing at the edge of the old plant was tall in a way that registered less as a measurement and more as a wrongness. 6.5 feet, perhaps closer to 7, a broad dark shape that seemed to absorb the pale wash of the headlights rather than give any of it back. There was no head you could clearly identify. No neck rising above the shoulders to carry a face. The 2 red lights, burning and unblinking, with none of the flicker or depth of natural eyes, were located in the chest or at the upper center of the body. in a position that made no sense according to anything familiar, anything you might have seen before in the fields and forests of West Virginia. The wings, as the creature shifted its weight, became evident against the sky, immense and dark, folding and spreading with a slow deliberateness that suggested a span of nearly 10 feet from tip to tip. The body itself was uniformly dark, the surface described differently by different witnesses in the weeks that followed. Some said smooth, some said covered in something close and dark, but all of them agreed on the color. That was the deep, light-swallowing dark of something the night itself seemed to have shaped. What struck them was the absolute stillness of the thing, the way it stood without the small adjustments that even still animals make to maintain balance. When the wings finally moved, it was with casual, almost dismissive grace, as though such effort cost it nothing at all. There was no sound from it. That detail stayed with all four of them perhaps as much as anything else. A creature of that size, in that cold open air, should have made some noise simply by the fact of its presence. It made none at all. Roger Scarberry did not deliberate for long. All four of them moved back to the car. Roger turned it around and accelerated hard toward the road leading back into town. The speed climbed, 40 miles an hour, then 60, then pushing past 100 on the long straight stretch, and in the rearview mirror, the creature was still there, rising into the air and following without any appearance of effort or urgency, its great wings barely working, those two red points still visible in the dark above the road behind them. It did not seem to be in a hurry. It simply kept pace with the car the way that a shadow keeps pace with the person casting it, without straining, without closing the distance entirely, present in a way that felt less like pursuit and more like accompaniment. None of them spoke during the drive back. There was nothing to say, no vocabulary that seemed adequate to what had occurred. The ordinary language of fear felt insufficient for the thing they had witnessed. The road back into Point Pleasant had never felt so long. When the lights of town finally appeared ahead, the creature fell back into the dark above the fields and the river and was gone. Roger drove them directly to the sheriff's office, where they described what they had seen in voices that were still not entirely steady. The deputy on duty that night noted their appearance and their evident sincerity. By the time they reached town, they were certain they had seen something that had no name yet. That was perhaps the most frightening part of all. Point Pleasant sits quietly along the Ohio River in Mason County, West Virginia. The kind of small American town where neighbors know each other's names and news travels quickly through the local diner. In the mid-1960s, the population hovered somewhere around 5,000 people. The rhythms of daily life there were steady and unhurried, the kind of rhythms that belong to a place shaped more by the river moving past it than by anything happening far away. The Ohio curved wide and dark along the western edge of town. On clear mornings, the light came off the water in long, quiet ripples that reached all the way up the bluffs. It was a working-class town in the truest sense, built on the labor of people who drove to the plant, came home with dirt on their boots, raised children in modest houses, went to the same churches their parents had attended. There was a directness to the people of Mason County, a plainness of expression that made their accounts of what happened in November 1966 all the more difficult to set aside. These were not people given to embellishment. When they said they had seen something, they meant it. Those who knew them understood that about them immediately. Just outside of town, stretching across several thousand acres of forested and overgrown land, lay the remnants of a World War II munitions facility that locals called the TNT area. Its formal name had been the Ravenswood Ordnance Plant. During the war, it had been a site of considerable industrial activity, a place where explosives were manufactured and stored in the concrete domes and bunkers that still dotted the landscape in 1966. half swallowed by the earth and the encroaching trees. By the time the Scarberry group encountered what they encountered, the facility had been abandoned for years, its administrative buildings long emptied, its fencing rusted and sagging in places, its roads grown over with weeds and soft grasses that muffled sound in a way that felt almost deliberate. The bunkers remained solid and strange, rounded shapes emerging from the hillsides like something the land itself had slowly exhaled. It was isolated enough that teenagers sometimes drove out there after dark, not because it was inviting, but because it was the kind of place that felt like it belonged to another world entirely. Sealed off from the ordinary life of the town by nothing more than a stretch of road and the quality of the silence. That the first famous sighting occurred near the entrance to this place was something people noted almost immediately, as though the TNT area had always been waiting for something to happen within it. November in Mason County came with the chill that turned the Ohio into a grey mirror. The leaves had mostly fallen by mid-month, leaving the landscape bare and still. The nights were growing longer, darkness descending earlier each day. It was the kind of season when a small town turned inward, when people finished their evening chores and settled into the warmth of their homes. Hunting season was underway, and those who kept to the woods had grown accustomed to the particular darkness of November. The weather reports promised cold, but nothing unusual, nothing that would have prepared anyone for what was about to unfold in the coming nights. When Roger Scarberry and the others brought their account to the Mason County Sheriff's Department in the early hours of November 16th, the initial response was measured and cautious. The sheriff at the time, George Johnson, did not dismiss what the four young people described, but he was careful not to confirm it either. He noted that they appeared genuinely frightened, that their account was detailed and consistent, that he saw no reason to doubt they had seen something, though what that something was, he could not say. The story moved through Point Pleasant the way stories move in small towns, person to person, over counters and across kitchen tables. The reactions it produced were as varied as the people hearing it. Some laughed, quietly, not unkindly, but with the reflexive skepticism of those who had lived long enough to know how fear could transform an ordinary bird into something monstrous in the dark. Others listened without laughing, their expressions settling into something more careful and considering. A few simply went silent when they heard the details, the red eyes, the enormous wingspan, the way the thing had followed the car at speeds no living bird could sustain. Silence, in a town like Point Pleasant, was its own kind of response. It meant the story had landed somewhere that laughter could not reach. The newspaper coverage arrived quickly. The Point Pleasant Register ran the story under a headline that tried, and perhaps failed, to fully capture what was being described. Within days the reports had been picked up by papers beyond the Ohio Valley. The attention brought new witnesses forward, people who had seen something in the preceding nights and had said nothing, waiting to hear whether anyone else had noticed the same thing. 8 additional sightings were reported to authorities in the span of just 3 days after the first accounts became public. Among those who came forward were 2 volunteer firefighters, men whose professional training disposed them towards calm observation rather than panic, who described with careful plainness the same enormous shape against the night sky, same pair of eyes burning red in the darkness above them. Within 72 hours of the first reports, 2 volunteer firefighters had also come forward, describing the same enormous form with the same burning red eyes. The town had no choice but to start paying attention. Across the dozens of accounts gathered from Point Pleasant residents during those 13 months, certain details appeared again and again with a consistency that made investigators uneasy. When people who had never spoken to one another, people living miles apart, people of different ages and different temperaments, describe the same thing in nearly the same words, it becomes difficult to set those descriptions aside. The creature stood somewhere between 6 and 7 feet tall. That placed it well above the height of an average man, yet its proportions were unsettlingly close to human. 2 legs, a broad torso, a form that suggested something upright and deliberate rather than the hunched, animal quality one might expect from a large unknown creature moving through the dark. The legs were described with particular attention by several witnesses, especially those who observed the creature from close range. They were long and slender, relative to the creature's bulk, appearing almost insectile in their proportion to the rest of the body. Yet they moved with a fluidity that suggested bone structure and musculature far more complex than that of any known insect. Some witnesses noted that when the creature stood motionless, it maintained a posture of perfect equilibrium, as though grounded by some internal gravity entirely its own. Others remarked on the creature's mobility, the way it could shift position without the preliminary weight-shifting movements that human bodies require. This economy of motion was itself disturbing to observe. Witnesses struggled to describe the body with precision, partly because their encounters were brief and terrifying, partly because the creature resisted easy comparison. Some said its surface appeared dark and smooth, almost featherless, like something that had no use for the softness of ordinary wings. Others described it as covered in a kind of dark, dense material closer to fur, though no one felt certain enough of that detail to insist upon it. What nearly everyone agreed on was the color, a deep, absorbing darkness that seemed to draw in rather than reflect the available light, so that the creature appeared less like a solid thing and more like a silhouette that had somehow learned to stand on its own. And then there were the wings. When the creature spread them, witnesses estimated a span of roughly 10 feet, an expanse that, in the confined darkness near the TNT plant, must have felt enormous and overwhelming, filling the space between trees or above a car in a way that left no question about the scale of what was there. The wings were most often described as folded tightly against the body when the creature was standing or hovering. When they opened, they did so without the labored, heavy quality one might associate with a bird of that size. There was something almost effortless about it, as if the wings were simply an extension of whatever the creature already was, rather than the working machinery of flight. The witnesses themselves presented a compelling dimension to the investigations. Many were working-class residents with no prior history of embellishment or public attention-seeking. Some held jobs that required careful observation and accurate reporting. Law enforcement officers, security guards, and industrial workers whose daily responsibilities involved precise documentation. Yet even among those with professional backgrounds in observation and reporting, the descriptions remained strikingly consistent in their broad outlines while varying only in specific details, a pattern that investigative professionals recognize as the hallmark of genuine, independent witnessing. There was no coordinated story emerging from the community, no evidence that residents had discussed their observations and synchronized their accounts. Each report arrived independently, spoken to investigators by someone shaken by an encounter that had disrupted their ordinary evening or night. The accumulation of these accounts, each one separate and uncoached, gave them a weight that no single sighting could possess. What remained most vivid in nearly every account, long after other details had blurred and softened with time, were the eyes. They were red, a deep, burning, unblinking red that several witnesses compared to the reflective quality of bicycle reflectors caught in a beam of light, except that these eyes seemed to generate their own illumination rather than merely borrow it. When car headlights swept across the creature, Those eyes did not dim or shift the way an animal's eyes might. They held, steady and fixed, as if the light was simply irrelevant to them. Witnesses described feeling, upon meeting that gaze, something difficult to put into language, not merely fear of something large and unknown, but something closer to the sensation of being studied, of being recognized by something that had already decided it had no reason to hide. The eyes were set low on the body, embedded where a chest might be rather than where a face should have been. That meant the creature appeared to have no distinct head, no neck, no features that could be read or interpreted the way a human face can be read. That absence was deeply disorienting. People are accustomed to meeting the world through another face, to finding some point of connection or understanding in the arrangement of eyes and expression. Here, there was only the chest, the wings, and those two slow, burning points of red. The creature made very little sound, and this too was something witnesses returned to again and again. For something of its size, the silence was wrong. Birds of even moderate wingspan produce audible movement through the air, a rushing, a displacement, a sound that arrives before they do. This creature arrived without announcement and departed the same way, slipping through the darkness with a quietness that felt less like an absence of sound and more like a deliberate withholding of it. It did not flee when approached or observed. It did not startle. It stood or hovered or moved slowly between the trees at the edge of the road with the unhurried patience of something that saw no reason to rush. When it finally departed, it did so at speeds that witnesses found almost impossible to reconcile with the stillness that had preceded them. Whatever this thing was, it did not seem afraid of being seen. That quality, that calm, patient, watchful quality, unsettled witnesses far more than its size ever could. The TNT area was not a welcoming place, even in daylight. What had once been the Ravenswood Ordnance Plant, a vast munitions facility built in haste during the Second World War, and then quietly abandoned when that war ended, had spent the intervening decades returning, in its own slow and deliberate way, to something that felt older than human industry. The concrete storage domes sat half sunken into the earth, rounded and grey, like enormous stones that some forgotten hand had pressed down into the soil and left there. Rust had worked its way through the chain-link fencing in long brownish streaks, and where the fence had pulled away from its posts, the wire curled back on itself in shapes that caught the ankle if you were not paying attention. The paths between the bunkers were overgrown with whatever had chosen to grow there. Tall grasses and woody shrubs, and the occasional tree that had found purchase in a crack in the asphalt, and simply kept going, year after year, unchecked. In the hours before dusk, when the light still had some warmth in it, you could stand in the middle of all that and see it plainly enough for what it was. An old industrial site gone to seed, the kind of place that exists in the margins of almost every American town. But that particular clarity had a way of departing with the light. Once the sun dropped behind the hills to the west, the TNT area became something else. The domes lost their ordinary greyness and became shapes without clear edges, and the spaces between them seemed to deepen in a way that had little to do with ordinary shadow. The river was close enough that on still nights you could hear it, a low, distant sound, just enough to remind you that something was moving out there in the dark, though you could not see it. Witnesses who encountered the creature in this place often described arriving with the intention of simply looking around, curious after hearing the reports on the radio or from a neighbor at the hardware store, and then finding that their curiosity cooled very quickly once the engine was switched off and the headlights went dark. The silence that followed was a particular kind of silence, dense with the sense that something in it was not quite still. Across the 13 months when sightings were most concentrated, a significant number of the most detailed accounts came from this stretch of land. People saw it at the edge of the tree line, standing without moving. They saw it above the concrete domes, wings spread, not flapping. They saw it in their headlights for a moment as they turned off the main road, and then it was somewhere else, or gone entirely. The consistency of the location was one of the details that troubled investigators the most, because there was no obvious reason, biological or otherwise, why any one creature would return again and again to the same abandoned facility in the hills above the Ohio River. The remoteness of the TNT area had made it increasingly attractive to those seeking answers about what was happening in the region. State troopers and local deputies had begun noticing foot traffic along the facility's perimeter at odd hours, flashlights moving through the darkness where none should have been. By the weeks leading up to November, the location had developed an underground reputation among researchers and curiosity seekers from neighboring counties. What had been cold military infrastructure had become, in the collective imagination of the area, a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the unexplainable seemed most permeable. The deteriorating condition of the fencing made entry simple for anyone determined enough to slip through. By the time Partridge experienced his encounter 90 miles distant, the TNT area was already receiving visitors at all hours, each carrying theories and the particular hope that accumulates around unexplained phenomena. 2 nights after the first gravediggers in Clendenin reported the large brown figure moving above their cemetery, something arrived at a farmhouse in Salem, West Virginia, a town 90 miles from Point Pleasant, far enough that whatever was happening there and whatever was happening here seemed at that moment to belong to entirely separate worlds. Newell Partridge was a building contractor, the kind of man who dealt in practical things, lumber dimensions, load-bearing walls, the weight a floor could reasonably hold. He was watching television at home that evening when the picture changed. Not the channel, the picture itself. The screen filled suddenly with a pattern of interlocking geometric shapes, strange and regular and unlike anything that ordinary interference produced, accompanied by a sound that Partridge later described as a loud, whining note. He sat with that for a moment, the way you do when something unexpected happens and you are still deciding what kind of thing it is. Then from outside, from the direction of the porch, his German shepherd began to bark. Bandit was not a dog given to alarm without reason. Partridge took a flashlight and went out into the dark to see what had upset him. The dog was standing at the edge of the yard, facing the barn, barking and then backing away and then barking again, the particular behavior of an animal that has registered something beyond its understanding. When Partridge swept the flashlight across the field, he saw 2 points of light near the barn, low and circular, reflecting back at him with a reddish glow, there long enough to be certain he was not imagining them. And then, by his own account, something in him said to go back inside, and he listened to that instinct. He locked the door. He stayed where he was. When morning came and the light returned, Bandit was gone. The dog had not wandered. It had not turned up on a neighbor's property or at the edge of the road. It had simply ceased to be present in the world that Partridge could account for. He searched, as anyone would, and found nothing. Across those same days, other witnesses in the Point Pleasant area would report the same glowing redness at the edge of fields and tree lines, and Roger Scarberry would later mention, when recounting the main encounter at the TNT plant, that he believed he had seen a large dead dog on the roadside as they fled, and that on the return trip, when they came back through with a deputy, the dog was gone too. Whether those details belonged to the same story was not something anyone could say with certainty. What could be said was that the strangeness of the TNT area had a reach that extended beyond its fencing and its crumbling domes, out along the dark roads, into living rooms 90 miles distant, into the quiet corners of ordinary households where nothing unusual had ever happened before. Bandit was never found, and Partridge never returned to that part of his property at night. 3 days before the Scarberry group ever drove past the TNT plant, something was already moving above a cemetery in Clendenin, West Virginia. It was November 12, 1966, and a small group of gravediggers were going about their work in the quiet way that gravediggers always do, their attention close to the earth, their movements deliberate and unhurried. Clendenin is a modest town tucked along the Elk River, about an hour's drive from Point Pleasant, the kind of place where the hills press in close and the tree lines hold their shadows even on clear afternoons. The cemetery where the men were working sat as cemeteries often do on the edges of things, between the town and the tree line, between the ordinary world and whatever lay just beyond it. At some point, one of the men looked up. What he saw moving between the trees above him was large and brown, humanoid in its general shape, and traveling with a speed that seemed wrong for anything living. The others looked up as well, and for a moment they all watched the same thing moving through the upper branches before it was gone. They described it afterward as a brown human being, which is perhaps the simplest and most honest description they could have offered. Something that read as human in its proportions and bearing, but was clearly not human in the way it moved through the air above them. Authorities, when told of the encounter, did not pursue the matter with any particular urgency. The men were believed, or at least not disbelieved, but the report settled into the ordinary silence that tends to close around things that don't fit neatly into existing categories. 3 days later, the Scarberry group would come forward with their account, and the newspapers would find a name for what was being seen, and suddenly everyone would remember that there had already been something before, the something that started it all. The accounts from the gravediggers circulated through Clendenin in the way that such accounts circulate in small towns, quietly, person to person, with a kind of shared uncertainty about whether this was something to report or something to keep among themselves. In truth, many residents of the area had grown accustomed to unusual occurrences in the hills surrounding their community. The region had long harbored stories of strange encounters, things glimpsed in peripheral vision, movements in the forest that did not match any known animal. These tales were part of the local texture, told and retold, each version adding or subtracting detail depending on who was doing the telling. The gravedigger's account fit into this existing landscape of strangeness without disrupting it significantly. What may have kept the report from gaining wider traction was precisely this context. In a place where such things were already woven into the fabric of conversation, one more sighting seemed not shocking enough to demand immediate investigation. What makes the Clendenin account worth sitting with is precisely its plainness. There was no car chase, no glowing eyes described in dramatic detail, no highway, and no headlights to catch anything in their beam. There were only working men in a graveyard and something large and brown passing through the trees above them, quickly enough that they had almost no time to process what they were seeing before it was gone. That quality of the almost glimpsed, the thing seen only long enough to register as strange, appears again and again in the wider history of these kinds of reports. And if you allow yourself to follow that history back further than November of 1966, it does not end in Clendenin. It reaches back at least 9 years to the winter of 1957 and a hunter named Gerald Turris in Bras, Idwood, Illinois. Turris reported seeing something in the field near where he was hunting that he struggled to describe in ordinary language, a winged figure, broadly humanoid, standing somewhere between 6 and 7 feet tall, with a wingspan that he estimated at close to 10 feet. He brought his account to local authorities, who recorded it without alarm and offered him the explanation that he had most likely seen a large bird of some kind, disoriented perhaps, or simply passing through on a route it did not ordinarily take. Tourists did not appear to find this satisfying, though he did not press the matter further. His report disappeared into the same quiet that would later swallow the Clendenin account, and might have been forgotten entirely had researchers not gone looking for it. Point Pleasant made the creature famous. There is a particular kind of loneliness in having seen something that no framework yet exists to receive, and tourists lived with that loneliness for nearly a decade before the world caught up to what he had tried to describe. Whether the creature he saw and the creature the gravediggers saw and the creature that followed Roger Scarberry's car at 100 miles an hour were the same being, or the same kind of being, or simply different encounters with different things that happened to share certain features, is something that cannot be resolved with any confidence. What can be said is that the Point Pleasant sightings did not arrive out of nothing. They arrived into a landscape that had already, quietly, been visited. Whether those earlier encounters were related or merely coincidental, they suggested that whatever came to Point Pleasant in November 1966 may not have chosen that town entirely at random. Through November and December of 1966 and into the new year, the sightings did not stop. What had begun with 4 young people on a dark road near the TNT plant multiplied quietly through the weeks that followed, accumulating the way a fog accumulates over a river valley, not all at once, but gradually until one morning you look out and can no longer see through it to the other side. People came forward one by one, then in small clusters, neighbors and co-workers who found themselves comparing notes in lowered voices over diner coffee or at the edges of church parking lots, discovering with a mixture of relief and unease that they were not alone in what they had seen. By the time winter had fully settled over Mason County, the number of reported encounters had grown to dozens. It would eventually reach something close to 100 people who described what they had witnessed to someone willing to listen. Some of those people knew each other well. Others were strangers who arrived at the same details entirely independently: the height of the figure, the way it held itself still against the tree line, the eyes that seemed to generate their own cold light. There was something in that consistency that made the whole thing difficult to push aside, even for people who had every reason to want to. You did not need to believe in anything unusual to notice that when 2 people who had never spoken described the same detail in the same words on the same stretch of road, something was asking to be taken seriously. The accumulation of testimonies began to create a curious sort of documentation, one that moved through the town by word of mouth rather than through any official channel. People kept journals of sightings reported to them, marked dates and times and locations on hand-drawn maps. A few individuals began collecting the accounts in writing, preserving the details with the care of someone who suspected they might be important later. Local newspapers, cautious in their coverage, nonetheless found themselves printing more and more about the phenomenon. The very act of seeing these stories in print seemed to validate them in some way, to move them from the realm of personal experience into something that had begun to have a public weight. The effect on the town was quiet at first, a kind of watchfulness that had not been there before. Families who lived near the TNT area began keeping their children inside after dark, without fully explaining why. You could feel the change in small domestic ways, in the hour at which mothers called their kids in from the yard, in the way a father might pause at the back window before pulling the curtain against the cold, in the slight delay before someone reached for the telephone after it rang after dark. Some people managed the uncertainty the way people often do, by going to look. On weekend evenings through November and into December, cars made their slow way along the roads that wound through the abandoned ordnance grounds. Headlights sweeping across the concrete storage domes and the rusted fencing and the bare limbs of the winter trees, their occupants watching carefully for any shape that did not belong. Most of them saw nothing and came home feeling something between reassured and vaguely disappointed. A few saw something. Those few were harder to read afterward, quieter in a way that was noticed by the people around them. The shared experience of searching, of moving deliberately toward the source of the town's unease rather than away from it, created its own kind of bond among those who participated. They had become, in a sense, a community organized around the acknowledgement of something that most of the wider world did not yet know existed. Among the stranger things that began to surface during those months were reports that the creature's appearances seemed to arrive alongside other disturbances that people could not explain as readily as they might explain an unfamiliar animal having wandered too close to town. Televisions in homes near the sighting areas went dark or filled with interference at odd hours of the night, the picture dissolving into static patterns that had no apparent source. Police dispatch radios crackled and went silent at the precise moments when officers were attempting to relay information about a reported sighting, then cleared again once the conversation had moved on to something else. More than one driver described their car engine going suddenly and completely quiet while passing near the TNT grounds, the vehicle coasting to a stop in the dark before starting again, without explanation, once they had drifted a little further down the road. Whether these disruptions were genuinely connected to the creature, or were simply the ordinary failures of ordinary equipment noticed more sharply because people were already frightened, is something that was never resolved to anyone's full satisfaction. But you cannot easily persuade a person whose radio went to static at the exact moment they were attempting to describe a sighting that the timing was coincidental. Some of those people stopped trying to persuade themselves of that after a while. There were also individuals who believed the creature had returned for them specifically, who reported encountering it not once but across several separate evenings, in locations that had no obvious connection to one another, as though it had taken a particular and patient interest in certain people, that those people had done nothing to deserve or invite. For them, the fear did not dissipate in the ordinary way, retreating once the immediate moment had passed. It remained instead as something lower and less dramatic, but harder to shake. A background unease, a slight reluctance to look directly at the darker corners of a room, a tendency to reach for the lamp before crossing to the window. By early 1967, something had shifted in Point Pleasant. Not just fear, but a low, constant sense of dread that residents struggled to explain even to themselves. John Keel was not a man who came to Point Pleasant looking for a big bird. By the time he arrived in West Virginia, he had already spent years moving through the stranger edges of documented human experience, gathering accounts that mainstream science preferred to leave untouched, developing a way of thinking about the unknown that set him apart from both the true believers and the outright dismissers. He had written about UFOs not as spacecraft piloted by extraterrestrial visitors, but as something far more difficult to categorize, phenomena that seemed to interact with human consciousness in ways that defied simple physical explanation. He had traveled widely, spoken with witnesses in places where strange things were reported with uncomfortable regularity. He had come to distrust the near-net frameworks that most investigators brought to their work. When the Point Pleasant reports began appearing in the newspapers in late 1966, accumulating with a frequency that was hard to ignore, Keel recognized something familiar in the texture of the accounts, not the creature itself, which was new enough, but the atmosphere surrounding it, the way the strangeness seemed to ripple outward from a center and touch everything around it. He made his way to Mason County with an open mind that was nevertheless already shaped by years of unconventional thinking. What he found there would stay with him for the rest of his life. He was patient in his work, visiting the TNT area, sitting in diners, spending long evenings with families who had seen something they could not explain and who were grateful, many of them, simply to be listened to without condescension. He wrote down what they told him carefully and without embellishment. He asked the kinds of follow-up questions that revealed details witnesses had not thought to mention: what the air smelled like, whether they had felt unusually cold, whether anything in their home had been behaving strangely in the days before or after. The residents of Point Pleasant, on the whole, responded warmly to him. He was not a television crew arriving to make them look foolish. He was not a government official dismissing their accounts from behind a desk. He was a man who took them seriously. That, in a town that had been quietly frightened for weeks, meant a great deal. What Keel began to notice, as the testimony accumulated in his notebooks, was a pattern that stretched beyond anything a misidentified bird could account for. The creature was only one thread in a web that included disrupted electronics, animals that vanished without explanation, a pervasive atmosphere of unease that witnesses described in strikingly similar terms, even when they had not spoken with one another. He had seen this kind of clustering before, in other places where strange reports gathered, a phenomenon he would later describe as existing in zones of what he called high strangeness, regions where the membrane between ordinary experience and something else seemed unusually thin. He began to consider the possibility that the Mothman was not a living animal in the conventional sense at all, not something that ate and nested and migrated, but an entity of a fundamentally different order, something that manifested at the boundary of perception, something that could be seen and felt and sometimes followed, but that belonged to a category of being for which no existing scientific language was quite adequate. This was not a conclusion he reached quickly or lightly. It emerged slowly from the weight of what witnesses described, from the way the sightings seemed to respond to attention, from the quality of the fear that people carried home with them afterward, a fear that did not feel like the fear of encountering a large animal, but something older and less easily named. Keel left West Virginia with notebooks full of testimony and a conviction that had hardened into something close to certainty. Whatever the Mothman was, it was not from the natural world, as most people understood it. The creature was not the only strange thing visiting Point Pleasant during those months. Scattered among the accounts of the winged figure with its burning eyes were quieter, stranger stories. Stories that followed witnesses home, that arrived at their doors in the shape of ordinary-looking men who were, upon reflection, not ordinary at all. The pattern was consistent enough to have its own name by the time John Keel began writing about it. A witness would report a sighting, perhaps to the local newspaper or to the sheriff's department. Within days, sometimes within hours, one or two men would appear at the witness's home or workplace, arriving in a dark, late-model sedan that seemed improbably clean, given the dusty roads they must have traveled to reach such a place. The men wore dark suits and dark ties. They carried themselves with a formality that felt slightly off, like someone performing the idea of official authority rather than actually embodying it. They asked questions about what had been seen, careful and methodical questions. They listened to the answers with an attentiveness that some witnesses found more unnerving than comforting. Then, before leaving, they issued a quiet suggestion, not quite a threat, but not quite friendly advice either, that the witness might consider keeping what they had seen to themselves. Some witnesses described the men as pale, their movements slightly wooden. their voices flat in a way that was difficult to describe afterward, but impossible to forget. Others noted that the cars they drove had no license plates, or plates that didn't match the state they claimed to represent. Keel had encountered reports like these before he ever arrived in West Virginia. He had documented similar accounts in connection with UFO sightings in other parts of the country. He believed that the men in black were not government agents in any conventional sense, though he acknowledged that some researchers assumed otherwise. Whatever they were, their visits had a measurable effect. Several witnesses who had been willing to speak publicly about their encounters grew suddenly reluctant after receiving a visit, offering no explanation for the change beyond a vague discomfort they could not fully articulate. Running alongside both the creature sightings and the men in black reports was an additional current of strangeness that Keel and others catalogued carefully throughout that 13-month period. The Ohio Valley, during the same window of time, produced an unusual density of UFO reports, lights moving in patterns that no aircraft of the era could easily replicate. Objects hovering in silence over the river and the surrounding hills, shapes that witnesses struggled to describe using the vocabulary available to them. Some of these reports came from people who had already encountered the Mothman and who noted, sometimes with a kind of exhausted certainty, that the lights in the sky felt related to what they had seen on the ground, though they could not have explained precisely why. Keel found this convergence significant. In his understanding of the phenomenon, the creature, the aerial lights, the disrupted electronics, the men who arrived afterward were not separate mysteries, but facets of a single pattern, a concentration of unusual activity around Point Pleasant that had its own internal logic, however opaque that logic remained to anyone trying to decode it from the outside. He believed that certain locations seemed to attract such convergences, that Point Pleasant, for reasons he could not fully identify, had become one of them. Whether or not one accepted his framework, the sheer volume of overlapping reports was difficult to dismiss as coincidence alone. Ordinary people, unconnected to each other, describing interruptions in their televisions and radios, animals behaving with sudden wild distress, objects in the night sky that held their position against the wind. The Ohio River Valley in 1966 and 1967 was a place where the boundaries of the everyday seemed, to those who lived there, to be quietly dissolving. The men in dark suits who showed up after the fact did nothing to restore the sense that things were under control. For many witnesses, the men in black were more frightening than the creature had been. This was because, unlike the Mothman, they spoke. What they said made people feel that something larger was watching. The Silver Bridge had stood over the Ohio River since 1928, a modest suspension bridge that Point Pleasant residents crossed without a second thought, day after day, year after year. It connected Point Pleasant on the West Virginia side to the small city of Gallipolis just across the water in Ohio, and for nearly 4 decades it had done that work quietly and without incident. It was the kind of structure that becomes invisible through familiarity, the kind of thing a person stops seeing because it has always been there and seems, in that quiet way, as though it always will be. On the afternoon of December 15th, 1967, a Friday, the bridge was carrying its usual volume of rush hour traffic. The day was cold, the kind of cold that settles into the Ohio Valley in mid-December and does not lift. People were heading home for the weekend, crossing the river the way they always had, without concern, because there had never been cause for concern before. At approximately 5 in the afternoon, the Silver Bridge collapsed. It did not sway or groan or offer any warning that witnesses later remembered. It simply fell, the chains giving way, the roadway dropping, the cars and the people inside them going down into the Ohio River in the freezing December water. 46 people died. Some were pulled from the river in the hours that followed. Others were not recovered for days or weeks or at all. The collapse sent shockwaves through the region that extended far beyond the immediate loss of life. Emergency crews worked through the night and into the following days, dragging the river bottom, recovering vehicles, recovering bodies. The investigation into the structural failure began almost at once. Federal engineers descended on Point Pleasant to examine the remains, to document what could be learned from the wreckage, to determine what had gone wrong with a bridge that, while aging, had not been marked as imminently unsafe. The cause, they would eventually conclude, lay in a single eye bar in the suspension chain, a crucial structural component that had failed under the accumulated stress of years of traffic. It was the kind of failure that could have been prevented with proper inspection and maintenance, the kind of thing that belonged to the category of human oversight rather than act of God. But for the people of Point Pleasant, that rational explanation arrived days or weeks later, after the bodies had been identified and the funerals had begun. In the immediate aftermath, there was only shock, only the knowledge that their bridge had failed and their neighbors had drowned, and that the world they thought they understood had proven itself unreliable in an instant. The town of Point Pleasant had already been living under a strange and heavy atmosphere for 13 months, and now it had something real and terrible and undeniable to carry alongside all the rest of it. Throughout that 13-month period, residents had grown accustomed to a state of low-level dread that had no ordinary explanation. People reported strange lights in the sky above the river and in the fields beyond the town limits. Car engines had died inexplicably. Dogs had barked at things no human eye could locate. And recurring through all of it, like a thread connecting dozens of separate incidents, came reports of a creature, massive, dark, humanoid in shape, but utterly alien in presence. It had been seen near the TNT plant, the sprawling World War II munitions facility that lay abandoned just outside town. It had been seen by drivers on the roads leading out toward the river. The descriptions were remarkably consistent. A 7-foot-tall or taller figure, wings folded against its back like those of some grotesque bird, eyes that glowed red or hypnotic yellow in the darkness. Those who claimed to have encountered it spoke of a peculiar terror that went beyond fear of a simple animal. They described a quality of intelligence in the creature's gaze, of deliberate observation, as though it were studying the town and the people in it with purpose and understanding. The question arose almost immediately, spoken quietly at first, and then more openly as the days passed and the grief settled in. For 13 months, something had been appearing in the skies and along the roads around Point Pleasant. Something large and dark and watchful, with eyes that burned in the dark like coals. Something that did not behave like any animal people had known. It had appeared near the river. It had appeared near the TNT plant, which sat not far from the bridge approaches. Witness after witness had described the same creature, the same hovering stillness, the same sense of being observed from a height by something that understood what it was doing. And now 46 people were dead, and the bridge that connected this town to the world across the river had gone down in a matter of seconds. The timing was not something people could easily set aside. A community that had spent over a year living with the low hum of dread, waking in the night to strange sounds and stranger silences, watching the skies over the river with a feeling that something was present that should not be. That community now had a catastrophe to place at the center of everything they had experienced, and the placement felt, to many of them, horribly natural. There were people in Point Pleasant who began to say, and who would continue to say for the rest of their lives, that the creature had been a warning, that whatever it was, it had known, that its presence in the months leading up to December 1967 had not been coincidence or misidentification or collective anxiety, but something clear, closer to a message, dark and wordless, and ultimately unheeded. Whether or not that interpretation could be defended rationally, it carried genuine emotional weight for a town that had lost neighbors and family members to cold water on a Friday afternoon. The Mothman sightings had clustered in the area throughout 1966 and into 1967, with a density that investigators had found difficult to explain even on purely zoological grounds. The sightings had begun in the fall of 1966 and escalated through the winter months and into the spring, with reports coming from people in different parts of town and surrounding areas: farmers, factory workers, police officers, families driving at night. Each witness seemed to be describing the same impossible thing. The creature came to be called the Mothman by the local press, a name that captured something of its appearance while failing entirely to capture the sense of strangeness and threat that those who had seen it reported. And then the bridge fell, and the sightings stopped. Not gradually, not with a fee. Lingering reports trailing off over weeks. They stopped. The creature that had made itself so conspicuously present across 13 months of testimony from ordinary, sober, frightened people simply ceased to appear in Point Pleasant. Researchers who had been documenting the sightings noted the cessation with the same careful attention they had given the sightings themselves. For those who had come to believe that the Mothman's appearances carried some form of intent, the timing of its departure was as significant as the timing of its arrival. It had come before the disaster. It had gone after. And the Mothman was not seen again in Point Pleasant after the bridge went down. Engineers who examined the wreckage in the weeks after the collapse eventually traced the failure to a single eye-bar, a flat metal link in the suspension chain that had cracked. The eye-bar itself was not a large or dramatic piece of the structure. It was one component among many, a flat bar of steel pinned at each end, designed to bear its share of the load in the suspension chain running along the bridge's length. But metal, like everything else, has limits, and this particular bar had developed a small stress fracture, a flaw so fine that it would not have been visible during routine inspection from the road surface above. Over time, under the repeated weight of traffic crossing the bridge day after day, that fracture grew. When it finally gave way on the afternoon of December 15, 1967, the chain it belonged to had no way to compensate. The force that had been distributed across the entire system suddenly had nowhere to go, and the bridge came down in seconds. The investigation that followed was careful and thorough. Engineers from the National Transportation Safety Board and other agencies recovered what they could from the cold bed of the Ohio River and pieced together what had happened with as much precision as the evidence allowed. What they found pointed not to sabotage, not to any sudden or unusual event, but to a slow accumulation of stress on a structure that had been carrying far more weight than its designers ever anticipated. The Silver Bridge was built in 1928, a time when the automobile was still a relatively modest machine. A Ford Model T of that era weighed somewhere around 1,500 pounds. By the mid-1960s, the average American car weighed closer to 4,000 pounds, nearly 3 times as much, and the number of vehicles crossing the bridge had grown considerably alongside the broader growth of automobile culture in the post-war decades. The bridge's original engineers had done their work honestly and competently for the era in which they worked. They simply could not have known what the roads of 1967 would demand of their calculations. There was also the matter of the bridge's unusual design. The Silver Bridge used an eye-bar chain suspension system that was, by the standards of its time, innovative. But it had a particular vulnerability built into its elegance. It was what engineers sometimes call a non-redundant structure, meaning that if any single element failed, there was no backup, no alternative load path, no way for the rest of the system to absorb the shock. A more redundant design might have allowed even a cracked component to be caught before it became catastrophic. On the Silver Bridge, when the eye-bar cracked through completely, the outcome was immediate and total. For the engineers who studied the wreckage, the findings were sobering in a particular way. The collapse was not the result of negligence in any simple sense. The bridge had been inspected. It had passed those inspections. The flaw that eventually destroyed it was simply not the kind of flaw that the inspection methods of that era were designed to detect. Stress corrosion cracking in a closed pin and eye-bar joint was difficult to assess from the outside, and no one had reason to look more closely. The lesson the collapse ultimately taught was one about the limits of what engineers then knew to look for, and American bridge inspection standards were revised significantly in the years that followed. All of this was true, and it was documented, and it answered the question of how the bridge fell with a precision that left little room for argument. But for the people of Point Pleasant, the question of how had never been the one that mattered most. What they needed to understand was why. Why that bridge? Why that afternoon? Why those 46 people? And engineering could not offer anything in response to a question framed that way. A stress fracture in a single metal bar is a complete explanation in the language of physics and material science. It accounts for everything that happened in mechanical terms. It does not account for the months of unease that preceded the disaster, the creature seen again and again near the water's edge, the sense that something had been circling the toe, with a knowledge that its residents did not yet possess. Those experiences were real to the people who had lived through them, and the image of a cracked eye-bar, however precisely described, could not absorb the weight of what those 13 months had felt like to the community. One kind of explanation had been found, thorough and credible. Another kind of explanation was what many people were still quietly looking for in the years that came after. The bridge had simply been asked to carry more weight than it was ever built to hold, and that was the whole of it, at least as far as physics was concerned. 8 years after the bridge collapsed and the sightings stopped, John Keel published the book that would define the Mothman legend for generations. The Mothman prophecies arrived in 1975, nearly a decade after the events it described, and in that distance, that long, patient interval between experience and account, the book found its particular power. Keel had spent those years turning over his notes, his interviews, his careful accumulation of testimony from Point Pleasant residents who had trusted him with things they had told almost no one else. What emerged was not a straightforward account of a strange creature. It was something considerably more unsettling than that. Keel argued that the Mothman was not a biological animal that had wandered into the wrong county. He believed, and wrote with conviction, that the creature belonged to a category of phenomena that defied the clean boundaries of zoology or folklore, something that existed, as he framed it, at the edge of ordinary reality, moving between states of being that human language barely had words for. He described what he called zones of high strangeness, regions where unusual events seemed to cluster in ways that suggested not randomness, but a kind of dark orchestration. Point Pleasant, in his telling, was one of those zones. The creature, the UFO sightings, the disrupted electronics, the men in dark suits who visited witnesses and spoke in low, unsettling tones. Keel wove all of it together into a portrait of something vast and purposeful pressing against the ordinary world. The most haunting claim in the book concerned premonitions. Keel gathered accounts from witnesses who said they had experienced visions, dreams, and strong inexplicable feelings of impending disaster in the weeks and months before December 15th, 1967. Some described a specific sense of dread attached to the bridge itself. Others reported stranger things, images, voices, a feeling of being told something they could not quite hear. Keel presented these accounts as evidence that the Mothman phenomenon was not merely reactive, not simply a creature that appeared and was witnessed, but something with foreknowledge, something that arrived before catastrophe, the way certain clouds arrive before a storm, carrying the weather inside them. The bridge collapse, in his framework, was not a coincidence that happened to follow the sightings. It was the event the sightings had been announcing all along. This was a compelling argument, and it gave the Mothman a gravity that no animal identification could provide. It also attracted serious criticism. Researchers who examined Keel's sourcing found places where his evidence had been compressed, where distinct accounts had been blended, where the boundaries between what witnesses said and what Keel believed had grown uncomfortably thin. His tendency to see pattern and intention in phenomena that others read as unrelated was, depending on the reader, either his greatest insight or his most significant weakness. Some who had followed the original newspaper coverage felt that Keel had taken a genuinely strange body of testimony and shaded it toward conclusions the evidence did not fully support. His critics were not dismissive of the underlying events. They were troubled, specifically, by the interpretive layer he had laid over them, the way the book's tone pushed the reader steadily toward a predetermined understanding. And yet, the mystery at the center of the story remained, regardless of how one assessed Keel's methods. Whatever those people saw near the TNT plant, whatever Newell Partridge heard in the darkness outside his home, whatever Roger Scarberry and the others experienced on that November night, none of Keel's overreach erased the strangeness of those original accounts. His critics could point to distortions in the evidence without being able to explain what was there when the distortions were set aside. The book survived its critics not because it was airtight, but because the phenomenon it described had enough genuine weight to hold the structure upright, even where Keel's arguments leaned too hard on too little. The Mothman prophecies remained in print and in conversation for decades, finding new readers steadily and quietly. Then, in 2002, a film was made from it, starring Richard Gere as a journalist drawn to Point Pleasant by a series of experiences he cannot account for. The film borrowed the book's atmosphere more than its argument. It was a psychological story, concerned with grief and obsession and the terrible feeling of standing at the edge of something that will not resolve itself into sense. It captured something true about what it feels like to be near phenomena of this kind, the loneliness of it, the way it estranges you from ordinary life, the particular horror of receiving a warning you cannot decode in time to use it. What the film did not capture was the documentary weight of Keel's accumulation, the dozens of names, the specific streets and dates, the unglamorous texture of a small American town living under something it could not name. The film was a mood. The book was a case file, however imperfect. Both had their audiences. Together they ensured that Point Pleasant and the creature seen there in 1966 and 1967 would not dissolve quietly into local legend the way most regional anomalies do. They gave the story a shape that could be carried forward, pass between generations, return to when something in the world seemed to call for it. Whatever its flaws, the book accomplished something the newspaper reports never quite managed. It made you feel that Point Pleasant had been at the center of something vast, and that the vastness had not fully receded. Not everyone who looked at the Point Pleasant reports saw a mystery. Dr. Robert L. Smith, a wildlife biologist at West Virginia University, reviewed the accumulated witness descriptions with the careful attention of someone who had spent years studying what large birds actually look like when they move through the night. He arrived at a conclusion that was, to him, straightforward. The sandhill crane, he told reporters, fit the accounts with a precision that was difficult to dismiss. These are tall birds, nearly as tall as a grown man when standing fully upright, with wingspans that can reach 7 feet or more. They carry around their eyes a distinctive patch of reddish, bare skin that, caught in the beam of a car's headlights or a handheld flashlight, could produce exactly the kind of glowing, unsettling effect that witnesses described with such consistency. Sandhill cranes are not common in that part of West Virginia. That would explain why no one immediately recognized what they were seeing. An unfamiliar creature glimpsed in darkness, and genuine fear tends to grow larger and stranger in the instant of seeing it. Smith's explanation was not a dismissal of the witnesses, so much as a gentle reframing. These were real people who saw something real. The something real, in his view, had feathers and a migration route, and a perfectly natural reason for being disorienting in the dark. For cases where witnesses reported something closer to the ground or near water, without any particular emphasis on glowing eyes, another ornithological candidate emerged. The great blue heron stands nearly 4 feet tall, moves with an eerie, deliberate stillness, launches into flight with a wingspan of roughly 6 feet, wide enough, at the wrong angle and in poor light, to suggest something far beyond the proportions of an ordinary bird. A researcher named Daniel Reed examined historical heron sightings in the Ohio Valley's Yee region and proposed that the great blue heron accounted for a meaningful portion of the reports, particularly those in which the witness noted size and shape but did not specifically describe luminous red eyes. And then there was the matter of the owl. In 1966, a snowy owl was shot somewhere near Point Pleasant. When the local newspaper wrote about it, the headline described it as a giant owl. This was because its wingspan approached 5 feet, and because most people in Mason County had never seen a snowy owl up close and had no frame of reference for the size of the thing. That bird was eventually mounted and placed on display at the Mothman Museum, where it sits today, a quietly ironic exhibit. The possible origin of a legend displayed inside the institution, the legend built. Joe Nickel, a long-time investigator with the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, approached the question from a different direction. One less focused on ornithology and more interested in the social mechanics of how a story grows. Nickel pointed out that the original newspaper coverage was extensive and reached a wide audience quickly. The conditions in which subsequent sightings were almost inevitable. People who had read the accounts were primed to interpret unusual shapes in the night sky through a particular lens. The TNT area became a destination for curious locals who drove out after dark, specifically hoping to see something. Some of what they reported, Nickel argued, they had effectively created themselves, not through dishonesty, but through the perfectly ordinary human tendency to find what one is already looking for. He also documented at least one case in which a group of construction workers deliberately attached red flashlights to helium balloons and released them near the TNT area, watching as the floating lights prompted exactly the kind of alarmed response that the legend had trained people to have. Eyeshine, the reflection of light from an animal's eyes, a natural phenomenon common to many nocturnal species, could produce a convincing approximation of glowing red eyes when caught in a beam of light. Nickel proposed that barn owls, barred owls, snowy owls were all capable of generating this effect under the right conditions. Taken together, these explanations, the misidentified crane, the disorienting heron, the unfamiliar owl, the socially amplified fear, the occasional deliberate hoax, form a case that is internally consistent and supported by evidence. For many investigators, they represent the most reasonable account of what Point Pleasant experienced in those 13 months. What they cannot as easily account for is the specificity with which multiple independent witnesses, people who had not spoken to one another and who came from different parts of the region, described the same particular detail. eyes set not in a face, but in the chest of something that otherwise stood upright like a person. That detail is strange enough that even researchers sympathetic to the bird hypothesis tend to pause over it, acknowledging that it does not map cleanly onto the anatomy of any known crane or owl. The explanations also tend to address individual sightings in isolation, while the cumulative texture of the phenomenon, the electronic interference, the missing dog, the sense shared by so many witnesses that the thing had looked at them with something like intention, requires a different kind of accounting. Skeptics would say that cumulative strangeness is precisely how legends grow, and they are not wrong about that. For some, the sandhill crane closed the case entirely. For others, it explained the shape in the sky, but said nothing about the feeling that followed witnesses home. Long before anyone in Point Pleasant had heard the word Mothman, the ground beneath the town already carried a story about a curse. It begins in October of 1774, at the confluence of the Kanawha and Ohio rivers, on land that would eventually become the town itself. The Battle of Point Pleasant was fought there on the 10th of that month between Virginia militia forces under Colonel Andrew Lewis and a confederation of Shawnee warriors led by a chief the colonists called Cornstalk, a name drawn from the way he was said to speak, with the same directness and force as wind moving through a field. Cornstalk was, by many accounts gathered from both sides of that conflict, a man of considerable stature and intelligence, someone who had argued among his own people for restraint and negotiation, before finally accepting that fighting had become unavoidable. The battle itself was long and costly, one of the bloodiest single-day engagements on the frontier in that era. It ended with the Shawnee withdrawing across the Ohio River. Whatever Cornstalk had hoped to preserve through those negotiations, Shawnee territory, Shawnee sovereignty, a way of life already being pressed from all directions, the outcome of that day made its eventual loss considerably more certain. He continued in the years that followed to move between diplomacy and the realities of a world that seemed to be narrowing around his people, regardless of what path he chose. By 1777, the Revolutionary War was reshaping every alliance and every boundary in the region. Cornstalk traveled to Fort Randolph, near the site of the earlier battle, to warn the American garrison there that many of his warriors were being drawn toward the British side, a warning he delivered at considerable risk to himself. The soldiers detained him and his companions as hostages, an act that carried its own grim logic in the brutal arithmetic of frontier conflict. A short time later, a settler was killed nearby. In retaliation, soldiers entered the fort and murdered Cornstalk and the men held with him, including his son Elenipsico. He had come under a flag of negotiation and died without having committed any act of war against those who killed him. What happened next belongs not to history in any documented sense, but to the folklore that grew up around the place in the generations that followed. The tradition, as it circulated through Mason County and the surrounding region, held that Cornstalk, in the moments before or after his death, pronounced a curse upon the land where he fell, that disaster and sorrow would find that ground again and again, that the people who settled there would know grief in ways they could not yet imagine. It is worth pausing on this carefully. This was because the curse narrative is a story that developed within white settler folklore, passed along through local tradition. It must be understood as such, rather than as something drawn from Shawnee spiritual practice or tribal oral history. The Shawnee had their own understanding of what happened at Point Pleasant and what it meant. That understanding is not the same thing as a colonially shaped legend about a dying chief's final words. The curse, in the form most people in Mason County knew it, was a story that the settlers and their descendants told themselves. One that grew more detailed and more vivid as the years went on. as floods and fires and other misfortunes accumulated into what felt like a pattern too persistent to be merely accidental. Communities do this naturally. It is not a cynical thing. Exactly, it is simply the way that people attempt to live with sorrow by giving it a shape and a source. A curse names something. It says that suffering is not random, that there is a reason behind the accumulated weight of loss, even if that reason is terrible. Over the course of the 19th century and into the 20th, the story of Cornstalk's curse became woven into the fabric of local consciousness in Mason County. The narrative accumulated details and variations as it passed from one generation to the next, taking on the particular coloring of whatever disasters had most recently marked the community. The Ohio River, which had witnessed both the battle and Cornstalk's death, became a central figure in the telling, a boundary between worlds, a place where the natural and supernatural seemed to meet. Floods came with particular frequency to the river valley, and each one was absorbed into the existing structure of the curse. Accidental deaths, industrial accidents, and the grinding hardships of Depression-era poverty all seemed to confirm what the older residents had always known, that the ground itself carried an old and settled weight of consequence. The curse was not something that required constant retelling to maintain its power. Rather, it functioned as an underlying assumption in local life, a framework that made sense of misfortune without requiring explanation. By the mid-20th century, most residents of Point Pleasant had inherited this narrative as naturally as they had inherited the landscape itself. Long before the Mothman appeared in the November sky, residents could already point to a history of calamities and to the name of a man who, the story said, had spoken the town's fate aloud at the moment of his own unjust death. When the sightings began in 1966 and the bridge fell in December of 1967, the curse moved naturally into the conversation. It was already there, already waiting. People who had grown up in Mason County and heard the story from their parents and grandparents found that it offered something neither the newspaper accounts nor the wildlife biologists could quite provide: a framework, a continuity, a sense that what was happening fit inside something larger and older than a single strange year. The Mothman and the curse became linked in local telling, not because anyone could demonstrate a connection, but because emotionally, narratively, they seemed to belong to the same story. Both involved the land itself, the specific ground where the Ohio and Kanawha rivers met, the place where something irreversible had once occurred. The grafting of one legend onto the other happened gradually and without any single author. It was the work of many conversations, many retellings, many late evenings when people sat together and tried to make sense of things that resisted making sense. Whether Cornstalk ever spoke such words is not recorded in any reliable source. But the story lived in Mason County long before 1966. People reached for it naturally when the darkness arrived. Point Pleasant eventually moved on, or at least it tried to, but the creature did not stay gone from the broader world. The sightings in Mason County slowed considerably after the Silver Bridge came down in December of 1967. For a long stretch of years, the Mothman seemed to belong entirely to memory, to the accounts already given, already printed, already folded into the town's difficult history. But occasionally, quietly, a new report would surface. In 2016, a man who had recently relocated to the Point Pleasant area described seeing a large dark figure moving between the upper branches of trees, leaping from one to the next with a speed and ease that no known animal in West Virginia could manage. What made this account linger in the minds of researchers was something he mentioned almost in passing. He had not heard of the Mothman before that evening. He had no framework waiting to receive what he saw, no legend primed to shape the experience into a familiar form. He simply saw what he saw. Only afterward, when he mentioned it to a neighbor, did the name come to him from somewhere outside himself. That detail, witness arriving at the description without any prompting from the legend, was the kind of thing investigators found difficult to set aside. A person who has absorbed a story will sometimes see the story. A person who has not absorbed it and still describes the same dark shape, the same red eyes, the same unnerving quality of watching, that is a harder thing to explain away. The sporadic nature of these later West Virginia sightings made them easy to overlook individually, but taken together, across the years following 1967, they formed a quiet undercurrent beneath the louder story the town had already told. The creature had not entirely returned, but neither had it entirely gone. That distinction felt meaningful to the people who had been paying attention all along. What made the decades after 1967 particularly interesting to researchers was the absence of a defining catalyst. The original Mothman sightings had culminated in a disaster that killed 46 people and confirmed, in a tragic way, that something extraordinary had been observed. The creature had appeared, it seemed, as a harbinger, but in the years following, West Virginia experienced no similar catastrophe connected to the new sightings. This raised a question that had no comfortable answer. What was the Mothman doing now? Was it still a warning? Still a portent, or had its purpose changed entirely? Some researchers proposed that the creature's behavior had shifted, that it no longer served as a herald of doom, but simply existed in the liminal spaces of human experience. Others suggested that the absence of disaster did not mean the absence of danger, only that people had learned to listen differently. The witnesses who came forward in those later decades were often reluctant, unwilling to attach themselves publicly to a legend they found unsettling. Many waited months or years before sharing their experiences with anyone beyond family. Some never went on record at all, their accounts reaching researchers only through whispered conversations or anonymous letters. This reluctance itself became part of the pattern that investigators noted and studied. It suggested something about the psychological weight of the experience, about how encounters with the unexplained could separate a person from their ordinary understanding of what the world contained. The reports that drew the most sustained attention from researchers in the years after Point Pleasant came, not from West Virginia at all, but from the city of Chicago, where beginning roughly in 2017 and continuing into 2020, a wave of sightings gathered that bore a striking resemblance to the encounters from a half-century before. Witnesses near O'Hare International Airport along the lakefront, in various neighborhoods across the city, described a large, winged humanoid figure with eyes that glowed red in the darkness. Some saw it perched on the rooflines of buildings. Others reported it rising from the ground and climbing rapidly into the night sky with a wingspread they estimated at 10 feet or more. Truckers and pilots submitted reports. Residents who had no particular interest in cryptids and no familiarity with the Mothman story found themselves searching for words that would fit what they had seen. Researcher Lon Strickler compiled dozens of these accounts with careful attention to detail, noting which witnesses had prior knowledge of the legend and which seemed to be coming to it fresh, noting also the consistency of certain features across reports gathered from people who had no contact with one another. The Chicago sightings never produced a photograph that satisfied a skeptic or a piece of physical evidence that could be examined in a laboratory. That absence meant they remained, as all Mothman encounters have remained, suspended somewhere between documented human testimony and the unknowable. Chicago differed from Point Pleasant in important ways that researchers found instructive. The earlier sightings had occurred in a small town where news traveled through social networks quickly, where everyone eventually heard the accounts and absorbed the details. Chicago, by contrast, was enormous and fragmented. A person in one neighborhood might never hear about a sighting on the other side of the city. This fragmentation created a natural control of sorts, an unplanned experiment in how the legend operated across distance and isolation. When reports began to emerge that independently described matching features, when witnesses who had no knowledge of previous Chicago encounters still used the same language to describe what they had seen, researchers took note. The consistency suggests either a coordinated effort of impossible intricacy or the documentation of something genuinely shared. Neither conclusion was entirely comfortable. The Chicago case also benefited from more sophisticated documentation tools than had existed in 1966. Smartphones allowed for immediate recording, for the preservation of witness statements in their own voices, for photographs taken within moments of sightings. Yet these technological advantages created their own problems. The abundance of potential evidence made it harder, rather than easier, to establish which accounts were credible. The ease of fabrication grew alongside the ease of documentation. Beyond Chicago, some researchers have pointed to reports from other countries and other disasters. Witnesses near Chernobyl in the days before the 1986 reactor explosion. Reports connected to a bridge collapse in Brazil, and have proposed that the Mothman, or something very much like it, appears globally near sites of coming catastrophe. These claims are more difficult to assess. The Chernobyl connection in particular has been repeated often enough that it has taken on the quality of established fact in certain circles. But the original sources are thin. The details shift from one retelling to the next in the way that details do when a story travels far from where it began. What can be said is that the human impulse to look for a dark watcher at the edge of disaster is very old and very consistent. That this impulse will sometimes find its expression in the shape of something enormous seen briefly in the sky. Whether these later sightings describe the same kind of entity, a different creature altogether, or something that exists in the fearful imagination of people living near danger they cannot yet name, is a question no one has managed to answer cleanly. The idea that a creature might appear before a catastrophe, watching, waiting, present in a way that feels purposeful, is not unique to West Virginia. In Irish tradition, the banshee was said to move through the dark air near a family's home in the hours or days before a death arrived, her keening voice carrying across the fields and bogs in a sound that those who heard it never quite forgot. A sound that was not a warning so much as a knowing, a presence that recognized what was already moving toward you before you could see it yourself. In the English countryside, the phantom black dog, known by different names in different counties, sometimes called Black Shuck, sometimes simply the striker, was understood by generations of rural people as a figure whose appearance near a crossroads or along a lonely lane preceded misfortune, not because the creature caused the misfortune, but because it appeared to sense it. The way that certain animals will grow restless before a storm that is still hours away from the horizon. These figures did not belong to the same tradition, did not share a mythology or a culture. It would be a mistake to collapse them together as if they were the same idea wearing different costumes. And yet they do share something quieter and harder to name. That is the human need to believe that the darkness announces itself, that the terrible things that befall us do not arrive in complete silence. The mind is not well suited to randomness. You can tell yourself that misfortune is simply misfortune, that bridges fail because of metal fatigue, and not because something with red eyes was standing in the weeds nearby for 13 months. And you would be correct. In the way that a diagnosis is correct, in the way that an engineering report is correct. But correctness of that kind does not always reach the place in you where grief lives. It is in that place that the harbinger takes up residence. Not as a fact, but as a shape that grief gives to the incomprehensible. Similar creatures inhabited the folklore of cultures that had never had contact with one another. In Scandinavian tradition, the Valkyries were sometimes understood not merely as choosers of the slain, but as harbingers of battle itself, their arrival in the sky above a village a sign that bloodshed would follow within days. Japanese folklore spoke of the Inugami, a dog-like spirit whose presence in certain locations prefigured tragedy. German peasants told stories of the Schwarzer Hund, the black dog that was said to walk ahead of plague or famine through the villages of the countryside. The prevalence of such creatures, across such distances and different peoples, suggested something that transcended mere cultural borrowing. It suggested a deep human anxiety, something carved into the structure of how we experience the world. The idea that visible signs might precede invisible harm, that the universe operates according to patterns we might recognize if we were only alert enough, perceptive enough. If we only knew how to read the language in which warnings were written. This impulse toward pattern seeking had served humanity well in evolutionary terms. Our ancestors, who could sense the presence of a predator before they saw it, who could feel in their bones the approach of winter and prepare accordingly, were the ones who survived to pass on their vigilance to the next generation. But that same capacity for pattern recognition could also deceive. It could find connections where none existed, could transform coincidence into causation, could convince the mind that it had glimpsed the unseeable. In Point Pleasant, the sightings began in November 1966, more than a month before the Silver Bridge collapsed on December 15th. Over the course of those 5 weeks, dozens of witnesses reported encounters with something vast and winged, something that seemed to hang at the edge of rational explanation. The report shared enough consistent details to suggest that people were describing something genuinely present in the landscape, yet remained strange enough to resist comfortable interpretation or easy dismissal. A man would encounter it standing motionless in an open field. Teenagers would see it near the abandoned TNT plant on the outskirts of town. A woman would watch it rise into the winter sky, its wings moving in a way that no known creature moved. Each sighting accumulated in the collective awareness of the community, each account adding further weight to the growing sense that something unusual was moving through the Ohio River Valley. And when the bridge fell, when 46 people plunged into the dark water below, the witnesses who had seen the creature understood themselves suddenly to be the recipients of a warning they had not known how to interpret. The patterns snapped into place retroactively, transforming fear into a kind of terrible certainty. The pattern that the human mind finds so compelling, sighting, then disaster, is compelling precisely because it offers sequence where there might only be coincidence. Sequence feels like explanation, even when it is not. You encounter something inexplicable in the dark, something vast and still and watching. Weeks or months later, catastrophe comes. The mind reaches backward and finds the creature waiting there. The connection hardens into certainty before you have had time to examine it carefully. This is not a failure of intelligence. It is something closer to a feature of the way attention works, the way memory works, the way we are built to find patterns in the world around us, because for most of human history, pattern recognition was precisely what kept us alive. For the people of Point Pleasant, the harbinger theory did something that the engineering investigation into the Silver Bridge could not do. No matter how thorough or how carefully worded its conclusions, It suggested that the universe had not simply looked away while 46 people drove onto a bridge that was quietly failing beneath them. It suggested that something had come, strange and frightening and silent in its enormous wings, and had tried, in whatever language it possessed, to tell them that the warning was one no one could interpret, one that arrived in a form so alien to ordinary experience that it produced not clarity but fear. Is perhaps its own kind of sorrow, the sorrow of a message delivered in a tongue no one had been taught to read. And so the witnesses had watched the creature had watched them, and none of it had been enough to prevent what came. But it had been something. It had been presence and attention, and a refusal to let the coming darkness go entirely unacknowledged. What the harbinger theory offered Point Pleasant was something that engineering reports could not. A sense that the 46 people who died on that December afternoon had not simply been forgotten by the universe. It is easy, decades later, to talk about Mothman as a legend, as a festival, as a chrome statue on a street corner, and to forget that the story began with real people who saw something that frightened them badly. Roger Scarberry was 23 years old on the night of November 15, 1966. He worked an ordinary job, lived an ordinary life, and drove that road near the TNT plant the way people drive familiar roads, without thinking much about it. What he encountered that night stayed with him in a way that ordinary experiences do not. He spoke about it openly in the days and weeks that followed, sat with deputies and reporters, answered the same questions again and again with the same careful consistency, and he never retreated from what he had said. Linda Scarberry, his wife, was equally steadfast. She described the creature in precise terms: its shape, the position of those red eyes in the center of its body, rather than in any face, the way it rose from the ground without effort and kept pace with their car as Roger pushed the accelerator toward the floor. She described feeling watched in a way that was different from ordinary fear, something that pressed against her from the inside and did not fully release her, even after they reached the lights of town. Steve and Mary Mallet, who had been in the car alongside the Scarberrys that night, were younger, barely out of their teens. They corroborated every detail. The four of them had not had time, in those terrifying minutes, to consult one another about what they were seeing, and yet they described the same thing, each of them, when questioned separately. That consistency was what made investigators pause, and what made the ridicule sting a little more sharply when it came, because it did come, from neighbors, from people who read the newspaper accounts and laughed, from strangers who assumed that young people driving around a dark plant after midnight must have been drinking, or imagining things, or simply looking for attention. Some of the Scarberrys' acquaintances treated the encounter as an embarrassment. Others were quietly fascinated, but kept their distance, unwilling to attach themselves to something the community had not yet decided how to hold. The witnesses who came forward in the weeks after that first encounter faced similar pressures, some of them more acute. A number of people reported their sightings to the sheriff's department and then said nothing more publicly, unwilling to invite the kind of attention that had already begun to follow the Scarberrys. Others told family members, who convinced them to stay quiet. There were witnesses who contacted investigators like John Keel only after learning that someone else had described an identical experience, because before that confirmation arrived, they had genuinely wondered whether something was wrong with them, whether the mind, under certain conditions of darkness and isolation, could produce something so vivid and so terrifying that it left the body shaking for hours afterward. That relief, when it came, when a person learned that they were not alone in what they had seen, was described by more than one witness as almost physical. It was the relief of being believed, or at least of no longer being the only one. Connie Carpenter was a young woman, 17 years old, when she reported seeing the creature near a golf course in the Mason County area in broad daylight. In the early days of the sightings, she said it rose from the ground with tremendous speed and flew directly toward her before veering away. She was left with irritated, burning eyes that troubled her for some days afterward, a detail she included in her account and that other witnesses would later echo independently. She gave her account to investigators and to reporters, and bore the discomfort of being a young woman whose story was received, in some quarters, with the particular skepticism reserved for young women who claimed to have seen something impossible. Yet she held to what she had seen. Many of the witnesses did. They grew older, and the legend grew larger around them, expanding outward through Keel's book, and the film, and the festival, and the merchandise, and they found themselves at the center of something they had never chosen to inhabit. Some of them found a kind of community in it. They knew others who had been through something similar. They attended events in Point Pleasant, and spoke on panels and gave interviews, and there was meaning in that, a sense that their experience had mattered even if its nature remained unresolved. Others grew quieter over the years, retreating from the legend as it accumulated interpretations and theories and cultural weight that felt increasingly remote from the specific, private, frightening thing that had happened to them on a specific night in a specific plaque. The experience had been theirs, and was now in some way that was difficult to articulate. Everyone's. Reproduced on t-shirts and coffee mugs, reinterpreted by filmmakers and podcasters, absorbed into a phenomenon so much larger than any single person's account. That could feel like a kind of erasure, even when it was not intended as one. The story had always been, at its core, about what it feels like to stand in the dark and encounter something that should not exist, and to carry that knowledge forward into a world that mostly does not know what to do with it. Most of them never asked to be part of a legend, and for some of them, being part of one was its own peculiar burden. Point Pleasant did not set out to become a Mothman town. That identity arrived gradually, the way certain things do. Not through any single decision, but through the slow accumulation of years and the quiet persistence of a story that refused to be put away. For a long time after December 1967, the town simply tried to recover. There were funerals to attend and a bridge to mourn, and families who had lost someone in the cold water of the Ohio River to think about. The creature that had circled above the TNT plant for 13 months was, for many residents, something to be set aside and not spoken of too openly in polite company. It had been frightening. Then the bridge had fallen. Then it was over. People needed to move forward in the way that small towns always do, by tending to the living, and not dwelling too long on the inexplicable. But the story did not go away. It traveled outward from Point Pleasant, through newspaper clippings and paperback books, and eventually through a motion picture. It brought people back. Curious people, researchers, enthusiasts. Eventually, tourists began arriving in town, asking questions that locals had been quietly asking themselves for years. And somewhere in that exchange, something shifted. The town began to recognize that the legend was not just a curiosity attached to a year of fear. It was also a form of identity, perhaps even a form of resilience. To claim the Mothman, to name it and place it at the center of civic life, was in its own strange way to take ownership of something that had once felt as though it owned the town entirely. The Mothman Museum opened on Main Street and became, over time, one of the most visited attractions in West Virginia. Inside, visitors can find original newspaper accounts from 1966 and 1967, photographs, witness testimonies, artifacts connected to the sightings and to the Silver Bridge disaster. The museum holds within it a careful balance. It acknowledges the grief of the collapse alongside the mystery of the creature. honoring both without letting either one consume the other. It is a small space, the kind that feels thoughtfully assembled rather than commercially produced. It draws a steady stream of people who have come specifically to stand in the place where the story happened and feel something of what that might mean. In 2003, a 12-foot chrome statue of the Mothman was unveiled in the center of town. It became immediately the most photographed object in Mason County. The sculptor, Bob Roach, gave the creature a muscular, almost classical form, wings outspread, chest forward, red eyes gleaming. It is not an apologetic monument. It does not shrink from what it depicts, and yet it has a quality that is difficult to name precisely, something between imposing and welcoming, as though the thing that once terrified families driving away from a dark industrial site has now consented to stand quietly in the daylight and let strangers put their arms around its waist for photographs. Children do this without hesitation. Adults do it with a certain self-aware amusement that gradually softens into something more genuine the longer they stand there. The annual Mothman Festival, held every September on the third weekend of the month, fills the streets of downtown Point Pleasant with thousands of people who have come from across the country and occasionally from other countries entirely. There are vendors selling handmade crafts and artwork, authors signing books about cryptids and folklore and West Virginia history, food stalls and live music, and a general atmosphere that feels celebratory in the most earnest possible way. Guided tours take visitors to the TNT area, walking them through the same overgrown landscape where so many witnesses once stood frozen, pointing at something moving above them in the dark. Hayrides carry families along the river roads as the September air turns cool and the light falls gold over the Ohio. The tone of the festival is not one of horror, though the subject might suggest it. It is something much warmer than that, a gathering of people who share a common fascination and who find, in that shared feeling, a kind of community. What has happened in Point Pleasant over these decades is not so simple as a town deciding to monetize a legend. There is something more tender in it than that. The Silver Bridge collapse left wounds that did not fully heal. The Mothman legend was woven so tightly into the year that preceded the disaster that the two could never be entirely separated in the town's memory. To remember the creature is, quietly, to remember the bridge. To gather in the streets in September and celebrate the strangeness of what happened here is also to acknowledge the grief that lies beneath it, without having to name that grief directly every time. Communities sometimes find that the only way to carry something too heavy to speak plainly is to transform it into something they can hold at a slight angle, a festival, a statue, a museum, and look at it that way instead. Point Pleasant has done this with more grace than might have been expected. The result is a town that feels genuinely at peace with its own peculiar history, or at least on speaking terms with it. The statue stands in the middle of town, 12 feet tall, with its wings spread and its red eyes catching the light. On festival weekend, the streets fill up with people who have driven from very far away to stand next to it. Somewhere between the terrified family speeding away from the TNT plant in 1966 and the person buying a Mothman plushie at a festival booth in September, the creature changed. It did not happen all at once. There was no single moment when fear curdled into affection or dread softened into something more tender and familiar. It happened the way most transformations in folklore happen, gradually, almost without anyone noticing, carried forward by the quiet accumulation of retellings, reinterpretations, the simple passage of time. The Mothman that emerged from those 13 months in Point Pleasant was dark and wordless and deeply unsettling to the people who believed they had encountered it. The Mothman that exists now is something considerably more complicated, carrying within it not just the original terror, but also warmth, humor, protection, a kind of belonging that the witnesses of 1966 could never have anticipated. Part of this transformation came naturally from the internet. That gave Mothman something it had never quite had before, a community that chose it. In the early years of online cryptid culture, message boards and forums allowed people who felt a genuine pull toward the unexplained to find one another across distances that would have kept them isolated in earlier decades. Mothman became a figure around which that community gathered with particular enthusiasm, perhaps because the legend carried so many interpretive possibilities at once. It could be a monster, a warning, a misidentified bird, an interdimensional being, or simply a story that a grieving river town needed to tell itself. That openness made it hospitable to all kinds of people. In the hands of younger generations online, it began to accumulate new meanings that had nothing to do with disaster and everything to do with identity. For a significant portion of the internet communities that embraced the Mothman most warmly, particularly those centered around queer identity, the creature offered something unexpectedly appealing, a figure that existed entirely outside conventional categories, that could not be easily classified or contained, that was strange and large and red-eyed and real to the people who needed it to be real. It became, in certain communities, a kind of mascot for the experience of being something that the world did not have adequate language for. This was not a reading that the original witnesses would have recognized. But folklore has always done this, absorbing new meanings from the cultures that carry it forward without asking permission from the cultures that first gave rise to it. At the same time, the Mothman retained its darker edges for those who preferred them. Horror communities continue to treat the creature with genuine seriousness. The connection to the Silver Bridge disaster never entirely faded from the broader cultural memory. In video games, in horror fiction, in paranormal podcasts that drew millions of listeners, the Mothman appeared again and again as something ominous and watchful, a herald of catastrophe whose presence in the sky meant that something terrible was already on its way. These two versions of the creature, the sinister omen and the beloved, almost cuddly figure, coexisted without resolving into each other. That is itself a remarkable quality for a piece of American folklore to possess. Most legends settle into one register over time. The Mothman has so far refused to. What it means that a creature born from genuine terror has become also something comforting is not a simple question. There is something worth sitting with in the way that certain communities have taken the Mothman's strangeness and found in it a kind of shelter rather than a threat. Folklore has always served the people who carry it. What different people need from a story changes with time and circumstance. For Point Pleasant in 1966 and 1967, the Mothman was something that preceded tragedy, something that watched without speaking, something that left witnesses shaken in ways they struggled to articulate. For a teenager in a city far from West Virginia, decades later, the same creature might represent something altogether different, the comfort of knowing that the world contains more than it admits, that the strange and the overlooked and the unclassifiable have their place in it too. The plushies and the festival merchandise and the memes are easy to dismiss as the trivialization of something that was once genuinely frightening to real people. That criticism has a certain fairness to it. However, as is often the case with folklore that survives long enough to be loved by people who were not there for the original fear, the transformation carries its own kind of meaning. The creature is still the creature. The red eyes are still the red eyes. The story of that December night, the bridge falling, and the 46 people lost to the cold river That story has not been erased by the chrome statue or the festival hayrides or the plushie in someone's arms. It lives alongside all of those things. The people who come to Point Pleasant for the festival are not, for the most part, people who have forgotten what happened there. They are people who were drawn to a place where something undeniable occurred and where the community that survived it found a way to keep living in the shadow of it. The Mothman holds all of that, the terror and the grief and the warmth and the strangeness, without resolving any of it cleanly. That a single strange year in a small river town could produce something that so many different people, for so many different reasons, needed to believe in, that in its own way is as mysterious as anything the witnesses ever described seeing in the dark. Long ago, in the world that ancient Greeks inhabited, the boundary between the human and the divine was not a line so much as a mist, something you could wander into without realizing it until you were already lost. I want you to hold that image for a moment, because it matters for the story we are about to move through together. The gods of ancient Greece were not distant, sealed away in some remote heaven behind closed doors. They moved through markets and along shorelines and down the corridors of temples. They fell in love with mortal men and women. They grew jealous and competitive in ways that felt startlingly human. And the world they shared with ordinary people was one in which beauty was not merely pleasant to look upon. It was a force, something that carried real and sometimes terrible weight, especially if you happened to be a woman. In that world, to be beautiful was to be seen, and to be seen was to attract attention you had not necessarily invited. Poets wrote of lovely women the way they wrote of storms or floods, as natural phenomena that moved through the world and changed whatever they touched. Beauty could bring a woman favor and safety. It could also bring her into the awareness of beings far more powerful than herself, and that awareness was not always a kindness. The Greeks understood this duality without seeming to find it troubling, which is one of the things that makes their mythology so worth sitting quietly with, even now. There is an honesty in it that more comfortable stories tend to smooth over. It is inside this world that we find the beginnings of Medusa's story. Her origins, in the oldest written account we have, belong not to Athens or to any of the famous cities of the Greek world, but to something much older and stranger. The poet Hesiod, writing around the 8th century before the Common Era, places Medusa among the children of two primordial sea deities, Phorcys and Ceto. These were not gods in the Olympian sense, bright and anthropomorphic and concerned with human affairs. They were ancient powers, born from the very earliest stuff of the world, and their domain was the deep ocean, that vast lightless territory beyond the reach of ships and the imagination of ordinary people. Phorcys and Ceto were themselves the children of Pontus, the sea, and Gaia, the earth. They redated Zeus and Hera and Poseidon in the way that bedrock predates the buildings placed upon it. From their union came a remarkable and unsettling family of creatures. Hesiod names the Graeae among their children, 3 grey women who shared a single eye between them, ancient from the moment of their birth, with knowledge that predated almost everything else in the Greek world. And then there were the Gorgons. According to the Theogony, Hesiod's great poem of divine genealogy, Phorcys and Ceto gave rise to 3 daughters who lived far beyond the edge of the known world, somewhere in the Western Ocean near the lands of Night and the garden where the Hesperides kept their golden trees. Their names were Stheno, Uriel, and Medusa. The eldest 2 were immortal, born as they would always remain, fixed in their nature, beyond the reach of death or transformation. They could not be killed, could not age, could not change. And Medusa was the youngest. There is something worth pausing over in the geography Hesiod assigns to the Gorgons. The Western Ocean, in the Greek imagination, was not simply a body of water to the west. It was the place where the known world ended and something else began, a realm of shadows and strange creatures, of beings that preceded the civilized order the Olympians had imposed on the cosmos. To live there was to exist at the margins of the world, far from the warmth of the Mediterranean sun and the structured life of the polis, the city-state. The Gorgons were not anomalies that had wandered into an otherwise ordered universe. They belonged to an older order, a time before the Olympians had sorted everything into its proper place. In Hesiod's telling, they are simply there, at the edge, as they always have been. Stheno, Euryala, and Medusa, three sisters, sharing a home at the boundary of the world, each carrying within her the nature of her parents, ancient, oceanic, outside the tidy arrangements of Olympian society. Two of them immortal, beyond the reach of any hero's blade or any goddess's anger, permanent as the ocean itself. And the third, Medusa, mortal, subject to time and wounding and death in the way that all human things are, carrying inside her the fragility that her sisters did not possess. Whether that mortality made her more pitiable or more fully real is a question each listener will answer differently. But it was the thing that set her apart from her sisters, and it was the thing that made everything else in her story possible. And of the three sisters, only Medusa had been give, and the one thing that would eventually destroy her, a human life with a human end. Before Medusa, there were her parents, and her parents were older than most of the gods. Phorcys and Ceto were not Olympians, not newcomers to the world the way Zeus and his siblings were. They belonged to an earlier order, one that existed before the great wars between titans and gods had been fought and settled, before the sky and the sea and the underworld had been divided up and given names and rulers. They were primordial sea deities. That is to say, they were not so much beings who lived in the ocean as they were expressions of what the ocean actually was, its depth, its darkness, its capacity for producing things that could not be explained or predicted or tamed. Hesiod, in his Theogony, places them in the lineage of Pontus, the sea itself, Gaia the earth, which means that Phorcys and Ceto were among the earliest forces that the Greeks believed to have shaped the world. Their domain was not the surface of the water, that belonged, in time, to Poseidon, with his storms and his trident and his attention to ships and sailors. Phorcys and Ceto moved in the waters beneath the waters, in the cold and lightless places where the floor of the ocean descends so far that no sunlight has ever reached it. They were associated with the dangers hidden beneath the sea, with the creatures and the currents and the terrible, indifferent weight of the deep. When Greek sailors spoke of the unknown beneath them, they were, in a sense, speaking of the territory that Phorcys and Ceto had always claimed. The Greeks imagined the edges of the world as a place where the ocean curved inward and the land gave way to something stranger, the realm of night. The gardens of the Hesperides glowing faintly with their golden apples, the vast outer waters, where strange creatures lived undisturbed by human knowledge or divine law. It was here, in this far western darkness beyond the reach of any ordinary voyage, that Hesiod placed the children of Phorcys and Ceto, and those children were numerous, and not one of them was ordinary. There were the Graeae, the grey ones, three sisters born already old, their hair the colour of ash from the moment of their birth, sharing a single eye and a single tooth between them, because even perception and sustenance for such beings did not need to follow the rules had governed the world closer to the centre. There was Echidna, half beautiful woman and half enormous serpent, who lived in a cave beneath the earth, and who would become the mother of some of the most fearsome creatures in all of Greek mythology, the Lernaean Hydra, the Chimera, the many-headed Orthrus. There was Ladon, the sleepless dragon who coiled himself around the tree of the golden apples in the very garden where, by some accounts, the young goddess Hera had been raised, which gives that peaceful place a darker border than it first appears to have. And there were the Gorgons, Stheno, Euryale, Medusa, three sisters who lived where the ocean met the lands of night, at the farthest possible remove from the cities and temples and tended fields that the Greeks thought of as civilizatis. The genealogy recorded by Hesiod was not merely a catalogue of names, but a framework for understanding how the Greeks conceptualized the invisible forces that shaped their world. Each creature represented a specific aspect of the primal powers, the shared perceptions of the grey, the transformative nature of Echidna, the eternal vigilance of Ladon. The specificity with which they were described suggests that the Greeks took their existence as seriously as they took the existence of the Olympians, even if the reality of these beings operated under entirely different rules. These were not vague mythological embellishments, but integral parts of how the ancient world made sense of itself. What all of these creatures share is a quality of ancientness that even the Olympian gods did not possess. Zeus was powerful, yes, the most powerful of all the gods by the time the Greeks were telling these stories. But Zeus had been born. Before he was born, there had been a world already full of beings like Phorcys and Ceto and their extraordinary children. The Olympians inherited a world that had already been shaped by older forces. Those forces did not simply disappear when the Titans were defeated and the gods divided up the sky and sea and underworld between them. They remained at the edges, in the deep water and the far west, and the underground places where light did not reach. This is worth sitting with for a moment, because it changes the way we understand the Gorgons entirely. They were not monsters who appeared as exceptions in an otherwise orderly divine world. They were part of a vast and ancient family of beings who had existed long before the Olympians arrived. Who represented the parts of the natural world that could not be organized or governed or fully understood? The Greeks who told these stories were building cities, constructing laws, establishing rituals and hierarchies and boundaries between the sacred and the profane, and at the edges of all of that order, they imagined something older and stranger still, pressing inward from the dark water and the distant horizon. Phorcys and Ceto were the embodiment of that old strangeness. Their children were its faces and voices, the grey sharing their single clouded eye in the grey twilight, Echidna waiting, patiently in her cave, Ladon coiling in the garden dusk, the Gorgons standing at the end of the known world with their terrible, unblinking gaze. There is something almost reassuring, in a strange way, about imagining the world organized like this, with civilization at the center and wildness at the edges, with the newest gods governing what was understood and the oldest powers persisting in the places that were not. The reassurance comes from the fact that the Greeks never pretended those edges did not exist. They drew them on their maps. They gave the creatures their names and parents and histories. Phorcys and Ceto were not vague shadows but named beings with a lineage reaching back to the earliest moments of the world. Their children were not random horrors but the natural outcome. What such beings, in such waters, might produce. The Gorgons were not accidents of fate born into an otherwise orderly world. They were the world's older nature, given faces and names. The poet Hesiod, writing roughly 7 centuries before the Common Era, was the first to give us a complete account of who the Gorgons were and where they came from. His poem, The Theogony, a vast and ancient catalogue of divine genealogies, of gods begetting gods and monsters begetting monsters, is where Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa appear by name for the first time in surviving literature, set down in verse with the matter-of-fact certainty of a man who believed these creatures were as real as the sea they came from. What Hesiod gives us is not a story of beauty lost or innocence destroyed. There is no gentle priestess in his telling, no sacred temple, no divine anger redirected at the wrong person. The Gorgons in the Theogony are simply what they are, monstrous from the very beginning, born that way, living that way, requiring no further explanation or backstory. They dwell far to the west, beyond the reach of ordinary geography, in a place that Hesiod situates near the dwelling of the Hesperides and the land of night, somewhere past the edge of the world that Greek sailors and merchants knew. He names them together as children of Phorcys and Ceto, those ancient sea deities who occupied the deep water long before the Olympians had even divided the world among themselves. Hesiod is brief with the Gorgons, as he is brief with many of the creatures he catalogues. He gives them their names, their location, their lineage, and the single most important fact about Medusa, which is that unlike her sisters, she was mortal. Stheno and Euryale were born immortal, born unchanging, and would remain exactly as they were for as long as the world continued. Medusa was born with the same terrible form and the same terrible nature, but she could die. That one distinction, so small in Hesiod's spare telling, would eventually become the hinge on which the entire subsequent mythology turned. As for what the Gorgons actually looked like in these earliest Greek imaginings, later traditions that drew from archaic sources filled in the details that Hesiod left sparse. The ancient image of a Gorgon was far from the sorrowful, beautiful face that later art would make familiar. She had hands of hammered bronze, gleaming and cold. She had golden wings that carried her across the sky. Her hair was not merely serpentine in impression or spirit. It was made of actual living snakes, coiled and restless around a face that bore tusks like a wild boar, a wide and protruding tongue, and eyes that carried the petrifying power everyone who encountered feared most. These early images, which survive in pottery and temple sculpture from the 7th and 6th centuries before the Common Era, show a creature designed entirely to frighten. Frontal-facing, wide-eyed, meant to stop the viewer in place before she could stop them in stone. There was nothing in this archaic Gorgon of the tragic or the sympathetic. She was an apotropaic force, a being so terrifying that her image on a temple pediment or a warrior's shield was itself a protection, as though horror, properly channeled, could ward off horror. The use of Gorgon imagery in Greek religious and military contexts underscores how deeply the creature was woven into the fabric of Greek protective magic. Warriors carried shields emblazoned with the Gorgonian, the image of the Gorgon's face, not out of mere aesthetic preference, but out of genuine belief in its power to deflect harm. Temples incorporated Gorgon sculptures into their architectural schemes with the same seriousness they devoted to any other apotropaic device. This consistency across centuries of Greek artistic practice suggests something crucial about early Greek conceptions of the Gorgon. She was not primarily a narrative character at all, but rather a force to be deployed, a kind of spiritual technology meant to protect against evil. Her monstrosity was not a curse requiring explanation. It was simply what she was, as essential to her nature as the serpent hair or the bronze hands. Hesiod does include one detail about Medusa that later writers would find enormously significant, though in the Theogony it passes by quickly and without drama. He mentions that Poseidon, the god of the sea, lay with Medusa in a soft meadow among spring flowers. That is essentially all he says about it. There is no temple desecration in his account, no violation, no sacred space profaned. The meadow is gentle, almost pastoral, and the whole brief passage reads more like a genealogical notation than a narrative event, because what Hesiod is really interested in is what came from that union. Pegasus and Chrysaor, the two remarkable beings who would later spring from Medusa's severed neck when Perseus finally came to her island with his borrowed sword. Hesiod's primary concern is lineage, the endless branching tree of divine and monstrous ancestry that he is so carefully mapping. The moral or emotional weight of the encounter, the question of power and consent and sacred space, none of that enters the theogony. Those layers would arrive centuries later, carried in Latin verse by a Roman poet with a very different set of concerns. In Hesiod's world, the Gorgons were simply part of the older darkness that predated Olympian order. Not punished creatures, not fallen beauties, not victims of anything at all. They were primordial, frightening, and they lived where the world ran out of familiar shapes. Stheno and Euryale were immortal and indestructible. Medusa was mortal, which meant she could be reached. That was the entirety of the distinction that mattered in this earliest account, and everything else, the pathos, the injustice, the transformation, belonged to a different tradition and a different age. In Hesiod's telling, there is no fall from grace, no stolen beauty, no unjust punishment, only three terrible sisters living at the edge of the world, and the fact that one of them could be killed. Stheno is the sister the myths rarely linger on, and that is perhaps because she offers no comfortable story to tell. Her name comes from the Greek word for strength, sthenos, and it was given to her with intention. She was not called the beautiful one, or the sorrowful one, or even the dangerous one, though dangerous she certainly was. She was called the mighty, the forceful, and there is something very deliberate in that choice, something that tells you everything you need to know about how the Greeks understood her. She was not a creature defined by what happened to her. She was defined entirely by what she was. Unlike her younger sister Medusa, Stheno was never transformed. There was no moment of beauty lost, no goddess's curse, no terrible mourning when she woke to find herself changed. She was born in the form she kept forever, a Gorgon from her very first breath, ancient and monstrous and complete. Hesiod, in the Theogony, presents all three sisters as they are without apology or explanation, and Stheno stands among them as simply the eldest, the strongest, and in certain ancient accounts, the most violent of the three. It is said, in traditions that accumulated around the Gorgon family over centuries, that Stheno killed more men than her two sisters combined. That detail is passed along quietly, almost as an aside in the way you might mention a fact about the weather, and yet it carries considerable weight when you sit with it for a moment. What it suggests is a creature who was not incidentally dangerous but purposefully, ceaselessly so. She did not turn men to stone out of some tragic consequence of a curse she had not asked for. She simply was what she was, and what she was could kill you if you came close enough. There was no narrative of reluctance attached to Stheno, no account of her mourning, what she had become, or longing for something softer. She was, from the beginning, entirely herself. The Greeks were constructing something during the centuries when these myths were taking shape, a civilization built on order, reason, hierarchy, and the careful management of power. They had boundaries around their cities, rules about who could speak and who could not, ideas about which forces in the world could be negotiated with, and which ones simply had to be kept at a distance. Stheno represented the latter category absolutely. She was not a problem to be solved, or an enemy to be defeated by the right hero carrying the right gifts from the right gods. She was older than that kind of thinking. She belonged to a time before heroes existed, before the Olympians had imposed their particular kind of order on the world, when the sea and the dark and the edges of the map were simply full of things that did not care about human civilization at all. Her immortality is perhaps the detail that matters most. Medusa could be killed. That is the hinge on which the Perseus myth turns, and it is Medusa's mortality, her single human vulnerability, that makes her the one Perseus is sent to find. Stheno cannot be killed. No sword, no shield, no divine gift, no polished bronze held at the right angle in the right light can do anything to her. She will be there after Perseus is gone. She will be there after the gods who aided him have moved on to other concerns. She is not a challenge to be overcome. She is simply a permanent feature of the world, like the deep ocean or the dark side of the moon. There is a kind of freedom in that, though the Greeks would not have used that word for it. Stheno existed entirely outside the systems that governed the lives of mortals, and even, to some extent, the lives of gods. She could not be rewarded, or threatened, or persuaded. No altar could be built to her that would earn her goodwill. No hero's triumph could touch her. She moved through the world, or rather, she remained at its edges, according to no law but her own nature, and her nature was primal and unyielding and entirely without apology. This is what makes her so much harder to think about than Medusa in a quiet way. Medusa's story, particularly in Ovid's telling, gives us something to hold on to, a before and an after, a wrong committed, a tragedy we can name and trace and follow. We can feel sorry for Medusa. We can understand what was taken from her. Stheno offers none of that. She does not need your sympathy, and she did not require a wrong to be done to her to become what she is. She arrived in the world already fully formed, already powerful, already beyond the reach of anything mortals or heroes could bring to bear against her. The myths move on from her quickly, drawn as they always are toward the story that can be shaped into a quest, a victory, a meaningful arc. And so Stheno stands just at the edge of the narrative, watching, unchanged, as her youngest sister becomes the most famous of them all. She is there when Perseus comes, and she is there when he leaves, and she is there long after the last version of that story has been told. She was never anything other than what she was, and she always would be, which, in a world built on the possibility of transformation, made her more frightening than her sisters in a different and quieter way. Euryale is the sister whose name promises motion, far roaming, far leaping, and yet the image that stays with you when you read about her is one of grief. Her name comes from the Greek words that suggest great range, wide movement, something that crosses distances most creatures never attempt. Where Stheno carries the weight of brute power in her name, Euryale carries the suggestion of open space and the capacity to move through it, to cover ground, to arrive somewhere unexpected. In the family of Phorcys and Ceto, where every name carried meaning and every meaning carried consequence, this one spoke of a creature not confined to a single place or a single kind of danger. She was, in some sense, the most mobile of the three sisters, the one whose threat was not merely that she stood before you, but that she might be anywhere, that her reach was genuinely vast, in ways that made ordinary distance feel unreliable as a comfort. What made her reach so literal was the power most ancient sources associate with her specifically. A shriek, a cry so piercing and so far-carrying that it functioned almost as a weapon in its own right. Where Medusa's danger lived in the eyes, in the terrible conversion of sight into stone, Euryale's danger moved through the air itself. Her voice could travel across distances that the eye could never reach, arriving before she did, surrounding those who heard it with something they couldn't quite place or prepare for. Sound works differently than sight in mythology. You can close your eyes, turn away, look at a reflection in a shield. You cannot close your ears in the same way, not fully, not when something is already carrying toward you on the wind. The shriek of Uriel was that kind of presence, unavoidable, enveloping, arriving from the direction you weren't watching. And yet the tradition also remembers her as the most tender of the three. Several ancient accounts describe Uriel as a caretaker within the family, the sister who tended to wounds, who attended to the others when they were hurt. This is a detail that can stop you for a moment if you let it, because it sits so strangely beside everything else we are told about her. She was born a monster, as her sister Stheno was born. No violated beauty, no curse, no transformation. She arrived in the world already terrible and remained so. She killed, as Stheno killed, as Gorgons killed. And yet somewhere in the surviving tradition, someone thought to note that she also cared for her sisters, that her hands, those brazen, fearsome hands the early descriptions give the Gorgons, were capable of something gentle. This is not a contradiction the ancient sources try to resolve. They simply hold both things at once, the killer and the caretaker, the shriek and the compassion, the monster and the sister who tended to wounds at the end of a long day. It says something interesting about how the Greeks imagined the creatures at the edges of their world, not as simple embodiments of evil or destruction, but as beings with their own interior lives, their own loyalties, their own forms of love that operated entirely outside the moral categories the Greeks applied to themselves. Uriel did not need to be redeemable to be, in some quiet way, recognizable. The moment in the mythology that brings her into sharpest focus is the one that Pindar's tradition preserves in connection with the death of Medusa. When Perseus came and struck off her sister's head, Uriel and Stheno were asleep nearby. They woke to find Medusa gone, not fled, not transformed again, but killed, her body at the edge of that island at the edge of the world. And Uriel wept. The ancient accounts of this moment describe her grief not as a quiet sorrow, but as a sound. The carrying, terrible shriek turned now to mourning, released into the air, not as a weapon, but as something rawer and more honest than any weapon can be. Pindar, in his 12th Pythian ode, reaches into this moment and finds something extraordinary there. He describes how the goddess Athena, watching Uriel's lamentation, was moved by the sound. The grief pouring out of a creature who had been born to inspire fear, now making a sound so human in its anguish that it suggested an entirely different kind of power. According to Pindar, it was from this sound, this mourning cry of Uriel over her dead sister, that Athena drew the inspiration for the aulos, the reed flute. She fashioned an instrument that could capture that sound, not the weapon sound, but the mourning sound, and carry it into the human world as music. The sorrow of a monster became one of the origins of art. It is a remarkable thought to sit with. A figure so thoroughly cast as dangerous, as other, as outside the boundaries of civilized life, becomes the unwitting source of something the Greeks treasured deeply. Her grief, her specific grief for Medusa, crosses the distance between the world of monsters and the world of humans not as a threat, but as a melody. The far-roaming sister, whose name always promised that she could reach places others could not, reaches something here that even Stheno's savage power never could. And it was Uriel who wept the loudest when Perseus finally came, and whose voice, that terrible carrying shriek, became, in some accounts, the very sound of mourning itself. If you follow only Hesiod, Medusa was always a monster. But if you follow the Roman poet Ovid, writing 7 centuries later, the story looks entirely different. Ovid was a Roman poet who lived from 43 BCE to around 17 CE, and in his long work called the Metamorphoses, a collection of transformation stories drawn from Greek and Roman tradition. He gave Medusa something that Hesiod never had, a life before the horror. It is worth holding that distinction clearly in mind as we move through this part of the story. Hesiod's Medusa was born terrible, one of 3 sisters from the deep ocean, monstrous from her first breath. Ovid's Medusa was something else entirely, a mortal woman of extraordinary beauty who served the goddess Athena as a priestess, living a life of devotion and quiet purpose inside a sacred temple. These are 2 very different stories, and Ovid's version is the one that changed how most of the world came to understand her. In Ovid's telling, Medusa was not merely beautiful in the way that many women in ancient stories are described as beautiful. As a passing detail, a single adjective on the way to the next scene. Her beauty was the kind that altered rooms when she walked into them, the kind that drew attention she had not asked for and could not easily deflect. People spoke of her freely, the way people speak of something remarkable and rare. And among all the things they praised about her, one feature was mentioned above the rest: her hair. Ovid is specific about this. Her hair, he tells us, was her greatest glory, full and lustrous, the feature that strangers remembered long after they had forgotten everything else about her. It is a detail that seems almost tender in the telling, and it becomes unbearable later when you know what Athena will make of it. She was mortal, as we have already established, the only mortal among her Gorgon sisters in Hesiod's account, and in Ovid's version, that mortality is part of what shaped her life. She could not withdraw from the world the way an immortal might, could not afford indifference to time or consequence. She had chosen, or had been chosen for, a life of service, and she lived that life inside the precinct of Athena's temple. To understand what that life would have meant, it helps to think about what it meant to serve a goddess in the ancient world. A priestess in a temple was not simply an attendant. She was a keeper of sacred space, responsible for the rituals that maintained the goddess's presence in that place, the offerings, the prayers, the careful observance of ceremonial time. Her life was structured around that service. She would have moved through the temple's colonnades and inner chambers with a kind of practiced calm, knowing the rhythms of the place as well as she knew her own breathing. The work was daily, repetitive in the way that devotion is repetitive, finding meaning not in novelty, but in the steady return to the same gestures and the same words. Such a life also carried expectations that went beyond ritual. Priests and priestesses in ancient temples were often held to standards of personal conduct that set them apart from ordinary life. Standards of purity that could include celibacy, or at least strict boundaries around personal relationships. A priestess of Athena in particular would have been expected to embody something of the goddess's own austerity. Athena was a goddess of wisdom and of warfare, yes, but she was also famously a virgin goddess, one who kept herself deliberately apart from the entanglements that consumed so many of the other Olympians. To serve her was to inhabit a space defined by restraint, by a kind of dignified separation from the ordinary human world of desire and its consequences. And yet Medusa's beauty drew the world toward her, even inside that separated space. There is something quietly painful in Ovid's framing, the sense that she had placed herself in the most protected and consecrated environment available to her, and that even there the attention followed. It is not that she encouraged it, or that Ovid suggests she did. She had given herself to a life of service, had made her choices and her vows, and she was living within them as best she could. The temple was not a place of vanity or display. It was a place of prayer. It was a burden to possess extraordinary beauty in sacred space. The priestesses who served alongside her would have known what visitors lingered longer than required to see. Word of her spread beyond temple walls, carried by those who glimpsed her. Even in a space designed to lift hearts toward the divine, some eyes could not fix themselves on anything but what was human and visible. Her service could not protect her from being seen. The temple offered sanctuary, but could not make her invisible. The building itself would have been understood as sacred ground, something more than architecture. Greek temples were not simply places of worship in the way we might use the word today. They were, in a very literal sense, the dwelling places of the gods, the spaces where a goddess like Athena was believed to be most present, most available, most near. Entering a temple meant entering a sphere of divine protection. It was a place where ordinary rules were not suspended but intensified, where the consequences of transgression were understood to fall not only on the person who committed the transgression, but on the sacred ground itself. Certain acts were simply not permitted inside a temple's walls, not because of human law alone, but because the sanctuary itself was consecrated to a power greater than human law. This is the world Medusa moved through each day. The cool shade of the colonnades, the smell of offerings, the quietness that sacred spaces carry even in the middle of noisy cities. She would have known every corner of that temple, every stone worn smooth by the passage of barefoot priestesses before her. She had, in a sense, made it her home, the only home that mattered to her, the one that organized her days and gave her life its particular shape and meaning. The temple was meant to be the safest place in the city, a space consecrated to a goddess of wisdom and protection. And it was inside that space that everything changed. Poseidon was the god of the sea, the earth shaker, the brother of Zeus. And in Ovid's telling, it was he who entered Athena's temple and violated the woman who served inside it. To understand the full weight of what that means, it helps to hold two versions of the story side by side, because they are different enough to tell very different tales about Medusa, about Poseidon, and about what kind of world the ancient Greeks imagined they were living in. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century before the Common Era, is the older source, and in his account there is no temple, no sacred space, no desecration. He describes Poseidon and Medusa lying together in a soft spring meadow. The language is brief and almost pastoral, carrying none of the darkness that Ovid would later bring to the same event. In Hesiod's version, the encounter is simply a fact of Medusa's life, stated plainly and without apparent judgment. The meadow is gentle, the telling is neutral, and then the story moves on. Ovid's telling, written more than 700 years later, is something else entirely. In his Metamorphoses, composed around the turn of the first millennium of the Common Era, the setting shifts from a meadow to the interior of Athena's own temple. The change is not incidental. Ovid was a careful and deliberate poet, and the choice of location transforms the act from something described with almost no moral framing into something layered with consequence and meaning. The temple is not a backdrop. The temple is the point. In ancient Greece, and in the Roman world that inherited so much of Greek religious practice, a temple was not simply a building. It was the dwelling place of the deity it was consecrated to, a space where the divine was considered genuinely present, where the boundaries between the human world and the divine world grew thin and permeable. People sought refuge in temples during times of danger. Suppliants who reached an altar and touched it were understood to be under the protection of the god whose sanctuary they had entered. To harm someone within a temple was not only a crime against that person, it was an offense against the god, a violation of sacred space, an act of impiety that the Greeks called sacrilege. The temples of Athena in particular were places of tremendous civic signify. Cants. Athena was a goddess of wisdom, of strategic thinking, of the protection of cities. Her temples stood at the hearts of city-states as symbols of order, intelligence, and divine guardianship. Medusa served within one of those spaces. Her life as a priestess was organized entirely around devotion, ritual, and proximity to the goddess. She had, in Ovid's telling, given her life over to Athena's service, and that consecration would ordinarily have meant something. Temples sheltered the vulnerable. They were understood to extend the protection of the divine to those who sought it in good faith. And Medusa, as a priestess, was not merely a visitor seeking sanctuary. She was a resident of that sacred space, a person whose very identity was bound up in the sanctity of the place where she lived and worked and prayed. When Poseidon entered that temple, he carried all the power of an Olympian deity into a space consecrated to another. He was the Earth-shaker, the god who could split coastlines and drag ships into the deep. And there is no version of the encounter in which Medusa had any capacity to refuse him. Ovid does not elaborate at length, and there is no need to. The facts as he presents them are clear, and they carry their full weight without embellishment. What happened inside the temple was a violation of Medusa herself and of the sacred space that was supposed to make her safe. The Greeks and Romans who read Ovid would have understood instantly that a second wrong had been committed alongside the first. The act against Medusa was one thing. The act against Athena's temple was another. Both violations were real. Both demanded a response from the divine order. And yet only one of the two guilty parties would ever face any consequence at all. Poseidon was an Olympian. He was Zeus's brother, one of the three great gods who had divided the world between them when the Titans fell. Zeus taking the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon the sea. His rank placed him beyond the reach of meaningful punishment. There was no mechanism in the divine order of ancient Greek mythology by which a god of his standing could be held accountable for what he had done to a mortal woman. Even within a sacred space, even within the temple of a fellow Olympian goddess, he simply left. He went back to his sea, his horses, his vast and restless domain beneath the waves. The meadows around the temple were undisturbed. The city continued. The rituals continued. The prayers continued. Poseidon faced no reprimand, suffered no consequence, lost nothing. His divine dignity remained entirely intact, as it always had been, as it seemingly always would be. And the temple remained, still standing, its columns still casting their long shadows across the stone pavement, its offerings still arranged on the altars, its sacred fire still burning. But something had been broken inside it. Ancient religious thought held that spaces could be polluted by acts committed within them, that the sacred and the defiled could not easily occupy the same ground. Priests and priestesses were charged with maintaining the purity of their sanctuaries, and a desecration of the kind Ovid describes would have left the temple in a state that required acknowledgement, required response. It could not simply be passed over in silence. The goddess whose name was carved into the stone, whose image stood at the center of the sanctuary, whose protection was invoked by every worshipper who crossed the threshold. She had been dishonored on her own ground, in her own house, by someone she could not easily confront. What came next for Medusa would not be justice, but it would come from the goddess whose temple had just been defiled, and it would come quickly. Poseidon left, and the temple that had been consecrated to wisdom and war now carried the weight of something that no ritual purification could easily wash away. Athena's anger, when it came, was aimed in the wrong direction, and ancient writers knew this, even if none of them said so directly. Ovid does not pause to explain or justify what Athena does next, and that silence is itself a kind of commentary. the silence of a writer who understands that some acts of divine power resist comfortable explanation, and who trusts his readers to feel the wrongness of it without being told. What Athena did was turn toward Medusa, toward the woman who had been violated inside her own sacred temple, and decide that she was the one who needed to be punished. The goddess of wisdom looked upon a victim and chose, for reasons the ancient texts leave partially obscured, to make that victim into something the rest of the world would fear and flee from. It is worth sitting with the strangeness of that for a moment, because ancient Greek religion was not simple, and the explanation for Athena's behavior reaches into corners of Greek thought that are genuinely difficult to enter from a modern perspective. The Greeks had a concept that scholars sometimes translate as ritual pollution, a state of spiritual contamination that could attach itself to a person or place through contact with certain kinds of events, death, violation, bloodshed, or the desecration of sacred space. This pollution, which the Greeks called miasma, was not understood as a moral judgment in the way a modern person might understand guilt. It was closer to a physical condition, something that adhered to a body or a location the way that heat adheres to stone in summer. Crucially, miasma did not always care about innocence. A person could be genuinely blameless and still carry pollution, still require ritual cleansing, still be considered, in the religious sense, a source of contamination to those around them. The victim of a violent act committed in a sacred place was, by the logic of this belief system, herself tainted by what had happened to her and by the space in which it occurred. This does not make Athena's punishment just. It means only that the punishment had a framework behind it, a set of beliefs that made a certain terrible kind of sense to the people who first told this story. Whether those people felt the cruelty of it, whether they told the story and flinched at the same moment, is something we cannot know with certainty. But Ovid, writing from the distance of centuries and within a Roman literary tradition that was often more willing than the Greeks to examine the moral dimensions of mythology, seems to have felt it. He gives us the transformation in language that is hard to read without something tightening in the chest. Athena herself is a complicated figure within the Greek pantheon, and it would be a mistake to dismiss her as simply vindictive. She was a goddess of wisdom, yes, and also of strategic warfare, of craft, of cities and their protection. She was born, according to the tradition, from the head of Zeus himself, a birth that positioned her from the very beginning as something exceptional, a being who arrived in the world already armored and already knowing. She was not a goddess given to passion or impulse in the way that Ares was, or to vanity in the way that Hera sometimes was. She was deliberate, which makes her choice here more difficult to explain away, because a goddess of wisdom acting with deliberation is presumably acting with intention, and that intention was directed at Medusa. Some ancient commentators and later scholars have offered another explanation, one that does not entirely exonerate Athena, but does complicate the picture. Poseidon was not a lesser god. He was one of the three great brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, who had divided the world between them after the defeat of the Titans. He ruled the sea, which the Greeks understood to be vast and ungovernable. He was the earth-shaker, capable of splitting coastlines and swallowing ships. To punish Poseidon directly, Athena would have had to bring a challenge against a god of equal or greater standing within the divine hierarchy, in front of a divine court that had its own political complexities and its own history of looking past the behavior of powerful male gods when it suited everyone to do so. Perhaps, the argument goes, Athena could not reach Poseidon, not in any way that would satisfy the injury done to her temple, not in any way that would carry real consequence. And so she reached toward the one she could reach, which was the mortal woman standing in the wreckage of a sacred space. There is something deeply recognizable about that dynamic, even across the distance of thousands of years, and it is part of why this version of the myth has remained so resonant. Power protecting power, consequence falling on the person least able to deflect it, a goddess of wisdom looking at an act committed by a god and finding a way to hold a mortal woman responsible for it. None of the ancient texts declare this arrangement to be unjust in so many words. That kind of directness was not always available to ancient writers when the subjects were gods, but the story itself carries the weight of the injustice the way water carries silt. You can feel it there without being shown it. What is certain is that Athena did not do nothing. The temple had been violated, which was also a violation of her dignity in her domain, and goddesses who embodied war and wisdom were not beings who absorbed insults quietly and moved on. Her anger was real, and her response was deliberate and total. Whether the response was just is a question the myth leaves open, as the oldest and most enduring myths tend to leave the hardest questions open. Whatever her reasons, Athena had made her decision, and no prayer or plea from Medusa or from anyone who loved her was going to change it. The change did not come all at once. That is what Ovid wants us to understand. It moved through her the way a cold wind moves through a building, finding every opening, every small unguarded place, until the whole structure has been altered, and nothing inside it is quite what it was before. It began with her hair, which had been the thing people mentioned first when they described her, the hair that she had always worn loosely, the way priestesses sometimes did in the quiet hours between rituals, when no one was watching and the temple was still. In Ovid's telling, that hair was her most celebrated feature, the detail that everyone who loved her beauty remembered most clearly, and so it was the first thing Athena took. The strands thickened and separated and moved on their own, and Medusa would have felt that before she understood what she was feeling, the strange weight of it, the wrongness, the sense that something alive was coiling near her face. Each strand became a serpent, small and dark and restless, pressing against her scalp with a warmth that had nothing to do with comfort. They writhed slowly at first and then with more certainty, their scales catching what little light was left in the temple, their tongues tasting the air around her face. The pain of this is not described with delicacy in Ovid's account. She tore at herself, he tells us, which is a small and devastating detail. The instinct to undo what was being done to her, to pull it away before it settled in completely. But there was nothing to pull away. It was already her. The serpents on her head were already Medusa. The transformation did not stop at her face. The strange alchemy that Athena had initiated moved downward through Medusa's form, a corruption that touched everything it encountered. The speed of the change varied, some parts of her shifting quickly, while others seemed to linger in a state between what they had been and what they were becoming. She could feel her own body becoming foreign to her, a betrayal that was simultaneous with its becoming her weapon. In Greek mythology, serpents carried a double meaning that the Greeks held in tension without ever quite resolving it. They were creatures of danger, of poison, of sudden violence. They lived in the dark places under rocks and in the dry grass where a person might step without looking. And yet they were also creatures of ancient wisdom, associated with the earth itself, with healing, with the long memory of things that had been alive before human civilization gave those things their names. The oracle at Delphi was attended by serpents. The god of medicine carried a serpent coiled around his staff. To place serpents on Medusa's head was to give her a terrible crown, one that marked her as dangerous and in its own distorted way, as ancient and knowing. It was a gift of knowledge she had not asked for. Drawn from a deep and cold part of the world, that mortal women were not meant to touch. Her skin changed next, in the way that Ovid describes the changes of the metamorphoses generally, not in clean stages, but altogether, the body becoming something other than itself, while still being recognizably the body it had been before. The smoothness that people had admired gave way to something rougher, something that belonged to the older world her parents came from, the world of forces and Ceto and the creatures that lived at the ocean's edges. Her hands, her face, the posture of her body, all of it shifted into a form that no one who had known her would easily have recognized. And then the last element settled into place, the one that made all the others irreversible and complete: the gaze. It is worth pausing here, because the petrifying gaze is the cruelest instrument of the transformation when you consider what it actually did to her. Anyone who looked at her was turned to stone, yes, but she could not safely look at anyone either. The gaze worked in both directions in the sense that it isolated her entirely. It made her the one thing in the world that could not be seen, could not be met, could not make eye contact with another living creature without annihilating them. Before the transformation, people had looked at Medusa constantly, in the way that beautiful women are looked at, studied and assessed and desired, their faces treated as something that existed for the benefit of those who observed them. The gaze that Athena gave her inverted all of that in a single terrible stroke. Now the looking was hers, and it was lethal, and no one would ever look at her at all. The weapon she carried could never be set down. There was no way to warn people of her approach, no way to communicate that she meant them no harm, no way to explain that the death that came from her gaze was not her choice or her desire. She became, in effect, a walking catastrophe to every living thing around her. The grotesque body was at once a weapon and a prison. She could not disarm it, could not close her eyes permanently, could not move through the world without the constant awareness that her presence itself was a danger to everything around her. Ancient sources suggest that at some point in the aftermath of the transformation, Medusa encountered her own reflection, or nearly did, and understood what she had become: a pool of still water, perhaps, or the polished surface of something in the temple. She would have had to look away immediately, or perhaps she did not look away in time. The Greeks understood that even her reflection carried the power of her gaze, that the image of her face was as lethal as the face itself, which is why Perseus would later have to navigate by the image in his shield, rather than by any direct sight of her. That moment of turning away from her own face, of being unable to bear the sight of herself, carries a weight that no other detail of the transformation quite matches. She had been a person who existed in the world, who had a face that she recognized, who had looked at herself in water the way anyone might. Now even that ordinary act of self-recognition was forbidden to her. She was still Medusa, still the same person inside the changed body, and that was perhaps the cruelest part of what Athena had made her. After the transformation was complete, Medusa was gone from Athens, gone from the world of temples and markets and human voices, gone to the edge of everything. Ancient sources are not entirely in agreement about where she went. Hesiod, in his Theogony, places the Gorgons somewhere beyond the Western Ocean, near the lands of night and the garden realm of the Hesperides, at the far margin of a world the Greeks believed was bounded by water in every direction. Aeschylus, in fragments associated with his lost play, refers to an island called Sarpedon, somewhere near a place called Sistine, a name that itself sounds like it belongs to the edge of the known, distant, half real, difficult to locate on any map that actually existed. Other ancient traditions, including those reflected in later Roman sources, place the Gorgons somewhere over Libya, in the vast and sun-bleached deserts of North Africa, where the land seemed to go on until it dissolved in something that no longer had a name. The geography shifts depending on who is telling the story and when, but the essential quality of the place never changes. It was far. It was beyond the reach of ordinary life. It was where the world ran out. What that place would have felt like in the imagination of the ancient Greeks is worth sitting with for a moment. The Greeks understood the world as a kind of ordered circle, with their own cities and seas at the center, and strange, untamed things accumulating toward the edges. The further you moved from the Aegean, the more the familiar rules of civilization gave way to older and more dangerous arrangements. Rivers ran underground. The sun barely reached. Creatures lived there that could not survive in the company of ordinary daylight and ordinary people. Medusa now belonged to that world, not because she had chosen it, but because the transformation had made her incompatible with any other kind. She could not walk through a market without turning the merchants and the passers-by to stone. She could not look at the sky reflected in still water without averting her gaze. She could not, as far as the sources suggest, even safely look at herself, because the petrifying quality of her eyes extended in all directions, uncontrolled, indiscriminate, and permanent. The exile was not simply a punishment imposed from outside. It was also the logical conclusion of what the transformation had made her. A being who cannot be safely seen and cannot safely see, cannot live among the living. She had to go somewhere that had no one in it. Her sisters were there. Stheno and Uriel, immortal and ancient in their own monstrousness, shared the island, or the desert, or the far western shore, depending on which tradition you follow. Their presence was not nothing. The myths do not describe Medusa as entirely alone, but the company of her sisters, as genuine as the bond between them may have been, could not restore what had been taken from her. She had been a priestess in a temple, surrounded by ritual and purpose and human proximity. Now the only companions she had were creatures as fearsome as she had become, in a place that no one visited willingly. Except, of course, for the ones who came anyway. There were always those who came. Heroes, soldiers, men driven by pride or desperation or simple ignorance of what waited for them at the edge of the world. The island that Medusa inhabited, whatever its true name and location, accumulated over time a strange and terrible garden. Not a garden of flowers or fruit trees, but a garden of stone figures, each one frozen in the last posture of its living moment. Some had their hands raised. Some appeared to be mid-step, as if they had been walking when the gaze found them and time had simply stopped for them there. Others stood with weapons drawn, having arrived prepared to fight something they did not understand well enough to actually face. The stone preserved the exact shape of the moment, without preserving anything that had made the person alive. It was extraordinarily permanent. Wind and salt air wore at the figures slowly over many years, but for a long time they stood exactly as they had fallen into stillness, arranged across the island in the postures of their final seconds. This is the geography that the myth creates around Medusa's exile. Not a wasteland exactly, but a kind of warning written in the bodies of those who ignored all the other warnings. The figures served as evidence that the place was dangerous, but they also served as evidence that people came here anyway, that something about Medusa drew the reckless and the ambitious, even knowing what she had become. The stone garden around her was, in a dark way, a measure of how formidable she remained. And this is perhaps the most complete way to understand what the banishment actually was. It had taken not just her beauty and her human form, but her place in the world, her role, her community, her future, her capacity to move through life without causing harm simply by existing. The transformation had been done to her body. The exile had been done to everything else. She had no temple to tend, no prayers to receive, no rituals to perform, no human seasons to mark. There was only the island, the sisters, the salt wind off the Western Ocean, and the slow accumulation of stone figures in the postures of surprise and failed courage. The stone figures stood around her like a frozen audience, and the wind moved through them without a sound. To find Medusa, Perseus first had to find her other sisters, not the Gorgons, but the grey ones, who were older than old, and who shared between the three of them a single eye. They were daughters of the same primordial parents, Phorcys and Ceto. That made them sisters to the Gorgons by blood, though their nature was entirely their own. Where the Gorgons were creatures of terrible beauty and lethal power, the Grey were something older and stranger still, three women who had been born already ancient, grey from their very first breath, with no memory of youth because youth had never been given to them. They had always been what they were. There was no transformation in their story, no moment when something changed and the world shifted around them. They arrived in the world old. They would remain old. In a mythology full of metamorphosis and change, that permanence was its own kind of remarkable thing. Their names carried their characters within them, the way names in ancient Greek mythology so often did. Dano meant the dreadful, and carried with it a sense of fear and foreboding. Enyo meant the warlike. She shared her name with a goddess of war. That alone suggested something about the kind of company the Grey kept in the imagination of the Greeks. Pemphredo meant the alarm, the one who sounds the warning, and there is something almost gentle in that name, as if her role was not destruction but announcement, the herald of something terrible approaching. Together, the three of them formed a single, unsettling unit. Dread, war, warning, three faces of the same ancient knowing. What made the Grey so arresting in the myth was not their age or their names, but the single eye and the single tooth they passed between them. Ancient sources, including the account preserved in Aeschylus's lost tragedy, Phorcides, describe this strange arrangement plainly. One eye, shared among three women, passed from hand to hand whenever one of them wished to see. In the intervals between the passing of the eye, whichever sister did not hold it was left in darkness. It is a striking image. Three ancient women seated in their grey twilight, passing sight back and forth like an object, each one taking turns with the gift of seeing the world. The single tooth, shared in the same way, completed the picture of creatures who had learned to divide the essential things among themselves and make do with less than most beings would consider sufficient. And yet, they were not without power. The Grey knew things. They knew the location of the Gorgons. They knew the path that led there, a path that wound through places no ordinary traveler could find on their own. Beyond the borders of the world that mapmakers had charted, into the outer dark where the Western Ocean pressed against the edge of everything. That knowledge was their most valuable possession, more valuable than the eye itself. They guarded it without any particular desire to share it with wandering heroes who came looking for directions to their sister's home. This is what Perseus needed from them. The gods had pointed him in their direction, understanding that the Grey were the gatekeepers, not guardians in the way of soldiers or warriors, but guardians in the way of old women who simply know more than you do and see no reason to tell you. Perseus came to them in the place where they lived, a cold and lightless region that ancient writers associated with perpetual grey dusk, a place that suited three women born without the expectation of sunlight or warmth. He waited, and he watched, and when the eye passed between two of the sisters, for a single moment in transit, held by no one, he took it. It was audacious, and it left all three of them blind at once, groping and arguing in the dark. Unable to see the young man standing among them, or the path behind him, Perseus held the eye and refused to return it until they told him what he needed to know. The Grey, having no good alternative, eventually relented. In some versions of the myth, he also asked them for the location of certain nymphs who held the tools he would need for the quest: the winged sandals, the special bag, the cap of invisibility. In all versions, the exchange ends with the Grey giving Perseus the information that leads him toward Medusa. Perseus returning the eye. There is something worth sitting with in that exchange. The Grey were not evil, exactly. They were ancient and strange and difficult, but they were also sisters. The sisters they were protecting happened to be the most dangerous creatures at the edge of the known world. Perseus's cleverness was real, but it came at the cost of leaving 3 blind old women helpless in the dark, even briefly. The myth does not celebrate this quite as straightforwardly as it might seem. It simply records what happened, the way it records most things, without too much judgment, without resolving the discomfort entirely. What the Grey gave him, in the end, was a name. The name of the place where Medusa could be found, the direction of that distant island where stone figures stood still in the wind. Without that name on his lips, Perseus would have wandered the edge of the world forever. Medusa would have lived on undisturbed. Perseus did not go looking for Medusa. Medusa was brought to him, in a sense, by a king who wanted his mother and expected him to die. To understand how Perseus ended up making an impossible promise at a banquet table on a small island in the Aegean, you have to go back a generation, back to his grandfather Acrisius, the king of Argos, to the kind of fear that makes otherwise reasonable men do terrible things. Acrisius had visited an oracle, as powerful men in the ancient Greek world often did when they wanted reassurance about the future. The oracle had given him the opposite of reassurance. His own grandson, the oracle told him, would one day take his life. He had no sons, only a daughter, a young woman named Danae, and so the prophecy pointed directly at whatever child she might one day carry. Acrisius decided he could outwit fate by preventing that child from ever being born. He had Danae sealed inside a chamber of bronze, a structure that would keep men out and keep her, in a sense, frozen in time. A daughter with no future, a woman with no world. What Acrisius had not accounted for was Zeus. The king of the gods had a way of finding women who were kept from the world. Danae, alone in her bronze chamber, was visited by Zeus in the form of a shower of golden light. In the old accounts, the image is as strange and beautiful as it is brief. Light descending, a god arriving not as a man, but as something elemental. Perseus was conceived, and eventually Danae gave birth inside her chamber, keeping the child as quiet as she could for as long as she could. But secrets of that kind do not keep forever. Acrisius discovered the infant boy. The prophecy he had tried to prevent was now lying in his daughter's arms, looking up at him. He could not bring himself to kill them directly. Or perhaps he feared the divine anger that killing a child of Zeus would invite. Instead, he had Danae and the infant Perseus placed inside a wooden chest and set adrift on the open sea. It was a death he could tell himself he had not chosen. The sea would decide. The waves would carry them where they carried them. If they drowned, that was the nature of things rather than the action of a grandfather. The chest did not sink. It drifted, bobbing across the water through what must have been an interminable night, until the current carried it toward the island of Seriphos. A fisherman named Dictys pulled the chest from the water, opened it, found a young woman and a child still alive. Dictys, whose name you might loosely read as a kind of fate, Netman, the one who draws things from the sea, took them in. He was a kind man. He sheltered them without any clear expectation of what sheltering them would eventually require. Seriphos was a small island, and small islands have kings who know everything about their subjects. The king of Seriphos was a man named Polydectes. Polydectes was Dictys's brother, which meant he knew almost immediately about the beautiful woman Dictys had brought ashore. Polydectes wanted Danae. That wanting was not benevolent, and Danae did not return it. As Perseus grew from a child into a young man, his presence became the only thing standing between his mother and what Polydectes intended. The king was not stupid. He understood that Perseus, protective and increasingly capable, was the obstacle, and so he began to think about how to remove that obstacle in a way that was clever rather than obvious. The occasion came during a banquet. Polydectes announced that he intended to court a woman from another island, a princess named Hippodamia, and he invited the men of Seriphos to contribute horses as a gift to support this courtship. Perseus had no horse to give. He was, at the end of the day, the son of a woman who had washed ashore in a chest. Raised in the house of a fisherman, without wealth or property or anything resembling a noble inheritance. When it came his turn to contribute, he said rashly, in the way that young men sometimes do when they feel their honor is at stake and have not yet learned to measure their words, that he would bring whatever gift the king named. He would bring anything, whatever Polydectes wanted. Polydectes named the head of Medusa. The room would have gone quiet at that, or perhaps not. Perhaps the king said it smoothly, offhandedly, as if it were a reasonable request that just happened to have occurred to him. The head of Medusa, the head of the creature who lived at the edge of the world, whose gaze turned living men to stone, who was guarded by her immortal sisters. Polydectes had every reason to believe that Perseus would not survive the attempt. Perseus was young, landless, horseless, and without allies. Medusa was ageless and lethal. The math was simple. The king names the price. The boy dies trying to pay it. Danae is left without the one protection she has. Perseus was not an arrogant young man in the way that myths sometimes give us arrogant young men. He was not reckless in his heart, and he did not particularly seek glory for its own sake. What he was, in this moment, was trapped. He had made his boast in front of witnesses. He had given his word in a hall full of men who had heard it. And behind all of that, underneath the wounded pride and the unfortunate promise, was the knowledge that if he stayed on Seriphos and admitted he could not deliver, he would have accomplished nothing except leaving his mother unprotected and Polydectes unsatisfied. He had given his word. Now he had to figure out what that word was actually going to cost him. Perseus could not have done what he did alone, and the gods, to their credit or their shame, made sure of it. There is something worth sitting with in that fact. Perseus had made a rash promise to a king who wanted him dead, and now he stood at the edge of an impossible task, with nothing but his own youth and his own nerve to recommend him. He had no map to the Gorgons' island, no weapon capable of killing something whose face could end him before he raised it, and no way of carrying a severed head without dying the moment he reached into the bag to show it off. He needed help, and the gods knew it, and they came to him, though not all of them came for reasons that were entirely his. Athena was the first to appear. She was the goddess of wisdom and warfare, the same goddess who had transformed Medusa from a priestess into a monster, the same divine hand that had replaced soft hair with living serpents and smooth skin with something ancient and terrible. And now here she was, standing before the young son of Zeus and offering her assistance. The irony of this is one the ancient sources do not dwell on at any length, but it is difficult to ignore entirely. Athena had created the very problem Perseus was now being asked to solve. and her involvement in guiding him toward it has a quality of completion to it, a closing of a circle that she herself had drawn. Whether the Greeks understood her assistance as guilt, or strategy, or simply divine while moving in the direction it had always intended, the texts do not say clearly. What they do say is that Athena came to Perseus, and that she brought with her the polished bronze shield that would prove to be the most essential tool he carried. Hermes came as well. He was the messenger of the gods, the deity of roads and travelers, and the movement between worlds, and he had a particular interest in the kind of journey Perseus was about to undertake. Together, the two Olympians guided Perseus not directly to the Gorgons, but first to the Graeae, the Grey Sisters, who alone possessed the knowledge of how to reach Medusa. Without Athena and Hermes pointing the way, Perseus would not have known where the Graeae lived, or even that they existed. The gods provided not only equipment, but orientation, a sense of direction in a task that had no obvious beginning. The gifts themselves were gathered from various sources, and each one answered a specific and otherwise insurmountable problem. Perseus received the kibisis, a word that appears in ancient accounts and refers to a kind of satchel or pouch, specially made to contain the head safely after it was taken. This was not a small detail. The head of Medusa retained its petrifying power even after death, and a hero who had just accomplished the impossible could still be killed by careless handling of his own prize. The bag meant the head could be carried, transported, and used deliberately rather than accidentally. It was, in its quiet way, as important as any weapon. The winged sandals came from Hermes, or in some versions were among the gifts stored with the nymphs he was sent to find. They allowed Perseus to fly, to cross distances that no mortal could cross on foot, to approach the Gorgons' island from above, rather than stumbling toward it across a landscape designed to disorient and destroy those who came unprepared. Flight was freedom in this context, and it was also escape. After the beheading, Perseus would need to move faster than the surviving Gorgons, who were immortal and who would be awake and grieving and furious. The sandals gave him the speed he would need to simply be gone before they could reach him. The cap of Hades was another gift, a helmet or cap that granted its wearer invisibility, belonging in its ordinary keeping to the god of the underworld, and lent here for the specific purpose of allowing Perseus to flee unseen. It was a remarkable loan, the kind of object that does not change hands lightly, and it speaks to the scale of divine investment in this particular quest. The gods were not merely advising Perseus, they were equipping him comprehensively, handing over objects from the deepest stores of Olympian power and from the realm of the dead itself. In some accounts, Hermes provided a sword as well, a weapon of unusual sharpness, capable of severing what ordinary iron could not. The Gorgons were ancient and strange creatures, and the practical question of what could actually cut through a neck like Medusa's was one the ancient storytellers took seriously enough to address. A divine blade, in this reading, was as necessary as the shield. And then there was Athena's polished bronze shield, which Perseus held up like a mirror. This was the gift that changed the fundamental nature of the task. Without it, approaching Medusa meant death. A single direct look in either direction would leave Perseus frozen on that distant island forever, another stone figure in a growing collection. With the shield, he could see her without looking at her, navigate by her reflection, keep his eyes on a version of Medusa that was removed from her actual gaze by the distance of the bronze surface between them. It was not courage alone that made the quest possible. It was this specific, careful, God-given workaround. The ancient Greeks understood heroism in a way that sometimes surprises modern readers. Not as the achievement of one magnificent individual acting entirely through personal greatness, but as the meeting point between human effort and divine generosity. Perseus mattered because he was brave enough to go. He also mattered because the gods decided that he should succeed, and they built his success out of bronze and leather, and borrowed sandals and the invisibility of the dead. His courage was real, and it was necessary, but it was not sufficient. The bronze shield was the most important gift of all, because it meant he would never have to look at her directly, only at what the shield showed him, a reflection, a copy, something at a safe remove from the real thing. The Graeae lived in a place beyond the reach of the sun, in a perpetual grey twilight that suited them perfectly. 3 old women sharing one tooth and one eye between them, arguing over whose turn it was. Perseus had been guided in their direction by Athena and Hermes, pointed toward the far northern edges of the world, where the light never quite arrived, where the sky met the earth in a long, colourless seam. The winged sandals carried him over mountain ranges and frozen seas, over landscapes that grew quieter and stranger the farther he flew, until the familiar warmth of the Mediterranean was entirely behind him, and the air around him felt thin and still and old. There were no birds in that sky. There were no sounds below him that a living creature would make. The ground, when he descended, enough to see it clearly, was grey stone worn smooth by something other than water, time perhaps, or simply the weight of existing at the edge of everything. The Graeae were not difficult to find once he had reached their territory. They sat together in an open, rocky place where no grass grew and no wind moved with any particular intention. 3 figures hunched close to one another, as if for warmth, as if warmth were still something they believed in. They were ancient in a way that the gods were not ancient. The gods were eternal and unchanging, but the Graeae were old, the way a mountain is old, worn down and heavily patient, shaped by the long pressure of having existed since nearly the beginning of things. Their hair was the colour of ash, their skin was the colour of the sky above, and between the 3 of them, passed back and forth in gnarled and careful hands, was the single pale eye that served all 3, milky and luminous, catching what little light there was, swivelling softly in whoever's hand was holding it at any given moment to be pressed into the empty socket of whichever sister needed it most. Perseus watched them for a time before he moved. He could hear them murmuring to each other in low, discontented voices, the kind of voices that come from a very long acquaintance with inconvenience. One of them wanted the eye, and another was not finished with it, and the third was making the quiet sounds of someone who has heard this particular argument before and does not expect it to resolve quickly. And so, as the eye was finally lifted free of one socket and extended across the small grey space between 2 of the sisters, Perseus stepped forward and took it. His hand closed around it before it reached its destination, and for a moment the 3 women did not understand what had happened. Then the understanding settled over them, slow and cold, like the air in that place, and the arguing stopped entirely. He told them he meant them no permanent harm, that the eye would be returned to them, but that he needed something from them first. He needed to know the way to the Gorgons. He needed to know how to find the nymphs who held the equipment Hermes and Athena had not been able to give him directly. The Graeae were not pleased. They expressed this displeasure with a thoroughness that suggested they had a great deal of experience with displeasure. However, Perseus held the eye, and he did not move, and eventually the long silence that followed their protests carried more meaning than any reassurance he could have offered. There is something worth sitting with here in the quiet of this scene, because Perseus was young and newly equipped with divine gifts and undertaking a mission that the gods themselves had sanctioned, and yet what he was doing was taking the only eye belonging to 3 ancient women and refusing to give it back until they complied with what he asked. Ancient sources do not linger on this question, and none of them condemn him for it. The act is presented as clever, as resourceful, as the behavior of a hero equal to the task in front of him. And perhaps it was all of those things. But it is also the kind of moment that myth preserves without resolving. The morally uncertain act that a good person performs because the goal requires it. The discomfort that sits just beneath the surface of the heroic story without ever fully announcing itself. The Grey were not innocent in all their history, and they were in possession of knowledge that would otherwise be kept from him forever. He had no other means of obtaining it. None of this makes the stolen eye comfortable. Exactly. It simply makes it comprehensible, the way that many things in the old myths are comprehensible without being entirely comfortable. Eventually, the women told him what he needed. The location of the nymphs who held the remaining gifts, the direction of the Gorgons' island, the cold geography of that distant and sunless part of the world where Medusa and her sisters rested. They spoke with the flat, reluctant precision of people who know they have no remaining choice in the matter. They told him what he needed to know, and Perseus restored the eye, and the three old women passed it back between them as the footsteps faded and the cold air settled around them once more. Medusa was asleep when Perseus found her. So were her sisters, the three of them resting on that distant island at the edge of the world. The account most ancient sources follow places, Perseus arriving in the deep quiet of whatever passed for night in that place, when no ordinary darkness fell and no ordinary dawn came to end it. He wore the cap of Hades, which made him invisible to any eye, mortal or divine. He moved through the air on the winged sandals Hermes had given him, hovering without sound above the sleeping forms below. The island itself, in the way mythology imagines such places, was not a welcoming shore. It was strewn with stone figures of those who had come before him, travelers, soldiers, wanderers who had arrived with some purpose and had looked where they should not have. They looked, were now frozen in the postures of their final moments. Some faced the sea, some faced inland. All of them were still. Perseus moved carefully among them, keeping his eyes turned away from the sleeping Gorgons, watching instead the polished face of the bronze shield that Athena had placed in his hands. In the shield's reflection, the world appeared in reverse and at a slight remove, close enough to see, far enough to be safe. You can follow his gaze in the shield and make out the three sisters below, the great dark shapes of Stheno and Uriel on either side. Between them, smaller, more still, the form of Medusa. He kept the shield angled just so, watching her reflected face without letting his own gaze fall directly on her. The way you might try to observe something in your peripheral vision without quite turning your head. Athena, the ancient sources tell us, guided his hand in that final moment, whatever form that guidance took. A steadiness in the arm, a certainty about the angle of the blow it held. Perseus drew the curved blade that Hermes had given him, positioned himself above Medusa's sleeping form, kept his eyes fixed on nothing but that curved bronze surface, and struck. The blow was clean, and then everything happened very quickly, from the place where Medusa's neck had been. The myth gives us something wholly unexpected. Two figures arriving in the world not through any ordinary birth, but through the violence of the moment itself. The winged horse Pegasus rose first, fully formed, shaking spray from his white flanks, his great wings unfolding as though they had always been there waiting for exactly this release. Alongside him came Chrysaor, the golden warrior, bearing a golden sword, stepping into the world already grown and fully armed. Both of them, according to the tradition, were the children of Poseidon, conceived during the union that had set everything in motion, carried by Medusa through all the years of her exile, released now through the only door that had ever been opened to them. Perseus had no time to linger over any of this. He wrapped the head in the kibisis, the special bag that Athena had provided for exactly this purpose. A bag that could safely contain what no open hand or ordinary vessel could hold. And he turned immediately upward, the winged sandals already lifting him away from the island before the full weight of what had just happened could settle around him. However, Stheno and Euryale were already waking. Their sister's death had reached them somehow through their sleep. They rose with a sound that filled that grey and lightless place. Euryale's carrying shriek and Stheno's furious presence searching the air in every direction. They swept across the island and above it, looking for something to pursue, something to punish. They found nothing, because Perseus was already invisible above them, already moving, the cap of Hades doing precisely what it was made to do. Eventually the sound of their grief and their rage grew smaller beneath him, and then it faded entirely. The island was behind him. What remains if you allow yourself to sit with the scene for a moment? Carries a weight that is not easy to set aside. Something ancient and permanent had ended there. Medusa, who had been a priest, SS, then a violated woman, then a monster, then an exile, came to her death asleep and unaware on the island where she had spent so many years alone. And yet from that ending, two extraordinary beings had arrived in the world. One of them a warrior. One of them something the world had never seen before and would never quite get over. The winged horse shook itself free of the sea foam and blood, spread its white wings against the sky, flew, and no one would ever own it. From the blood and sea foam where Medusa fell, two beings arrived in the world, and one of them would outlive almost every story told in ancient Greece. The Greeks did not treat this moment as an afterthought. Hesiod records it plainly in the Theogony. From the severed neck of Medusa, Pegasus and Chryseis sprang forth, fully formed, already themselves, children of Poseidon and the Gorgon, who had carried them without ever knowing they would survive her. Pegasus rose on white wings into the open air. Chryseis stood on the ground with a golden sword already in his hand. Both of them arrived at the same instant, born from the same wound, into a world that had not known them the moment before. There is something almost impossible to hold in the mind about that. Two living creatures, neither of them small or fragile, emerging from a death, as if life itself had been waiting just beneath the surface of all that terror, patient and ready. Chryseis is the quieter of the two, and the myths do not spend a great deal of time with him. His name means something like golden sword, or he of the golden blade, and he carries it with him from his very first moment of existence. He went on to father Geryon, a figure of enormous significance in the mythology of Heracles, a triple-bodied warrior of immense power who lived far to the west and tended a herd of magnificent red cattle. Heracles would eventually travel to the end of the world to take those cattle as one of his famous labors, and in doing so he encountered the great-grandchild, in a sense, of Medusa's final moment. The lineage runs quietly through the stories. Medusa to Chryseis, Chryseis to Geryon, Geryon to the 10th labor, the 10th labor to Heracles, and everything Heracles set in motion. Chryseis himself steps out of the surviving texts almost immediately after his birth is described, and yet his presence ripples forward through generations of myth in a way that is easy to miss if you are not looking for it. Pegasus, however, stayed in the stories for a very long time. He became one of the creatures the Greeks returned to again and again, and the image of a horse with great white wings spread above the mountains is among the most enduring things that ancient mythology gave to the world. He is associated with the Muses, those 9 goddesses who presided over poetry and music and memory, and the connection between Pegasus and the life of the imagination runs all the way through the tradition. The spring hippocrene on Mount Helicon, a place sacred to the Muses, was said in one account to have burst up from the earth where Pegasus's hooves first touched the mountainside. The name itself means horse spring, and the waters that came up from that place were believed to carry a kind of gift. Those who drank from them, or who came near them, found their minds open in the particular way that a poet's mind must be open. The spring was not merely a natural feature. It was a memory, the Greeks said, of the moment when something born of violence touched the earth gently and gave it something beautiful. Pegasus was not easily owned or commanded. He was captured, eventually, by the hero Bellerophon with the help of a golden bridle given by Athena, or in some versions by Poseidon, and the two of them achieved extraordinary things together. Bellerophon rode Pegasus against the Chimera, the fire-breathing creature of hybrid form, and they prevailed. They were one of mythology's great partnerships, horse and hero, sky and earth, moving through dangers that neither could have survived alone. But Pegasus was never fully tamed, not in the way that a working horse is tamed. He retained something of his origins, something wild and original, and not quite controllable. And when Bellerophon eventually tried to ride him all the way to Olympus, the home of the gods, Pegasus threw him. He arrived on Olympus without a rider, and Zeus set him to carrying thunder and lightning from that point forward. The story ends there for Bellerophon, humbled and earthbound, but Pegasus continued, higher than any mortal could follow. What lingers, when you consider both of them together, is what their existence says about the moment they came from. Medusa was killed in a moment that was also, in whatever way a myth can be true to itself, a birth. The violence did not only end something, it began something, loosed something into the air that had not been in the air before. One creature carried a sword and fathered monsters, and the other carried the sky on his back and gave water to poets. Both of them came from the same source, the same terrible instant, and neither of them was small or forgettable. It is not a comfortable thing to say that beauty can come from harm, because it is also true that harm remains harm, regardless of what follows it. The Greeks did not resolve this, and perhaps that was right of them. They placed Pegasus in the air and let him fly, and they watched where his hooves came down. Wherever his hooves struck the earth, water rose, and the Greeks said that water was sacred to poets because it carried the memory of how he was born. Perseus flew home with the head of Medusa wrapped in the bag at his side. Before he reached Seriphos, he had used it twice. He was somewhere over the coast of Ethiopia, or what the Greeks called Ethiopia, that vast and loosely imagined southern land, when he looked down and saw a young woman chained to a rock at the water's edge, alone, the sea moving restlessly around her feet. Her name was Andromeda. The reason she was there had nothing to do with anything she had done. Her mother, Cassiopeia, the queen of that coast, had made the mistake of boasting that her daughter's beauty surpassed the beauty of the Nereids, the sea nymphs who attended Poseidon and who were, by most accounts, not the kind of beings you wanted to offend. The Nereids had gone to Poseidon with their complaint. Poseidon, sympathetic or simply annoyed, had sent a sea monster called Cetus to ravage the coastline and devour whatever it could find along the shore. An oracle had told Cassiopeia and her husband Cepheus that the only way to end the destruction was to offer Andromeda to the creature, to chain their own daughter to that rock and let the sea take her. And so they had, weeping, because there was no other answer the oracle would give them. Perseus saw her there from above. He came down and spoke with her, and she told him what was coming. He went to her parents, Cepheus and Cassiopeia, watching from a distance with the particular helpless grief of people who have done the terrible thing they believed they had to do, and he struck a bargain with them. If he killed the creature and saved Andromeda, she would be his wife. They agreed, and Perseus waited. The sea monster came in the way that ancient sources describe such creatures. Enormous, churning the water. The kind of thing that makes the ordinary scale of the world seem suddenly very small. In some versions of the story, Perseus fought Cetus with a sword, diving at it from above on his winged sandals, cutting at its neck and flanks until it went still. In other versions, and this is where the head in the bag becomes relevant, he drew out the Medusa head and held it toward the creature. Cetus, whatever its nature, was not immune to the gaze that had turned so many living things to stone. The monster stiffened and slowed and sank, the water quiet, leaving Andromeda still chained but alive, the sound of the surf returning to something ordinary. What is worth sitting with here is the quality of that weapon. During Medusa's life, the gaze had been something she could not control, could not direct, could not switch off. It was a punishment built into her body that isolated her completely and made her lethal to every living thing that came near her. But held in Perseus's hand, aimed deliberately, carried in a bag so that it worked only when he chose to reveal it, the same gaze became something else entirely. It had been a sentence of loneliness. Now it was a tool. The power had not changed, but the person wielding it had. The difference between Medusa holding that gaze and Perseus carrying it might be the distance between a prison and an instrument, between something suffered and something used. He freed Andromeda from the rock and kept his promise to her parents. They were married there on that coast before he continued west toward home. The encounter with Atlas came before that, in the sequencing that Ovid and others preserve. Though the order of events varies somewhat depending on which ancient source you follow. Atlas was the Titan condemned to hold the sky on his shoulders at the western edge of the world, a permanent, enormous labor. Older than the Olympian gods, one of the punishments handed down after the war between the Titans and the gods of the New Order. He stood at the place where the world gave way to ocean. He had stood there for longer than anyone could say. When Perseus came to him and asked for rest and shelter, a reasonable request from a traveler, Atlas refused. He had been warned by an oracle that a son of Zeus would one day come and take something precious from his garden. Perseus was a son of Zeus, and so Atlas turned him away. In some tellings he was not gentle about it, and Perseus, tired from his journey, carrying the head of Medusa in the bag at his side, made a decision. He reached into the bag, turning his own face away, as he always did, and held the head toward Atlas. The great Titan, who had held up the weight of the sky for ages, who had never been defeated by any force that moved through the world below him, turned to stone. His body, according to the tradition Ovid records, did not merely fall, it became the mountain range itself, growing immense, the sky resting now on peaks of granite rather than on a living body, the forests on his shoulders, and the snow on what had been his face. He became the Atlas Mountains, that the ancient world understood to stretch across the far northwest of Africa, which they understood as the literal body of that ancient Titan transformed. It is a strange thing, the way the head keeps working long after the moment of the beheading. Long after Medusa herself is gone, the power she carried in her body, given to her by Athena as punishment, a curse dressed as a weapon, turns out to be transferable, portable, useful in ways that no one designing a punishment would necessarily intend. It becomes the thing that saves Andromeda. It becomes the thing that reshapes the geography of the world. The mountain range stood where Atlas had stood. The head was wrapped again in the dark of the bag, still potent, still dangerous, still doing what Athena had made it to do. When Perseus landed on Seriphos, he found his mother hiding at an altar. He found the king who had sent him to his death, sitting in a hall full of men who were still laughing. Danae had not been idle in her son's absence, but she had not been safe either. Polydectes, the king who had arranged the whole impossible errand with the reasonable confidence that Perseus would never return, had grown more persistent as the months passed. With the young man gone and presumably dead somewhere at the edge of the world, there was nothing standing between Polydectes and the woman he had wanted from the beginning. Danae had refused him, as she had always refused him. Eventually, the only protection left to her was the ancient, sacred custom that made an altar a place of refuge. She had gone to it with Dictys, the fisherman who had pulled her and her infant son from the chest they had been sealed inside, the man who had sheltered them on Seriphos when they had nothing and knew no one. Dictys was not a powerful man. He was the brother of Polydectes, in some accounts. That had perhaps given him a small degree of protection, but he was not the kind of man who could stand between a king and what that king wanted. The altar could, and so they waited there, Danae and the old fisherman, while Polydectes held court in his hall and seemed, by most accounts, entirely at ease. Perseus found all of this out quickly. The island was not large. Word of what had been happening travelled to him before he had been back an hour. Whatever he had felt after the encounters with Andromeda and Atlas, and the long flight home, it became something simpler and colder when he understood what his absence had cost his mother. He walked to the hall of Polydectes with the kibisis still at his side and the head of Medusa still inside it, and he went in. The court was gathered. Polydectes was there with his companions around him, men who had enjoyed the comfortable certainty that the rash young son of Danae was long dead, and that the king would eventually get what he had always intended to have. When Perseus appeared in the doorway, the reaction was not fear. It was amusement. Some of them laughed. Polydectes himself, according to the tradition, refused to believe what Perseus was claiming, that he had done it, that he had gone to the edge of the world, found the Gorgons sleeping on their remote island, come back with their head. It seemed absurd. It had been designed to seem absurd. That was the entire point of the demand. Perseus told him he had the head. Polydectes told him, in words that varied across the ancient retellings, but carried the same general contempt, to prove it. And Perseus, who had not come to argue, reached into the bag. He turned his face away as he drew it out, which was the only protection he needed. The hall was loud for one moment, and then it was not loud at all. The laughter stopped. Every man in the room who had looked toward Perseus in that moment was stone, fixed in whatever expression he had been wearing, whatever gesture his hands had been making. Polydectes was among them, the king who had sent a boy to his death to clear a path toward a woman who did not want him, turned to stone in his own hall, with his companions all around him, all of them silenced in the same instant. It was quick. Ancient sources don't dwell on it as a scene of horror. There is perhaps a reason for that. It was, in the logic of the myth, simply the conclusion of something that had been set in motion a long time ago. Perseus put the head back in the bag. After this, Dictys, the fisherman, the man who had done the real work of protecting Danae across all those years when Perseus could not, was made king of Seriphos, according to the tradition. It was a fitting outcome. He had not asked for anything and had given shelter to people who needed it. The myth rewards him for that in the most direct way available to it. The larger question was what to do with the objects Perseus had carried. He had borrowed them, in a sense, the winged sandals, the cap of invisibility that had hidden him from the Gorgons as he fled. These went back to Hermes, who had provided them. Each gift was returned to the god who had offered it. That reflects something the Greeks understood clearly about the relationship between mortals and divine favor. It was given for a purpose. When the purpose was fulfilled, the terms of the gift expired. The head of Medusa was a different matter. Perseus gave it to Athena. She had guided his hand on that distant island, had helped him hold the polished shield steady and strike the right blow. She took the head now and placed it at the center of her aegis, the great divine shield or breastplate that she wore into battle, the emblem of her protective and martial power. The Gorgon's face became a fixture there, no longer a weapon carried in a bag and deployed in moments of crisis, but a permanent part of the armor of a goddess. It would face outward from her chest in every battle she ever entered. Whatever its power had been in Medusa's living body, it had not diminished. It had simply found a different kind of permanence. The head of Medusa came to rest on the armor of the goddess who had made her what she was. Athena wore it from that day forward into every battle she ever fought. After Perseus was done with the head, the face of Medusa was everywhere. It appeared on the outer walls of temples, pressed into the clay of roof tiles, painted onto pottery that held olive oil and wine, stamped into the gold and silver of coins that passed between thousands of hands across the ancient Mediterranean world. Soldiers carried her face on their shields. Wealthy Romans embedded her image into mosaic floors so that anyone who entered their home walked over her. City gates bore the Gorgon's face above their arches, staring outward at whatever might be approaching. The face that had once been the most feared thing in the world became, in the centuries after the Perseus myth took hold, one of the most familiar images in all of ancient art. The Greeks had a name for it, the gorgonion, and it was everywhere you looked, watching. What the gorgonion represented was something the Greeks understood deeply and practically, the idea that certain images carried power within themselves, that a face frightening enough to stop the living could also stop the dangerous and the malevolent before they arrived. This kind of protective symbol is called apotropaic, from the Greek word meaning to turn away. The gorgonion was believed to turn away evil, bad luck, envious eyes, and hostile spirits simply by being present. It did not need to be held or spoken over or activated in any ritual sense. It simply needed to face outward, the way Medusa had always faced, frontally, without flinching, meeting whatever came toward it with the full weight of that terrible gaze. The Parthenon itself bore a Gorgon face. Athena, who had cursed Medusa and later accepted her head as a gift from Perseus, wore the Gorgonion on her aegis, her divine breastplate or shield, and the sculptors who built her temples did not forget this detail. On the great chryselephantine statue of Athena that once stood inside the Parthenon, the Gorgon's face was fixed at the center of the goddess's armor. To look at Athena fully was to look at Medusa's face, rendered in ivory and gold, watching from the chest of the goddess of wisdom and war. There is something almost impossible to untangle in that image. The goddess who destroyed a woman wearing that woman's face as her own protection. The earliest Gorgon faces in ancient art look nothing like what we might imagine today. In the Archaic period, roughly the 7th and 6th centuries before the Common Era, the Gorgonion was a deliberately disturbing image. The face was rendered frontally, full-on, never in profile, with enormous wide eyes, a protruding tongue, tusks curving up from the lower jaw, and a broad, grimacing mouth that seemed to be caught mid-roar. The hair, in these early representations, was already writhing with snakes. Some versions showed wings rising from the temples, and the whole composition was designed to be unsettling in the most immediate, visceral way possible. One of the oldest surviving examples is the pediment of the Temple of Artemis on the island of Corfu, where an enormous stone gorgon crouches at the center with her winged shoulders spread wide and her face turned directly toward the viewer. She is not beautiful. She is not meant to be. She is meant to hold you in place. That is the strange origin of the Gorgonian. It began as an image of something monstrous, and it was adopted as a protective symbol precisely because it was monstrous. The logic is almost tender in its way. If the Gorgon's face could turn men to stone, then having that face on your shield or above your door meant that whatever came for you would encounter that gaze first. Over centuries, however, the face changed. As artistic styles in ancient Greece moved from the stiff, frontal compositions of the archaic period toward the more naturalistic and emotionally nuanced work of the classical and Hellenistic periods, the Gorgonian began to soften. The tusks disappeared. The protruding tongue became less exaggerated. The grimace eased into something more ambiguous, and eventually, particularly as Ovid's version of Medusa's story, with its tragic backstory of beauty violated and punished, gained wider circulation, the Gorgon's face became genuinely beautiful. The snakes remained, but they were rendered with a kind of elegance. The expression became serene, almost sleeping, as if the face in stone was simply resting. The most well-known example of this transformation in art is what scholars call the Rondinini Medusa type, named for a particular ancient relief now housed in Munich. In that image, Medusa's face is calm, almost luminous, with the snakes coiled gently around her head like a strange crown rather than a writhing threat. She looks sorrowful more than fearsome. She looks, perhaps, like someone who has been through a great deal and has finally been allowed to be still. People wanted that face near them. They pressed it into gold jewelry and wore it around their necks. They set it into rings. They had it painted on the walls of rooms where they ate and slept and raised their children. The image that had once been designed to stop you cold became something you might reach out and touch for comfort, the way you might hold any familiar and protective thing. Medusa had become something useful, something protective. And if there was sorrow in that, the Greeks who carved her face into marble and pressed her image into gold did not seem to dwell on it. The head was wrapped and carried and used and given away, but the blood had its own story, one that spread across the land beneath Perseus's flight path and left permanent marks on the world. When Perseus lifted into the air and turned toward home, he carried the kibys's bag close against his side, the head of Medusa sealed inside it. Below him, the Mediterranean world unrolled in long stretches of blue water and pale coastline. And then came Libya, the vast, sun-bleached expanse of North Africa, a land the ancient Greeks imagined as both distant and deeply strange, a place where the ordinary rules of the world grew thin. According to Ovid, and later the Roman poet Lucan, it was over Libya that the bag shifted, or the blood seeped through, or simply the nature of what Perseus carried refused to be entirely contained. Drops of blood fell from the severed neck and tumbled down through the warm air toward the desert below. Wherever they struck the sand, something rose. Serpents, many of them, of many kinds, came writhing up from the places where Medusa's blood met the earth. Lucan, in his Pharsalia, catalogued them with a kind of grim relish, naming species after species, the asp, the dipsas, the amphisbaena that could move in either direction, the basilisk, the hemorrhoids. He presented Libya's abundance of venomous snakes as a direct consequence of that single flight, that single wound. Ovid made the same claim more briefly in the Metamorphoses, noting that the fertile drops seeded the Libyan sands, and that the earth, receptive as it always is, brought forth serpents in response. It is worth pausing on what this image means. Medusa, in Ovid's telling, had her own hair transformed into snakes as part of her punishment. The serpents on her head were the sign of her ruin, the most visible mark of what Athena had made her. And now, in death, Her blood generated more serpents, scattering them across an entire landscape. There is something almost inexhaustible about this. The transformation imposed on her body had not simply ended when Perseus's blade fell. It had spread outward, seeding the world with the same creature that had been her curse. The snakes of Libya, in this tradition, carry Medusa's history inside them without knowing it. They are her continuing presence in the world, born not from cruelty, but from blood, from the same generative power that had produced Pegasus and Chrysaor from that same wound. However, the serpents of Libya represent only one branch of what Medusa's blood was said to carry. There is another tradition, older in its roots and quieter in its telling, that concerns the physician Asclepius, the god of healing, son of Apollo, the figure who would eventually become so skilled at his art that he could undo death itself. According to this tradition, Athena collected blood from Medusa's body after the beheading. She drew it from 2 different places and kept it in 2 separate vials. The blood taken from the veins on Medusa's left side carried the power to restore life, to call back the dead, to reverse what death had done. The blood taken from the right side was lethal, capable of killing instantly. Athena gave both vials to Asclepius, and he used them, the left side blood, to perform his legendary resurrections, raising men from death who had no business being alive again. This detail appears in various ancient sources, including the mythographer Apollodorus, and it situates Medusa's blood at the very center of one of Greek mythology's most charged stories, the story of a healer who grew too powerful and whom Zeus eventually struck down with a thunderbolt for disturbing the balance between life and death. What this means for how we understand Medusa is significant. Her blood was not simply corrosive or dangerous, it contained within itself a complete opposition, life and death held in the same body, available from the same source depending only on which side you drew from. She was, in this sense, a threshold figure in the most literal way imaginable. Not merely transformed, not merely monstrous, but constitutionally dual, carrying destruction and resurrection in the same veins, unable to be reduced to one or the other. This duality echoes everything the myth has shown us about her. She was born mortal among immortal sisters. She was beautiful before she was terrible. She was violated before she was cursed. She was feared and she was mourned. Even the manner of her death was generative rather than simply final, producing from the same wound both a winged horse associated with poets and a golden warrior of enormous power. And now her blood, separated into its 2 natures, went on to define the limits of medicine itself, because Asclepius used the life-giving portion too freely, and the gods decided that the boundary between living and dying was not meant to be so easily crossed. Soon after Asclepius was struck down by Zeus for his resurrections, the Greeks understood that some thresholds are not meant to be held open. Medusa's blood had made that possible, had given a mortal healer access to the one power the gods reserve for themselves. That it ended badly was perhaps inevitable, but that it happened at all, that a figure cursed and killed and stripped of everything could still carry within her blood the power to return life to the dead, says something that the myth never states plainly, only implies, in the quiet way that the oldest stories tend to do their most important work. The blood that had once been beauty, then been monster, then been weapon, finally became the possibility of life returning after death, and that was the last transformation Medusa would ever make. The earliest images of Medusa in ancient art were not meant to be beautiful. They were meant to stop you cold. The artists who carved and painted her in the 7th and 6th centuries before the Common Era were not interested in nuance or sorrow, or the complicated backstory that Ovid would eventually give her. They wanted the face to work, the way a ward against evil is meant to work, immediately. viscerally, without any need for explanation. And so they gave her wide, staring eyes that never blinked, a mouth stretched open with a tongue thrust forward between jagged teeth, cheeks pulled back in something between a grimace and a roar, hair that moved like something alive, that of course it was. The face was always turned directly outward, always looking straight at whoever was looking. It. That frontality was deliberate. Most figures in archaic Greek art were shown in profile. It was the convention of the time, a way of representing the human body that felt natural and ordered. The Gorgon alone stared forward. She broke the visual rules of her era because she was meant to break something in you when you saw her. One of the most striking surviving examples is the great limestone pediment from the Temple of Artemis on the island of Corfu, dated to around 580 before the Common Era. The Gorgon there is enormous, positioned at the very center of the temple's triangular roofline, flanked by her offspring, Pegasus on one side, a crouching figure on the other, and surrounded by scenes of divine conflict. She is running, or perhaps flying, her legs bent in what is called the kneeling running pose that Greek artists used to suggest swift motion. Her wings are spread. Her face is the face the era demanded, huge eyes, a protruding tongue, tusks curling upward from her lower jaw. She is not a woman wearing a frightening expression. She is the expression itself, made stone and given a body to carry it. The scale alone communicated something important to whoever approached the temple. This was not a decorative motif, not a pretty border to frame the architecture. It was a boundary. You saw her, and you knew that what lay beyond her was protected and that you were being warned. However, the centuries that followed brought a slow and remarkable softening. It did not happen all at once. It was not a clean progression. There were terrifying Gorgon faces painted on Greek pottery well into the classical period, still wide-eyed and wild-tongued, still serving their apotropaic function on wine vessels and storage jars and shields. But alongside that tradition, something else was gradually developing. As Greek sculpture moved through the classical period and into the Hellenistic era, figures became more naturalistic, more emotionally expressive, more individualized. The gods stopped looking like forces of nature in human shape and started looking like humans who happened to be divine. And Medusa, caught in that same cultural current, began her long transformation back toward the face she had worn before the curse. By the time the Hellenistic world was producing its finest sculpture, some artists were rendering Medusa not as a monster at all, but as a sleeping woman, beautiful even in death, the serpents in her hair curling gently rather than rearing to strike. The piece known as the Rondinini Medusa, a Roman marble copy of what is believed to have been a Hellenistic original, now held in Munich, shows a face of extraordinary quietness. The eyes are closed, the features are regular and fine, the mouth is slightly parted, as if in the middle of a breath that will not come. She looks like someone who has been overtaken by sleep in the middle of grief. The snakes framing her face are almost decorative, almost gentle in their arrangement. There is nothing here that is meant to frighten you. The artist seems instead to be inviting you to feel something for her, not revulsion, not vigilance, but something closer to pity. It is a radical departure from the Corfu pediment. It reflects a world that had been living with Ovid's telling, or with the emotional currents that Ovid's telling would eventually crystallize into words. Eventually, the Renaissance brought Medusa's face into a new set of hands. Those hands were drawn to the contradiction at the heart of her story. Leonardo da Vinci, according to Giorgio Vasari's account, painted a Gorgon's head on a shield when he was still a young man in Florence, a work that Vasari described as so terrifying that Leonardo's father recoiled when he saw it. The painting itself has not survived, but the description suggests Leonardo was still working within the apotropaic tradition, still reaching for that visceral shock. Caravaggio, painting his Medusa in 1597 on a convex wooden shield, itself an homage to the ancient tradition of the Gorgon on a warrior's armor, found something different. His Medusa is clearly in the moment of her death, her expression caught between horror and astonishment, her mouth open, her eyes wide, blood flowing from the severed neck. She is terrifying, yes, but she is also unmistakably suffering. Caravaggio did not give her tusks or a protruding tongue or the blank staring mask of the archaic period. He gave her a human face in the worst moment of its existence. That face has never quite let anyone who has seen it go. By the time the Renaissance painters were done with her, Medusa's face had traveled all the way from nightmare to something closer to grief. There is a thread in the ancient tradition that pulls Medusa out of the Greek world entirely and places her in Africa. It is not the dominant thread. It is not the one that most people encounter first when they come to the myth of Medusa, but it runs through the ancient sources with a quiet persistence that deserves careful attention. The Greek historian and mythographer Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century before the Common Era, recorded a tradition that had nothing to do with violated priestesses or the curse of an offended goddess. In this version, Medusa was a queen, a warrior queen of a North African people living somewhere along the western reaches of Libya, in a region the Greeks associated with the edges of the habitable world. She led her people in war, commanded armies, was feared for her power rather than for any supernatural ability to petrify. Perseus, in this reading, was not a Greek hero navigating a landscape of gods and monsters, but something more like a conqueror. His beheading of Medusa was something more like a military defeat, the end of a queen, and perhaps the end of a way of life that threatened the order the Greeks admired and feared in equal measure. Diodorus was careful to present this as one account among several. He seems to have understood that he was recording a tradition quite different from the Hesiodic and Ovidian versions. However, he recorded it nonetheless. That means that in the ancient world, the idea of Medusa as an African queen was not fringe speculation. It was a story that circulated, that found its way into serious historical writing, that sat alongside the more familiar mythological accounts without being entirely dismissed. What makes this tradition worth sitting with is not simply that it offers an alternative origin for Medusa, but that the geography of the myth itself supports a deep and ancient connection between the Gorgon and North Africa. The Gorgons in Hesiod are placed in the far west, beyond the known world, near the lands of Night and the Hesperides, and the ancient Greek conception of the far west overlapped considerably with the northern coasts of Africa, with Libya, with the edges of the world where the ocean curved away into darkness, when Perseus flies home with the severed head. Ovid and the Roman poet Lucan both describe his path, taking him over the Libyan desert. In both accounts, it is the blood dripping from the head that seeds the desert with its countless serpents, the snakes that the ancient world associated so strongly with that particular landscape. The connection is not incidental. Medusa's blood falls on Libya, becomes Libya in a sense, transforms into the living creatures that define the Libyan wilderness. She is woven into that geography, not as a visitor, but as a source, a generative force from which the desert's most characteristic danger springs. That is a mythological claim of origin, and ancient peoples took such claims seriously. Soon after such a connection was established in the poetic tradition, it became part of how the Greeks imagined Libya itself, as a land marked by Medusa, carrying her in its soil. The Gorgon's home, wherever it was placed exactly, was never imagined as a Greek place. It was always somewhere else, somewhere Western, somewhere beyond the reach of Greek civilization and Greek order. That placed it, in the ancient geographic imagination, in the same general direction as North Africa, as the deep desert, as the lands that Greek traders and soldiers encountered with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. Whether the myth preceded that geography or grew from it is a question that cannot be easily answered. Ancient narratives and ancient geography shaped each other constantly, each providing justification and texture for the other, so that by the time any writer committed the story to papyrus, the two had already become inseparable. The tradition recorded by Diodorus may reflect genuine memories of cultural encounter, of Greek contact with powerful North African peoples, whose warrior queens or priestesses left impressions strong enough to be mythologized. It may reflect something older, a pre-Greek stratum of story that the Greeks absorbed and reshaped in their own image, replacing a foreign warrior woman with a monster and a foreign conqueror with one of their own heroes. Or it may simply be one ancient writer's attempt to make rational sense of a myth that otherwise resisted rationalization, to find in Medusa something human and historical, rather than divine and terrible. None of these possibilities can be ruled out with confidence. The honest approach is to hold them all at once, as Diodorus himself seems to have done. What is certain is that the myth of Medusa was never entirely contained within the boundaries of Greece. It reached into the Western Ocean, across the desert, into the soil of another continent. It carried its geography with it wherever it traveled. That geography always pointed south and west, toward a world the Greeks knew they had not fully mapped. The story of Medusa, like most things that endure for thousands of years, was never just one story. The oracle that set everything in motion, that caused Acrisius to seal his daughter in a tower, to set them adrift on the sea, to exile himself all the way to Larissa, turned out to be correct. It had told him simply that a grandson would one day kill him. Acrisius, king of Argos, had spent the better part of his life doing everything within his considerable power to make sure that could not happen. He locked his daughter Danae away in a chamber of bronze, thinking that if no man could reach her, no child could be born. When Perseus arrived anyway, conceived in that impossible way that only gods can manage, Acrisius did not kill the infant outright. Perhaps he could not bring himself to do it. Or perhaps he feared the divine anger that might follow, and so instead he sealed his daughter and her newborn son inside a wooden chest and gave them to the sea. It was a softer cruelty than an outright execution. It allowed him to tell himself he had not done the thing he had done. The sea, he must have reasoned, could take the blame. But the sea returned them safely to the island of Seriphos. Perseus grew up strong and clever and eventually legendary. By the time he had beheaded Medusa and rescued Andromeda and turned Polydectes and his court to stone, Perseus had become exactly the kind of man a prophecy would choose, capable of anything, experienced in impossible tasks, unhesitating when the moment demanded action. Acrisius had not prevented his grandson's birth. He had simply ensured that Perseus would be raised far enough from Argos to become formidable before ever coming home. When Perseus finally did return to the Greek mainland, the accounts differ on precisely what he hoped for. Some versions suggest he genuinely wished to find his grandfather and make some kind of peace between them. He had never known Acrisius as anything but an absence, a man who had chosen fear over family and sent a mother and her infant into open water. And yet Perseus, by most accounts, was not a man given to sustained bitterness. He had his mother back. He had Andromeda beside him. The worst of what life had handed him had already passed. Reconciliation may have seemed possible, even reasonable. Acrisius, however, had heard that Perseus was returning. The oracle had not gone quiet simply because years had passed and the prophecy seemed distant. Acrisius knew his grandson was alive, knew what he had accomplished. The old fear came back with all its original force. He left Argos and travelled north to Larissa in Thessaly, putting distance between himself and the man the oracle had named. It is one of the quieter ironies in the Perseus story that the king who had once cast his family into the sea now found himself the one in flight, crossing unfamiliar country in the hope that geography might accomplish what a bronze chamber and a wooden chest had failed to do. Perseus arrived in Larissa not long after. He had come, in some accounts, for the funeral games being held there, athletic competitions honouring a local king, the kind of event that drew young men from across the Greek world. Perseus joined the games. He had spent years in motion, years of extraordinary deeds. There is something almost ordinary about this image, a hero among other young men, throwing a discus on a clear afternoon, surrounded by the ordinary noise of a crowd watching athletic competition. The discus, in the Greek tradition, was a heavy bronze or stone disc. Throwing it well required both strength and a certain arc of release, a particular angle that sent it curving out and away. Perseus threw his, and something went wrong. The wind shifted, or the angle was not quite right, or the disc simply followed its own path rather than the one intended. It flew into the crowd of spectators. It struck an old man who had come to watch the games, perhaps because there was nothing else to do in a strange city, perhaps because the games offered noise and colour and a brief distraction from whatever weight he had been carrying for 30 years. Perseus had not known his grandfather was in Larissa. Acrisius had not known his grandson would be throwing in the games that afternoon. The two of them had arrived at the same place through entirely separate chains of decision, fear, circumstance, and the oracle. That had been issued before either of them was old enough to have any say in the matter. Watched it resolve exactly as it had said it would. The discus curved in the air the way it sometimes does. It found Acrisius before he ever saw it coming, and the prophecy was done. Medusa's name, in the language she was first imagined in, means something like guardian or protectress, and that is perhaps the most unexpected thing about her, given everything the myths put her through. She was called a monster, hunted by a hero, beheaded while she slept, and her severed head was carried across the known world as a weapon before being fixed permanently to the armour of the goddess who had cursed her in the first place. And yet the name remained. The Greeks kept it, generation after generation, pressing her face into gold coins and carving it above temple doorways and painting it onto the prows of warships, because they understood something about her that the violence of the myth tends to obscure, that she had always been, at her deepest root, a figure of protection, the Gorgonian, that frontal face with wide eyes and coiling hair, sometimes wild and grotesque, sometimes serenely sorrowful, appeared on the walls of cities and the breastplates of soldiers, not because the Greeks wanted to be reminded of something terrifying, but because they believed the face itself could ward off harm. To place her image at the threshold was to say that whatever wished to cross it would have to reckon with something ancient and implacable. She had been a priestess in a sacred space, and she had lost that space, and all the safety it once offered, and then her own face became a sacred space, a boundary, a place where danger stopped. There is a kind of poetry in that, though it is a very quiet and melancholy kind. Ovid gave her back the beauty she had lost, in a way, by giving her back the story that explained why she deserved to be mourned rather than merely feared. His account, that she was a woman violated in a holy place and then punished for surviving it, moved through centuries of reading and retelling, and left its mark on how the Western world has imagined her ever since. She became a figure of tragedy as much as terror, and artists felt the difference. The early archaic Gorgon, all tusks and tongue and brazen outstretched hands, gave way over centuries to the classical face, still powerful, still dangerous in its implication, but composed now, the eyes closed or the expression distant, as though she were dreaming rather than shrieking. The Rondinini Medusa, carved in stone sometime in the Hellenistic period, shows a face that is genuinely beautiful and genuinely sad, the snakes quiet around it, the whole thing more like an elegy than a warning. This transformation reflected how people's understanding of the myth changed over time. Older archaic versions presented her straightforwardly as a creature to be destroyed, but as centuries passed, listeners and readers grew more attuned to injustice embedded within the story. What began as a simple heroic narrative gradually revealed itself to contain something more troubling. Medusa's punishment for an act committed against her, not by her, began to seem less like justice and more like cruelty. Her transformation became less a tale of necessary destruction and more a meditation on what the body becomes when violence has marked it. This reinterpretation shaped how subsequent artists and writers would approach her story. Later traditions kept finding new things inside the story, the way old stories tend to allow. Benvenuto Cellini cast his bronze Perseus in Florence in the 16th century, and the figure stands there still in the Loggia dei Lanzi, holding the head aloft, the body of Medusa fallen beneath his feet. And yet even in that triumphant rendering, the face of Medusa retains a kind of dignity, a stillness that feels less like defeat and more like rest. Caravaggio painted her on a shield, the mouth open, the expression caught between horror and something like surprise, the snakes still writhing as though they hadn't yet understood what had happened. These were not simply images of a monster destroyed. They were meditations on transformation, on beauty, on the question of what we do with power that has been taken from someone and placed in other hands. Writers across the centuries return to her for the same reasons, because the myth contains, at its center, a set of questions that don't resolve themselves neatly and don't ask to. What does it mean when innocence is punished and power goes unanswered? What does it mean that the thing made to isolate and destroy became, in the end, a shield? What does it mean that her name, through all of it, still carried the word for protector? Those questions were alive in the ancient world, and they remain alive, and that is why Medusa persists in a way that many simpler myths do not. Her story is not a lesson with a clear moral at the end. It is something more like a wound that has been looked at honestly, from many different angles, across a very long time. The face on the temple wall was there to guard against harm. The face on the coin was there to remind you of something old and true about the world. The face in the poem was there because the poet had not forgotten that a person was once behind it, someone who had tended an orchard or lit a lamp in a quiet temple. Someone whose hair had once been hair, and whose eyes had once been eyes that could look out at the world without turning it to stone. She is still there, on shields and temple walls, and ancient coins worn smooth by handling, her face turned outward, watching.